to satisfy my parents, and make my sisters happy. I sacrificed my future and dug out the supreme bone from my body, then transplanted it into my foster brother's body. However, in the end, due to the destruction of the foundation, I suffered countless illnesses and died a tragic death. Not a single tear was shed by my parents and sisters for me. They even felt disgusted because my body rotted after death. My heart, which was already dead, became even more shattered under their harsh criticisms. At this moment, I finally understand that the prosperity of the Chi family was just a fleeting illusion to me. It was never my dream bubble. Today is my brother's coming-of-age ceremony, with people bustling in the luxurious hall of the Chi family. After being reborn, I still sat alone in the corner, out of place amidst the joy of others. Even because of the dark history of bullying Chi Xingtian, I was watched with cold eyes. When I was initiated into the family, I didn't receive this treatment. Who remembers that today is also my birthday? At this moment, in the center of the stage, all 8 sisters presented their gifts, and when our parents went up, they offered a gift far greater than any of the sisters. Chi Shengtian was moved to tears and embraced his foster parents. But I stood up because I knew my retribution had arrived. The host's smile was tinged with a hint of subtlety, asking a question that went against the procedure. Chi Daxiao, as the elder brother of Shengtian young master, what gift have you prepared? A gift, hee, I chuckled self-deprecatingly. There was no eldest sister. Chi Yue gritted her teeth, her beautiful phoenix eyes glaring fiercely in my direction. The sisters' minds suddenly churned, their gazes towards me turning stern, amidst the impatient weight of the crowd. On stage, Chi Shengtian suddenly panicked, saying, "Actually, my big brother's gift was given to me long ago. I really like it." "What gift is it?" the host curiously asked. "What gift did your big brother give you? It must be very good. Valuable. Now we're even more curious. Shengtian young master, stop teasing us, reveal the mystery to everyone quickly," the host urged expectantly. This seemingly sudden turn of events appeared to have no connection with Chi Shengtian, but in reality, it was arranged by Chi Shengtian. I was also kept in the dark originally, until after death, my soul floated to the extreme. Realizing how foolish I was, Chi Shengtian hesitated for a long time, then took a deep breath, pointing to his own chest. "Actually, the gift my big brother gave me, I have always carried with me. That is his supreme bone." Saying this, he bowed deeply in my direction. "Thank you, big brother. If you hadn't transplanted the supreme bone to me, I would have died 5 years ago. Thank you for helping me integrate the supreme bone and for giving me the half-life valley nurtured with your blood. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. I will definitely become a strong and upright individual for the Chi family, and to eradicate all those who stand in my way." Once again, thunderous applause echoed in the venue, as everyone was moved by Chi Xingtian's ambition. Yet, at the same time, to protect the family and defend the country, aiming for greatness in all directions. "Ha, excellent. That's great." I look up to the sky and howl, as bold as madness. I walk straight towards the stage. At this moment, only my laughter echoes in the hall. Everyone looks at me as if I were a madman. The once genius has fallen to such a state. It's truly pathetic as I take steps towards the stage, heavy and slow, as if bidding farewell to the previous life. In the previous life, I was an orphan for 13 years. I grew up in the Holy Martial Orphanage, and by the age of 13, I had already captivated the entire capital city. The Chi family had actually noticed me long ago. However, they only confirmed my identity when I was 13, brought me back to the Chi family, and discovered the supreme bone within me. Regarding the supreme bone, the 8.5 bone pieces within me shocked everyone, because this is the first in 300 years, although other families also have ancient sacred bones passed down. But no one else is as monstrous as me, able to cultivate so many half-life bones. At that time, I was also hailed as a once-in-100,000-year genius, but even such a genius has fallen into such a state. I stood on the stage in front of everyone, snatched the microphone from the host's hand. "My dear brother, I endured the most extreme pain in the world for you. For you, I stripped away the supreme, as if cutting a piece of flesh from my heart, leaving me in pain unable to get out of bed for a year. Just as my injuries were healing, I cut again and dug out half of the bone from my right leg for you. Today is your birthday. It's also my birthday, and I'm giving you half of my life. What gift have you prepared for me?" My words silenced the whole audience, and the atmosphere instantly chilled. All major families know how painful it is to excavate the sacred bone. Especially after brewing for a full 13 years, this process must be maintained, even requiring the ribs to be opened. If it were another family, with a genius like me, they would never allow him to be stripped of the sacred mother and endure this inhuman pain. Brother, I know today is your birthday too, and I have prepared a gift for you at home. When we get back, I'll give it to you, okay? Shishing Tian smiled but with a hint of panic. He never expected that I would publicly embarrass him. The old me would never dare to do such a thing. By saying this, it's like personally tarnishing the reputation of the Chi family, and trample on it harshly. If it's not good, I want to see what gift you have prepared for me today. What else you have in store when we get home? Since I entered the Chi family, what gifts have you given me? I laughably gave you the supreme bone. You turned around and went to the hotel to celebrate with them, leaving me alone in the Chi family's courtyard. Brother, let's talk about it when we get home. There are so many people watching below, Sheng Tianqi said anxiously. Qi, get down here quickly. Don't embarrass yourself on stage. Eldest sister Qiyu stood up. Roaring, several sisters were so angry their faces turned red, gritting their teeth. They never expected the past obedience to be so bold and tarnish the reputation of the Qi family. What benefit is there for me? The Qi family is a noble family in the Dragon Kingdom. To lose face for the Qi family is like bringing shame to the entire Dragon Kingdom. This matter is very serious. Qi, when have we ever not celebrated your birthday? In consideration of your young feelings, which might cause jealousy in Shangtian, that's why we always celebrate separately for each of you. It's our indulgence towards you that has made you more and more excessive. Get down quickly, and I can pretend nothing happened. Head of the Qi family. Qi Duanshan slammed the table angrily. Ha, quite interesting. On my birthday, it's just a simple happy birthday, and I often forget. But when Qi Shengtian celebrates his birthday, he goes to a hotel every time. Delicacies, right? Qi Duanshan's slap almost shattered the table. Behave yourself and get down here. Qi Chun, don't go too far. Can't you see how angry Dad is? Apologize to him immediately. Qi Yu reprimanded, other than the head of the Qi family, you are the most authoritative in the eldest sister's house. You left in a hurry at the entrance. I didn't prepare a gift. So, may I ask if you have prepared a gift for me? Qi Yu was momentarily speechless. Can't go up, can't come down, my dear sisters. Have you prepared gifts for me again? I glanced around under the stage. How did they not lock for 8 years? The Biming necklace in January, the autumn moon 100 grasses needle in December, the Eastern command token of Sanin, aren't they all gifts for you? Qi Duanshan was furious. The Biming necklace, the autumn moon 100 grasses needle, the Eastern command token, these are all items I can touch. One worth tens of millions, the other an exclusive silver needle in the shape of 2. This is the token for the third brother to command troops in the war zone. Oh, I remember now. These things seem to be what I stole. Yes, that's right, I stole them. I have dirty hands, stealing valuables worth billions from the Qi family for 5 years. Thank you very much for your understanding. Otherwise, I would have gone in long ago. My words are like a loud slap, fiercely hitting everyone in the Qi family's faces. The once famous genius across the country, a young master connected by blood, why would he choose to steal and bring trouble upon himself? What does he want? Isn't it just a matter of a few words? Qi Duanshan's mouth is twisted in anger, his trembling hands clearly showing his fury. Big brother, please stop. Mom, Dad, and sister are really angry. If you provoke them again, they will kick you out. Qi Shengtian grabbed my hand and exchanged a few glances. Qishir, if you acknowledge me as your big sister, apologize to me immediately and come down right now. Qi Yu's gaze was cold and piercing, like the eternal ice of the Arctic. I chose to ignore this big sister, turning to look at the middle-aged woman next to Qi Duanshan. Mom, today is my birthday, and it's also your day of suffering. I am grateful for bringing me into this world and for your indifference over the past 5 years. You have suffered. Let me give you a gift too. I took out the agreement to sever our blood relationship, instantly shocking everyone and leaving my mother pale, almost falling to the ground. The bloody fingerprint on the agreement was chilling. It was so shocking. At this moment, some people in the audience suddenly felt that something was wrong. Firstly, being deprived of authority, secondly, my leadership in the family, and thirdly, my reputation, all formed a stark contrast with before the age of 13. My resolute abandonment of everything related to the Qi family is enough to prove that my heart has been deeply wounded. If I really stole things, why wouldn't I stay at the Qi family to continue stealing? If I were really arrogant, why wouldn't I take advantage of the Qi family's power to bully others? If the Qi family treated me well, why would they strip me of my half-life bone after taking away the supreme bone? You must know that doing this has cut off my future. What's going on with the head of the Qi family? If you take away 1 or 2 pieces of my half-life bone, Qi Chen still has a bright future. In the future, at least I can become a strong figure at the sect level. But you actually took away my aura. This matter is too outrageous. Someone question this, everyone, this matter is not as you think. The supreme bone was transplanted back then because there was a problem with the innate nine-dragon body of Xingtian. If the supreme bone did not suppress it, Xingtian would die. Shi Chen was willing to save his brother, so after giving up the supreme bone, there was a rejection reaction when the supreme bone appeared on Xingtian's body. We had no choice but to use half-body bone to suppress it. Shi Duanshan furrowed his brow, explaining with a sneer, suppressing me mockingly, you've already suppressed me. Yet you still want to take away piece by piece of my half-body bone. This is the Qi family. This is you. Shi Duanshan, Shi Chen, we have been tolerant enough of you over the years. The wrongs you have done are all covered up by the Qi family. We've spoiled you, making you arrogant. From today on, I won't indulge you anymore. If you want to sever ties, fine, I'll do it. But there's a condition. You must hand over the last half of your life, as it is essentially Qi family's property. Shi Duanshan wants to quickly resolve this matter. After interrupting me, he immediately signed the agreement. He doesn't think I dare to leave Qi family. If I do leave, I won't survive. He doesn't believe I'm willing to give up the luxurious life at Qi family. To go back to being an orphan, Qi family master, don't you feel shameless? I was so angry I coughed up blood and almost bit my teeth to pieces. The half-life bone was nurtured with 13 years of effort. Why should I give even the last piece to you? Regardless, this was nurtured with my Qi family's supreme bone. If you sever the bloodline, you have no connection to Qi family. Even if he's not the best, his existence represents our Qi family in the capital. If you use him for wrongdoing, we'll still be blamed. Shi Duanshan has a valid point. Speaking confidently, Shi Duanshan looked at everyone. Fellow disciples, Shi Chen is used to being arrogant. We've tolerated him due to his significant contributions to the Qi family. But he not only stirs up trouble, forcing us to drive Xingtian away, but also wants to ruin Qi family. If he insists on severing ties with us today, then we will sever ties with him from Qi family. As the Zhang family of the Dragon Kingdom, we neither allow nor agree to it. Like a piece of mouse droppings ruining a pot of porridge, his words left everyone exchanging glances. The sisters glared at me, silently urging me to give in. But I picked up the agreement from the ground, smiled bitterly, and threw it into the fire. I have been with the Qi family for 5 years. Everything I eat, use, and live with comes from the Qi family's generosity. It never belonged to me in the first place, so returning it to the Qi family is only right. The previous 7.5 years of my life will serve as the cost of my food and lodging for the past 5 years. You want the last half of my life, don't you? I'll give you this piece, as payment to sever ties with the Qi family for giving me life. I picked up the dagger from the ground. If it were Qi Shengtian holding the knife, the hearts of these 8 sisters would be pounding in fear. Without hesitation, I rushed forward. But with me holding the knife, they just watched coldly. As if it didn't concern them. In the 5 years, you've given me a total of 3 sets of clothes, 2 of which are school uniforms. The school uniform I'm wearing, I beg you to let me keep it. Also, I haven't eaten anything just now. I hope you don't think I'm here to freeload. From now on, whether I live or die, it has nothing to do with you. There's no emotion left in my eyes. Just coldly picking up the knife, I slashed my right arm. Even at this moment, the sisters still didn't take my attitude seriously, thinking I was just playing games. Putting on an act, a shadow flashed through Qi Shengtian's mind. He didn't believe I would dare to take out the last half of my life. But I must definitely drive him away. Shi Duanshan's face was full of disdain. As the head of the Qi family, he has seen all kinds of strategies. Trying to soften him with a simple trick like pretending to be injured is impossible. The sharp dagger cut open a bloody gash on the skin of my right forearm. The wound was deep enough to reveal the stark white bone. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Qi Shengtian's hidden smile froze as he never expected me to be so resolute, daring to actually take out half of my bone in public. From now on, I sever all ties with the Qi family. I made another cut vertically, completely opening up the wound, immense pain tormenting me. But I didn't stop. Not a single tear fell. With a clatter, a bloody triangular piece was thrown out by me, landing heavily on the ground. The head of the Qi family bid farewell, wishing the Qi family prosperity in martial arts. I sealed the meridians in my right hand. After stopping the bleeding in my right hand, I stumbled off the stage like that. Watching my back, Shi Duanshan wanted to say something, but even he was shocked. All previous operations were done in hospitals, but this time, I vividly cut open my own flesh, dividing the half bone into 2 types. One cultivated by dancers, the other transplanted from exotic beasts. Both types enhance the dancer's formidable talent to help dancers reach higher levels, so the half bone belongs to the dancer. It cannot be given up even in death, not to mention I not only gave up the supreme I also gave up 8 pieces of the half bone. As I was about to turn and leave, eldest sister July and second sister 72 come over immediately and form a group. The wound on my arm is truly shocking. It makes July's heart ache. At this moment, July feels for the first time. I wonder if he is really wronged. He can see it. If I hadn't completely given up on them, how could I cut ties, leaving the Chi family, and in this manner? Can you two give way? I don't have much strength left now. Please don't let me die at your precious Chi family banquet. I speak in a calm tone, but I have already distanced myself from them. Where are you going, Chi-shur? Let me take you to the hospital. I am your eldest sister. I can't just stand by and watch something happen to you. Yes, Chi-shur, come to my hospital. I will use the best equipment to treat you. Kishir is also anxious, his eyes reddened. They need to truly care about themselves. Why wait until now? Chi-shur, please don't be like this. July's attitude softened unprecedentedly. The ice mountain of the past. The indifferent CEO of the Chi family. At this moment, he actually bowed his head to me. I feel a bit nauseous. I shook my dizzy head, feeling weak in the head. It must be complications caused by excessive blood loss. Eldest sister, quickly take Chi-shur to the hospital. Chi-shur didn't even bother to take the bag. He lifted my arm and was about to rush out. I didn't push them away. I feel disgusted because of all of you. I kindly ask you all to stay away from me. My words were like a bolt from the blue, exploded completely. They were disgusted in their minds, and Chi-chin even said they were disgusted. The old me wouldn't have been like this, always following my older sisters. Even if the eldest sister felt unwell in the middle of the night, I would always get up to brew ginger tea. Chi-chen, shut up. I beg you to spare me. I no longer have any value. I shouted with all my might, interrupting them. I really have no strength left. I have no mood to waste words with them anymore. No one stopped me from leaving. The steps forward were marked with a trail of blood, a shocking sight. Chi Duanshan wanted to stop me, but his status left him no room for maneuver. At this moment, a blindfolded girl standing up with a cane. She wore a snow-white silk gown, although she is 18 years old. But her figure couldn't be hidden anymore, even though she was clearly blindfolded. Yet she could accurately look towards Chi Duanshan. Chi family head, decades ago, the Chi family owed me a marriage contract. Does it still count? Chi Duanshan's mouth twitched slightly. It's not good to be bold. This girl comes from the Bai family 300 years ago, part of the Chi family's bloodline, but in the past 300 years, the Bai family has fallen. For the sake of the Sanxian family, I left the Chi family and drew a clear line. The enchanting girl mentioned the engagement at this moment. It can only be Qi Shengtian. However, Qi Shengtian not only possesses the innate 9 dragon body, but also the supreme bone and the 8 major lifetimes. He is simply not suitable for the White family's eldest daughter. Even if Bai Wan is very beautiful, if the engagement is announced, it would be enough to attract numerous noble sons to break through the threshold of his family. But so what? Whether it's dragon bones or the entire world, martial arts reign supreme. Bai Wan is just a blue sacrifice Tianfu. Simply cannot catch the Qi family's eye. Shi Jiazhu, I want to fulfill the engagement. Should you or should you not? Bai Wan asked lightly. This matter is not a joke. Can you allow me to go back and consider for a few days? Shi Duanshan said with a headache. Setting aside the bloodshed from 300 years ago, the Qi family owes the White family a huge favor, that's why. Which is why there is an engagement that has not been fulfilled for decades. Shi Duanshan originally intended to let Yang marry someone in the past, but this matter was brought up by Bai Wan, causing trouble. For a moment, Qi Shengtian was also flustered. If he were to just fool around with Bai Wan, it would be fine, but to say he wants to marry Bai Wan, forcing marriage, that's just absurd. It's impossible to marry Bai Wan, especially since she's blind. Shi Jiazhu, I won't make it difficult for you. I don't fancy Qi Shengtian. I want Qi Qin. When Bai Wan speaks, everyone looks as if they've seen a ghost, even if Bai Wan is mediocre. But he is also from the younger generation of the White family. Although he is not the oldest, he holds the highest status. He wants to get married. Descendants of third-tier families in the capital, even second-tier families. Let him choose. Although the Bai family is average, no one dares to underestimate them. Because of the bloodline from 300 years ago, allows the Bai family to hold the greatest secret of the Qi family. My steps involuntarily paused, a flame rising in my heart. Choosing him for marriage, even after what he has done. Why does the Bai family still want to rub salt in his wounds? Qi family head, keep your prideful Qi Shengtian to yourself. Just nod your head. Even if our engagement is fulfilled, after this incident, the bond between your family and ours will end after 300 years. The Bai family will no longer owe you anything. Is it possible? Baiwan calmly spoke, shocking everyone with his words. The bond between the Bai family and the Qi family, even top-tier families envy it. As long as the Bai family wishes, the Qi family must support them to the top. Using a huge favor to exchange for Qi-Chen, this is not worth it. I was wrong too. I didn't expect Baiwan to go this far. His words are enough to prove that he is not playing around, but serious. Miss, what are you doing? Exchanging the favor owed to us by the Qi family for Qi-Chen, we are at a loss. Yes, miss, you must stay calm. Don't do something you'll regret. Miss, why not choose Qi Shengtian? His future is doomed. Exile. Anxiously, the Bai family servants urged, be quiet. The decision I made cannot be questioned by you. Baiwan coldly interrupted. The servants still wanted to persuade, but they didn't dare. Qi Duanshan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even if Baiwan is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she still couldn't possibly have this kind of status. Baiwan, go home and discuss with the elders of the family. Originally, I intended for EU to marry into your family. I don't want you to waste this precious opportunity. Qi Duanshan shook his head, feeling somewhat guilty towards me in his heart, but that doesn't mean he approves of me. Compared to Qiyu, I am already vastly different. As the Bai family head, I demand the enforcement of this marriage contract. If you refuse, I will activate the decree left by the Qi family ancestor, stripping you of your position as Qi family head and all your cultivation. Baiwan's calm words were shocking, leaving everyone bewildered. The sisters were all mistaken. No one had expected that the Bai family actually possessed the Qi family ancestor's decree, even the power to depose the Qi family head. Just how favored is the Bai family by the Qi family ancestor? Or perhaps, the Qi family ancestor foresaw the downfall of both families, which is why he prepared such a trump card for the Bai family. Qi Duanshan was stunned. Baiwan is the Bai family head. How is this possible, this marriage? Your Qi family doesn't need to prepare any betrothal gifts. The Bai family will offer 1/3 of our assets as dowry. Whether you agree or not, Baiwan walked out of the main guest area with a cane. The fact that everyone from the Bai family is following behind him is enough to prove his identity. BXJ, you should think about it carefully. As a first-tier family in the capital, the Xia family is willing to form an alliance with you. The Bai family head, Maichen family is also willing to form an alliance. And offering the most outstanding dowry of the family, Bai family head, as long as you nod, my Wu family is willing to offer 10 billion as a betrothal gift. If you need to marry into the family, my Wu family is also willing to do so. The conditions proposed by everyone are more and more outrageous. Setting aside the identity of the Bai family as a third-tier family, just the command of the Qi family ancestor. Worth a city, since you are the Bai family head, Baiwan, let's talk directly. If you want Qi-Chen as the betrothed, I agree, but you must hand over the ancestor's command. Qi Duanshan knows the stakes of his words, but he has no choice. With such a secret order, the position of his family head may be shaken at any time. He knows that the ancestor left a lot of treasures for the Bai family. Among them are many life-saving things, so he would rather bear the enmity of the world. Nor can he betray the Bai family. How did Baiwan become the head of the Bai family? Is it really impossible? Absolutely impossible. I cannot give you the secret order, but I can guarantee that after going back, I will save him. Since the Qi family head has already agreed, then this matter is settled. From now on, your Qi family and my Bai family, let the past be the past, the 300 years of entanglement come to an end. Baiwan raised his hand and threw the crutch directly in front of Qi Duanshan. Because this was a gift from the Qi family to him. Everyone thought he was blind, but his steps were steady and straight. As if seeing through all things in the world, he walked towards me, under the cloudy sky. Baiwan, you are actually the one destined for the valley of dark clouds. Chidan Mountain fell silent, trembling all over. He regretted it. He wanted to take it back. The Valley of Sky Eagles, as the perfect match for the Supreme Bone, can help the Supreme Bone undergo a transformation, reaching the highest realm of the Valley of Holy Spirits. Without the broken match, how could I become the head of the Bai family? Qi family head, you have disappointed me too much. Do you think the Sky Eagle of my Bai family can produce a new generation of geniuses for your Qi family? Even evolving into a Holy Spirit, but that's just superficial. The so-called Supreme Treasure is no different from trash in my eyes. Baiwan lifted my arm, letting his weight press entirely on his shoulder. His slender body completely supported me. Different from the indifference towards Chidan Mountain, he only showed deep care for me. Baiwan, no, Bai family head, can we have a good talk? As long as you agree, I can mobilize all resources to restore the glory of the Bai family from 300 years ago, and return it to the ranks of the national family. Chidan Mountain was so anxious that he even rushed down from the stage. Being part of the national family is the ultimate honor in your eyes. But for me, it's just like that. The ancestral motto of the Chi family must treat the Bai family as the richest for generations. Have you accomplished that? You think the Bai family can't do without you, but in reality, it's the Chi family that can't do without me. Bai Wan turned back to mock his words, which shocked me. I've been in the Chi family for 5 years, and I didn't even know about this ancestral motto, let alone the true abilities of the Chi and Bai families. Our Bai family has yet to produce a fusion of Tianyin and Wuji, while your Chi family can produce one every 100 years, fusing the supreme bone. You are powerful. You all are amazing. Now I have fused with Tianyin. You want to marry into our Bai family. Ask yourself, are you worthy? Bai Wan questioned mercilessly. In the entire capital, the number of people who dare to speak to Qi Duanshan in this way can be counted on one hand. After all, Qi Duanshan is the patriarch of the Zhang family. His status is extremely noble. After Qi Chen, you will be my fiancé, Bai Wan. My Bai family will spare no effort to restore your glory. As long as you choose me, we will marry before we turn 22 and enter the battlefield. If you are unwilling, I will respect your decision. But in this life, Bai Wan's husband will only be you. Bai Wan's words, Bai Wan's actions, if they are the only glimmer of hope shining in despair, and she is so resolute, I naturally cannot let her down. I am willing to nod at him with all my remaining strength. With a resolute voice, let's go home. Bai Wan supports me as we leave. No one else is allowed. Support me all the way, then immediately find the best doctor to treat the injuries of the master. Although the Bai family is puzzled, they can only follow Bai Wan's orders. After they left, the banquet hall remained silent, the guests were silent, and the Bai family members were even more silent. When Zhao Meilan woke up and learned of this, she felt like the sky was falling. The Bai family's Tianyin symbol is only compatible with the Supreme, the former only produced compatible individuals among women, and the latter only among men. The appearance of a compatible individual from the Bai family should have been the best news for the Qi family, but this relationship was broken, and at the same time, Zhao Meilan's own son also left. Wu Zhao Meilan cried inaudibly. In this great day, the Qi family received 2 bad news. What should we do? Dad, what exactly is the matter with Tianying Valley and Holy Spirit Valley? Kishengshan asked anxiously. He felt that something was wrong and felt that Bai Wan's departure was like missing out on billions. The Tianying bone and Supreme bone complement each other. Regardless of the level of talent, they can break through the limit of SSS level. Once the Holy Spirit bone is produced, whether in heaven or on earth, I am the only one. Our Qi family ancestor is the owner of the Holy Spirit bone. Qidian Mountain mourned in despair. Kishengshan's head exploded. This is far more than missing out on billions. This is missing out on the whole world. Dad, don't be too sad. If he wants to leave, let him go. We don't care. Besides, I never saw him as a brother. He is really despicable. Even when Mom was unconscious, he acted like he didn't see it. That's his own mother. Sixth sister Qi Luyao pushed the wheelchair closer. A tragedy decades ago caused young Qi Luyao to lose her legs, which have yet to be healed. Due to her disability, she took up intelligence-gathering work and gradually expanded it nationwide, establishing a highly professional intelligence network. Want to know something? A phone call from her can solve it in minutes. Actually, many of the sisters have personality flaws. The eldest sister is too cold, the second sister too gentle, the third sister too decisive, the fourth sister has a bad temper, the fifth sister nitpicks, the sixth sister is hypocritical, and the seventh sister is silent. Ninth sister is indecisive. And what she's saying now is classic hypocrisy. Mother Zhao Meilan is in a coma, but I dug out my own bone marrow. Why doesn't she say that I'm not bothered by this matter? Severing ties with Qi Chen is actually quite bothersome. Let's not dwell on it. The supreme bone is in Xingtian's possession, and the half-life bone is also in hers. That's enough. Qi Duanshan chuckled bitterly, touched his forehead. No matter what, he is her own son. Naturally, she doesn't want me to live poorly. Go back with Bai Lao. Although it's impossible to return to the past peak, with the Bai family's call, he should be able to live well. Without talent, without half-life, it's actually a good thing. At least he won't have to go to the battlefield. Let everyone go back and apologize on my behalf. Today's matter is the fault of my Qi family. I'm sorry. Let them laugh at us. You guys go handle it. Let's go home together. Qi Duanshan is helpless. The sisters all nodded in agreement, while Qi Shengtian was still immersed in the shock of the Bai family. He was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have agreed. I have already become useless, but I can still take away his most precious thing. It's unforgivable. The Qi family's courtyard is a huge complex covering thousands of acres. Besides being a place for the Qi family to live and rest, there is also an academy to nurture them. the frontline strongmen of the Chi family heading to the external battlefield. The sky was dark, and the streetlights illuminated the corridor ahead. Chi Yu's expression was full of struggle, quite mistaken. "Mom and Dad, I want to go to Chi Cha's room to take a look and tidy up. He's back, at least there's a place to stay." Chi Duanshan hesitated for a moment, but nodded to go. However, he left so decisively that he probably won't be back for a while. "Then I'll go. In July, I have to leave the team. Big sister, I'll go with you." Second sister Chi Shirer said. July nodded, looking at the other sisters and Chi Shengtian. "Are you guys going?" Sixth sister Chi Lu shook her head and said she won't go. "I'm afraid seeing his things will give me a heart attack." Ninth sister Chi Jojo also shook her head. "I still have a strategic paper to work on. In June, I have to take the strategic exam. Next September, I will graduate and enter third sister's team." July sighed. "I'm already gone, but they don't even want to spare a little time. The blood I shed earlier at the hotel, hasn't it reached their nerves yet?" "Big sister, then it's just the two of us." Shi Shire also felt helpless. It's hard to say anything to them, because they always have excuses to avoid. Another question, does anyone know where Chi Xia lives? In July, there was a moment of silence, with around 10 people, not a single one knowing where I live. "Wife, do you know?" Chi Duanshan turned and asked. Zhao Mailan shook her head, indicating she didn't know. At that moment, his heart was in extreme pain. As a mother, not even knowing where her own son lives. Is there a more negligent mother under the heavens? None of you know either. Chi Duanshan couldn't help but frown because he didn't know either. "Little brother, don't you often have contact with Chi Chen? You also don't know where he lives?" In July, turning to look at Chi Shengtian, asked. Chi Shengtian's face suddenly changed, a sense of panic as if a lie had been exposed. "Our relationship isn't great because he has falsely accused me numerous times. If you ask me, he doesn't know either." "Isn't that equivalent to self-destruction?" "Big sister, why ask Shengtian? You don't know. Shengtian has always been bullied by that HD from Chi Chen. Asking him is like poking at his wound." Sixth sister, Chi Luyao, bluntly suggested asking a few servants instead. "There's no need to ask Shengtian." Fourth sister, Chi Siyuan, also stepped forward and said, at which point Chi Shengtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that in this kind of situation, as long as he kept his head down as usual, his sisters would help smooth things over and speak for him. July didn't pay too much attention to it either. Conveniently calling over a maid, he asked, "Do you know where Chi Chen's room is?" The maid, upon hearing this, panicked, shaking her head repeatedly, fearfully saying, "No, I don't know." July was full of doubt. From the maid's obvious reaction, it was clear she knew, but why didn't she say? What secret was she hiding? "I really don't know." When Chi Yu's face turned cold, the older maid who was clearly older than him was almost scared to death. Everyone knows Chi Yu's temper. If the tasks he assigns are not done well, he will either put on a stern face, or remain silent. He may leave with a cold expression. Although he doesn't have the explosive temper of his fourth sister, Chi Siyuan, when he becomes indifferent, he is more terrifying than anyone. Scolding or even physical punishment is not as intimidating as his expression. The most terrifying thing is often emotional abuse. His level of emotional abuse is even more terrifying than what most people understand. With just one look, he can make a servant unable to sleep all night. "Miss, I really don't know." The maid was almost crying, choked up and said, "Sister, let me ask instead." Chi Shire knows what her eldest sister is like. Not to mention the household servants, even their sisters are afraid of his expression. The third sister, Chi Sanying, is very prestigious in the military department and has already reached the level of a war god. But once they returned home, as soon as the eldest sister gave him a look, he had to lower his head. Chi Shire and the maid kindly persuaded for a while, and the maid, trembling with fear, tentatively began, "Miss, second miss, what are you going to do in young Master Chi's room?" July explained, "We want to clean his room." The maid was once again frightened. "I don't know, I really don't know," she said. July became displeased. "What's with that expression? It's as if we're going to kill someone." The maid was so scared that she actually knelt down. Choking and pleading, she said, "Miss, I don't know what young Master Chi sure did wrong, but please don't punish her anymore. She's already very pitiful." July furrowed her brow. "She scolded me for saying I wanted to help her clean the room. How did it turn into punishment?" The maid shook her head frantically. "You cannot go clean his room, absolutely not." July got angry. "I am his older sister, why can't I?" The maid panicked, unable to convince July, and quickly ran away. His extreme reaction left July stunned. It rendered Chishire dumbfounded, and made Zhao Mailan uncomfortable. They were just asking about a room, but the maid worried they would do something to me and ran away. The maid was clearly terrified, yet still ran away. Without saying anything, do you know where Shaw's room is? Zao Mylan's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. She dialed the phone number of the steward of the courtyard. The courtyard was too big, many places they themselves were unsure of, but the steward would definitely know. Suddenly you ask about the young master's room, why? The steward instantly became alert. I want to go see. Zao Mylan's eyes reddened for a moment. The steward's tone, he could tell it was cautious. Do you have something to tell me? The steward had just said, but Zao Mylan's emotions completely unraveled. Holding the phone, she sobbed and said, tell me, this is my fault. Shauna, I must go see. The steward's voice weakened slightly. Xiao Xin asked, can I ask for the reason? Zao Mylan trembled all over, crying, as a mother, I must go see. To go see her own son's room, do you still need a reason? The steward sighed and said, Madam, I'm sorry, I must inquire about the reason. Why did Zao Mylan collapse? Every time you go to see the young master, it never ends well beforehand. The steward hesitated, and then spoke the most heartless words. At this moment, Zhao Mylan's world crumbled. My rise, the steward's accusations, all prove how wrong they have been for these past 5 years. Even things that the steward and servants can see, they remain oblivious. What are they really doing? Madam, I beg of you, the young master is left with only his last half bone, that is his hope and his life. If you take away that half bone, what will become of him? Do you know that every time half of his life is taken away, his health deteriorates? Do you know that 5 years ago, a strong young man, after being deprived of his supreme bone and half bone, suffers every night in pain? Xian the steward unexpectedly began to plead. Zhao Mylan suddenly felt dizzy, with a ringing in her ears. Accompanied by a loud bang, his phone fell heavily to the ground, and at the same time, he fell heavily to the ground. Wife, let me accompany you to see Qi Chen's room. Qi Dianshan tenderly helped his wife up, feeling her body trembling. Bitterly, he said, I just can't understand. If Qi Chen truly suffered, why didn't he speak up before? Kiwuxuan furrowed his brow, puzzled. I can't understand it either. He didn't even dare to say the second word, so why didn't he speak up if he was wronged? Lu Jia and Lu Yao were suspicious. The surroundings were too quiet. The quiet words of the two women entered Xian the steward's ears. Not realizing his phone had fallen to the ground, he hurriedly said, Madam, I have something else to attend to, I can't take you to the young master's room. Seeing Qian's steward about to hang up the phone, Xie Duanshan became anxious. He grabbed the phone and sternly said to Qian's steward, as the head of the Qie family, I order you to immediately take us to Qie Sha's room. Tian's steward's emotions suddenly became agitated, refusing, no, it's not possible, I am the Qi family head. Xie Duanshan chuckled. When did a servant dare to defy him? But because of me, such an absurd thing happened. But young master will die. Qian's steward gritted his teeth. Xie Sha has already gone to the Bai family, under their protection. You have been by my side for so many years. Do you know the status of the Bai family? Qi Duanshan suppressed his anger. Really? Qian's steward was stunned, still unable to believe it. The whole city knows about this. Do I, as the head of the family, still need to prove it to you? Duanshan has run out of patience. Angry, Qian's steward finally felt relieved. After all, as Qi Duanshan, there was no need to deceive a servant. Not long after, the over 70-year-old Qian steward appeared in a hurry. Take everyone to my room. Qi Shengtian didn't want him, nor did he care about him. He said he wasn't feeling well, so apart from the eldest sister and second sister, everyone else was sent back to their rooms. Qi Duanshan supported his wife, leading Qi Yu and Qi Shang, following behind Qian's steward. As they walked, they felt that something was amiss. Qian's steward, are you sure this is the way to Qie Sha's room? I don't remember the Qi family having such a dilapidated place. Qi Duanshan frowned. Heh, we're almost there, Qian's steward chuckled, shaking his head. What do you mean? The place where Qi Chencha stopped is even more rundown than here. And the voice of Qi Duanshan suddenly raised several degrees. You will understand when you see it. Qian, the steward, sighed and led them to continue detouring. In the dilapidated corridor, they detoured for more than 10 minutes before finally reaching the destination. Qi Duanshan knew that the Qi family was large, but he had never realized it was this big. In his eyes, the Qi family was luxurious and antique. Whether it was the residence or the academy, all were top-notch decorations. But here, not only was there moss growing, the air was filled with musty odor, and even the beams were about to collapse. This is the Qi family. Qi Yu couldn't believe it, staring with wide eyes and questioning. Strictly speaking, this is the Qi family, the true core, the old mansion of the Qi family 300 years ago. Qian, the steward, really had a feeling of not knowing what to say. They had even forgotten the roots of the Qi family. What are they really doing? The ancestor of the Qi family grew up in such an environment. At that time, the courtyard houses were mostly old and cramped due to historical reasons. In a 300 square meter courtyard, there were more than 10 households living. Xian, the steward, continued to explain, these people are the masters, living in a 300 square meter space with more than 10 households. Even a pigsty wouldn't be like this. Qiyu was shocked. There are 300 square meters just for the dressing room. Sister, nowadays there are still many people who can't eat enough and keep warm. We are only enjoying the benefits of the family, that's why we have this kind of life. In fact, interrupted, yes, the young master is the kind of person you mentioned, Xian, the steward, interjected. What? All four of them were scared. How is this possible? This is the Qi family after all. Even one person couldn't scare them. I know you don't believe it, so please follow me. Steward Xian pushed open an old door, leading them into the room. The delicious smell wafted over, almost making Qiyu unable to breathe. He is a person with cleanliness obsession, he can't stand it, nor does he allow himself to live in such an environment, although the room is old. But it is very clean, with the mottled moss blending with the soil, footprints showing traces of human life. People who have lived in old houses know that this kind of moss cannot be washed away unless all the soil is removed. And this soil is compacted with glutinous rice slurry. If the soil is removed, the ground will only become more unbearable. This is where the young master sleeps, made of wooden planks. The next room is the young master's kitchen. When he eats with you, out of 10 meals, he can't eat 9. So he has to cook for himself. He refused our help, doesn't want our money. In order not to starve, he works for us. His salary cannot be taken, the husband of the Qi family, because he doesn't want to embarrass the Qi family, so we had to take cash and give it to him. Steward Qian originally didn't want to say these things, but he couldn't help it. Don't say I'm a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Even if I'm just an ordinary person, I shouldn't be treated like this. He can't eat enough or dress warmly. No money to spend and still living in a place like this. Why didn't anyone tell me? And who allowed you to let him stay here? Qi Duanshan got angry, scolded the housekeeper, Qian, who didn't care. Instead, he said, Master, have you forgotten? Qi Duanshan questioned, forgotten what? Qian pointed at the ground and said, it's because you asked me to keep the young master here. Last year, the young master got into a fight at school. In a fit of anger, you asked me to keep him in a place where you couldn't see him, out of sight, out of mind. After that, I've asked you several times to let him out, but each time you impatiently said he was already out. Then why is he still living in such a rundown place? Moreover, he escaped during his confinement because of your illness, master. He rushed out like crazy to drive, knelt for 3 days and nights. Xian was so angry that he criticized Qi Duanshan and Qi Yu together. Even if the Qi family wants to expel him, he doesn't care. He's over 70, at retirement age. In July, he felt dizzy and almost suffocated. He remembered last year when he had unbearable menstrual pain. His wife couldn't help, only the ginger tea I made could relieve it. He called me at 3 a.m., and I came shortly after. I didn't bring the ginger tea at that time and got scolded by him. Because he was in so much pain, he was almost dying. Duanshan, I beg you to resolve this matter. I beg of you, this is all my fault as a mother. I didn't care enough for him, didn't ask enough. I was wrong. Zhao Mailan relies on Kaduanshan. She's cried until she's exhausted. Xianguanjia, go to Baixia, bring Qi Chen back. From today, Qi Chen will have the treatment of a young master. Arrange a large room for him, increase the expenses to 30 million. Provide him with the cultivation materials he needs at the hospital. If it exceeds the expense limit, get approval from the boss. The boss manages the family's medicinal herb company. Within his authority, even if it's $1 billion, it's fine. Kaduanshan ordered. He remembers he broke with me before, but for what reason, and when was it? Why can't he remember? Dad, I'll go personally. I'm also sorry to Qi Chen. I'm such a failure as an older sister. He must hate me. Qi Yue said painfully, Big sister, I'll go with you. Qi Shi earnestly said, then the two of you go together. Your mom's condition isn't good. I'm afraid she'll be hurt by CG again. Duanshan sighed. For the first time, I felt powerless. Dad, you take mom back to rest first. Me and second sister will tidy up the room, we'll go later. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely bring Qi Chen back. Qi Yu vowed. Clearly, I've been suffering all this time, but he doesn't understand at all. He even stood at the hotel entrance blaming me for not having a proxy. I have to work as a maid, how can I give gifts? It's all his fault. If he had realized earlier, but I am also at fault. Why didn't I tell him? The two girls stayed to clean the room. When they actually started, they found there was nowhere to intervene. Apart from dismantling the room, they could only pack up and take away my belongings. But I didn't have many things in total. He received a call about an urgent surgery. A member of the Jin family had an accident. He had to rush over. July stood alone in the room, staring blankly at the dilapidated bed, the crumbling beams, lost in deep thought. Chien Butler stood at the door, hesitated before speaking. Miss, do you know why I am lazy? Are you going to Master Dai's room? July looked back blankly, eyes somewhat vacant. Because it's too rundown here. Chien Butler shook his head. No, that's not the real reason. Then what is it? July didn't understand. It's because every time you make a big fuss to find him, he loses a piece of his life. And it's always because of Air Shao, Chien Butler said coldly, leaving July stunned. July asked, Butler Chien, what do you mean by this? Butler Chien walked away with arms crossed, leaving with think about it yourself. Many things are just too coincidental. July's body suddenly stiffened. He had realized something. From an outsider's perspective, many things have too many loopholes. They just refuse to accept the truth behind the flaws. Every major incident under their command comes with severe punishment. Why strip away half a life? What's the benefit of having all of the half-lives? July didn't dare to think further. The seed of doubt took root in his heart for the first time. He often went to the hospital first thing in the morning. The doctor stitched up Chi Chenny's wound and transfused 700 cc of fresh blood, which slightly improved Chi Chenny's condition. His complexion finally had color. Miss Bai, can you come over? The doctor walked out of the office. The crowd nodded, and Bai nodded in agreement. Following the doctor to a corner, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Suddenly realizing Bai Wan was nearby, he put the cigarettes back. Bai Wan shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. He then lit the cigarette. Miss Bai, Chi Chenny's condition is very bad. At the age of 7, his talent level was S-class. By the age of 13, he had risen to SS class. Now, the supreme bone and half bone in his body are all gone, naturally reducing his talent to F-class. But that's not the point. The point is he won't live much longer. The doctor sighed, saying it was quite a coincidence that he had been Chi Chenny's attending physician before he turned 13. It's not that Chi Chenny has any illness, but Chi Chen's talent is too outstanding. So it must be taken seriously, nipping all problems in the bud. I know, Bai Wan, you mentioned choosing him as your fiancé and getting married before he goes to battle at 22. For him, this is an impossible promise. Either give up on him or marry him during university. Otherwise, it's cruel to him. The doctor advised. How do you know about me marrying him at 22? In theory, I suppressed all the news. The media cannot report it. Bai Wan looked puzzled. Because I was on the scene, the doctor explained that Bai Wan suddenly felt a bit awkward. If he had known earlier, he would have had the doctor treat his subordinates in the banquet hall. Miss Bai, as I have told you, how do you feel it's your business? The doctor took a deep breath heavily, feeling frustrated in his heart. To be honest, he hoped that Bai Wan could give enough tenderness and care to Chi Chun in the end of his life. But this should be impossible. Why should Bai Wan guard Chi Chun? After all, Bai Wan is the head of the Bai family, and the decision I make will not be easily changed. She has been deprived of her talent, and her life is not long, but if I can help her continue, Bai Wan smiled lightly, like an angel falling to earth, even stunning the doctor. How to continue? The doctor couldn't help but get excited, urgently asking. After interacting intermittently for more than 10 years, even strangers develop feelings. Moreover, Chi Chen is a very sensible and good child. This is my way. I can't say, nor will I say. I will take her to participate in the college entrance examination in 3 months, but not until she truly grows up. All of her is a secret that cannot be spoken of. Bai Wan smiled and said, I know the words tonight, I will pretend it never happened. The doctor nodded and said, as long as Bai Wan has a way, it's possible. As for how to achieve it, asking is useless. Moreover, if it goes against the natural order too much, it will only expose Chi Chun prematurely, which would harm Chi Chun herself. After all, how many geniuses in the world have been suppressed? Bai Wan bid farewell to the doctor and returned to the office. In the corridor, the elders of the Bai family stopped him. Ah Wan, as the head of the Bai family, we don't care who you choose as the future husband. But why must it be Chi Chen? He is already disabled. He not only cannot help our Bai family, but is also a burden. Bai Wan smiled and shook her head, glanced at the office, and said, that's just what you think. In reality, it's not like that. Uncle cursed. How do you explain your words? Bai Wan smiled and said, just believe in my judgment. There are many secrets in the Bai family that only the head of the family can know. So I won't harm you. I can catch Chi Chen now, it's my blessing. Chi Chen won't die. He won't die either. The help I provide to Chi Chen next is at most just giving him a start. Even without me, he can still achieve it. But if I miss this opportunity now, when he grows up, I will definitely be left behind. And the person who will accompany him in the future won't be me. Bai Wan said this, but still couldn't dispel their doubts. The main reason is that Baiwan is too young, only 18 years old. How could she understand the complexities of human emotions? Uncles and elders. Everything related to Chi Chen next is crucial. I don't want it to spread outside the family, and it must not be known by the Chi family. As long as you can keep it sealed for at least 20 days. After more than 20 days, the mock exam will come to an end. If you really can't let go, I'll give you a hint with 4 words: no destruction, no establishment. Baiwan turned and walked into the office, leaving behind a group of bewildered people. What does this mean? Uncle furrowed his brow. Break it down word by word. Firstly, Chi Chen will die because his talent has been deprived, but as long as the talent can continue, he won't die, and Baiwan is the family patriarch. He won't betray the Bai family, and he has tied the interests of the Bai family to Chi Chen. It is evident how much he values Chi Chen. The greatest value of Chi Chen lies in his supreme status, and the incident of nurturing 8.5 broken bones over 13 years is enough to illustrate his extraordinary and unfathomable power. It seems he understands that perhaps the greatest opportunity of the supreme bone does not lie in the bone itself, but in the environment after being deprived of the supreme bone. If that's the case, it would be terrifying. The supreme bone itself is already formidable. If there is an opportunity even more formidable than the supreme bone, it's simply unimaginable. In the department, Chi Chen watched Baiwan close the door, knowing she wanted to talk to him. Perfect timing. He had things to discuss with her too. Chi Chen, are you feeling better? Baiwan walked over, sat beside him, and gently smiled at him. Much better, thank you for bringing me to the hospital, and even more for standing up for me tonight, Chi Chen expressed gratefully. His talent had been downgraded to F level, and he was riddled with injuries, just an ordinary person. How could he deserve someone as angelic as Baiwan? Don't you want me anymore? Baiwan suddenly said, her eyes quickly turning melancholic, almost on the verge of tears. Ha! Chi Chen was taken aback, not expecting her to change the subject so quickly. Didn't you promise to marry me in front of countless socialites in the capital tonight? Why are you backing out so soon? Baiwan's eyes glistened with tears. No, please don't cry. Chi Chen panicked, hurriedly grabbing a tissue from the table. You don't want to marry me. Baiwan turned away, sounding aggrieved. I do. Chi Chen's head was spinning, blurting out unconsciously. For some reason, he couldn't bear to see Baiwan cry, not even a bit. It was as if they had known each other for years. I recorded it. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll send it to the media and make you headline news. Baiwan proudly displayed her phone. At that moment, Chi Chen felt like he was falling apart. Chi Chen was at a loss. He couldn't understand why Baiwan was interested in him, why she insisted on marrying him. Wasn't the Chi family good enough? Wasn't Chi Shengtian, who had grown up because of him, suitable? Although Chi Chen detested Chi Shengtian, he had to admit that, in this matter, Chi Shengtian was more suitable. Chi Chen, your 18 years of life have been both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate because before you turned 13, you had friends at the orphanage who loved you, and a caring director. Unfortunate because you encountered the people of the Chi family. However, nothing in this world is absolute. The Chi family is your misfortune, but also the greatest fortune of your life. Baiwan chuckled lightly. They made me like this and it's considered fortunate? Chi Chen chuckled bitterly. Yes. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't have met me. Baiwan grinned mischievously, looking adorable. Can I say you're overselling yourself? Chi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Am I not pretty enough? Baiwan glared at him teasingly. You're very beautiful. Chi Chen nodded. So, it's settled then? As a beautiful lady from the Bai family, the head of the family, easily outshining many peers of the same age, don't I have the right to boast? Baiwan giggled, swinging her small feet playfully. Yes, indeed. Chi Chen agreed. However, precisely because of this, Chi Chen dared not agree to this marriage. Although we are both adults, we are still too young. That's why I plan to marry at 22, and I understand your thoughts. You feel there's a gap between us, so I want to give you 4 years to surpass me, to become my rightful man, Baiwan. Baiwan said triumphantly, speaking with a grand fighting spirit, as if this matter could be accomplished. But Chi Chen shook his head, not even in 40 years, let alone 4. Baiwan frowned, why give up before even trying? Chi Chen sighed, it's not giving up, it's just that reality doesn't allow it. I might not even live for 4 years. In the previous life, Chi Chen died on the day of the college entrance examination. Chi Chen was provoked by Chi Shengtian at the banquet, interrogated by the host he brought, and finally had salt sprinkled on his wound regarding the matter of the supreme bone. Chi Chen's emotions erupted at that moment. He was driven out of the hotel by his father and even punished to kneel for 2 days and 2 nights. After that, Qi Shengtian took away Qi Chen's last piece of supreme bone, leaving Qi Chen's body completely ruined. 3 months later, on the day of the college entrance examination, as a descendant of the Qi family, Qi Chen had to show his attitude and demonstrate the bravery of the Qi family as a prominent clan. Therefore, Qi Chen was required to go to the advanced assessment area, where his physical condition did not match the dangers present, and he was ultimately killed by a strange beast. After his death, Qi Chen's soul floated for a while. Ironically, after his death, the Qi family only hastily arranged a funeral for him, not shedding a single tear, not even his sisters, let alone his parents. In this life, even though he had left the Qi family, his death was only a matter of time. Qi Chen, do you know why I fell for you? Why I am willing to reject the top-tier arranged marriages in the capital for you? Bai Wan's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Why? Qi Chen was actually quite curious because Bai Wan had paid a huge price for him. Because you showed me your strength and reliability, as well as loyalty, Bai Wan continued. Even when the Qi family pushed you to the edge, you were willing to give up the last piece of companion bone instead of dragging the Qi family down completely. For the sake of your goal, you were willing to cut open your own flesh and extract the companion bone, she added, with such determination. Given the opportunity, you will become incredibly powerful. And as your wife, I can trust you enough to entrust my life to you, Bai Wan said earnestly. But I am only a third-grade martial general. Qi Chen lamented, and I can never advance further. Kiss me, and I can elevate you to the Dragon Kingdom altar, even becoming a hero worldwide. Bai Wan's ambition was evident. Although my Bai family's status may not be as high as the Qi family's, in my eyes, the Qi family is just mediocre, she declared. If I wish, I can also make the Bai family a prominent clan. What did you say? Qi Chen was completely stunned. Kiss her? Was she not joking? I said the Qi family is mediocre. Bai Wan blushed. No, the previous sentence. Oh, you asked me to kiss you, Bai Wan blushed and said. Qi Chen was speechless and found it amusing. Is this how you talk to everyone? Bai Wan got angry, glared at him, and said sternly, I only talk like this to you. I secluded myself for 14 years, and today is the first time I've come out. Her seclusion was intermittent, sometimes for a year, sometimes for weeks. She only showed up for family events or when invited by the Qi family to avoid being noticed by outsiders. However, her words puzzled Qi Chen. Secluded for 14 years? How did she manage that? And what situation required her to seclude herself for so long? Qi Chen, just say if you will kiss me or not. If you don't, I won't tell you how to restore your supreme bone. Bai Wan crossed her arms and pouted. Don't joke. The supreme bone is with Qi Shengtian. How can it be restored? Qi Chen shook his head and chuckled. What's the big deal about the supreme bone? During the era of the Qi family's ancestors, there were plenty. Bai Wan dismissed, but isn't it located near the heart? Yes, and no. At the level of the Qi family's ancestors, they could mold it from dirt, she explained. How do you know? Qi Chen asked. Because my Bai family ancestor was the wife of the Qi family ancestor. If I get angry, I can use the ancestor's decree to destroy the Qi family, Bai Wan asserted. The Qi family ancestor was a henpecked husband? Qi Chen was astonished. Don't twist my words. Anyway, I have a way to restore your supreme bone. Will you kiss me? Bai Wan interrupted. The first step to make Qi Chen stronger is to be reborn with the supreme bone. Once the supreme bone grows, all bones in the body can be tempered into the supreme bone, which is different from the accompanying bone. Accompanying bone is accompanying bone, sacred bone is sacred bone. When reaching the level of having sacred bones throughout the body, one can despise all the strong in the world. After reaching this step, the next is to return to the basics and refine the sacred spirit bone. By then, wiping out a country like the Sakura Kingdom would be like child's play. To reach this realm, one must dig out the supreme bone and all accompanying bones on the body. This is the principle of breaking to rebuild. How do I know you're not deceiving me? Qi Chen asked seriously. Why would I deceive you? Bai Wan exclaimed. I don't know, Qi Chen replied earnestly. You don't know? Fine. Now come home with me and let's roll in the sheets. Bai Wan gritted her teeth. Roll in the sheets? How do we do that? Qi Chen asked curiously. You. Bai Wan felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She wanted to tease Qi Chen, but his words extinguished her fire in an instant. It was at that moment when Qi Chen lifted her exquisite and flawless face, causing her heart to race, her face to blush, and her heart to almost leap out of her chest. Hold on, I'm not ready yet. Bai Wan panicked, quickly pushing him away, her pretty face turning red as if blood would drip out. You said you wanted me to kiss you, why are you refusing now? Qi Chen chuckled, trying to tease her. Oh, I was just joking. Bai Wan blushed with embarrassment, stomping her foot in frustration. She had secluded herself at the age of 4, and today, when she emerged from seclusion, she had only completed the first stage of merging the yin bone. Her progress was actually quite fast because the yin bone of the Bai family was not as good as the supreme bone of the Qi family. The former was the entire legacy of the Bai family's ancestor, while the latter was casually created by the Qi family's ancestor. As long as she could complete the entire fusion, her starting point would be the peak of the Bai family's ancestor. Because she had secluded herself for too long, she had been bored all along. As the head of the family, she couldn't joke around with others, so Qi Chen became the target of her boredom. "I won, but I really want to kiss you, what should I do?" Qi Chen asked seriously. "Well, at worst, I'll let you kiss my hand," Bai Wan said shyly. "Then I want to roll in the sheets with you, what should I do?" For the first time, Qi Chen could joke around carefreely with someone, and it felt really fun. We're only 18. Isn't it too early to roll in the sheets?" Bai Wan pouted. She thought Qi Chen really didn't know anything, but it turned out he was the hunter. Ha ha! Qi Chen laughed heartily, feeling so carefree for the first time in a long while. "I'm ignoring you." Bai Wan crossed her arms, turned her head away, acting very proud. Qi Chen was curious how Bai Wan could see even with a blindfold on. Bai Wan, without any hesitation, took off the blindfold. When she opened her eyes, Qi Chen felt like the whole world had brightened up. Bai Wan was already beautiful with the blindfold on, but after taking it off, she was 10 times more stunning. The most gorgeous words in the world were not enough to describe her beauty. In fact, Bai Wan was not blind, it was a necessary stage of merging the yin bone. The yin bone, due to inheriting the Bai family ancestors' legacy, was too overbearing to be accepted by her 9th-rank martial artist's strength. Therefore, the first step was to accept the spiritual power of the Bai family ancestor. Only by controlling the spiritual power could she control the inheritance. Through spiritual power, she could achieve a level of not needing to rely on her eyes to see everything, but this was only her limit, not the limit of the inheritance. After listening, Qi Chen was astonished. He had not expected the Bai family's yin bone to be so terrifying. Moreover, Bai Wan had only known him for a few hours, yet she was willing to share this secret with him. "Kitchen, now that you know the biggest secret of my Bai family, do you really want to marry me? Shouldn't you give me a promise? As long as you agree, from now on, these eyes of mine will only look at you." Bai Wan asked seriously, her pretty face slightly flushed. Her previous words were actually just jokes, she needed a clear answer. "If you don't despise me, I will never leave your side." Kitchen nodded solemnly, giving the heaviest promise of his life. "Good. I will help you cultivate the supreme bone, and 4 years later, you will marry me." "That's settled then. By the way, I won't allow you to have other women. I don't want you to end up like the ancestor of the Qi family with multiple wives and concubines," Bai Wan warned. "Isn't he strict with his wives? Why does he have multiple wives and concubines?" Kitchen chuckled. "He is strict with each of his wives, there's nothing I can do." "Wait, are you already thinking of having a harem before marrying me?" Bai Wan's small hand had unconsciously pinched Kitchen's waist, ready to pinch him if he said the wrong thing. No, I wouldn't dare. I swear, I will only have you in my life. Even if you kick me away, I won't marry another." Kitchen was sweating cold bullets, hastily speaking. That's more like it. Your answer satisfies me." Bai Wan stood up with a smile, blindfolded herself, opened the door, and let the people outside in. "Take the young master home, I will personally temper him." Facing the Bai family members, she put on a different demeanor, becoming decisive and stern, all because she was the head of the Bai family and had to be that way. The Bai family, with the same quadrangle courtyard, although not as exaggerated in size as the Qi family, still covered an area of 30,000 square meters. Family head, everything you requested is ready." The servants respectfully handed over a storage ring containing all the medicinal materials needed for tempering, which Bai Wan required. Just now, they received the news of Bai Wan succeeding as the family head. They were unaware before because the Bai family had kept the information sealed, waiting for the completion of Bai Wan's first phase. Now that the succession was complete, they were no longer afraid. "Uncle, take them down, I will take Kitchen into the family's forbidden area." Bai Wan turned around, speaking seriously. "All right." Uncle nodded, confirming his suspicions with Bai Wan's words. There must be something more terrifying than the supreme bone on Kitchen's body, otherwise, even the head of the Qi family wouldn't be qualified to enter the Bai family's forbidden area. Forbidden area? Kitchen felt both honored and surprised. Even if he was ignorant, he understood that a family's forbidden area was the core of its greatest secret. Yes, the forbidden area. The forbidden area holds the biggest secrets of both the Bai and Qi families, and it's also the secret that Qi Duanshan most wants to know. Bai Wan nodded. The crowd dispersed, and Baiwan led Kitchen through numerous twists and turns, passing through many mechanisms, and entered the underground of the Bai family. In the long and narrow corridor, the red and white lights illuminated Kitchen's vision. Baiwan had spent 14 years in seclusion here, mostly blindfolded and in darkness, as turning the lights on or off made no difference to her. Kitchen, once you enter this door, you will be in the Bai family's forbidden area. Once you enter, there's no turning back. Before that, I need to know why you want to become stronger? Baiwan asked solemnly. I want to make the Qi family regret. Although he had severed ties, the pain of so many years could not be erased. If he couldn't take this step, he would never be able to move on to the next. Good. Remember your goal, remember everything the Qi family has brought you over the years. Baiwan pushed open the heavy black wooden door in front of her and led Chi-chun into the forbidden area of the Bai family. It was an underground room of over 1,000 square meters, illuminated by tens of thousands of night pearls. The Bai family was not short of money. If they were to sell these night pearls, it would more than double their assets. Chi-chen, look at these murals, Baiwan said. These are all about the greatest secret of the Supreme Bone. It can help you reshape the Supreme Bone. Also, I want you to remember all the murals before the university starts in September because I plan to demolish the forbidden area when we enroll. If it weren't for Chi-chen disabling all the associated bones, Baiwan wouldn't have dismantled the forbidden area. Instead, she would have kept it as a secret of the family head to be passed down through generations. But now that Chi-chen was here, the forbidden area was useless. Chi-chen needed the secrets of the forbidden area as a starting point, but he would embark on a different path. What secrets they would leave for future generations would be up to them. So, we have 6 months left. There should be over 1,000 murals here, right? Chi-chan asked seriously. More precisely, there are 1797 murals, Baiwan explained. Among them, 660 are related to the Supreme Bone, while the remaining 1137 murals are either techniques I used or techniques you used. Why do I have to remember the ones you used? Chi-chen asked, puzzled. Because I'm not very smart and have a bad memory. If you remember them, I won't have to take pictures. What's remembered in the mind can be a forever secret, while things photographed can be leaked at any time, Baiwan explained with a playful tone. Alright, I'll remember everything in 6 months. Chi-chan promised. As long as it was something he committed to, he would do his best. Also, you need to complete the rebirth of the Supreme Bone within 6 months. The murals here possess the abilities left by the Qi family ancestors, enough to help you complete the first stage of reshaping. The second stage will depend on you, Baiwan said. She then fully explained the stages of the Supreme Bone to Chi-chen, including the Sacred Spirit Bone that Chi Danshan was eager to know about. The Sacred Spirit Bone was powerful, but Chi-chen wouldn't look that far ahead. One must take things step by step. First, he needed to bring the Supreme Bone back to life before moving on to the next step. Chi-chen, the reason why the Qi family ancestor knew the secret of the Supreme Bone was because he had an experience similar to yours back then, Baiwan lectured. He had all his bones removed by human traders to save one of his wives. He thought he was going to die, but he knew he couldn't die. So, in the extraterritorial battlefield, he persisted with his will and spent 10 years creating a miracle, reshaping the Supreme Bone. He spent 10 years, and I'll spend half a year. Isn't that a bit too much? Chi-chen was taken aback. He relied on himself back then, but you not only have his experience but also the help hidden in the murals. Speaking of which, I have to remind you, Baiwan warned, no harem allowed. If you die trying to save another woman, I'll break your son's legs. Got it, got it. Chi-chen shrugged with a smile. Her stern and fierce appearance was really cute. Take off your clothes, I'll continue telling you about the ancient battlefield, Baiwan blushed and said shyly. Why do I need to undress? Chi-chen was a bit slow to react. For body tempering. How can you reshape the Supreme Bone without body tempering? Baiwan pouted. Can you see it? Chi-chen exploded. You're already my fiancé, what are you afraid of? Baiwan urged impatiently, hurry up and undress, unless you're too small and afraid to show yourself. But as she spoke, Baiwan's pretty face had turned into a fiery red cloud. Goodness, was she really going to see a boy's body for the first time today? What if she got so nervous that she couldn't even speak properly? What would she do then? What if Chi-chen did something inappropriate and tried to take advantage of her? Should she resist? Chi-chen made up his mind, took off his shirt, revealing his lean body and the terrifying scar on his chest, caused by digging out the Supreme Bone. Looking at Chi-chen, all of Baiwan's uneasiness and nervousness disappeared in that moment. Her attention was solely focused on the terrifying scar on Chi-chen's chest. Just looking at it was painful. And to think this was going to be done while he was conscious. She really couldn't fathom how Chi-chun, who was just a 13-year-old boy back then, managed to endure it all. The Qi family was truly despicable, to push their own son to such extremes for the sake of an adopted son. Half an hour later, Baiwan overcame Chi-Chen's initial shyness, prepared the body tempering potion, and had Chi-Chen soak in a wooden tub. The materials used for body tempering were either from parts of exotic beasts, their essence, or treasures born from the revival of spiritual energy. The materials consumed in this tub alone were worth 15 million, and terrifyingly enough, they would only last for half a day. Baiwan had Chi-Chen hold her hand and follow a set of murals while practicing a certain technique. Baiwan, on the other hand, activated her heavenly yin bone, trying to awaken the presence left by the Chi family ancestors in the murals. The heavenly yin bone was the only key. When the heavenly yin bone was activated, it meant that the descendants of the Bai family had acknowledged the descendants of the Chi family. With their joint efforts, the surrounding murals unexpectedly began to shimmer with golden light, like fireflies floating in the air, enchanting anyone who laid eyes on them. At this moment, both Chi-Chen and Baiwan had closed their eyes, fully immersed in their cultivation, paying no attention to this spectacle. The golden light continuously converged towards Chi-Chen and gradually formed a vortex around his body, spinning slowly but visibly. Meanwhile, at the Holy Martial Orphanage, the most prestigious orphanage in the capital city, orphans with martial talent were sent there and funded by the state for training. They might become the pillars of the nation in the future, the top warriors on the battlefield against exotic beasts, hence their treatment was guaranteed. After leaving the Chi family, Chi-Yua rushed here immediately. Although Chi-Chen had followed Baiwan, she didn't think Baiwan would keep Chi-Chen. It wasn't that she looked down on Chi-Chen now, but this was the reality. Baiwan, as the head of the Bai family, even if she agreed to this marriage, the rest of the Bai family wouldn't approve, because Chi-Chen had lost his former talent. Boom, Chi-Yua's sports car came to a stop. What's your business here? The old man in the security room glanced sideways, clearly unimpressed by these rich kids. Hello, I'm Chi-Yua from the Chi family, Chi-Chen's elder sister, here to take him home. If he's in the garden, could you please inform him? Chi-Yua said humbly. She rarely lowered her posture to outsiders, not because she was arrogant, but because she represented the Chi family's stance and had to show the appropriate attitude, otherwise, no one would take her seriously. Chi-Yua, I remember you. You're the one who dug out Chi-Chen's supreme bone, right? The old man erupted in anger, grabbing the stick in the security booth, ready to come out and strike. No, I didn't. Chi-Yua hurriedly denied. What do you mean you didn't? I remember back then, the old man trusted you with Chi-Chen, and you turned around and dug out his supreme bone. Get out! Get out now, or I'll beat you to death right here. The old man roared. Chi-Yua is a master of the 4th rank, while the old man is only at the level of a martial general, still lacking a huge emerald realm in between. Naturally, the old man couldn't be Chi-Yua's match, but his overreaction once again stung at Chi-Yua's heart. Whether it was the servants of the Chi family or the security guards of the orphanage, they all treated them in the same way, showing just how excessive they had been all these years. Get lost! The old man waved the stick in his hand, as if he was about to strike at Chi-Yua. Hello, I really want to bring Chi-Chen back home. Could you please help me by calling him out? Chi-Yua's tone softened once again. Wait, what trouble has the Chi family stirred up this time? The old man frowned, sensing trouble. Nothing. Chi-Chen just wants to come back for a visit. I think it's about time, so I came to pick him up. Chi-Yua hurriedly explained. If she revealed the truth, she wouldn't be able to see Chi-Chen tonight. With the old man's attitude, he wouldn't let her in, let alone help her call Chi-Chen out. Not yet? If not, how could the dignified Chi family's daughter come to our orphanage? You took Chi-Chen away 5 years ago, except for the day you took him, and today, have you ever visited? If you didn't say you were Chi-Yua, I almost forgot your face. The old man exclaimed in anger. Yes, I'm sorry. Chi-Yua stuttered for the first time in her life. It was her fault. She hadn't cared enough, she hadn't taken it seriously, she hadn't visited the orphanage even once to understand Chi-Chen's situation. Is sorry enough? Can sorry erase the harm you've done to Chi-Chen all these years? Back then, Chi-Chen was a genius in our orphanage, a genius in the capital, and even in the entire Dragon Empire. But after falling into your hands, what did you do? How bright his future was, he was destined to become a strong defender of humanity against the alien beasts, but you ruined it all. The old man roared hoarsely, his hand gripping the stick trembling violently. I'm sorry. Chi-Yua's eyes also reddened. Even if Chi Xingtian's innate 9-dragon body had a problem, it would have been enough to take away the supreme bone. Why take away so many accompanying bones? She should have realized there was a problem long ago. If she had stopped it earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Get lost. What's the point of apologizing now? It's just a cat crying crocodile tears. The old man sneered coldly. Please, let me see Chi-chun for a moment. It's only today that I realize how wrong I was. I want to make amends. I want to fulfill the duties of an elder sister. Chi-Yue said weakly. Her previous deception was to be able to see Chi-chen, and her current sincerity was because she had run out of options. If she wasn't sincere now, she might never see Chi-chen again in her life. See him? Even if I die today, I won't let you through this door, the old man said coldly. Even she didn't know where Chi-chen was, so how could she know after chasing him here? But this also proved the seriousness of the situation. Otherwise, even if Chi-chen had suffered grievances, he wouldn't have run back to the orphanage. Why did he run today? He must have reached his limit, completely desperate with the Chi family, which is why he left. How dare the Chi family still consider themselves a noble family? I see you as a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing. Noble family? You think you're worthy? The old man shouted impatiently. Uncle Lu, what's going on? Chi-Yue, it's you? What are you doing here? A young man's angry shout rang out, followed by a burly young man rushing towards them, his eyes almost spewing out raging flames. This face, even if it turns to ashes, he would still recognize it. When Chi-Yue arrived back then, he thought that this beautiful big sister must be a good person and would treat Chi-chen well. But after bringing Chi-chen back, what did Chi-Yue do? The first year, she deprived Chi-chen of his supreme bone. From the second year until now, she has taken away 7 pieces of Chi-chen's accompanying bones. The supreme bone can be forgiven, after all, it is the Chi family's treasured heirloom, they can take it back, even if it is excessive, it is something they can do. But the accompanying bones in Chi-chen's body, those were nurtured by Chi-chen with his blood and sweat for over 10 years. Those are Chi-chen's flesh and blood. For the past 5 years, the young man has been regretting every moment. If he had stopped Chi-chen from leaving back then, this wouldn't have happened. He harmed Chi-chen. He thought that the Chi family, as a prestigious clan, wouldn't do anything despicable. Chi-Yue, I will kill you. The young man's eyes turned bloodshot as he drew a D-grade weapon from his storage ring and charged towards Chi-Yue. Martial strength is divided into warrior, general, jade, grandmaster, war god, peerless, and other realms. Even though he only had the strength of a general when facing Chi-Yue, a grandmaster of the 4th rank, he was not afraid. Even if he had to risk his life, he would seek justice for Chi-chen. Wait. Chi-Yue tried to stop him, but the young man's attack was already approaching. She could see that the young man truly wanted her dead. But she didn't fight back, she couldn't fight back. Stop, please? I am truly here to atone. Chi-Yue suddenly felt a sense of utter despair and powerlessness. You want to atone? Ask if I agree? Ask if everyone in the garden agrees? The young man roared. Zhou Mang, what are you doing? Fighting recklessly at the gate will get you punished by the headmaster. A girl rushed over anxiously from behind. She intended to advise them, but when she saw Chi-Yue's face, she got angry. She drew a C-grade long knife from her storage ring and followed Zhou Mang, charging towards Chi-Yue. Chi-Yue, you, go to hell. No, please don't. Chi-Yue almost dodged and cried. Chi-Yue had never shed tears in front of others before. Tonight at the banquet hall was the first time, and now was the second time. The commotion at the door was too loud. Dozens of young boys and girls rushed down from upstairs. Some were teenagers, some were just children. They came to stop the fight, as the orphanage had its rules, but when they saw Chi-Yue, they couldn't hold back either. What prestigious clan! What grandmaster powerhouse! Get the hell out of the way! This woman must die tonight. Although Chi-Yue could easily knock them away or even take their lives with a wave of her hand, she couldn't bring herself to fight back. In the midst of dodging, the heel of her high heel broke, her neatly arranged hair fell apart. The dignified Miss Chi, for the first time in her life, looked so disheveled. And it was all because of a group of children who were completely inferior to her in strength. Chi-chen used to be the idol of these children, their guiding light, shining like the sun in their eyes. But this genius was slowly destroyed by the Chi family. If the Chi family doesn't perish, it goes against the natural order. Normally, even if it was a security guard, they would not only alert the headmaster but also call the police. But this was Chi-Yue, so he didn't care. It would be best if this woman died. But even if she died, it wouldn't erase the harm the Chi family had caused Chi-chen over the years. Chi-Yue, why did you take Chi-chen's supreme bone? Why? Give me a damn reason. Chi-Yue, you despicable creature, give me back Sha-gu. Give me back Sha-gu in full. In the past, we thought that by taking Shi-ij away, we would give him a better life, and what happened? Ah, damn it! The children all went berserk. Despite their usual minor conflicts and differences, they were surprisingly united at this moment. Even though these parentless children knew the importance of unity and standing together when outsiders bullied them, why didn't the Chiji family understand? For one's own people to drive one another to death, what kind of thing was this? I'm sorry. Besides apologizing, Chiyue had no idea what else to say. At this moment, all she could do was apologize. Die. The children fought more bravely, while Chiyue, a master expert, was being pushed back step by step. What are you all doing? Stop. A stern voice rang out. A 60-year-old woman walked over, her hair half black and half white, her face marked by the passage of time, giving her a stern appearance. Principal. Zhou Mang looked in her direction, feeling resentful. Zhou Mang only regretted not being strong enough, otherwise, Chiyue would already be a corpse. I said stop. Did you all hear me? The principal's voice grew colder and more serious as she reprimanded them. Yes. Even though they were unwilling, the crowd had to stop their attacks and obediently move aside. Miss Chi, we do not welcome you here, please leave. The principal gestured for her to go. Can I see Kitchen? Chiyue pleaded humbly. Kitchen hasn't returned. And Miss Chi, if you can't even find Kitchen, why do you think we can? The principal questioned. I thought he would come back. Chiyue's voice lowered even more. Ha, what a joke. Kitchen hasn't come back in 5 whole years. After he entered your Chiji family, I couldn't even contact him. It's because your Chiji family felt ashamed of his time at the orphanage. The principal mocked. I didn't. Chiyue shook her head weakly. You didn't? But that's what your Chiji family did. If I could contact him, I would have brought him back long ago. Why let him suffer in your Chiji family? Do you think our holy martial orphanage lacks support? Do you think we lack martial resources here? The principal asked sternly. I don't. Chiyue felt even more powerless and sorrowful. Miss Chi, I can see that you actually regret it, but as they say, it's hard to mend a broken mirror. If you truly regret it, I hope you won't go and influence Kitchen anymore. Live with your guilt for the rest of your life. That's the best way for Kitchen. The principal said mercilessly. Is Kitchen really not here? Chiyue asked with her last hope, head bowed. He's not here. Slam. The principal closed the gate, keeping Chiyue out, even miles away. The security guard spat on the ground in front of Chiyue, full of disdain, then returned to his post, while the children's eyes as they left were filled with resentment and hatred. These gazes, this anger, like burning flames, consumed Chiyue, making her feel the cruelest pain of being abandoned by the world. It was a sense of alienation from the world. But she knew that the pain Kitchen had endured in these 5 years would be 1,000 times harsher than what she was feeling now. Being treated with such indifference by family, having everything stripped away by family, this kind of pain was unbearable for anyone, yet Kitchen, with the body of a youth, endured it for a full 5 years. In the capital city, at the Kanda Private Hospital, one of the top private hospitals in the city, owned by the Chi family. Most of the patients here come from wealthy families and choose this place for treatment. Chi Shire, dressed in a tightly wrapped surgical gown, wearing a mask and sterile surgical cap, stood in front of the operating room door. She glanced at her phone, wanting to call her elder sister, but gritted her teeth and entered the operating room. To her surprise, lying on the hospital bed was Qi Shengtian, already under anesthesia. Next to Qi Shengtian, on the surgical instrument table, was a triangular companion bone. When Chiyue left the orphanage, she forgot to drive. Walking through the streets of the city in her broken high heels, she felt like a zombie. Even at 5 in the morning, the streets were bustling with people, sanitation workers cleaning the streets, martial arts students exercising, and lost pedestrians sitting by the roadside. 300 years ago, the city of the capital was 5 times larger than it is now, with districts like Chaoyang, Haidian, and Fengtai, with a population of up to 21 million. Today, although the population is still over 20 million, their living space has been greatly reduced. The city's edges are lined with tall walls, guarded by elevated cannons and soldiers. Out of 791 cities, only 277 remain. Beyond the cities lie areas teeming with mutant beasts, with bridges connecting cities now mostly abandoned. After the disaster, the human currency system collapsed for a while, but with the country's efforts, it was restored, although the value had increased tenfold. Chiyue sat on a stone bench by the river, watching the sunrise, so exhausted she had forgotten to rest all night. Ring, 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 her phone rang urgently. It was a call from her younger sister, Kilayudo. As soon as she answered, a worried voice asked, "Elder sister, have you found Kitchen?" Chiyue was taken aback, thinking her sister was concerned about Kitchen, which warmed her cold heart a bit. But the next words chilled her to the bone. Shengtian is in trouble. He's having a rejection reaction to the companion bone. At that moment, Chiyue felt utter despair. She had spent the night searching for Kitchen, trying to seek forgiveness from those around him, but within a night, the companion bone had been implanted? What were they thinking? Why the rush? Even if she found Kitchen now, what could she do? Without the last piece of the companion bone, how could she face kitchen? Implanting the companion bone? Why? Chi-Yu's voice was icy, her face frosty and chilling. Last night, shortly after you left the family, Xingtian's condition worsened, Chi-Yu explained. We took him to the hospital, only to discover the rejection reaction. He kept it from us, so we had no choice but to try implanting the companion bone to suppress it. But he has the innate nine-dragon physique, the perfect constitution for the supreme bone, Chi-Yu angrily questioned. How could there be so many rejection reactions? These things, once seen from an outsider's perspective, were actually quite easy to understand. I don't know, Chi-Yu replied, at a loss. Even after the last piece of companion bone was transplanted, there was still rejection reaction. What should we do next? Why did you look for Qi Chen? Do you want to dig out all the bones from his body and transplant them to Qi Shengtian? Chi-Yu questioned. Big sister, what's gotten into you? Qi Shengtian? He is your younger brother, how can you call him that? Qi Luyao was also angry. Then why do you call Qi Chen? It's just as natural. He is also your younger brother. Chi-Yu said coldly. I have never treated him as a younger brother. His hands and feet are so unclean, and he bullies female classmates at school, which makes me feel disgusted. Qi Luyao said disdainfully. Do you have any evidence? Chi-Yu asked. No. Qi Luyao dismissed it, still disdainful. As someone who controls the intelligence system of our Qi family, you could easily check on this matter, but why accuse others without evidence? Chi-Yu said coldly. Why should I check? Is he worthy of it? Besides, big sister, don't you also think the same way about him? Qi Luyao said angrily. Chi-Yu's chest heaved in anger, unable to retort. Yes, she had once suspected Qi Chen without evidence. So, what right did she have to accuse Qi Luyao? She was also guilty. Alright, big sister, have you found Qi Chen? Xingtian's situation is urgent. Qi Luyao didn't want to waste time and brought the conversation back. Even if I find him, what's the point? You've transplanted the last piece of companion bone. Chi-Yu shouted. Big sister, why are you so fierce? Do you want us to watch Shengtian die? Qi Luyao laughed in anger. Without the companion bone, Qi Chen will also die. Do you know that? Chi-Yu said in despair. She had never thought her sisters could be so cold-blooded, but this time, she realized it. The companion bone was peeled off by Qi Chen himself. He's not afraid of death, so why are you? Big sister, bring Qi Chen back quickly. He has nurtured the supreme bone for so many years, he must know a lot about it. We need him to figure out the root cause of the rejection reaction. Qi Luyao almost commanded, the first time she had spoken to her big sister in such a tone in many years. It's impossible, unless you dig out the companion bone for me. Chi-Yu said angrily. It was also the first time in many years that she had argued so fiercely with her younger sister. Big sister, are you saying you want Xingtian to die? Alright, Chi-Yu. Did that bastard Qi Chen instill something in you, making you resort to such means? Qi Luyao asked angrily. Is it me who's resorting to means, or is it you? I'm away for just one night, and such a big thing like transplanting the companion bone happens, and none of you inform me? What are you thinking? You say to bring Qi Chen back, but now that the companion bone is gone, you still want him to find a solution? How shameless can you be? Chi-Yu shouted. Her emotions were so intense that passers-by looked at her, some recognizing her identity as the young miss of the Qi family, immediately keeping their distance because this woman was too cold to approach. He is a member of the Qi family. His brother's life is at stake. Shouldn't he come back to find a solution? It's just a piece of companion bone, right? If the rejection reaction continues, Xingtian will die. Qi Luyao said with double standards. You're just water in your brain, no brains. I won't deal with this matter, nor do I want to. Chi-Yu hung up the phone directly, so angry that she had to lean on the roadside railing to steady herself. On the phone, Qi Luyao stared blankly at her mobile phone, never expecting her eldest sister to curse her like that. Water flooding her brain? Who really lost their mind? What did she say wrong? Nothing. Initially, Qi Chen only lost a piece of companion bone, but Shengtian on the operating table was almost gone. Chi-Yu gasped frantically, leaning on the railing for several minutes before easing slightly. However, in a sudden realization, Chi-Yu understood a very serious issue. She had to hurry to the hospital. She had to retrieve Qi Chen's companion bone. Otherwise, things would take an irreversible turn. With that in mind, she immediately ran towards the roadside, kicked off her hindering broken high heels, left them on the road, and dashed barefoot in stockings on the street, flagging down a taxi to head to the hospital. At Kanda Private Hospital, in the operating room corridor, seeing her eldest sister rushing towards her, Chi Lu Yao, despite her dissatisfaction, pushed the wheelchair to meet her. Elder sister, where is Chi Chan? Why did you come alone? Slap. Chi Yue grabbed Chi Liu Yao's collar, her beautiful eyes bloodshot and terrifying. During the mad dash, Chi Yue's stockings were already tattered. In the past, she would never have done this. As the CEO of the Chi family group, she had to maintain her image, but now she didn't care. Stop the surgery immediately and give me the companion bone. Chi Yue roared in anger. Chi Lu Yao slapped her hand away, equally furious. Chi Yue, do you even hear what you're saying? Get out of here. Seeing she couldn't reason with her, Chi Yue charged straight towards the operating room. She had to stop the surgery and retrieve Chi Chen's companion bone. Third sister, stop her. She's gone mad. Chi Lu Yao urgently shouted to Chi Sanin ahead. Elder sister, you're truly out of your mind. With me here, I won't let you in. Chi Sanin blocked the doorway, her gaze cold. But without hesitation, Chi Yue drew a knife from her storage ring and lunged at Chi Sanin. Seeing Chi Yue brandishing the knife, all the sisters in the corridor froze. Even Chi Sanin herself couldn't believe it. The eldest sister was wielding a knife? How far had she gone mad? Elder sister, you're just a mere fourth-rank grandmaster. Do you think you're my match? I am a war god. Chi Sanin rebuked, kicking the knife from Chi Yue's hand and slamming her against the wall, gripping her throat with force, making Chi Yue feel suffocated. Chi Sanin had been battling in the extraterritorial battlefield for years, and when she broke through to the war god realm, she became the new war god of the Dragon Kingdom, War God Sanin. Chi Yue managed the family business, her progress naturally not as rapid as Chi Sanin's, who was the only one among the sisters to break through to the war god realm. Elder sister, I don't want to hurt you, but can you calm down? What did Chi Chen brainwash you with? Chi Sanin questioned. Part of her temperament was like the eldest sister, decisive and resolute, but she was more like a proud queen, absolute and accustomed to commanding others. In her perception, there was only good and evil, right and wrong. If she were in the family, she would be the first to react, not Chi Yue. Brainwash me? Ha ha. Just overnight, you've already had the companion bone implanted. Who is right and who is wrong? Chi Yue's voice was hoarse, her eyes still cold. This is indeed our fault, but isn't there a solution? Chi Sanin said solemnly. She certainly knew that such behavior was equivalent to killing someone and desecrating the body, disgusting just like that, but they really had no choice. On one hand, it was a matter of life and death. On the other hand, the companion bone was right here. They couldn't just not use it, right? Have you ever considered that the so-called rejection reaction doesn't actually exist? Chi Yue hoarsely said. Seeing her struggling to breathe, Chi Sanin had to loosen his grip a bit. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Are you suggesting that Xing Tian has been deceiving us all along? That Xing Tian and the hospital are colluding to deceive us? Then what about Ermiai's test results? Chi Sanin questioned. What if he deliberately caused the companion bone to have a rejection reaction? The primordial nine dragon's physique is exceptional. As long as he merges with the companion bone, he can achieve such a thing. Chi Yue retorted. Does he have a reason to do that? What is he doing this for? Chi Sanin was a bit slow to react. Bang! Chi Yue caught her breath for a moment, then exploded directly at her response. Chi Yue broke free from her and fiercely punched her in the stomach. Big sister, you. Chi Sanin winced in pain, and what made her even angrier was that her big sister had gone too far. Chi Yue approached the operating room door, just 2 steps away, when Chi Sanin quickly caught up and forcefully pushed Chi Yue to the ground, pinning her down. It hurts so much. Big sister, you've really gone mad. Don't push me any further. Don't make me use the power of the war god realm to suppress you. Chi Yue watched as the operating room was within reach, but she couldn't get closer, feeling anxious, and at that moment, Shi Duanshan and Zhao Milan approached from behind. Shi Duanshan, seeing the situation, furrowed his brow and asked, What's going on? Why are you sisters fighting? Chi Sanin, rubbing her temples, said, Dad, big sister has gone crazy. She wants to break into the operating room and dig out Xingtian's companion bone. Shi Duanshan's face went blank and he asked, Eldest, what are you doing? Chi Yue choked up, Dad, please stop this surgery. We need to return the companion bone to Kitchen, maybe then we can get his forgiveness. Shi Duanshan fell silent suddenly, listening to Chi Yue's choked voice. His mood grew heavier. He didn't want this either, but what could he do? Last night, he didn't let his daughters inform Chi Yue because he knew Chi Yue's temper too well. Once Chi Yue found out about this, she would definitely do everything in her power to stop it. He had originally planned to wait until after the surgery to tell Chi Yue, so even if she was angry, she wouldn't be able to change anything. Eldest, this is our fault. When Kitchen comes, we will definitely make it up to him. After a long pause, Shi Duanshan finally said this. Dad, if someone dug out your companion bone and then said they would compensate you, could you accept it? Shi Yue asked in a trembling voice. Shi Duanshan's companion bone was different from Kitchen's. Kitchen's was self-nurtured, while Shi Duanshan's was bought. Originally, Shi Duanshan, who couldn't be implanted with the holy bone, was impossible to reach the position of the family head, but he created a miracle with a weaker companion bone. The relationship between the holy bone and the companion bone was like that of the sea and a lake. The sea could give rise to a lake, but a lake could not give rise to a sea. Beasts did not need to have a holy bone in their bodies, but they still had a chance to grow a companion bone, which was the main source of human companion bone implantation. Unfortunately, Kitchen's body could no longer be implanted with companion bones of other attributes. He could only be implanted with companion bones produced by the supreme bone. Otherwise, the Chi family could easily make up for it. Eldest, calm down. Now that the situation has occurred, we should think about how to resolve it. Shi Duanshan persuaded. If we don't return the companion bone to Kitchen, this matter will never be resolved. Shi Yue shook her head. Shi Chen is still a member of our Chi family. He will understand, Shi Duanshan said. Even if he can understand, I can't. Dad, he is your own son, and you treat him like this? Shi Yue said in despair. Then what do you want me to do? Shi Duanshan got angry for a moment and shouted. If the companion bone is returned to Qi Chen, the situation of Qi Shengtian on the operating table will be precarious, because Qi Shengtian's rejection reaction this time is more severe than any previous ones. Hearing her father's words, Shi Yue knew that there was no turning back on this matter. Her father was determined to give the companion bone to Qi Shengtian. Click, the door of the operating room opened, and the weak Qi Shengtian, devoid of any color, was pushed out, and surprisingly, it was Qi Shire who pushed him out. At that moment, Shi Yue's world collapsed. She stared fiercely at Qi Shire, her eyes filled with immense hatred. Elder sister, don't blame me. Last night, Shengtian's condition was too critical, so I had to. Qi Shire heard the commotion at the door and spoke nervously. Elder sister, third sister, don't argue because of me, it's my fault to you. I don't have much time left, you, go bring back your brother. I'm willing to return both the supreme bone and the companion bone to him. Qi Shengtian's weak voice broke his sister's hearts. In fact, he was filled with immense resentment. Clearly, he had planted the last piece of companion bone, so why was there a rejection reaction? The previous rejection reactions were indeed caused by himself, aiming to obtain more companion bones. But this time, why? Ah, Shi Chun, you bastard, even though you've become a useless person, you still want to harm me? For martial artists, the rejection reaction of martial bones is severe, ranging from a decline in strength to complete destruction of cultivation, even risking their lives. Once a rejection reaction occurs, the companion bone, and even the sacred bone, cannot be removed. It's like an allergy, either endure it or die. To determine if a martial bone can be implanted, just a drop of blood is needed. If the martial bone shows no reaction, it means it can be implanted. Qi Shengtian could have been implanted from the beginning without any issues, so why did problems arise with the last piece? Little brother, I won't let anything happen to you. Hang in there, Lu Jie will mobilize all national resources to find a solution for you. Qi Luyao said anxiously. Shengtian, I'll go ask my mentor right now to see if he has any solutions. Lin Jiujiu also busied herself. Lin Jiujiu was a third-year student, graduating next year. After obtaining the qualifications of a strategist, she would join the army of her third sister, Qi Sanin. Shengtian, don't worry, I'll contact the War Department to see if there's a solution. Qi Sanin also spoke. Father was right, now that the situation had occurred, they should find a solution instead of arguing about meaningless right or wrong. Do you even listen to what you're saying? If the same thing happened to Qi Chen, would you be so nervous? Qi Yue scanned them coldly. If they had even a fraction of care for Qi Chen, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Looking at them, Qi Yue saw her past self. While questioning them, she was also questioning herself. Elder sister, stop talking, Shi Duanshan interrupted, feeling a headache. He didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, but Qi Yue persisted. I'll ask one last time, will you return the companion bone or not? Qi Yue's expression grew increasingly indifferent, no longer caring about Shi Duanshan's gaze. Elder sister, you. Shi Duanshan was about to speak but was cut off by Qi Yue. Qi Yue had lost her rationality completely and shouted, Dad, stop talking. I already know your stance. As she spoke, she began to struggle again, trying to break free from Qi Sanyan's restraint. Qi Sanyan was afraid that Qi Yue might do something foolish in a fit of impulse, so she continued to press down on Qi Yue. Chi Duanchan sighed and shook his head at Chi Sanin, who then released Chi Yue. The first thing Chi Yue did when she got up was to brush off the dust from her body. Looking at her sisters, she felt a sense of estrangement, as if she was a stranger. Her gaze made Qishurer feel very uncomfortable. Qishurer had surgery for her younger brother Kishengshan, which was equivalent to aiding the enemy. So, how could she have any right to speak for Kitchen? Elder sister, where are you going? Kaduanshan stopped her and asked. I'm going to find Kitchen. You all want to find a breakthrough from Kitchen, find a solution for Kishengshan, right? Then shouldn't I, as the eldest sister, do something too? With these words, Chi Yue turned and left, her back as resolute as Kitchen's. Elder sister. Zhao Milan looked at her retreating figure, feeling extremely bitter. Things had spiraled out of control since last night. Kitchen severed ties, Shengtian showed rejection. If even the eldest sister Chi Yue left the family, she really didn't know what to do. Elder sister has been brainwashed by Kitchen, let's not bother her. Sixth sister Killa Yuyo stepped forward, saying coldly. Sigh. She sat inside and could only pick up her phone to contact the War Department to see if they could find a solution. Kishengshan lay on a stretcher, his heart filled with extreme anger. The attitude of the eldest sister Chi Yue was a very bad sign for him. If the eldest sister leaned towards Kitchen, what would happen if the other sisters also turned against him? The Chi family belonged to him. He wouldn't allow a few sisters to turn against him and affect his interests. If the eldest sister really affected him, then don't blame him for being extreme. By then, he would definitely find ways to eliminate the eldest sister. Outside the Bai family's gate, Chi Yue waited for 3 days and 3 nights, without rest. The delicate and pretty face was filled with exhaustion. Once, she and the other sisters were known as the 9 goddesses of the capital, not only in appearance but also in status, they were so high and mighty. But now, she no longer resembled the goddess of the past. For these 3 days, the Bai family did not allow her to enter, letting her stand at the gate like this. She remembered the past and also recalled the attitude before the disappearance of the 8th sister. Back then, the 8th sister had a big fight with the family because of Kitchen, even broke ties with the sisters, and then disappeared. Until now, she finally understood the 8th sister's feelings back then, but it was too late. Chi Yue felt desolate in her heart, how she wished she could confide in the 8th sister. But the 8th sister's phone was no longer reachable. Master, Miss Chi has been waiting at the gate for 3 days and 3 nights, should we invite her in? The servant saw Bai Wan and Bai Wan coming out of seclusion and immediately approached them. As a servant, he couldn't make decisions for Bai Wan, let alone say drive Chi Yue away. Why is she here? Bai Wan frowned and asked. She said she came to apologize to the master. For the past 3 days, she has been standing at the gate, not moving an inch. In such matters, the servant could only state the facts and not express his own opinion on the matter. The Bai family had already severed ties with the Chi family. If he said the wrong thing, it would incur the displeasure of the master. Apologize? It's too late. You go out and ask Chi Yue to leave, say it's the master's decision. Bai Wan said angrily. Regretting it now? Where were you earlier? And who knows if Chi Yue's apology is sincere or for some ulterior motive? Forget it, I'll go see her. Chi-Chen shook his head and said helplessly, Chi-Chen, the Chi family is already like this, why are you still going? Bai Wan asked nervously. Even though Chi-Chen was dead inside towards the Chi family, she had spent 5 years there and had blood ties. She was truly afraid that Chi-Chen would soften his heart and return to the Chi family. Chi-Chen knew what she was worried about, looked at her seriously, and said, don't worry, I'm just going to settle things with Chi Yue so she won't bother me. Chi-Chen could never forgive the Chi family. At the moment of severance, all ties were completely cut off. Do you want me to accompany you? Bai Wan asked. It's okay, I'll just talk to Chi Yue and come back. Chi-Chen smiled. Then I'll wait for you in the living room, Bai Wan said, looking at him. Since Chi-Chen said so, Bai Wan would believe Chi-Chen. Even though Bai Wan was the head of the Bai family, she would give Chi-Chen enough space. This feeling made Chi-Chen unusually comfortable. After 5 years in the Chi family, Chi-Chen had had enough. Meeting Bai Wan made everything clear. Chi-Chen patted Bai Wan's shoulder, then followed the servant straight to the door. At the gate, Chi Yue watched Chi-Chen approaching. Her beautiful eyes sparkled for a moment, finally showing a lively spirit. Chi Yue hurried towards Chi-Chen. Her face, which was originally expressionless, finally showed a smile. The look of anticipation and joy was beyond words. Brother, you finally agreed to see me. Chi Yue exclaimed excitedly. But the words brother made Chi-Chen feel deeply mocked. Chi-Chen coldly interrupted, Miss Chi, please speak if you have something to say. Dealing with a useless person like me might embarrass your Chi family. Pain flashed across Chi Yue's face, but was quickly replaced by a smile. Brother, I know I've wronged you these years and neglected to care for you. Mom and Dad want me to bring you back home, but I don't want to do that. If you don't want to go back, I respect your decision. I just hope you can give me a chance to make up for the past. Chi said sincerely. Miss Chi, we both know that saying such things is meaningless. State your purpose. Is it about Chi Xingtian's fusion with the companion bone? Shi Chen asked. This incident had occurred in the previous life. With Chi Xingtian's cunning nature, once he obtained the companion bone, he would do everything possible to transplant it quickly, which was the biggest problem. If it was just a single supreme bone or the companion bone of the supreme bone, there would be no issue. But when all the companion bones were combined, they would reject Chi Xingtian's body because they were all nurtured by Qi Chen. What flowed within them was Qi Chen's essence. How do you know? Qi Yue was stunned and asked subconsciously. I knew you wouldn't come to me without a good reason. I can't help with Qi Xingtian's matter. Qi Chen laughed, his smile so indifferent. This matter could actually be resolved, but Qi Xingtian was unwilling and unable to accept it, because it involved digging out the companion bone. In the previous life, Qi Chen replaced all of Qi Xingtian's blood with his own, solving this tricky problem. This time, they didn't know how long it would take to resolve it. Of course, Qi Chen hoped Qi Xingtian would die. Brother, I didn't intend for you to solve Qi Xingtian's problem. I was very angry when I learned about the transplant. I rushed to the hospital to take back your companion bone, but your third sister stopped me. Forget it, let's not talk about these unhappy things. I prepared some gifts for you. I hope they can make up for all your birthdays in the past 18 years. Chi Yue spoke and took out gifts from her pouch, each beautifully wrapped in a gift box. She smiled and started handing them to Qi Chen, but he didn't take them. She didn't mind and placed the first gift in front of Qi Chen, then continued introducing the second gift. Qi Chen remained silent, watching her performance coldly until all 18 gifts were introduced. Only then did she look up at Qi Chen again, smiling brightly. Little brother, happy 18th birthday. Congratulations on coming of age. Qi Chen sneered disdainfully and glanced at her. Miss Qi, have you had enough of playing house? If you're done, I'll be leaving. Qi Yue panicked and quickly grabbed Qi Chen's hand. Little brother, I know this can't make up for your pain, but please give me a chance, okay? Qi Chen shook his head. It's not necessary. What's done is done and cannot be undone. Miss Qi, I've been standing here with you for so long, perhaps that satisfies your play acting, Qi Chen said coldly. Please leave. I have no ties with the Qi family anymore. I hope you won't bother me again. Qi Yue froze, her eyes reddening, almost on the verge of tears. Little brother, it was only 4 days ago that I found out what you've been through. I just want a chance to make amends. Can't you be less heartless? Qi Chen coldly looked at her. I'm a thief with violent tendencies. Please don't waste your time on me, Miss Qi. I can't bear it. Little brother. Don't call me that, it's disgusting. If you have nothing else to do, turn right and go feed the pigeons in the park. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you here. Do you want me to kneel down for you to forgive me, Qi Chen? Qi Yue choked in despair. You can't hold it in anymore? Don't hold back. Have you cursed me 100,000 times in your heart? Qi Chen mocked. I haven't. Qi Yue's tears fell as she spoke. Miss Qi, I'm not a dog from your Qi family, to be summoned at will. Understand? Qi Chen shouted angrily. I'm sorry. Qi Yue weakly leaned against the doorframe, her body trembling slightly. Don't bother me again, Qi Chen said before turning and walking into the Bai family residence. Watching Qi Chen's figure gradually disappear, Qi Yue couldn't help but cry, her vision blurred by tears. Could it be true what the orphanage director said, that a broken mirror is hard to mend? No, she didn't want that. She wished she could go back in time so that such a thing would never happen again. How did things go with Qi Chen? Bai Wan asked as he approached, offering a cup of hot tea. Qi Chen felt touched and smiled at her. I warned her not to bother me again. I believe Miss Qi cares about her reputation. Knowing Qi Yue well, Qi Chen was confident that she wouldn't repeat the same mistake twice. It wasn't that she lacked patience, but she had absolute confidence and ability. If something couldn't be done the first time, it either couldn't be done at all or her approach was wrong, just like now. Qi Chen had given sufficient warnings, and someone as clever as Qi Yue should understand his stance and not waste time on him again. Bai Wan nodded. That's good. Let's go eat. I'll personally cook for you. Qi Chen chuckled. You can cook? You're the esteemed head of the Bai family. Bai Wan raised her fist playfully. My buns are delicious. Do you want to try them? Qi Chen's gaze shifted down to her rather ample chest, nodding as he examined it. Bai Wan didn't immediately understand Qi Chen's gaze. When she realized, she felt extremely embarrassed and delivered a playful punch to Qi Chen's shoulder, exclaiming, You rascal! Qi Chen chuckled and followed her to the kitchen. Qi Chen had thought she was quite skilled, but when she started cooking, Kitchen was in for a surprise. The Bai family's head chef was also taken aback. If they left this girl in the kitchen, she might set it on fire. In the end, Kitchen had to cook personally, preparing 4 dishes and a soup for her, finally shutting her chatty little mouth. Kitchen's cooking skills, while not at a professional level, provided by Juan with the most delicious meal she had ever eaten because it was made by Kitchen, the first meal he had ever made for her. Although the cheese residence was only half a day's journey away, Chi-Yue walked for a whole day. When she returned home, she seemed drained, her beautiful eyes devoid of any sparkle. "Big sister, what's wrong with you? Did that scoundrel Kitchen bully you?" Fifth sister Kwuxuan asked angrily. Kwuxuan, as the 5th member of the family, had been adopted into the Chi family and had excelled in various fields like her sisters. Her assassination skills were unmatched, and few in the country could rival her. 2 years ago, she traveled the world, assassinating many human traitors and accidentally killing many innocent people. She was particularly stubborn and extreme in her beliefs. One of her most memorable incidents was when she intervened in a family's assassination in the Magic City. When the last surviving child was being hunted down, she arrived and, misinterpreting the situation, killed the child, letting the assassin go. Even when presented with a wanted poster by the Martial Arts Bureau, she justified her actions with a slew of reasons. Chi-Yue knew her character too well. Despite her weakness, she tried to explain, "Sister, don't overthink it. Things are not as you imagine." Kwuxuan exploded, "Not as I imagine? You go berserk even in the operating room, searching for Kitchen for 3 days and nights. If Kitchen didn't bully you, who would believe it?" Chi-Yue anxiously warned, "It's not true. Sister, I warn you not to act recklessly." Ignoring her, Kwuxuan grabbed a dagger and rushed out. "Big sister, stop talking. I'm going to find Kitchen now and get justice for you." "No, don't." Chi-Yue tried to follow but couldn't keep up. She was too weak, and at that moment, her old ailment flared up, causing excruciating pain, sweat dripping from her forehead. Trembling, she took out her phone to call Kitchen, but the calls wouldn't go through. She couldn't send messages either because all her ways of contacting Kitchen had been blocked. Now, despairing tears joined the cold sweat on her face. After leaving the family, Kwuxuan headed straight to the Bai family. She wanted someone from the Bai family, and she believed they wouldn't dare stop her. "Kitchen, come out." Kwuxuan, dressed in combat gear, stood in front of the gate, ignoring the guards rushing out from the Bai family, shouting sternly. The guards surrounded her, their faces grave, facing the infamous madwoman from the capital, Kwuxuan. When she was 16, she killed the head of the Lin family because she suspected him of being addicted to refining copper. Risking her life, she personally went to verify the truth. In her repeated attempts to test him, the head of the Lin family could not bear it any longer and had her captured, confirming her suspicions. Revealing her hidden strength, she, with the power of a 3rd-grade jade, killed the guards of the Lin family. Only then did the head of the Lin family realize she was the daughter of the Chi family, but it was too late for regrets. The elite of the Chi family arrived and judged the head of the Lin family. After this incident spread, it alarmed the entire capital city, causing everyone to keep their distance. Just hearing her name made people tremble in fear. "Chi-Chen, don't think hiding in the Bai family will help you, since you dared to do these things, causing chaos within our Chi family, and even brainwashing Big Sister to take Xingtian's life. You should pay the price." Chi Wuxuan's eyes were cold as she stared firmly in the direction of the gate, her voice resonating throughout the Bai family's courtyard with her powered strength, echoing far and wide. "Miss Chi, we do not welcome you in the Bai family, please leave." The leading guard watched her vigilantly, ready to act at any moment. Chi Wuxuan scornfully scanned them and said, "As long as you obediently hand over Chi-Chen, I will not trouble you. But if you refuse, it means you are against our Chi family. You should consider the consequences yourselves." Chi Wuxuan came not only to seek justice for her elder sister but also to cleanse the Chi family of traitors. Even if Chi-Chen proposed a solution to resolve the rejection of associated bone marrow, she would still have Chi-Chen locked up in the Chi family dungeon. "Miss Chi, this is the Bai family. Even if you are the 5th daughter of the Chi family, you have no right to order us around." The leading guard said coldly, "So, are you planning to aid the tyrant?" Chi Wuxuan sneered and mocked, "Did you set the standard for aiding the tyrant? Just because your Chi family is a prominent clan, does that mean you can judge anyone's actions?" The leading guard questioned. Chi Wuxuan was displeased and said coldly, "I'll ask one last time, will you hand her over or not?" The leading guard and his men drew their swords, saying, "If you insist on trespassing into our Bai family, then you won't be able to bear the consequences." Chi Wuxuan laughed contemptuously, "In the capital city, there are no consequences I can't bear." With that, Chi Wuxuan moved swiftly. Being proficient in the Chi family's martial arts techniques, her speed was as fast as a shadow. The leading guard had a jade-level strength, while the other guards were mostly at the level of martial generals, but they couldn't even see Qi Wuxuan's speed clearly. Not only was Qi Wuxuan fast, but she could also conceal her own aura, catching people off guard. Swish! Qi Wuxuan flashed and appeared behind the leading guard. With a single palm strike, she sent the leading guard flying, causing him to cough up blood. As the leading guard fell to the ground, he could no longer stand up. Bang! 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 She injured one guard after another. If this were on the battlefield, they would have been corpses by now. Qi Wuxuan looked disdainfully at the fallen men, coldly laughing as she walked through the gates of the Bai family. Did they think they could stop her? Were they even worthy? Bai Wan, accompanied by the elders of the family, came forward with a grim expression. Qi Wuxuan's actions not only angered the Bai family but also crossed their bottom line. Qi Wuxuan, I advise you to surrender, otherwise, even if your father comes in person, he won't be able to save you. Bai Wan stood at the gate, speaking coldly. What do you mean? Do you still want to arrest me? Qi Wuxuan was blocked by Bai Wan and looked at her disdainfully. Bai Wan was very beautiful, with a good figure and temperament. She was the head of the Bai family, but it was puzzling why she wanted to protect Qi Chen, a useless person. However, the more Bai Wanyue acted this way, the more Qi Wuxuan became convinced of Qi Chen's brainwashing level. You injured the guards of my Bai family, Bai Wanyue questioned. Why can't I arrest you? Behind me is the Qi family, the town's national clan, while you are just a third-rate family. Qi Wuxuan sneered, not taking Bai Wanyue seriously at all. So, you don't need to abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom? Bai Wanyue said coldly. Your Bai family's bias towards Qi Chen shows that you are not good people either. Even if I destroy the Bai family today, it is for justice. Hand over Qi Chen, or face the consequences. Qi Wuxuan suddenly produced a dagger in her hand, looking at Bai Wanyue with a murderous intent. Arrest her and take her to the martial arts bureau, Bai Wanyue ordered the people behind her. At that moment, Qi Wuxuan's figure disappeared again and charged towards Bai Wanyue. Be careful, Bai Wanyue's uncle exclaimed, immediately standing in front of Bai Wanyue. She was their family's greatest hope and must not be harmed. Bang! Qi Wuxuan kicked the uncle away, approaching Bai Wanyue with a sharp dagger against her fair neck. Seeing Qi Wuxuan holding Bai Wanyue hostage, the hearts of the Bai family members raced. Hand over Qi Chen, and I may spare you, Qi Wuxuan's mocking voice echoed in Bai Wanyue's ear. Bai Wanyue showed no fear, her delicate face expressionless. Her eyes under the mask suddenly opened wide, a vast surge of mental power emanating. Qi Wuxuan, you're finished. Your threats now will only worsen your future charges. Bai Wanyue was ready to strike back. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are to accuse me? Qi Wuxuan dismissed. Anyone associated with Qi Chen couldn't be good people. The Bai family must have committed heinous crimes behind the scenes, unknown to most. Since you are so sure, let's see. Bai Wanyue's mental power began to spread, an invisible pressure overwhelming Qi Wuxuan. Strength was the source of a warrior's power, and mental power was a potent tool possessed by few. When mastered, it could be projected outward. At the level of the Bai family's ancestor, even a glance could be lethal. What are you doing, fifth sister? Just as Bai Wanyue was about to act, an urgent question came. Qi Shire received a call from her elder sister and hurried to the Bai family, a step too late. Second sister, why are you here? Qi Wuxuan was surprised. If I hadn't come, would you have killed someone? Qi Shire's face showed some anger. Whether I kill or not depends on the Bai family's attitude. As long as they hand over Qi Chen, I can be lenient, Qi Wuxuan sneered. She was giving the Bai family a chance to reform. If they didn't seize it, the Bai family would be doomed. Fifth sister, let go. Don't escalate things, please, Qi Shire pleaded. Regardless of the deep ties between the Bai and Qi families, she couldn't let Qi Wuxuan act recklessly. Second sister, the Bai family is obviously not good people. Who knows how many atrocities they've committed. So, why are you panicking? Qi Wuxuan remained indifferent. Do you have evidence? Qi Shire collapsed. Not at the moment. But let me search the Bai family, and I guarantee I'll find something. Qi Wuxuan affirmed. No evidence, then what are you saying? By doing this, where do you place the relationship between our families? Qi Shire approached, trying to take the knife from Qi Wuxuan, but she stepped back, retreating with Bai Wanyue. Qi Wuxuan, are you going to release the person or not? Qi Shire, rarely angry, even though she usually tolerates Wu Mei's temper, but this is a matter of life and death. Should she allow Wu Mei to act recklessly? Second sister, you go back, I will handle this matter. Qi Wuxuan shook her head. Release the person. Qi Shire gritted her teeth. Impossible. Qi Wuxuan refused. The Bai family showed no remorse at all, so why should she release the person? Are you not listening to me? Qi Shire was truly angry. Second sister, I said I will handle this matter. Why don't you go back? Chi Wuxuan asked impatiently. Chi Shire became anxious. Seeing that she couldn't reason with Chi Wuxuan, she took out a dagger from her storage ring and held it against her neck. Chi Wuxuan was shocked to see her second sister so extreme for the first time. Second sister, what are you doing? Put the knife down. Chi Wuxuan urged anxiously. If you dare to do anything unforgivable today, I will sacrifice myself. Chi Shire's voice turned cold, tinged with despair. You! Chi Wuxuan was now furious. The Bai family was like this, and so was her second sister. Why did they both have to stand in Chi Chen's shoes and make excuses for that bastard Chi Chen? Clatter clatter clatter. At this moment, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. Over a dozen vehicles disguised as martial arts bureau vehicles arrived outside the Bai family. Dozens of special police officers from the martial arts bureau rushed out of the cars, pointing their guns in Chi Wuxuan's direction. Several special police officers with emerald strength surrounded Chi Wuxuan, their faces grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who called the police? Chi Wuxuan was furious, demanding. At this moment, she had no evidence against the Bai family. Therefore, if she kidnapped Bai Wan, she would be guilty. The police took her away. Even if she claimed that the Bai family had committed heinous crimes, the police could not arbitrarily search the Bai family and look for evidence because it was against the procedure. I did. What's wrong? Chi Chen walked over coldly, his voice filled with immense anger. It was one thing for the Chi family to cause trouble, but to actually kidnap Bai Wan, did these people have to go this far? What were they thinking? Chi Shire couldn't help but feel flustered. As long as the martial arts bureau didn't come, the situation could still be controlled, and she could plead for forgiveness from the Bai family. But once the martial arts bureau arrived, things would spiral out of control. Chi Chen, you despicable person. You have done so many dirty things, yet you are the first to report and call the martial arts bureau here? Chi Wuxuan angrily questioned. You Chi family forced me to hand over the last piece of companion bone, and that same night, you transplanted it into Chi Xingtian's body. Who is really despicable? Chi Chen demanded. Revoke your report immediately. This is a matter between us, don't involve the martial arts bureau. Chi Wuxuan glared at him. As long as Chi Chen could withdraw the case, Chi Wuxuan could handle the rest with the background and status of the Chi family, as it was in line with the martial arts bureau's procedures. Why should I withdraw the case? Do you want to continue kidnapping us and holding a knife to our throats? Chi Chen couldn't understand Chi Wuxuan's thought process. Clearly, Chi Wuxuan had kidnapped Bai Wan, yet she boldly said such things? Fine. You want to continue like this, right? Chi Wuxuan was also angry, shouting. What are you all standing there for? Are you even afraid of the Chi family's power, even the symbol of justice and fairness, the martial arts bureau? Chi Chen turned coldly. The people from the martial arts bureau were already looking for an opportunity. Seeing that Chi Wuxuan was not compromising, they had to resort to force. Swish, the crowd rushed towards Chi Wuxuan. At that moment, she gave up struggling and resisting. Even though she was the Chi family's daughter, if she resisted against the martial arts bureau, the Chi family couldn't protect her. Moreover, it will also tarnish the reputation of the Chi family. The emergence of a Chi Chun from the Chi family is embarrassing enough. She will not be like Chi Chen. No. Chi Shire nervously intervened. But things had escalated to a point where they were beyond her control. Chi Wuxuan was arrested and handcuffed with shiny silver handcuffs. In the sorrowful and helpless eyes of Chi Shire, she was taken away in a police car. Chi Wuxuan stared coldly at Chi Chen, and your Bai family. Don't think that involving the martial arts bureau can punish me. I will eventually catch evidence of your Bai family's crimes and personally destroy your Bai family. With that, she was taken away by the special police, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Chi Chen hurried over, seeing that Bai Wan had no injuries on her body. His anxious heart finally relaxed a bit, but the anger in his heart could not be calmed. He had just told Chi Yue not to bother him, but in just a few hours, Chi Wuxuan had a knife at Bai Wan's neck. Chi Chun, I beg you to go to the police and reconcile, don't let the police convict her. She is your sister. Chi Shire pleaded with a choked voice. Get lost. Chi Chen was so angry that he felt dizzy. He said furiously, Sister? How dare she mention those words? Chi Chen, you know her personality, she has always been so stubborn. As long as you agree to reconcile, I promise she will never appear in front of you again. Chi Shire promised. She couldn't control Chi Wuxuan, but at this moment, this was all she could say. I told you to get lost, don't you understand? Chi Chen was even more furious. He not only would not reconcile, but he would also hold Chi Wuxuan accountable. Chi Chen, please don't be like this. Mom and Dad hope you can go back. But if you send Wu Mei in, they will definitely be angry. Chi Shire persuaded. What does that have to do with me? Chi Chan sneered. Mom and Dad have realized that they have been neglecting you all these years. They are willing to make it up to you. Calm down, okay? Chi Shire softly persuaded. There was a time when Chi Chin was so obedient and understanding, but the expression on his face now was so cold and ruthless. You come to me with a knife, and expect me to forgive you? I'm not that despicable. I will never, and absolutely will not forgive you. If the original Chi Chin was just desperate about the Chi family, then at this moment, he had come to hate the Chi family. Chi Chen. Shut up. Chi Shire was just about to speak when she was abruptly interrupted by Chi Chen's outburst. Her voice made Chi Chen feel disgusted. Chi Chen quickly helped the injured guards of the Bai family to the hospital, leaving Chi Shire alone in tears. Chi Shire admitted that she had helped Chi Shengtian with the surgery, feeling sorry for Chi Chen, but what else could she do? Wasn't she also trying to make amends? She wiped away her tears, hurried to the hospital to inform Chi Duanshan of the news, and when Chi Duanshan learned of the situation, he was on the verge of a heart attack. Chi Duanshan knew very well what kind of person Chi Wuxuan was, a bit extreme, a bit impulsive, but she was a good person. Chi Wuxuan wanted to force Chi Chen to come up with a solution for Chi Shengtian's matter. Although this approach was not advisable, Chi Chen couldn't send her in either. Chi Shengtian lay on the hospital bed, in pain all over, but this incident also gave him hope of a complete break between the Chi family and Chi Chen. It was not safe for Chi Chen to leave the Chi family. Only by turning the Chi family against Chi Chen could his position in the Chi family be ensured. Why? Shar, why did you send your sister in? Zhao Mailan sat aside, covering her face and crying. They were all family, why make things difficult for each other? I said we should have kicked this bastard out a long time ago, right? He has been in the Chi family for 5 years, his wings have hardened, and he dares to do such things. Sixth sister Chi Luyao said angrily. Sixth sister, please stop. This whole thing started because of me. I will go ask Big Brother to release fifth sister. Chi Shengtian coughed violently, sat up from the sickbed, his weakness and pale face making everyone in the ward feel sorry for him. Chi Luyao hurriedly pressed him down. Brother, your rejection reaction is still so severe, don't act recklessly. We will handle this matter. Chi Shengtian shook his head, insisting on sitting up, making everyone even more anxious. Chi Luyao was furious, wishing she could send Chi Chen in. Look at what her brother has been forced into. If Chi Chen had even a shred of conscience, he wouldn't have gone this far. Well, then let me go ask the Bai family to release the person. Chi Duanshan sighed and stood up. Chi Luyao hurriedly said, Dad, you are the head of the Chi family, but what status does the Bai family have? Why should you have to ask them? Then what else can we do? Chi Duanshan sighed again, took his phone and walked out of the ward. It's all my fault. Anyway, I have no hope left, I might as well go die. Chi Shengtian cried, covering his face, breaking everyone's heart. No! You must never think like that. Chi Luyao panicked, stopping him immediately. Sixth sister, Big Brother is your real brother, I will go bring him back. As long as I return the supreme bone and the companion bone to him, this matter can be resolved. After I die, you will still be a loving family. Chi Shengtian cried alone. No! I cannot bear to see anything happen to you. Chi Chen, that scum, can never be my brother. Chi Luyao said indignantly. The more Chi Shengtian acted this way, the more agitated she became. Although Chi Shengtian was always defending Chi Chen and thinking for the Chi family, he was actually driving the two sides further apart. Outside the door, Chi Duanshan called Bai Wan, hoping to be forgiven for this matter, but Bai Wan's attitude was extremely cold. She insisted on making Chi Wuxuan pay the price. He wanted to talk to Chi Chen, but was harshly rejected by Bai Wan. On the phone, Bai Wan criticized his behavior and his differential treatment of Chi Chen over the years. After hanging up, an acquaintance from the Martial Arts Bureau called, saying that the situation with Chi Wuxuan holding Bai Wan hostage had become particularly serious. The Bai family demanded the Martial Arts Bureau to quickly carry out the trial process, making him furious. As the head of the Chi family, he had already humbled himself enough to plead, but did Bai Wan have to go so far for Chi Chen? By doing this, where would it leave the relationship between the two families? Third sister, are you busy? Something happened at home. Chi Luyao called her third sister, getting straight to the point. What happened? Chi Sanin was currently in the War Department, trying to figure out a solution for Chi Shengtian's situation. Chi Lioyao's words made her tense up. That bastard Chi Chen actually captured fifth sister. Fifth sister clearly did nothing wrong, but he wants to judge her and even make her go to jail. Chi Luyao said furiously. What exactly is going on? Chi Sanin frowned. Chi Chen actually set up fifth sister, framing her. Chi Luyao distorted the truth, saying that Qi Wuxuan's actions were set up by the Bai family. If fifth sister deserved punishment, Qi Sanyin wouldn't have intervened, but since the Bai family had gone to such lengths, she couldn't let fifth sister bear false accusations. She didn't want to bully others, but she was being forced to do so. Qichen soaked in the medicine prepared by Bai Wan, undergoing a new round of body tempering. On the murals around him, specks of golden light rose and converged towards his body, circulating within him along with the effects of the medicine, ultimately gathering at his heart. After 3 days of absorption, signs of recovery had already appeared in Qichen's body. Once he recovered, it would be the official reshaping of his supreme bones. Unable to reach Bai Wan, who was in the forbidden area, Qi Sanyin called Bai Wan's uncle. Bai's uncle's unyielding attitude left Qi Sanyin feeling displeased. Let me emphasize again, with things having developed this way, don't come back to me with empty words. Over the years, our Qi family has helped your family quite a bit. Even if my fifth sister injured your people, we are willing to compensate. Bai's uncle sneered and said, I've already mentioned, we have given Miss Qi's family a chance, but she didn't cherish it. Yes, your third Miss Qi is the newly appointed war god of the Eastern War Zone, with high status and power, but my Bai family is not to be trifled with. We won't allow you to take advantage of us at the Bai family's expense. Qi Sanyin couldn't help but feel furious. She had already agreed to compensate. What more did Bai's family want? Did they want to use this incident to extort benefits? Even if her fifth sister had an extreme personality, she wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. If it wasn't a trap set by Bai's family, how could her sister act like that? 1 billion. Settle with my fifth sister, Qi Sanyin said coldly. No deal. Bai's uncle refused outright. 3 billion. Qi Sanyin continued to raise the price. Miss, if I were to treat your Qi family head in the same way, offering 5 billion in compensation, would you agree? The uncle mocked. Ha, do you think I can't handle it? I, the war god of the dragon nation, can easily release the person, Qi Sanyin said angrily. She didn't want to give Bai's family any excuse, but their attitude was simply too much. Even though she was rarely at the Qi family, her sisters were not to be bullied by Bai's family. If you can get Miss Qi from the Qi family out, that's your ability. It has nothing to do with us. Our Bai family has only one request, that is to punish severely. After leaving these words, the uncle hung up the phone. Qi Sanyin's chest heaved violently. Her imposing figure was quite eye-catching, but the office was empty except for her. She slammed her phone heavily on the table, her gaze chilling to the extreme. You, Bai family. You, Qi Chen. How come I didn't realize how good you are at brainwashing, even dragging the Bai family down with you? Don't think you can get away with it just because the Bai family supports you. With just a word from me, I can make it impossible for you to take the college entrance exam. Qi Sanyin only acted ruthlessly when facing enemies, and Qi Chen had already given her enough reason to do so. Anyone who could overturn the Qi family to this extent, weren't they still enemies? Late at night, when Qi Chen and Bai Wan came out of the forbidden area, Bai's uncle hurried over and relayed Qi Sanyin's threat in full. After hearing this, Bai Wan wore a cold smile on her face, feeling extremely scornful in her heart. Trying to threaten Qi Chen through the college entrance exam, and even threatening us? Dream on! Even if Qi Sanyin has the ability to ruin Qi Chen's college entrance exam, I have the ability to let Qi Chen take the path of the independent college entrance exam. The uncle couldn't help but get anxious, saying, But Wan, the path of the independent college entrance exam is not feasible. Most of the people who can participate in the independent college entrance exam are those that the regular college entrance exam cannot select. Either there are issues with their background, or they are too old. According to the standards of the independent college entrance exam, regardless of who it is, they will be deprived of 20% of their college entrance exam scores. Moreover, it will also be looked down upon by some top-tier universities, thus ruining the future. Bai Wan waved her hand. Uncle Dai said she naturally knew, but wasn't this an unavoidable method? Moreover, if Qi Chen excels in the college entrance examination, he won't worry about those top universities not being impressed. As long as Qi Chen demonstrates enough talent and dominance, even those universities will ignore the threat from the Qi family and recruit Qi Chen. Qi Chen, do you believe that you can make a splash in the college entrance examination, shaking up the capital, and even the whole country? Even if Qi Chen cannot achieve this, she must say so because Qi Chen is at an important stage of rebuilding confidence. Do you believe in me? Qi Chen asked with a light smile. I believe. Bai Wan nodded heavily. Since you believe in me so much, I will naturally do my best. Qi Chen looked at her seriously and promised. Good. Bai Wan also smiled at him, as if bathed in the spring breeze. When the day comes for Qi Chen to rebuild his supreme bone, she will announce it to the whole country, letting the world know that the former genius has returned in force. Even if the Chi family, even if someone wants to play tricks behind the scenes, as long as the Bai family supports him, as long as the shock of the supreme bone is there, it will be enough to attract many forces to stand by Chi-chen. At that time, no one can touch him. Uncle, tell the third miss of the Chi family that no matter what means she has, she should use them all. If we are afraid, then the Bai family will change its name and disappear forever. Bai Wan sneered, turned and led Chi-chen away. Her dominance, her absolute power, completely disappeared in an instant, and she turned into a little girl, pestering Chi-chen to make supper for her. Chi-chen chuckled and pinched her delicate nose, leading her to the kitchen. Bai Wan protected him, gave him hope, so as long as Bai Wan never leaves in this lifetime, he will never abandon her. When Chi Sanin received the call, she thought that Uncle Dai from the Bai family had come to negotiate and had already adopted a high posture. But Uncle Dai's refusal made her face change suddenly. Use any means? Can the Bai family bear it? Is this the arrogance of the Bai family itself? Or is it the confidence brought by Chi-chen brainwashing them? Haven't you realized how serious the situation is? As long as I speak, Chi-chen will be expelled from his school, and no school in the entire capital will dare to accept him. Chi Sanin coldly questioned. Without the accompanying bone, Chi-chen already had little hope. If he walked the path of the free college entrance examination, it would be no different from self-inflicted humiliation. You don't need to bother about the third miss of the Chi family. I advise you to pay more attention to your sister. After all, she only has a little over 40 hours left. Uncle Dai dismissed it. After more than 40 hours, the interrogation process of the Martial Arts Bureau will end, and a decision must be made for Chi Wuxuan. He wanted to see how the Chi family could turn the situation around. Fine. I'll see how you beg me next. Chi Sanin coldly hung up the phone, then called the principal of Beijing No. 15 Middle School. Lu Pingping was at a drinking party, toasting and chatting with a group of big shots from Beijing. His smile was obsequious as he went around toasting each one, like those lackeys in TV dramas, making people feel a bit amused and exasperated. His phone rang, and seeing an unfamiliar number, Lu Pingping was puzzled. Advertisement sales? Or a scam call? He told the big shots in the private room and hurried outside to answer the phone. Before he could speak, the voice on the other end almost made his legs go weak. Are you Lu Pingping? I am Chi Sanin, the newly appointed war god of the Eastern Theater Command. Lu Pingping was almost sweating cold, realizing that the education system and the military department were not from the same faction. Although they had some connection, their involvement was not deep. This is the system of checks and balances in the Dragon Kingdom designed to limit the excessive power of the War Department through rules and regulations. If the War Department takes control of the entire education system, it will be unrestrained. Not only does it have no contact with the Eastern War Zone, but it also has no contact with Miss Chi Sanin from the Chi family. So why would Chi Sanin call him? Can't be for some shady deal, right? War God Sanin, hello. I'm Lu Pingping, how can I assist you? Lu Pingping grinned mischievously, rubbing his hands together. I want you to immediately expel Chi-chen. Can you do that? Chi Sanin's tone was commanding, as if giving orders to a subordinate. Chi-chen? Lu Pingping was taken aback and asked, isn't he the young master of your Chi family? Why would you want me to expel him out of the blue? Chi Sanin coldly stated, he has already severed ties with our Chi family and has nothing to do with us anymore. Can you do it or not? Lu Pingping cautiously replied, I can, but I need to know the reason. Chi Sanin angrily said, he has crossed the line of our Chi family, been expelled from the clan, and banned by our Chi family. Is that reason enough? Listening to this, Lu Pingping fell into silence. Back then, relying on the relationship between Chi-chen's elementary school homeroom teacher and an old friend, he had guided Chi-chen step by step to 15 middle school, hoping to see Chi-chen rise to fame in the capital, attracting attention from various reporters. However, shortly after Chi-chen entered 15 middle school, the Chi family stripped him of his supreme bone. Helpless, angry, and powerless, he could only continue to invest resources in nurturing Chi-chen, hoping that Chi-chen could rely on his accompanying bone to grow stronger. But over the next 5 years, the Chi family became more and more excessive. Chi-chen had a total of 8 accompanying bones, and the Chi family actually took away 7 of them. The last one was said to have been forcefully reclaimed by the Chi family a few days ago. Lu Pingping, speak up. Can you handle this matter or not? Chi Sanin impatiently demanded. War God Sanin, could you please give me 2 minutes? I will get back to you shortly with the result. Lu Pingping's face was already clouded with displeasure, devoid of flattery and caution. 1 minute. Chi Sanin ordered. All right. Lu Pingping hung up the phone, pushed the door open, and entered the private room. He quickly approached an elderly man with white hair, interrupting the man's conversation, and complained softly in his ear, "Godfather, just now Miss Chi from the Chi family called me and threatened me. I'm just a mere principal of 15 middle school, I'm no match for her at all. What should I do?" The old man was taken aback and glared at him. "Did you provoke her?" Lu Pingping felt even more wronged and said, "No. It's all because of Chi Chen's matter, she's taking it out on me." The old man lit a cigarette and said, "Tell me everything. If it's her fault, regardless of her status or being a war god, she can't touch you." With the assurance of his godfather, Lu Pingping finally breathed a sigh of relief and recounted everything simply. After listening, the old man furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you think about Chi Chen's matter? Are you seeking my help to protect him?" Lu Pingping rubbed his hands nervously and raised his thumb, saying, Godfather understands me. I'm seeking your help because, firstly, I personally brought Chi Chen here, and secondly, I can't stand the attitude of Miss Chi from the Chi family. Who does she think she is? Just because she has some status, she dares to step on my head and not give face to you, Godfather?" The old man was speechless, blew out a smoke ring, and said, "You. Forget it. Since you want to protect Chi Chen, let Chi Sanin come to me." Lu Pingping exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Godfather. Thank you. Let me pour you a drink. Wishing you a bright future in martial arts and great fortune." The old man glanced at him and said, "Are you stealing alcohol again? Fill up my cup." Lu Pingping's face turned bitter, and she forced a smile, saying, "Godfather, you know I can't handle alcohol well." The old man kicked her and said, "If you don't finish it, I won't care about your business." Lu Pingping could only say, all right, Godfather, since you said so, I will finish it. Here, Godfather, I toast to you." Lu Pingping braced herself and downed a cup of 2 liang of white wine. The alcohol tolerance of a warrior usually increases with their strength, but Lu Pingping was an exception. Moreover, these old men were like lunatics when it came to drinking. Have you ever seen a drinking session where each person is given a box of white wine as soon as they sit down? All right, go on, get out. Call Chi Sanin and tell her it's my idea. The old man impatiently waved his hand as he gulped down his drink. Got it. Lu Pingping exited the private room with a smile, resembling a eunuch from ancient imperial palaces. He took a deep breath, changed to a more cocky tone, and called Chi Sanin back. "Miss Chi, hello." He didn't even bother with formalities. "What is your answer?" Chi Sanin asked sternly. "Chi Chen, as a student of our 15 middle school, has not violated any rules or regulations at school, and is diligent and studious. As the principal, I have no reason to expel him," Lu Pingping asserted firmly. "Can you stand by your answer?" Chi Sanyan's expression darkened suddenly. "Yes, I can. And this is a matter for our Ministry of Education, you shouldn't interfere," Lu Pingping challenged back. "Lu Pingping, aren't you afraid that because of this, even your principal position might be at stake? Although 15 middle school is not a top-tier school, as the principal, you still have some power and status. Think it over." Chi Sanyan's voice carried a hint of anger. "You needn't worry about that. Before I retire, maybe I can climb a bit higher." Lu Pingping smirked, infuriatingly. Hearing this, Chi Sanin knew Lu Pingping had a powerful backer and asked, "Who is your backer?" Lu Pingping stood tall instantly, exuding unprecedented confidence, and said, "My godfather is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education." Chi Sanin hung up directly. Since she knew who was behind Lu Pingping, there was no need for further words. She obtained the phone number of Deputy Minister Wu Long and dialed it. Meanwhile, Lu Pingping walked back into the private room, approached Wu Long, and said, "Godfather, I've informed Miss Chi, she should be calling you soon." Wu Long nodded, gestured for him to return to his seat, and without hesitation, he scurried back. Ring ring ring, the phone on Wu Long's table rang, and he picked it up. "Deputy Minister, hello. I am Chi Sanin, the third son of the Chi family, the newly appointed war god of the Eastern Theater Command," Chi Sanin said from the other end of the line. Wu Long shook his phone and asked, "Who are you? The signal is bad, I can't hear you clearly." Chi Sanin thought Wu Long had a bad signal and repeated, "I am Chi Sanin, the newly appointed war god of the Eastern Theater Command." Wu Long nodded. "Oh, so you are the war god Sanin. What can I do for you?" Chi Sanin said, "Deputy Minister, on behalf of the Chi family, and myself, I have a matter I'd like your help with." Wu Long lit another cigarette and asked, "What is it? Tell me." Chi Sanin explained, "There is a traitor in our Chi family who has caused extremely negative impacts. I hope you can help us end his future." Wu Long's face darkened, and he rebuked, "War god Sanin, do you know what you are saying?" Chi Sanin nodded, "I do. I know this request is overstepping, but for you, it should be an easy task, right?" Wu Long suddenly laughed. It was effortless for him to handle this matter, but why did he choose to do so? If it were a delinquent teenager, the school would expel them without his intervention. But if it were an innocent teenager, he would never cross his own bottom line. Even if the great sage equaling heaven came, it would not be allowed. These teenagers knew that stepping into the warrior campus meant they would one day go to the battlefield, leading the charge, even dying in battle. Yet they resolutely chose to act this way. As a superior, how could he betray the determination of these children to protect their homeland? Chi Sanin, what do you think you are? The matters of the Ministry of Education are none of your business. Wu Long slammed the table and roared. Elder, please calm down. Chi Chen is truly not a good person, Chi Sanin hurriedly explained. He harmed my brother, who possesses the innate 9 dragons physique, acting arrogantly outside the clan, bullying men and women, and even being a lackey within the clan, Chi Sanin continued. Even if he ruins his own future, Chi Sanin pleaded, it won't cause any harm to you or the Dragon Nation. Do you think I am unaware of the Qi family's ceremony for Qi Shengtian? Wu Long questioned. I was away at the foreign battlefield that day, not in the capital, but I still know that Qi Chen publicly dismembered bones and returned them to you. If he is truly as despicable as you claim, why didn't he stay in the Qi family? Why didn't he abuse his power within the Qi family? Wu Long interrogated. Chi Sanin was momentarily speechless. Enough! If you dare mention this matter again, I will report it to the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation, and you will bear the consequences. Wu Long coldly cut off the conversation, tossed his phone on the table, and continued to drink with the others, smiling. Lu Pingping's face was full of flattery, fawning like a lapdog. Godfather is amazing. Godfather is mighty. I toast Godfather, wishing him a long life like the southern mountain. Wu Long looked at him and said impatiently, when I was killing exotic beasts in the foreign lands, Chi Sanin wasn't even born yet. She dares to provoke me, is she even worthy? Lu Pingping nodded frantically, saying, Godfather is truly like the contemporary Guan Eryi, loyal and courageous, willing to sacrifice everything for justice. Wu Long felt a bit overwhelmed by the flattery and quickly told the boy to shut up. But Chi Chun has already been crippled. Even if you keep him at school, it serves no purpose and may even harm him. Wu Long sighed after taking a sip of wine. Whether it was the college entrance examination or the mock exams, they all led to hunting exotic beasts outside the city. Although it was a designated area by the Ministry of Education, it was still dangerous. Despite teachers providing full protection during exams, there were still casualties. Lu Pingping also felt heavy-hearted. But this is all I can do. He couldn't just go to the Qi family and snatch back the supreme bone, could he? Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the strength. Focus on nurturing other young talents. Wu Long lightly patted his shoulder, resigned. Okay, Lu Pingping, surprisingly, was not as fawning as before, but rather solemn. Chi Sanin had just finished her call with the Minister of Education. Although she wasn't scolded, she received a similar rejection. Despite her anger, she calmed down a bit. True to her character, no matter how angry she was, she would never go to extremes, as she wouldn't be able to lead her team. She couldn't help but take out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, sitting alone in a chair and lighting one. She hadn't smoked in a long time, only doing so when things were serious. Scenes from the coming-of-age ceremony flashed in her mind, the beautiful face now looking extremely grim under the dim, yellow light, giving her a somewhat stern and murderous air. After some thought, she decided to call her younger sister. She knew her sister's double standards, but she still wanted to hear her explanation. Third sister, how is the situation? Sixth sister Chi Luyao asked anxiously. Sixth sister, what really happened when fifth sister went to the Bai family? I want to hear the truth. Chi Sanyan's tone was calm, but the calmness was terrifying. The calmness of the eldest sister indicated she was already in a state of absolute rage, while her calmness meant she was on the edge of a cliff. The situation is just as I told you. Chi Chen framed fifth sister, set a trap for her, and forced her to take action, Chi Luyao explained. Alright, I understand. Chi Sanin hung up the phone, then dialed second sister Chi Shire's number. Although Chi Luyao didn't say it, Chi Sanin, in her own way, knew that Chi Shire was present at the time. In the past, after confirming with sixth sister, Chi Sanin wouldn't delve deeper because it was pointless. But at this moment, she wanted to know the truth. She wanted to know if her anger was truly justified. Third sister. Chi Shire quickly answered the phone. She was currently in the hospital, not undergoing surgery, but staying by Qi Xingtian's bedside. Second sister, what did you see when you went to the Bai family? Chi Sanin stubbed out her cigarette and asked solemnly. Chi Shire knew that Chi Sanin was starting to doubt the matter. She sighed and didn't directly answer. Third sister, you know. Fifth sister is actually quite stubborn. When she gets fixated on something, no one can sway her. Chi Shire's words were equivalent to revealing the truth. Chi Sanin stiffened in place, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, so, what was the cause? Eldest sister waited at the Bai family for 3 days and nights, only to be coldly rejected by Chi Chen. When she returned, she locked herself in her room. Fifth sister was worried about her. Seeing her so desolate, she pressed her for the reason. When she didn't speak, fifth sister was convinced Chi Chen had mistreated her. And so, Chi Sanyan's body became even stiffer. Based on her analysis of the situation, she should have realized this long ago. But due to her trust in sixth sister's words and her concern for fifth sister, she had used her power to launch an attack on Chi Chen. Suddenly, Chi Sanyan felt somewhat relieved that the Ministry of Education had not granted her request. She was even more grateful for being scolded, as otherwise, she would have insisted on her version of the truth and gloated over Chi Chen's fate. At the same time, the threat to the Bai family had already materialized. Even if she called to apologize proactively, it would be meaningless. Chi Chen would not come back, and fifth sister was still in danger at the Martial Arts Bureau. From the perspective of the overall situation, she had to stand for the righteousness of the Chi family and the interests of her sisters. Therefore, Chi Chen's fate was no longer relevant. If she were to soften her stance towards Chi Chen and apologize because of her past attitude towards him, she could do it. However, doing so, and bringing Chi Chen back to the Chi family would undoubtedly lead to new problems. Until the Chi family returned to peace, Chi Chen absolutely could not reappear in the Chi family. Second sister, do you want Chi Chen to come back? Chi Sanyan asked one last time, already having made up her mind. Of course, I want him to. But he can't come back now. We all owe him, but no one can realize how much they owe him. Fifth sister is extreme, sixth sister is biased, fourth sister is hot-tempered. Chi Shire spoke her mind. All right. Chi Sanyan nodded, hung up the phone, and pulled out another cigarette from the pack, her furrowed brow still unwavering. In the Bai family, in Bai Wan's boudoir, Bai Wan came out of the bathroom after taking a bath, exuding a pleasant fragrance. She was using a white bath towel to dry her damp hair. She removed the black eye mask from her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful gem-like eyes that sparkled. Wearing a thin nightgown that delicately hugged her delicate figure, outlining her perfect curves. Even though she was only 18 years old, her figure was already as alluring as a mature woman's. Chi Chen sat on the bed, tense, awkward, his body as stiff as a stone. Bai Wan sat beside him and lightly bumped him with her shoulder, laughing, "Silly, why are you still staring blankly? Aren't you going to take a bath?" Chi Chen's voice stuttered a bit as he tried to stand up. Bai Wan, I think I should sleep in the guest room. Bai Wan grabbed him, glancing at him with a hint of grievance. What, do I look like a man-eating tigress to you? Chi Chen shook his head frantically. No. Bai Wan leaned closer, questioning, then why are you avoiding me? These days we've been in seclusion, but that doesn't mean we don't need to sleep, and I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Are you worried I'll strip off your pants? Bai Wan giggled, her gaze involuntarily shifting downwards. But when her eyes landed on Chi Chen's pants, even she was stunned, her face suddenly blushing as if she had a fever. Ahem. Chi Chen's face also turned red, feeling uncomfortable involuntarily. Joking around was fine for him usually, as it didn't involve anything serious, but now they were about to bathe and sleep, about to lie on the same bed. Bai Wan was so beautiful and kind, he was truly worried that he might not be able to resist hugging her while asleep, and then how would he explain it when he woke up? Alright, go take a bath. Bai Wan gently pushed him, urging him. I'll go to the guest room. Chi Chen tried to make a move for the door. Where are you going? Bai Wan caught up, blocking the doorway with her body. To the guest room. Chi Chen repeated awkwardly. I don't have a guest room. Bai Wan shook her head. Then what are those empty rooms in the courtyard for? Chi Chen asked. Those are storage rooms, not for sleeping. Bai Wan asserted confidently, pushing Chi Chen against the door, staring into his eyes. Bai Wan, could you please put your hand down? Chi Chen quickly averted his gaze. Why? Feeling shy? Bai Wan teased with a smile. Her pretty and fair fingers lightly lifted Chi Chen's chin, making him look directly at her. Your collar is open. Chi Chen said awkwardly, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Ha! Bai Wan looked down and let out a surprised gasp. If Chi Chen hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have noticed. Luckily she was wearing a camisole, or it would have been embarrassing. You naughty boy, what did you see just now? Bai Wan reached out and pinched Chi Chen's waist, teasingly. I swear, I didn't see anything. Chi Chen lied with a red face. Really? Bai Wan didn't believe him. Really? Chi Chen nodded. Then can I? Chi Chen was confused for a moment, almost falling for it, and said, what kind of words are these? Pay attention to your image, we're still high school students. Bai Wan pretended not to care, but her heart was in turmoil. Anyway, we're both adults now, no need to be afraid. Chi Chen was exasperated. Where did you learn all this? Aren't girls supposed to be more shy? Why was Bai Wan like this? Bai Wan proudly puffed out her chest, saying, self-taught. During the seclusion period, Bai Wan occasionally read some female-oriented novels with dominant CEOs, which contained some spicy content that made her blush every time she read them, but she would spit and continue reading. "Are you sure you're not impotent?" White Wan raised her leg and arched straight up. "My lady, please spare me, I beg you." Chi-Chen completely broke down, tears welling up in his eyes. "Don't you guys just love this feeling of being dominated by a queen? Whips, candles, leather outfits." White Wan looked even more pleased. Normally joking around, she couldn't outwit Chi-Chen, but now, she finally found her chance. Chi-Chen was speechless once again, saying, "White Wan, if you dare to tease me again, I will really lose control." White Wan proudly shook her head, saying, "Bring it on. I'm afraid you won't lose control, damn it." Chi-Chen couldn't help but curse. He grabbed White Wan's soft waist and pinned her against the wall, as if he was about to kiss her. At that moment, White Wan's heart raced even faster, almost jumping out of her chest. Nervous, shy, yet strangely anticipating what was going on. Her beautiful big eyes blinked non-stop, staring at Chi-Chen's eyes, her breath becoming hotter, forming a gentle warmth blowing on Chi-Chen's chest. Chi-Chen wanted to scare her a bit, so he leaned in slowly, ready to stop if she said so. But as Chi-Chen got closer, about to kiss her shiny lips, White Wan made no move to resist. Gripping Chi-Chen's shirt tightly, she crumpled the fabric. Chi-Chen nervously leaned in a bit more, but just then, White Wan's mind went blank, her body went weak, and she collapsed. "Oh no! No strength left. Is this the so-called premature X555?" Chi-Chen was startled, quickly reaching out to catch White Wan's soft waist. The feeling of her in his arms made Chi-Chen slightly dazed. He hadn't done anything, yet White Wan was like this? Her face was flushed. White Wan lying on Chi-Chen, weak, helpless, and pitiful, all Chi-Chen's fault. If he had kissed her sooner, she wouldn't be so nervous to the point of suffocation. It's all his fault, the big idiot. "White Wan, what's wrong with you?" Chi-Chen asked nervously. "I'm ignoring you." White Wan regained some strength, struggling out of his embrace, then hurriedly ran to the bed and dove under the covers. The blanket rose high, like a hidden koala, with a mischievous little head peeking out, making faces at Chi-Chen. "Then, I'll go take a shower?" Chi-Chen chuckled helplessly. "Go ahead, I'm in my warm bed." White Wan nodded obediently. Chi-Chen walked into the bathroom. He didn't want to stay together, fearing he might do something inappropriate to White Wan in his sleep, but since White Wan said so and hoped he would stay, despite his nervousness, he was willing to take this step for her. While waiting for Chi-Chen to shower, White Wan listened to the rushing water, images of Chi-Chen's toned body, his scars, and that strange thing flashed in her mind. "Ah, White Wan, what are you thinking? Are you a nympho?" White Wan mentally screamed in frustration, yet found herself short of breath again. After Chi-Chen showered, dried off, and got into bed, White Wan also dried her hair. She covered half of her face with the blanket, revealing only her eyes, looking cute like a sneaky night JPG, resembling a little hamster. Chi-Chen couldn't help but smile at her, got into bed, covered himself with the blanket, and turned off the light. In the darkness, two hearts beat violently, thumping, thumping. Both of them were too nervous to fall asleep. By one counted sheep in her mind, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Chi-Chen, on the other hand, silently recited the multiplication table, 300 ancient poems, as well as martial arts techniques, skills, and other things in his mind. The night outside the window had turned completely dark, with the pleasant sound of insects chirping from time to time. Before they knew it, both of them drifted off to sleep, but their faces carried unmistakable sweet smiles. At dawn, in the hospital ward, Chi Shengtian was suddenly awakened by intense pain, and unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Chi Shire, who was by his bedside, was also startled awake. In a panic, she instinctively infused her own energy into Chi Shengtian to stabilize his condition. Shengtian. Chi Shire was extremely anxious as she took out silver needles, preparing to perform acupuncture on Chi Shengtian. After the ancient war 300 years ago, traditional Chinese medicine had established an absolute position because it complemented Western medicine perfectly. For daily treatments, traditional Chinese medicine was the primary choice, while for severe injuries like internal bleeding, surgery was necessary. "Brother, I'm fine." Chi Shengtian was in excruciating pain but still gritted his teeth. In his heart, he cursed Chi-Chen fiercely, wishing he would just disappear, yet he maintained a calm facade. "You're in this state and still say you're fine? Lie down, let me treat you," Chi Shire hurriedly said. The rejection reaction in Chi Shengtian's body worsened, having been in agony last night until he fell asleep from mental exhaustion, only to be awakened by pain in the morning. "Sister, I'm really fine." Chi Shengtian weakly gasped for air, forcing a smile. Chi Luya was wheeled into the ward by her subordinates to take over caring for Chi Shengtian from her second sister. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw the scene before her. She rushed over, her face filled with self-blame and choked with tears. Shangtian, I'm sorry. It's all because of Sixth Sister's incompetence that we haven't found a solution for you yet. Qi Shangtian lay pale-faced, enduring Qi Shire's acupuncture, shaking his head. Sixth Sister, it's not your fault. No one expected this rejection reaction to be so severe this time. Qi Luyao felt helpless and cried, holding Qi Shangtian's hand tightly, promising, Shangtian, you will be fine. Sixth Sister swears. Qi Shangtian smiled and said, Sixth Sister, after I get better, I want to go see Big Brother. Qi Luyao became alert immediately. Why do you want to see that scum? No, I won't allow you to go. Qi Shangtian smiled bitterly. Sister, please don't be like this. Big Brother is still my brother, the biological son of our parents, and the future heir of the Qi family. Heir? We don't acknowledge him at all. How can he be the heir of a ghost? Even if we die on the battlefield, we will never let him have any benefits. Qi Luyao choked with anger. She thought Qi Shangtian was feeling hopeless about his situation, which is why he spoke words resembling a last will, making her very scared. But Qi Shangtian would never give up on himself. Without truly becoming strong, without becoming the head of the Qi family, how could he bear to let himself die? The supreme bone and the companion bone belong to Qi Chen, so Qi Chen must have a way to solve this. At worst, transfusing Qi Chen's blood into himself should provide relief. Sister, I probably don't have much time left. In the end, I hope to mend the relationship between you all and Big Brother, to bring him back to the family and support the family's responsibilities. Qi Shangtian's smile was so sincere and selfless, deceiving his sisters all along, trapping them in a situation they couldn't escape from. No, don't. Qi Liuyao's tears flowed freely as she washed her face with them. Qi Shangtian slowly closed his eyes, looking utterly exhausted, but deep down, he was in agony. It really hurt. It was almost unbearable. This genuine rejection reaction was different from the facade he used to put on. It was a pain that seared deep into his bones, like a burning fire, as if every nerve in his body was about to snap. Qi Chen must have a solution. Qi Chen, you actually blocked me? Ah, Baiwan, answer the phone for me. Otherwise, I will destroy your Bai family today. Qi Luyao roared ferociously. Baiwan was awakened by a sudden rush of her phone ringing, groggily reaching for it, only to find her bedside banana alarm clock. She innocently placed the banana alarm clock next to her ear, trying to answer the phone, her mind not fully awake yet. Why is the ring still going? Baiwan grumbled in frustration. You got the wrong thing. Qi Chen sat up, amused, and picked up the phone for her to answer. However, when he saw the incoming number, Qi Chen's face darkened suddenly because it was a call from his former sixth sister. Knowing that Qi Liuyao's call at this moment must be trouble, he silenced the phone, gently stroked Baiwan's head, letting her sleep a little longer. Qi Chen put on his slippers, turned and left. Just as he closed the door behind him, the phone rang again. Baiwan, where is Qi Chen? Let him answer the phone for me. Immediately. Qi Liuyao's angry voice carried an absolute command. Miss Qi, may I ask what you want from me? Qi Chen coldly mocked. Qi Chen? Qi Luyao was taken aback. Indeed. Qi Chen nodded. Qi Chen, what did you do to the symbiotic bone marrow? Why did Shangtian have a rejection reaction after the transplant? Qi Luyao angrily demanded. What did I do? You, Miss Lu, hold the National Intelligence Network in your hands. Have you ever heard of someone tampering with symbiotic bone marrow? If we talk about tampering, the only tampering is that it was nourished with my essence. Qi Chen sneered. Bastard! You did tamper with it after all. Qi Luyao shouted in frustration. Miss Qi, do you not understand human language? If you insist on blaming me, then blame me, it doesn't matter. Is Shangtian dead? Do you want me to send a wreath over? Qi Chen mocked even more. After experiencing despair in the previous life, he no longer held any hope for his sisters. The things Qi Wuxuan did made him hate the Qi family even more. He felt justified in using all kinds of malicious words against this double-standard sixth sister. Qi Chen, you're dead. If anything happens to Shangtian, I will make you and the entire Bai family pay. Qi Luyao completely lost control. If Shangtian really died, she might just slaughter half the city. Are you crazy? You want to kill me? Go ahead. But if you touch the Bai family, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Qi Chen said coldly, veins popping on his forehead. Sister 6, don't be like this. Qi Shire hurriedly took the phone and said to Qi Chen, Shangtian's rejection reaction is getting worse. Do you have any solution? Even if second sister begs you, save Shangtian. What conditions? I agree to all. Qi Chen roared. I want you to die. Do you agree? At this moment, he couldn't control his anger either. If Qi Luyao were in front of him, he would definitely not hesitate to act. Qi Chen, calm down, don't be so agitated. Chi Shire tried to reason. Stop talking nonsense, shut up. Chi Chen shouted angrily. Chi Chen. I told you to shut up, don't you understand? Chi Chen, I know you're very angry, but I'm your second sister. Shang Tian is also your younger brother. Chi Shire choked up. Damn it. The main way to resolve Shang Tian's rejection reaction is with my blood. Come and kill me. Come and take all the blood from my body. Let the people of the capital, let the whole country see the true colors of your Chi family. Chi Chen roared, trembling with anger. Why should he stay calm? Why forgive? Shang Tian is his brother? Ridiculous. Can someone who has systematically deprived him of everything be his brother? The argument between Chi Chen and Chi Shire on the phone woke up Bai Wan, who hurried out of the room, looking at Chi Chen's bloodshot eyes with great pity. How far does the Chi family want to go? How much further do they want to push Chi Chen? Why won't they let go? Bai Wan's soft hand gently lifted Chi Chen's hand, slightly calming his anger. Chi Chen turned to look at her, suddenly feeling like crying, as if all the accumulated pain over the years was about to erupt like a volcano at that moment. Chi Chen is just a young man after all. No matter how strong and resilient he is still inexperienced in the ways of the world. He needs support, comfort, and someone to be by his side, to understand him. He took a deep breath and continued, Chi Shire, don't you want to know what's causing Shang Tian's rejection reaction? Fine. I'll tell you. The cause is simple. It's because you were too hasty. If you had waited 3 to 5 months, there wouldn't have been a big problem. But the accompanying bones were nurtured by my body, they are a part of me, so when they all returned, it was discovered they were not the original, naturally causing rejection. The solution lies with me, I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. Click. The phone hung up. Chi Chen's chest heaved violently, biting down hard to stop the tears from falling. If the Chi family really wants his life, then he will give it. He won't let himself drag down the Bai family, let alone let Bai Wan get caught in the whirlpool. In the hospital room, there was a dead silence. Chi Shire looked at her phone, tears streaming down her face. Chi Luyao pondered, confirming how much truth there was in Chi Chen's words, whether Chi Chen might be setting a trap to harm Shang Tian in the end. And Shang Tian was excited, finally having a direction. Great! Chi Chen's blood really works. Swish! Chi Luyao suddenly turned her wheelchair, ready to head out the door. Sixth sister, what are you going to do? Chi Shire stood in her way, anxiously trying to stop her. Go find Chi Chen and take his blood. Chi Luyao said coldly, her tone extremely firm. Sixth sister, how can you do this? What will he do if you take his blood? How will he survive? If this gets out, how will others view our Chi family? Chi Shire was most afraid of Chi Luyao acting impulsively and actually doing it. She wanted to save Shang Tian, that's true, but it shouldn't come at the cost of Chi Chen's life. I don't care about any of that, I just want Shang Tian to live. And besides, why does other people's opinions matter so much? Chi Luyao shook her head. Sixth sister, please don't go. Please don't go. Shang Tian weakly opened his eyes, trying to stop her. Shang Tian, stop talking. I've made up my mind. Chi Luyao was resolute. Chi Chen had done so many outrageous things, causing so much harm to Shang Tian, so it's only fair to use Chi Chen's blood to repay that debt. It's just a matter of losing some blood, he can always receive more. He won't die. But Shang Tian is close to death. Sixth sister, won't you listen? There must be other ways to help Shang Tian. Chi Shire firmly pressed her wheelchair, refusing to let her leave. Second sister, move aside. Chi Luyao was getting impatient. No way. Chi Shire insisted. Second sister, you're going too far. If anything happens to Shang Tian, I won't spare even you. Chi Luyao said angrily, her eyes becoming incredibly fierce. Chi Shang Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Let them argue. The more they argue, the more likely they are to bring me blood. Seeing that she couldn't stop Chi Luyao, Chi Shire quickly called her eldest sister. At this moment, Chi Yue locked herself in her room. Once a beautiful and aloof goddess, her face now showed exhaustion. After locking herself in, Chi Yue did nothing and paid no attention to anything. Every day, she would wake up and sit alone on the balcony of her room, gazing into the distance, recalling the past, feeling increasingly uncomfortable and guilty, with an urge to die. When Chi Yue received a call from Chi Shire, her somewhat cloudy beautiful eyes instantly turned cold and indifferent, filled with anger. What did you say? Little sister wants to kill Chi Chen and take all his blood? Yes, eldest sister, please come quickly, I can't hold her back much longer. Chi Shire said nervously. Wait, I'm coming right now. Chi Yue rushed downstairs without changing, her hair disheveled, her face pale, grabbed the car keys, got into the sports car, stepped on the gas, and sped out of the Chi family's courtyard, scaring even the servants with her speed. Control her for me. Don't let her wander around until I come back. Qi Luyao instructed her men outside to guard Qi Shire in the ward and restrict her movements. Qi Shire called her eldest sister and asked her to come and stop her, feeling truly angry. Little sister, don't act recklessly. I beg you, please don't act recklessly. Held down by two strong women, Qi Shire became frantic. Don't stop me. I must save Xingtian's life. Qi Liuyao's eyes were cold. She had someone push her out and rush towards the Bai family. Sixth sister. Qi Shengtian weakly called from the sickbed. Qi Luyao heard him but remained resolute in her departure. She knew Xingtian's temperament, knew he was soft-hearted. So, she would take the blame for this sinner herself. Sixth sister, please don't. Qi Xingtian's voice choked with pleading, but at the same time, he felt even more pleased and happy. As long as Qi Luyao acted quickly, grabbed Qi Chen, and transfused his blood into herself, by the time others realized, it would be too late. Whether Qi Chen lived or died, he didn't care. And if Qi Chen died, it would be a good thing. Qi Chen's blood could save him, free him from rejection reactions. It would be Qi Chen's honor. When Qi Yue arrived at the hospital, she was blocked by a group of strong individuals. Her eyes turned icy to the extreme, almost forming tangible frost on her body, as she shouted at them, "Get out of my way." They shook their heads, saying firmly, "Apologies, miss, this is Miss Six's orders." Qi Yue said coldly, "If you don't move, I'll kill you." But they still didn't back down, saying, "Even if you kill us, we won't retreat." You. Qi Yue was furious. If this were outside the city, she would have acted without hesitation. But within the city, there were rules to follow. Even if these people belonged to the Qi family, even if their lives belonged to the Qi family, she couldn't kill them. Qi family guards, immediately take me to Kanda Private Hospital. If you don't show up within 10 minutes, you'll bear the consequences. Qi Yue made a call, seething with anger. To stop Qi Yue, Qi Luyao arranged many people in the hospital. The entire floor, the whole corridor, all were Qi Luyao's people. And these were not just ordinary experts, but the top elites under her command. Just as Qi Yue was about to make a move to fight her way out, her thoughts suddenly stalled. She realized something more serious. Qi Luyao arranging so many people here meant she had left. So, where would she go? Definitely to the Bai family, no doubt about it. Qi Yue quickly dialed another number. "Sister San, where are you?" Qi Sanin furrowed her brows and asked nervously, "What's wrong, big sister? What's going on?" Qi Yue shouted in frustration, "Your dear sister is about to kill someone. You immediately get people to stop her at the Bai family. If you can't stop her, I will hold you responsible." At this moment, everyone else was unreliable, only Qi Sanin offered a glimmer of hope. "Big sister, what exactly happened? Little sister Six shouldn't be this impulsive, right?" Qi Sanin asked anxiously. The solution to Qi Xingtian's rejection reaction lies with Qi Chen. She wants to kill Qi Chen, drain his blood to treat Qi Shengtian. Qi Yue roared. Qi Sanin was also shocked. She never expected Little Sister Six to be so crazy. But if Little Sister Six succeeded, with her double standards, she would only think that Qi Chen's death for Qi Shengtian was an honor. After hanging up, Qi Sanin immediately mobilized the Beijing military district, urging them to rush to the Bai family. Involving the military could still keep things under control, but if the Martial Arts Bureau intervened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Regardless of her feelings towards Qi Chen, or whether she wanted Qi Chen to return to the Qi family, Qi Chen must not die. If Qi Chen died, the Qi family would be finished. Damn it! Qi Yue went mad, attacking the elite in front of her. Although she was anxious about Qi Chen, she needed to control Qi Shengtian tightly. As long as she had Qi Shengtian in her grasp, even if Qi Luyao caught Qi Chen, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If anything happened to Qi Chen, everyone would die. At the Bai family, along with a grand convoy, Qi Luyao sat in a wheelchair. She got off the car, leading 1,000 people to surround the Bai family. Upon learning of the situation, Bai Wan's face darkened to the extreme. She immediately had the patriarch stop Qi Chen and went alone to the forbidden area of the Bai family. Bai Wan knew what Qi Chen wanted to do. She knew Qi Chen didn't want to involve the Bai family, so she would rather sacrifice herself. But she couldn't agree. She couldn't possibly agree. Fortunately, she hadn't destroyed the secret order left by the ancestor of the Qi family. If the Qi family dared to act recklessly, then let the Qi family be destroyed. "Qi-chan, come out for me. As long as you behave, I won't trouble the Bai family." Qi Luyao stood outside the gate, coldly admonishing. Her voice, strengthened by power, reached the Bai family's courtyard and beyond, making the strong and guards of the Bai family stand at the gate, facing off against Qi Luyao, their faces dark and filled with anger. The Qi family was becoming more and more excessive. To this extent, Weren't they afraid of the people of the whole country turning against them? Shi Chen, since your blood can cure Xingtian's condition, I only need your blood, and I'll give you a new life. After it's done, I can compensate you enough. But if you don't cooperate, then today, I will crush the Bai family. Qi Luyao threatened. Miss Qi, do you think too highly of yourself? A voice came from the side, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, walking over with a smile. Who are you? Qi Luyao glared at him angrily. I am just a humble person, the principal of No. 15 Middle School, Lu Pingping. The middle-aged man chuckled and introduced himself. There's no need for you here, Kilaueo shouted angrily. Article 13, Note 5 of the Dragon Kingdom's criminal law. All martial arts students from elementary, middle, high school, and university are the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom. No one shall kidnap, coerce, or even kill them without reason. Those who violate this law commit a national crime, she continued sternly. The Ministry of Education and the Martial Arts Bureau have the right to arrest them, even execute them on the spot, she added. This provision applies to all town clans, she emphasized, and to all individuals of high status and importance. Lu Pingping continued to smile mischievously, but her words carried a serious threat. But this is a matter concerning my Chijia, and it's none of your business. Kilaueo's gaze turned cold and unfriendly. As long as she insisted it was a family matter, the Ministry of Education and the Martial Arts Bureau would have no jurisdiction. As the principal of the 15 middle school, and since my student hasn't been to school for several days, regardless of whether it's a family matter of yours, I will take him back, Lu Pingping asserted confidently. Are you sure you want to interfere? Kilaueo retorted angrily. Can you bear the consequences? My godfather is the Deputy Minister of Education. Do you dare to touch me? Lu Pingping challenged with a defiant expression. Fine. Kilaueo trembled with anger, her gaze turning even more hostile. Uncles of the Bai family, please bring out Kitchen. I will take him back to school. Lu Pingping turned to the Bai family members. Only by bringing Kitchen back to school could he be absolutely protected. She had already arranged a dormitory for Kitchen. Anyone who dared to harm him would be seeking death. Kitchen will not go anywhere today. He is my fiancé, and I will protect him, Bai Wan declared with a fierce expression. Bai Wan, your Bai family is just a third-rate clan, no match for the Chijia, Lu Pingping tried to persuade. Hand Kitchen over to me. Only the Ministry of Education can protect him. Principal Lu, thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. The Bai family may be a third-rate clan, Bai Wan admitted, but if my Bai family wants to control the Chijia, it's just a thought of mine. Bai Wan raised her right hand, letting a 1-meter-long scroll fall naturally. It bore the seal of the Chijia ancestor, exuding a powerful aura. In that moment, the bloodline of the Chijia surged within Kilaueo's marrow, almost boiling. The sensation was excruciating. It felt as if the ancestor was present, and if she hadn't been in a wheelchair, she would have been kneeling on the ground. The ancestral decree of the Chijia is here. Kilaueo, you have been blessed by the Chijia bloodline, Bai Wan declared coldly. I command you to cripple your cultivation and leave the Bai family. If there is a next time, I will personally destroy the Chijia. Didn't you promise to destroy the decree? Kilaueo exclaimed in frustration. Luckily, I didn't destroy it. Otherwise, wouldn't it allow your Chijia to act recklessly? Bai Wan sneered. Cripple your cultivation. Otherwise, I will send you on your way. I only wanted Kitchen to save my brother. Why are you going too far? Kilaueo roared in anger. Am I going too far? Bai Wan retorted. Who is really going too far? As Kilaueo refused to comply, Bai Wan was ready to activate the Tianyin bone and enforce the decree. The pressure on Kilaueo intensified, her bloodline boiling in her marrow, causing unbearable pain. She hated it. She loathed the Bai family for using the ancestral decree to their advantage. If the Bai family didn't have the decree, she vowed they would pay a painful price. She clenched her teeth, striking her chest with a palm, breaking her meridians but leaving a glimmer of hope for recovery. Bai Wan naturally knew that there was a way to repair the meridians, but if the heart meridians were shattered, even if repaired, the strength would not be as good as before. Qi Luyao could achieve this, which was enough. If Qi Luyao were killed on the spot, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the Qi family, which would be extremely troublesome. Even though Bai Wan was not afraid, the Bai family was not afraid, but Bai Wan also had to buy time for Qichin. I will continue to keep the secret order in the Bai family. If you dare to mess around again, I will completely activate the secret order and never give up on your Qi family. Shi Chen is my fiancé. If you want to touch him, first, step over my dead body. Bai Wan rolled up the scroll, took everyone back to the Bai family, and invited Lu Pingping in along the way. Boom! The gates of the Bai family closed, leaving only Qi Luyao with an extremely cold expression. Rumble, helicopters approached from the sky, and the people from the Beijing military region arrived outside the Bai family at the fastest speed. Soldiers rushed down and anxiously came to Qi Luyao. Miss 6, the war god commands you to leave immediately. Qi Luyao's face darkened, roaring, how come even third sister is here to hinder me? The soldier ignored this and said, Miss 6, please, retreat. With a command from Qi Luyao, she led everyone away. Even though things had come to this point, she would not give up. She didn't believe that the Bai family could protect Qi Chen for a lifetime. She didn't believe that Qi Chen would never leave. Second sister, prepare an operating room for me. My heart meridians are broken, my cultivation is ruined, and I need to recover immediately. Qi Luyao called her second sister and said, due to her disabled legs, she could never reach the heights of the war god realm in her lifetime, so the current rupture of her heart meridians didn't affect her much. After all, her future was already restricted. What's going on? Qi Shire was startled. The sounds of fighting outside made her panic, and the news about Qi Luyao shocked her even more. That bastard Baiwan took out the ancestral secret order, suppressed me with bloodline, and forced me to disable my cultivation, Qi Luyao said concisely. Boom! The door of the ward was kicked open. Qi Yue rushed in with a group of people, looking coldly at Qi Shire. Second sister, who were you talking to on the phone? Qi Shire's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously said, It's sixth sister. Qi Yue snatched the phone and held a long knife to Qi Shengtian's neck. Qi Luyao, you come back immediately. Otherwise, I will kill Qi Shengtian. I don't mind exchanging one life for another. Qi Luyao was stunned, her heart in chaos, and she anxiously said, Big sister, are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Qi Yue coldly said, come back. Don't force me to kill. Qi Luyao breathed rapidly, I'm coming back. I'm coming back right now. Big sister, calm down, please don't act recklessly. Shengtian is your brother. Qi Yue broke down and shouted, he's not my brother. Crack. The phone was thrown to the ground and shattered. Qi Shengtian's neck was held at knife point, his heart racing with nervousness. He never expected his big sister to be the first to react, let alone consider killing him after reacting. Qi Shengtian, you're despicable. You used all your cunning and means to make us help you get the supreme bone and companion bone, almost killing Qi Chen. Are you satisfied? Qi Yue glared at him, shouting. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, choked up. If not for worrying about affecting Qi Chen, she would have killed someone by now. Eldest brother, what are you doing? A furious voice came. Qi Duanshan and Zhao Mailan stood at the door, indescribably angry. Zhao Mailan felt dizzy and almost fainted. Dad, Qi Shengtian staying in the Qi family is a disaster. As long as you nod, I will dig out his supreme bone and companion bone right now and return them to Qi Chen. Qi Yue's tears flowed horizontally, but her voice was firm. Are you crazy? Qi Duanshan rushed forward and slapped her face heavily. She didn't dodge or flinch, allowing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Let go. Qi Duanshan commanded. No. Qi Yue shook her head. Dad, it's only right for big sister to hate me. After all, I took away big brother's supreme bone, and it's because of me that big brother ended up like this. Dad, Mom, see you in the next life. Qi Shengtian slowly closed his eyes, weakly. His appearance almost broke people's hearts. Zhao Mailan was on the verge of collapse, crying hoarsely, eldest brother, what are you still doing? Are you only satisfied if you force me to death? Mom, don't you understand yet? Qi Yue turned and asked. Understand what? Do you understand that you put a knife to your younger brother's neck? Zhao Mailan collapsed even more, tears flowing like a kite with a broken string. Think about all these years, all these things. Qi Chen is your biological son, but you allowed his supreme bone to be dug out, and even all his associated bones, just to give them to Qi Shengtian? Is he really your son? Is this what a mother should do? Qi Yue retorted. Enough. You've gone mad. Someone, grab her, confine her in the Qi family. Without my permission, no one is allowed to release her. Qi Duanshan was furious, rarely getting so angry at Qi Yue. Qi Yue struggled but was still dragged away. When Xiao Luyao returned, she saw Qi Yue being taken away, not caring about her elder sister, not even wanting to talk to her. Xiao Luyao rushed upstairs, only thinking about her beloved younger brother, Qi Shengtian. Seeing Qi Shengtian unharmed on the sickbed, she finally relaxed. Xiaolu, what's going on? Qi Duanshan was displeased, noticing Xiao Liuyao's depleted strength, furrowing his brow. The Bai family produced an ancestral secret order, forcing me to disable my cultivation, Xiao Luyao explained. The Bai family. Qi Duanshan's teeth clenched, his anger escalating. He recalled the events of 18 years ago, the words of that gentleman, and couldn't contain his emotions. 18 years ago, Qi Chen was not actually missing, he was sent away by him. The gentleman said Chi-Chen was the reincarnation of a calamitous star. If left in the Chi family, it would surely lead to the family's disintegration. The gentleman even gave Chi-Chen his name, specifically to counter his calamitous star destiny. Initially, the gentleman said Chi-Chen could only be brought back after the age of 25. By then, Chi-Chen would no longer be a calamitous star for the Chi family but a lucky star. However, Chi-Chen's brilliance at the age of 13 and his excessively rapid growth left Chi Duanshan with no choice but to bring him back. If he didn't, it would be difficult to bring Chi-Chen back under the family's influence at 25. Chi Duanshan's deliberate distance over the past 5 years was to prevent Chi-Chen from affecting the family. He believed that by doing so, he could avoid any unfavorable future outcomes. As for the transplantation of the supreme bone, he had considered it for a while and ultimately thought it was a good thing. Without the supreme bone, Chi-Chen would be even less likely to influence the Chi family. But in the end, the Chi family still ended up like this. Chi-Chen is truly a calamitous star. If only I had sent him abroad back then. Chi Duanshan gritted his teeth. Dad, what are you saying? Xiao Luya was stunned, thinking she had misheard. I said Chi-Chen is a calamitous star. Chi Duanshan said coldly. Speaking, he recounted the events of the past. After hearing it, everyone in the room fell silent. Shi Shire was puzzled. It was such a ridiculous story, yet her father believed it, even sending Chi-Chen away for so many years. Zhao Milan was on the verge of collapse, sitting down in shock. She never imagined that her own husband was behind the disappearance of their son. Shi Liuyao's eyes sparkled with a strange light. It all made sense now. If Chi-Chen wasn't a doomed star, how else could recent events be explained? It was precisely because he was a doomed star that he drove his eldest sister insane, got his fifth sister locked up in the martial arts bureau, and nearly killed Sheng Tian. In the Bai family's reception room, Chi-Chen felt uneasy. He had been prepared to return his life to the Chi family, but Baiwan stopped him, resolving the Chi family's troubles for him, leaving him both touched and powerless. Touched by Baiwan's attitude, powerless due to his own situation. Chi-Chen, why don't you come back to school with me? Lu Pingping earnestly suggested after taking a sip of tea. He understood Chi-Chen's temperament. If Chi-Chen implicated the Bai family because of himself, even if he remained alive, he would live in pain and torment. All right. Chi-Chen forced a smile, stood up, and with a strained smile, looked at Baiwan. Baiwan, thank you for taking care of me these days. I will repay your kindness with all my might. Baiwan's expression turned serious as she stared at him. Chi-Chen, are you really this weak? Just the Chi family. Where is the courage you showed at the coming-of-age ceremony? Chi-Chen smiled bitterly, but I don't want to burden you all. Baiwan said seriously, you are my fiancé. The man who will carry the Bai family's future burdens. What burden can't you bear? Lu Pingping sensed something amiss and asked, Baiwan, what's going on? Ignoring the entire capital's incomprehension, Baiwan's desire for Chi-Chen to become her fiancé was a trivial matter. The real issue was that Chi-Chen wouldn't live much longer. So, what about the future? After some thought, Baiwan said, Principal Lu, you are aware of the connection between my Bai family and the Chi family. The Chi family's ancestor not only left us many treasures and a secret order to control the Chi family but also another path for the Chi family's development. I have been thinking of ways to help Chi-Chen embark on this path. Lu Pingping was initially stunned but then stood up abruptly, his face filled with joy. So, you mean, Chi-Chen has a chance to return to the peak? Baiwan nodded. If everything goes smoothly, not only can he return to the peak but even surpass it. Lu Pingping burst into laughter, his face turning red with excitement. He had brought Chi-Chen to school years ago to see him grow and dominate Manhwa, hadn't he? If Baiwan wasn't lying, then Chi-Chen would eventually soar again. Chi Yue was confined within the family, her storage ring and weapons confiscated, with guards surrounding her room. This time, her father and even her sisters were angry, but she didn't feel she had done anything wrong. Qi Xingtian's influence was indeed too great. If he were still in the Qi family, he would undoubtedly have been their greatest disaster. Qi Shire's mood was very complex. She changed into surgical attire and personally pushed her younger sister, Killa Yuyo, into the operating room, preparing to reconnect her heart veins. Reconnecting the operation was the fastest way, followed by nourishment with various top-grade medicines. Qi Dianshan waited at the door of the operating room, his expression extremely gloomy. In the current situation, Kitchen was impossible to come back. Over the years, he felt guilty towards Kitchen, but with all the trouble caused by Kitchen, how could he still feel guilty? He was not wrong. The fault lay entirely with Kitchen. Fourth sister, Kaziyuan, immediately rushed back from the battlefield beyond the domain upon hearing the news, bringing back a large amount of medicinal herbs for Kashengshan to brew medicine for healing. Third sister, Kisanyan, also rushed back, visited Kishengshan at the hospital, then went back to the Chi family to see the eldest sister. Seventh sister and ninth sister also rushed back that same evening. This matter had caused a great uproar. It even stirred up quite a commotion in the capital. Chijio stood on the corridor outside the operating room, staring blankly in the direction of the room, waiting for her younger sister to come out, while tears streamed down her face. Kikameng remained silent, her delicate face noticeably paler, showing signs of decadence. The operating room door opened with a clang. Killa Yuyo was pushed out under everyone's gaze. Just as the anesthesia wore off, her body remained weak. Kishier nodded to everyone, indicating that her condition was generally fine. As long as she rested well and recovered peacefully, she could regain 70% of her strength. 70% strength? Kazuyuan was furious, clenching his fist tightly. Killa Yuyo had clearly gone to kitchen seeking a solution, but her heart veins were damaged, resulting in an inexplicable loss of 30% of her strength. This 30% was just her current strength, not even considering her potential for growth in the future. Fourth sister, don't go looking for trouble with Kitchen anymore. Later, I will go find him myself and talk to him, Kishier advised. Kishengshan's rejection was one thing, but the key was Kawukshuan's situation. If they didn't rescue her soon, she would be in trouble. What are you going to say to him? He has been so ruthless, will talking be of any use? Kazuyuan retorted impatiently. But we still need to resolve Kawukshuan's situation. Kishier shook her head. For Kawukshuan, the chief family had already considered many methods, but they couldn't act with impunity. The Martial Arts Bureau was unyielding, leaving them no choice. Besides seeking forgiveness from Kitchen, they had no other way. That scoundrel has completely lost his mind, but maybe the second son going over might have some effect. Chi Dian-shan said coldly. Dad, please stop talking about the doomed star. These years have been our fault. It's not Kitchen's fault. Kishier sighed, trying to persuade. I have given him a chance to return to the family, but how did he respond? Where does he place the dignity of the Chi family? Chi Dian-shan interrupted. The major families in the capital were already laughing at them. Moreover, senior officials from the Ministry of Education directly called to warn that if the Chi family made it difficult for a student again, they would bear the consequences. Since becoming the head of the Chi family, Chi Dian-shan had never been so embarrassed. Ah! Kishier sighed and said no more. Knowing Kitchen well, he was probably just pushed to his limit. Once his anger subsided, he would surely be willing to help. If Kitchen was willing to donate some blood to help Kishengshan recover, that would be even better. Elder sister, as I said, my attitude now doesn't matter anymore. Yes, over the past 5 years, with all our actions towards Kitchen, we were indeed terribly wrong. We should apologize to Kitchen, but with him acting like this, and you like that, how am I supposed to handle this in the middle? Chi Sanin sat in front of her, couldn't help but light a cigarette, and said irritably. Before entering the room, the guards outside specifically warned her not to help Chi Yue escape, or they would be in big trouble. I just hope you can atone for me, can't you? Chi Yue sat on the edge of the bed, weakly, her voice so feeble. Chi Sanin hadn't seen her like this for a long time. The last time seemed to be when she was 4 or 5 years old. Sister, I do recognize right from wrong, but in front of right and wrong, there is still the bigger picture. My second sister and I originally wanted Chi-chen to stay at the Bai family for a few years, gradually change everyone's attitude, and then bring Chi-chen back, but it's a family matter, and your conflict with Chi-chen is well known. Many things have become quite tricky. Chi Sanin said seriously. Chi Yue actually understood these reasons usually, but she had fallen into her own dilemma, leading things to another extreme. If I wanted to cause trouble, I wouldn't have called you back. Chi Yue smiled bitterly and shook her head. But things have developed this way. Chi Sanin was also helpless. So, you can't help Chi-chen at all? Chi Yue turned her head, asking with a last trace of hope. No. Chi Sanin refused. Then you can leave. Chi Yue waved her hand, not wanting to see anyone. She didn't want to see anyone again. Sister, take care of yourself. I won't stay in the capital for long. I'll have to go to the battlefield beyond the domain in a few days. Chi Sanin stood up. Chi Yue didn't respond, just turned to look out the window, at the symbol of freedom, the deep blue sky. When Shire arrived at the Bai family's courtyard gate, it was already the third morning. Principal Lu Pingping of the 15th middle school had already left, wearing a beige long dress. She stood alone at the gate, not disturbing the Bai family, nor asking them to convey anything for her. After being a doctor for so many years, she naturally knew that when someone is angry, they absolutely won't listen to advice. She could only wait here, waiting for Chi-chan to be willing to see her. Chi Duanshan had already paid a huge favor and deposited a large amount of guarantee money for Chi Wuxuan, delaying Chi Wuxuan's trial for 10 days. The Bai family had put considerable pressure on the Martial Arts Bureau. If they couldn't get the Bai family's letter of forgiveness within 10 days, the Martial Arts Bureau would have to pronounce judgment. Second's sister, Qi Shengtian, weakly walked over. Shengtian, why did you come? Qi Shire had waited for Qi Chun for 4 days and still hadn't seen him. When she saw Qi Shengtian appear, she was quite surprised and nervous. Shengtian, you're still weak, how dare you come out? Qi Shengtian forced a smile and said, second sister, you've been waiting here for 4 days. Now that I'm feeling a little better, I also want to come and seek forgiveness from my big brother. Don't tell the others, because I sneaked out. Qi Shire wanted him to go back, but when she thought of Qi Chen's attitude, she could only let him stay. The one who tied the bell must untie it. His coming might be a turning point. In these days, Qi Shengtian's condition had indeed improved a lot, with medicinal herbs brought by other sisters greatly suppressing his rejection reaction. However, even so, once the rejection occurred, he still suffered unbearably. If the sisters had been a little more helpful, he wouldn't have endured for 4 days. 4 days? Do you know how he survived these 4 days? Qi Chen, have you decided where to take me today? Bai Wanru's melodious voice came, holding Qi Chen's arm as they walked out together. To the snack street? To the hero monument? Later, we can go watch a movie together. Qi Chen asked with a smile, his eyes only on her. In Kitchen's most desperate and helpless moments, only she was willing to help herself and stand by her side. If it weren't for her, Kitchen might have returned her life to the Qi family. Sure, sure. Bai Wan nodded with a smile. She let Kitchen hold her hand. Even though she could see through the blindfold, it was still too astonishing. It's better to keep a low profile when out and about. Kitchen! Qi Shirer called out to the two. They heard her but ignored her, walking to the side of the street. They didn't need bodyguards. The Qi family's ancestral order in Naji was enough to suppress everything. Moreover, today was Bai Wan and Kitchen's first date, and she didn't want anyone following them and ruining the atmosphere. Kitchen, just help second sister one last time, okay? Qi Shirer caught up, insisting. Miss Qi, please behave yourself. You are allowed to stand at a distance, but not to approach our master and young master. The Bai family guards immediately stepped forward, blocking Qi Shirer. Sorry. Qi Shirer smiled bitterly. Big brother, come back to the Qi family with me, please. Kishengshan shouted at Kitchen's back from afar, consumed by jealousy. Bai Wan was beautiful, powerful, and the heir of the Bai family's Bone, even holding the Qi family's secret order. If Kitchen hadn't taken her away, Kishengshan could have used her power to become the true core of the Qi family. But no matter what Kishengshan said, Kitchen never responded. Kitchen and Bai Wan disappeared around the street corner, vanishing from their sight. Forget it, Shengtian, let's continue waiting here. As long as we are sincere, Kitchen will forgive us sooner or later, Qi Shirer said. We have no other choice. Shengtian's eyes flashed with a hint of malice but quickly dissipated. Ring, 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 a phone call came in. It was Kaziyuan calling. Second sister, do you know where Shengtian is? As soon as Shengtian heard fourth sister's voice, he immediately shook his head at second sister, signaling her to say he wasn't there. Qi Shirer shook her head and said, I don't know, what's wrong? Kaziyuan said, I just arrived at the hospital and found him missing from the ward. I asked the doctors and nurses, but no one knows where he went. Qi Shirer replied, maybe he went somewhere and will be back soon. Kaziyuan sounded nervous, then I'll ask sixth sister. With so many people under her, she can definitely find Shengtian. Normally, Kishengshan's whereabouts wouldn't worry Kaziyuan. After all, with the Qi family's power in the capital, no one dared to touch Kishengshan. But with Kitchen in the picture, there was a risk that Kishengshan might be in danger. After hanging up, Qi Shirer looked at Kishengshan and said, Shengtian, explain to your sixth sister, or she'll come looking for you again. Shengtian pretended to be nervous and nodded, okay, I'll go tell sixth sister right away. Originally, Shengtian hoped his sisters would quarrel, but now, it was not an option. If they kept causing a scene, who knew when they would get Kitchen's blood? Throughout the day, Kitchen took Bai Wan to many places to play. Due to thorough planning, they didn't feel overwhelmed. Kitchen hadn't gone out to play for a long time, and Bai Wan had never had time to play since she was young. They first went to the Hero Monument, where all the martyrs who died in battle over the past 300 years were buried, including Bai Wan's parents. Bai Wan lost her parents at the age of 3 and began the Bone inheritance ceremony at the age of 4, starting a 14-year seclusion. Only she knew how agonizing those years had been. Bai Wan had no particular impression of her parents, but after presenting the bouquet, she still smiled and introduced Qi Chen to them. In fact, she wished she could have parents by her side like other children. Whenever she thought of being alone, she would hide in the forbidden area of the Bai family, shedding tears alone. But now, she was no longer alone. Qi Chen was by her side. After leaving the monument, Shi-chan and Bai-wan enjoyed many delicious foods, saw many sights, and even watched a movie praising heroes that evening. Over the past century, movies set in foreign battlefields had always been popular, especially those with foreign love stories. In the cinema, Bai-wan took Shi-chan's hand, and the light reflected on the big screen fell on her exquisite profile. She softly asked Shi-chan, what do you think the scene would be like if one day the alien beasts were extinct, the foreign battlefields closed, and humanity restored peace? Shi-chan shook his head. I don't know. That scene would be too beautiful, I can't even imagine it. Over the past 300 years, human strongmen had been evolving continuously, but the alien beasts were also evolving. Some alien beasts that had survived from 300 years ago had become humanity's #1 enemy. If they continued to grow stronger, humanity would eventually face extinction. That day was also unimaginable for humanity. Shi-chan, can you promise me something? Bai-wan turned to him, looking at him seriously. What is it? Shi-chan asked in confusion. Live well and don't die before me. I'm very afraid of being alone. If you die, I will be very sad. Bai-wan's voice was soft but filled with great stubbornness. We will both live well, don't say such things. Shi-chan couldn't help but gently stroke her hair and smiled. But I mean it. During those 14 years of seclusion, I was alone every day, and I almost went crazy, Bai-wan said weakly. If you go before me, I will also be very sad, Shi-chan smiled and said. Even though they had only been together for about 10 days and had no emotional foundation before, these 10 days felt like 10 years. How about this then? If one of us dies, the other will die for love. What do you think? Bai-wan actually proposed seriously. She didn't think it was a big deal, on the contrary, she found it romantic. Although they couldn't be born in the same year and month, they could die in the same year and month. Wasn't that the most romantic thing in the world? Okay. Shi-chan agreed without much thought. Shi-chan, you're really good. Bai-wan was clearly very happy. Even if Shi-chan was deceiving her, she didn't mind, the present moment was what mattered. Isn't it? But just as the movie was about to end, a call from Uncle interrupted them. Uncle said something had happened at home. One of the guards had beaten Chi Shengtian, and Chi's sisters had rushed over, almost starting a fight. Bai-wan's face darkened upon hearing this. She couldn't be bothered with Chi Shire and the others standing at the door, picking a fight on their own? Beating Chi Shengtian to splash dirt on the Bai family? What a scheme! What a scheme indeed! Bai-wan took Chi-chan's hand and immediately took a taxi back to the family. Chi Si-yuan stared at the injuries on Chi Shengtian's face, the blood at the corner of his mouth, and glared angrily at the Bai family guards who had gone too far. They hadn't intervened with the Bai family or caused trouble for them, but the Bai family actually resorted to violence? She couldn't tolerate this. Little Six, take Shengtian back first. I'll handle this matter. Chi Si-yuan handed Chi Shengtian over to Little Six Care, stood up coldly, and said, Fourth sister, don't act recklessly. I'm begging you, please don't act recklessly. We already need our eldest brother's forgiveness. If you lay hands on the Bai family, how can we ever earn our eldest brother's forgiveness? Chi Shengtian anxiously pleaded. Earlier that day, someone had advised him to let the Bai family strike him, causing chaos. As long as the Bai family made a move, no matter what happened, the blame would fall on them. If Chi-chen remained adamant and unwilling to shed his blood, even if Chi-chen waited at the door for 3 years, he would never agree. And he couldn't wait that long. So the quickest way was to harm the Bai family. Behind the scenes, someone helped him collude with a Bai family guard to instigate the incident. Sixth sister, take the person back. Chi Si-yuan said coldly, his aura growing stronger as he prepared to act. Fourth sister, don't be impulsive. Setting aside the Bai family's ancestral decree, the recent turmoil in the city makes it unsuitable to act now. Chi Shire grabbed her, urging anxiously. I won't lay hands on them, but today, I will dismantle the Bai family. Chi Si-yuan declared angrily. With a hot temper and strength surpassing Chi Shire's, she swiftly approached the Bai family members, intent on dismantling them and humiliating them in the capital, showing them the consequences of assaulting her brother. Stop her! Bai Donghua shouted. As a 9th-ranked grandmaster on the verge of stepping into the realm of war gods, Chi Si-yuan couldn't be stopped by one person alone. It required the collective effort of strong Bai family members. The true powerhouses of the major families were on the battlefield beyond the domain, allowing grandmasters to dominate. Get out of my way, or I'll have to fight you. Chi Si-yuan roared. Fourth miss, why don't you ask for the reason? Your second Miss Chi from the Chi family stood at our Bai family's door for 4 days. Why was she unharmed? But as soon as Chi Shengtian arrived, we had to take action. Bai Donghua questioned. He felt something was amiss with the guard's actions, but now was not the time to delve into it. You hit my brother, that's the reason. Chi Si-yuan kept dodging, trying to rush past them, feeling extremely frustrated. As the leader of one of the Dragon Kingdom's top SS-level hunting teams, she had swept through armies on the battlefield beyond the domain. When had she ever felt so powerless? If she didn't want to cause trouble for the Chi family, she would have sent these people to the hospital already. Chi Si-yuan, can't you be reasonable? Bai Donghua scolded sternly. Reason? My fist is the reason. Chi Si-yuan sneered. Bang! She bypassed the defense line, kicked the pillar of the Bai family's main gate, then leaped up, tore down the Bai family plaque, and smashed it underfoot. Chaos erupted at the Bai family's main entrance. Under Chi Si-yuan's violent onslaught, the once orderly entrance was now a mess. Bai Wan and Chi Chen had almost arrived with the Martial Arts Bureau. The special police immediately restrained Chi Si-yuan, who stopped struggling, letting them take control. After all, resisting the Martial Arts Bureau further would only complicate matters. Bai Wan's gaze darkened as she looked at the shattered plaque, the crumbling pillar, and the ruined gate, her anger evident. The Martial Arts Bureau found it difficult to handle the situation upon learning the cause. This time, the Bai family struck first, but Chi Si-yuan hadn't physically harmed anyone, only dismantled the Bai family. At most, it was a dispute over property damage, and Chi Si-yuan couldn't be arrested. Mediation was the only option for both parties. We don't need mediation. Since you insist my family guard hit your brother, let's call it even with 50 lashes each, and let's end it here. You worry about your brother, I'll take responsibility for my Bai family's losses. How about that? Bai Wan wished she could summon the secret order of the Chi family's ancestors, but each time the order was used, it became one less. Once the order became ineffective, the Chi family would no longer have any scruples. Bai Wan, I warn you, this matter is not over. Chi Si-yuan spat on the ground and left with his men. Chi Chen really wanted to smash Chi Si-yuan's head open to see if it was filled with muscles. If Chi Shengtian wasn't playing tricks, how could the Bai family guards possibly attack? Uncle, where is that guard? Why did he act? Bai Wan frowned as she saw them leave. He said Chi Shengtian was being insidious, said some nasty things, insulted Chi Chen, so he acted. Bai Donghua explained in a deep voice. Bring him here. Bai Wan said coldly. Master, bad news. The guard who acted has run away. A guard ran up to them and reported. He ran? This is getting interesting. Bai Wan's expression turned even colder. She was truly angry now. If the guard hadn't run, it might have been Chi Shengtian provoking the situation and the guard couldn't help but act. In that case, Bai Wan wouldn't pursue it at all. If a fight happened, she would just say well done. But now that the person had run, it can only mean that this was a play directed by the Chi family. The Chi family really has some tricks up their sleeves. Infiltrating our Bai family and staging such a play? Immediately investigate the entire family. Anyone related to the Chi family, get them expelled. Bai Donghua said angrily. Uncle, don't panic. If the Chi family can infiltrate once, they can infiltrate a second time, a third time. Even if we expel all related personnel, it won't be meaningful. Bai Wan held him back, shaking her head. So are we just going to endure this? Bai Donghua also had a hot temper. He could tolerate being bullied by others, but not if it involved the Bai family. Wait until the mock exam in a few days. I will gradually show the world Chi Chen's value. At the same time, after the mock exam, the Bai family will start to rise to the ranks of the second-class families. By then, I will bring out some things from the forbidden area to help the Bai family rise. Bai Wan said coldly. When she accepted the inheritance of the ancestors, she also accepted their strategies. Despite being only 18 years old, with less experience than Bai Donghua and the others, she wouldn't be wrong in the big picture. Good. Our Bai family has been dormant for too long. It's time to show the world the depth of our Bai family. Bai Donghua lit a cigarette, feeling indignant. Chi Chen, let's go, to the forbidden area. Bai Wan took Chi Chen's hand and led him to the forbidden area. Chi Chen's supreme bone had shown signs of revival, and Bai Wan was confident that before the mock exam, she could make Chi Chen sprout and grow bones. Even if it was just a segment, it would greatly help Chi Chen in the mock exam, and his display would also announce to the world that the former genius had not fallen. Bai Wan had originally intended to slow down the pace, but with the Chi family pressing so hard, she had to be prepared. This time, the Chi family was very likely to tamper with the mock exam. She and Chi Chen were not in the same examination area, so she had to be on guard for Chi Chen in advance. Until Chi Chen truly grew, she would not, and could not, allow Chi Chen to perish again. Chi Si-yuan left with his men. Although he had scattered the Bai family, she was still not relieved. She really wanted to beat up the Bai family members. Fortunately, Xingtian's situation wasn't too serious, otherwise, she might end up killing someone. In the hospital, nurses were treating Xingtian's wounds. Xingtian remained calm on the surface, but he was truly infuriated. He had failed again. He had fucking failed again. With only a few days left until the mock exam, if he was still trapped in rejection reactions, he wouldn't even be able to participate in the mock exam. I must come up with a plan. See if I can get the person behind the scenes to help him find 2 assassins to come to the hospital at midnight to kill him. As long as things get extreme enough, he doesn't believe that his sisters can't help him bring Chi-chan over. After his sisters left, he immediately contacted the person behind the scenes with his phone and shared his thoughts. The other party agreed immediately and also mentioned a surprising news: Chi-chan is going to participate in a simulation exam this time. Chi-chan is already useless, so why bother going? Is he going to his death? Remember, the simulation exam also involves going to the assessment area to hunt down alien beasts. But it's just right for Chi-chan to go. If his sisters can't help him bring Chi-chan over, he will let the person behind the scenes find assassins to kill Chi-chan during the exam. By then, he will still get Chi-chan's blood and eliminate the threat of Chi-chan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Late the next night, a group of people lurked and ambushed in the hospital in advance. They were waiting for Chi Shengtian to give the signal, and they would rush into the room to assassinate. Tonight, Chi Si-yuan was on duty. While Chi Si-yuan was in the restroom, Chi Shengtian let them come up. Chi Si-yuan was powerful, and these people were no match for her at all. Their arrival had already disregarded the consequences. Assassins! A scream pierced the night sky. Chi Si-yuan was still in the restroom. Upon hearing the sound, she rushed out immediately. Swish, her figure was like the wind, unleashing the power of a 9th-grade grandmaster to the fullest. Her face was extremely grim, praying that these assassins were not targeting Chi Shengtian, otherwise, she would retaliate without considering the consequences. Shengtian! Chi Si-yuan saw the assassins in the room, and her heart was in turmoil. She watched as a dagger was about to fall on Chi Shengtian's neck. With all her strength, she struck out, sending the person flying out of the window, falling from the 5th floor. Bang! Bang! She swiftly dealt with several people, then immediately checked Chi Shengtian's condition. Seeing that Chi Shengtian had no injuries, she finally relaxed. The Bai family had crossed the line. They hit her brother yesterday and hired assassins today. This was a declaration of war against the Chi family. Chi-chan, Bai family, since you want it this way, don't blame me. Chi Si-yuan notified her sisters while contacting her own team members. If the Bai family hired assassins, she would issue a bounty for their lives. She had no evidence that the Bai family hired assassins, and the Bai family wouldn't have evidence that she put a bounty on them. She wanted to see how the Bai family would react. When the sisters arrived at the hospital, they were still shaken. Who would have thought that there were assassins lurking in the hospital, targeting their brother? This must be done by that scum Chi-chan. Hiring someone to kill his brother, he's truly ruthless. Chi Luyao scolded angrily, her eyes flashing with anger. 6th sister, don't say that. How could Chi-chan possibly do such a thing? Chi Si-yuan retorted ambiguously. In fact, she had already arranged everything. Tomorrow morning, the bounty on the Bai family would shake the entire capital. 4th sister, what do you mean by this? If it's not Chi-chan, then who else could it be? Chi Luyao frowned and questioned. Chi-chan? Does he have the guts for that? Chi Si-yuan sneered. The 3rd sister was present at this moment, and she absolutely couldn't reveal any information, or the 3rd sister would definitely stop her. Because the 3rd sister would never allow anyone in the Chi family to hire assassins. Chi Shengtian on the sickbed was also somewhat puzzled. Chi Si-yuan had just gone out to make a call, presumably targeting the Bai family, but why would she say that now? The person who could target her at this moment was either the Bai family or Chi-chan, because no one else had a reason. 4th sister, did you do anything? Chi Sanin felt that something was wrong and frowned. What do you mean, do something? Kill those assassins? Chi Si-yuan retorted directly. She absolutely couldn't show any weakness at this moment, or her 3rd sister would notice something was amiss. The Martial Arts Bureau will uncover the truth about this matter. Until the Martial Arts Bureau reaches a formal conclusion, none of you should act rashly, understood? Chi Sanin scanned the women present, warning them. In the absence of the eldest sister, Chi Sanin was the most capable of holding the fort. Ha, I'd like to see who dares to hire assassins again. He hires one, I kill one, he hires a pair, I kill a pair. I'll stay in Xingtian's ward. Chi Si-yuan sat on the sofa, exuding a strong sense of hostility. Chi Sanin couldn't say much about her attitude. After all, when assassins came to kill, they indeed should be killed. The women stayed in the ward until the early hours of the morning, dispersing only at 2 a.m., leaving Chi Si-yuan to watch over. Chi Si-yuan slept on the caretaker's bed, her face still burning with anger in the darkness. Tomorrow morning, the Bai family would be in deep trouble. She wanted to see how the Bai family would beg for her forgiveness tomorrow. In the early morning, Chi Shire went to the Bai family as usual. Things were getting more and more complicated. After the incident with Chi Shengtian being beaten, it was even more impossible for Chi Shire to seek Chi Chen's help. With the deadline given by the Martial Arts Bureau approaching, she was in turmoil. Once the Martial Arts Bureau's procedures were initiated, the charges against the fifth sister, Chi Wuxuan, would be confirmed. Ding dong, a message flashed on her phone, making her face turn pale. Breaking news! Last night, a mysterious person offered a 5 billion reward on the dark web for the Bai family in the capital city. Major crisis for the Bai family. Mysterious figure issues a reward. The Bai family is in danger. Thinking back to Chi Si-yuan's attitude last night, Chi Shire suddenly understood. She thought Chi Si-yuan's behavior was strange last night, and now she realized she had posted a reward on the dark web. This was going to be a disaster. Chi Sanin prepared to head to the Eastern War Zone. At 4 a.m. last night, her subordinates in the war zone sent a message, saying they might have found a solution to the rejection reaction. However, just as she was about to leave, she saw the notification on her phone. Instantly, her face darkened. There was no need to think about it. It was definitely done by her fourth sister. She immediately rushed to the hospital ward and questioned her fourth sister, Chi Si-yuan. But Chi Si-yuan remained calm, refusing to admit. Third sister, why would you suspect me of this? The recent turmoil in the family, I would never do something to tarnish the family's reputation or cause trouble for the family. Chi Si-yuan shrugged. As long as she didn't admit it, even if the third sister was convinced it was her, she would never leak a word or point fingers at her, because the third sister prioritized the overall interests of the Chi family. Immediately withdraw the reward. Chi Sanin shouted at her. These sisters were getting more and more out of hand. If this matter was caught as evidence, the Chi family would immediately lose its status as a national clan, and the individuals involved would be judged. Third sister, have you gone mad? It wasn't me, how can I withdraw it? Chi Si-yuan confronted her. I'll ask you one more time, will you withdraw it or not? Chi Sanin was on the verge of rage. It wasn't me, I won't withdraw it. Chi Si-yuan stubbornly replied. Slap. Chi Sanin went from disappointment to despair, landing a heavy slap on her face. Blood slowly dripped from her mouth, adding a touch of fierceness to her gaze. Third sister, are you sure you want to pin something unrelated to me on me? Chi Sanin grabbed her throat and threatened, Lao Si, if I find evidence of this matter, I will personally send you in. Chi Si-yuan shrugged, sure. I'll be waiting for you, Chi Sanin, to uphold justice over family ties. Chi Sanin left with raging anger, while Chi Si-yuan clapped behind her, taunting, third sister, make sure to find the evidence soon. I'll be waiting in the capital for you to catch me. Ignoring her, Chi Sanin contacted their family servant to reach their eldest sister who was in seclusion. Chi Yu's phone and communication devices had been confiscated, and the family business she managed was handed over to others. Soon, Chi Yui answered the call, little sister, it's me. Chi Sanin boarded a military vehicle and solemnly said, elder sister, I need your connections in the capital. Fourth sister has put a bounty on the Bai family in the dark web, offering 5 billion as a reward. I need to suppress this matter as soon as possible. Although Chi Sanin could use her status as a war god to issue a notice preventing anyone from accepting bounties on the dark web, she would risk making enemies if she did so. However, such an announcement would also draw unwanted attention to the Chi family. What? Chi Si-yuan actually put a 5 billion bounty on the Bai family? Chi Yus stood up abruptly, her eyes turning icy cold. Elder sister, that's not important for now. Find a way to protect the Bai family, prevent them from being affected by the bounty, that's crucial. Chi Sanin drove with one hand, anxious. Alright, I'll contact my connections in the capital, we'll talk later, Chi Yus said. After hanging up, Chi Sanin urgently contacted her connections in the capital to try to salvage the situation. Chi Shire saw Chi Chen and Bai Wan walking out quickly and hurried to meet them. She knew why Chi Chen was there and nervously said, Chi Chen, don't rush. I just contacted third sister. She said she's investigating the mastermind behind this. At the same time, she's mobilized elder sister's connections to ensure your and the Bai family's safety. Chi Chen roared, enough. I don't care who did this, it's my fault, right? This is my blood bag, it should help with Chi Xingtian's issue. Let's go to the Martial Arts Bureau now and issue a letter of understanding to release Chi Wuxuan, please. Also, please, Chi family, let me go. Chi Shire's eyes reddened, wanting to hold Chi Chen's hand. Chi Chen, don't be like this. We didn't post that bounty. Chi Chen, frustrated, interrupted her forcefully, stop talking. Take the blood bag and go save your beloved brother. I've seen enough of the ugly face of the Chi family. With that, Chi Chen left with Bai Wan to the Martial Arts Bureau to issue the letter of understanding. Despite Bai Wan's reluctance for Chi Chen to hand over the blood bag, he had to do it, Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, Shi-chan couldn't let the Bai family take risks for him. With Bai Wan's actions, with the Bai family's actions, they were worth his life to protect. His hatred towards the Chi family had reached its peak, and from now on, he would only harbor hatred towards anyone from the Chi family. He would continue to strengthen himself, become a force to reckon with against the Chi family, and make them pay for everything they had done. Damn you, Shi Shire, Shi Siyuan, Shi Luyao. Why don't you all just die? Shi-chan shouted in despair. Shi-chan, don't be angry. Don't get angry because of these people. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side. Bai Wan hurriedly comforted. Bai Wan, what did I do wrong in the end? I regret coming to this world. Shi-chan choked up. Don't say that. If you hadn't come to this world, how could I have met you? Bai Wan worried about Shi-chan's wavering will. Bai Wan. Shi-chan completely couldn't hold back. Tears silently slid down. It's okay. When your supreme bone grows, everything will be fine. Bai Wan gently embraced him, enveloping him with her tenderness. I, Shi-chan, in this life, will never share the sky with the Chi family. Shi-chan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and exclaimed hoarsely. Shi-chan, let's change our names at the Martial Arts Bureau while we're at it. The Chi from the Chi family is no longer worthy of you. Bai Wan said softly. Okay. Shi-chan's hands trembled as he gently held Bai Wan. At this moment, the young man completely collapsed, his heart in his chest contracting violently, the flames of anger forming the bed of the supreme bone, accelerating its regeneration. When they came out of the Martial Arts Bureau, Shi Wuxuan's letter of forgiveness had been signed, the name change documents had been officially submitted. As soon as the procedures were completed, Shi-chen would completely rid himself of this name. In the future, he would have only one name, Nian-chen. When naming him, Bai Wan originally wanted to use characters like Wu or Dragon to give Nian-chen a surname, but he refused. He wanted to use the last character of Bai Wan's name to form Nian Wan, but Bai Wan also refused because it sounded too girly. After changing his name, Nian-chen was like a new person. He no longer wanted to bear any surname. For the rest of his life, he just wanted to live as himself, to live more for Bai Wan. Bai Wan hoped that the future Nian-chen would be a towering hero, a real man, and at the same time, deeply in love with her, walking hand in hand to old age. The two walked shoulder to shoulder on the street. Bai Wan led him around. They ate a lot of delicious street food. The mood of the young man and woman improved a lot, even though the Chi family would still not let them off. But they didn't care anymore. Come what may, they would face it head on. In the hospital, Shi Shire brought back the blood bag, but she looked a bit lost. Chi Yue and Chi Sanian were still working hard to deal with the bounty, trying to block the huge impact of the bounty throughout the capital. Second sister, why are you back? What's in your hand? Zhou Jie Chijiu came up, looking puzzled. This is Chi-chan's blood. Now, we have a way to deal with rejection reactions. Chi Shire smiled bitterly, but so powerless. Isn't that a good thing? Second sister, then quickly give the blood bag to Shang Tian for transfusion. Chi Jiu was excited. Chi Shire shook her head. She didn't have the strength to give Chi Shang Tian a blood transfusion. She called a nurse and handed the blood bag to her. This is Chi-chen's blood? Send it for testing first to see if there are any other issues. This scum is so sinister, who can guarantee that he didn't tamper with the blood bag? Kilaueo sat in a wheelchair, with Kazuyuan pushing her. They had some unpleasantness yesterday, mainly because of Kazuyuan's words that Kilaueo didn't like, but when she woke up this morning and saw the notifications on her phone, she instantly understood the intention behind Kazuyuan's words yesterday. Yes, second sister, have someone send it for testing. Kazuyuan also nodded. Sisters, I, Kiwuxuan, am back. An excited shout came, and Kiwuxuan, who had been locked up for nearly 10 days, walked over, looking excited. 5 sisters are back? Kilaueo looked at her, unable to hold back her smile. I'm back. After being locked up for so many days, I'm going crazy. Fortunately, the Bai family signed the letter of understanding. Otherwise, when I come out, I will make sure the Bai family has sleepless nights. Chi Wuxuan sneered. Lao Wu, you came back at the right time. We got Chi-chen's blood bag, and Shang Tian has a solution. Chi Siyuan smiled at her and said. Chi Wuxuan was even more excited, saying, this is truly a double blessing. Let's start treating Shang Tian quickly. Chi Siyuan said, no rush. We'll inject it after the blood bag is confirmed safe. 15 minutes later, the test results of the blood bag were quickly released. The blood bag was fine, and through analysis, it was indeed possible to resolve Shang Tian's rejection reaction. A doctor took the blood bag, gave Shang Tian a blood transfusion, and after just a few hours of waiting, Shang Tian's rejection reaction completely disappeared. Shang Tian felt a long-lost refreshing feeling in his body, almost wanting to shout out in joy. Damn it! He finally didn't have to suffer anymore. With the end of the rejection reaction, the 8 accompanying bones perfectly merged with Shang Tian, enhancing his innate 9 dragons physique, propelling him further. Upon hearing the news, Shi Duanshan immediately brought Zhao Mailan over. The test results for Shang Tian's innate talent were out, grade SS+. Surpassing the height Qi Chen reached at 13. One good thing after another. Little brother, congratulations. Qi Luyao smiled knowingly. Thank you, sister, thank you, mom and dad, thank you all. If it weren't for all of you helping me, I would have given up. Shang Tian said emotionally, wiping a tear from his eye. Shang Tian, the future of the Qi family rests on your shoulders. The heights you will reach in the future will be unmatched in the entire capital. Qi Duanshan patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Dad, rest assured. I swear I will not disappoint your expectations. Shang Tian said firmly. Today, Lao Wu is released without guilt. Shang Tian overcomes the rejection reaction, and is promoted to grade SS+ talent. Truly a triple blessing. Spread the word, I want a grand celebration. Invite all our relatives and friends from the Qi family. Qi Duanshan laughed heartily. Dad, celebrating for 5th sister is enough, as for me. There's no need for such extravagance. Shang Tian said maturely. He had always maintained a good balance, keeping most things under his control. Shang Tian, what are you saying? Dad, celebrating for you is not extravagant, and a little money for a feast is just a drop in the bucket for our Qi family. Qi Duanshan waved his hand. Little brother, since Dad is happy today, just go along with him. Qi Siyuan smiled. Well then. Thank you, Dad. Shang Tian nodded obediently. Let's go. We're leaving the hospital. Qi Duanshan smiled broadly, putting his arm around Shang Tian's shoulder and leading him away. But Qi Shire watched their figures from behind, seeing them chatting and laughing, suddenly feeling a bit out of place. The news of Shang Tian's discharge spread to Qi Sanin. Upon learning the situation, Qi Sanin couldn't help but sigh deeply. Finally, it had come to this. Qi Sanin's reward order completely pushed Qi Chen to the edge, forcing him into opposition with the Qi family. If Qi Chen couldn't grow, it would be fine, but if he did, he would become the biggest obstacle on the Qi family's path forward. Grade SS+ talent? If it weren't for the delays caused by the Qi family over the past 5 years, Qi Chen could have achieved it too. That night, at the same 7-star hotel, Qi Duanshan held a grand celebration for Shang Tian, proudly announcing his talent to everyone. Although many felt the Qi family's actions were inappropriate, Shang Tian's talent was enough to overshadow everything. No matter how despicable the Qi family was, they had to praise him, because Qi Shang Tian represents the future of the Qi family. Eldest sister Qi Yue couldn't make it due to being closed off, second sister Qi Shire was feeling unwell and resting at home, while third sister Qi Sanin arrived at the scene, pressuring Qi Siyuan to withdraw the bounty, and not long after, the wanted notice on the dark web quietly disappeared. Abai, Qi Shang Tian has been promoted to SS+ talent. Bai Wan entered the forbidden area, looking at Nian Chen immersed in the medicinal liquid, and said, "Oh, then we must congratulate him." Nian Chen sneered, "Let's test your talent too. Drip a drop of blood on this device." Oh, not bad. In less than 20 days, you've upgraded from F-level talent to D-level talent. Bai Wan exclaimed excitedly. Still far from enough. My previous cultivation efficiency was nearly 100 times this. Nian Chen shook his head. But you can keep growing. Bai Wan chuckled. Awan, I think I might break through to C-level talent tonight. Really? That's great. I'll stay up all night with you. Awan, let's get married after we graduate from college. Don't worry, I'm already your fiancé, you can't escape. We'll get married after we graduate. You're so cute, I suddenly want to kiss you, what should I do? Hee hee, if you can achieve C-level talent tonight, I'll let you kiss me. Then I must work hard. Laughter filled the forbidden area, their journey was about to set sail. After class, Lu Pingping came to the Bai family to check on Nian Chen's situation, to decide whether he should participate in the simulation exam in 3 days. Since Nian Chen and Bai Wan were in the forbidden area and couldn't come out for a while, the Bai family servant served tea to Lu Pingping. After finishing his work, Bai Donghua came to the living room to entertain Lu Pingping. Bai Donghua admired Lu Pingping, whom he originally thought was just a sycophant. Although he was the principal of 15 middle school, which was mediocre, Bai Donghua never took him seriously. However, Lu Pingping's attitude refreshed Bai Donghua's understanding. He, a person like this, was willing to offend the Qi family for Nian Chen, even in such a tough manner. He was completely going against the Qi family. It was evident that he was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Principal Lu. Nian Chen walked over with Bai Wan, smiling at him. Lu Pingping was also a benefactor to Nian Chen. Although he had deceived Nian Chen into 15 middle school with poor conditions and qualifications, He had never mistreated Nianchen over the years, even coming forward to support him. Oh, fourth-rank military officer? Yes. Lu Pingping put down his teacup, smiling with joy. Just now, my talent returned to sea-level standard, and my strength also broke through. Nianchen explained respectfully, as Lu Pingping deserved such an attitude. Great, great. That's wonderful. Lu Pingping became even more excited. Hee, things just got interesting. If Nianchen could return to his peak, 15 middle school would soar. Then Lu Pingping, with his discerning eye, would either lead 15 middle school to become a top high school or enter the Ministry of Education. Although sea-level talent was average and only considered lower tier at 15 middle school, it was on Nianchen. The nature was completely different. Nianchen, the first simulation exam will be held in 3 days. Will you participate? Lu Pingping's smile faded, asking seriously, because this matter was very important. During the college entrance examination, geniuses often underperformed, so the Ministry of Education also counted the scores of the simulation exam. Students have two choices. First, ignore all mock exam scores and use the college entrance exam score as the final score. Second, add the scores of 3 mock exams, 15% each, to the college entrance exam score, 55%, to calculate the final total score. After the scores are released, students can choose the calculation method that benefits them the most. Principal Lu, I want to go and take a look first. I don't think my mock exam scores will be good this time. I won't rank high in the city, but I believe I will shine in the college entrance exam. Nianchen said confidently. His confidence came from Baiwan, who believed in him and supported him, so he had to show enough determination not to disappoint her. Alright, give it a try then. 3 days later, meet at the West Gate, our exam venue at No. 15 starts from there. Remember, no matter how the exam goes, you must protect yourself. Only when you truly grow up can you show your fangs. Lu Pingping earnestly reminded. I understand. Nianchen nodded heavily. Nianchen, this is a B-grade Longquan sword invested in you by No. 15. I hope that after you grow up, you won't forget your original intentions. Don't forget about us at No. 15. Lu Pingping put on a smile and said, Principal Lu, your kindness and that of the teachers are deeply appreciated. I will work hard and not let you down. Nianchen stepped forward and received the Longquan sword with both hands. Although this was just an ordinary weapon for the Bai and Shi families, it was enough to touch Nianchen because it was filled with care. Since Principal Lu has given gifts, we certainly can't fall behind. A Bai, this is a necklace left by our Bai family ancestors. When it's a matter of life and death, smashing it can save your life. Bai Wan took off the necklace from her fair neck and handed it to Nianchen. Nianchen quickly waved his hand, refusing. I can't accept such a valuable gift. A Wan. Bai Wan sweetly smiled, saying, just consider it a token of our bond, so you won't feel pressured. Bai Donghua took out a scroll from his ring and handed it to Nianchen, saying, Bai, this is from your uncle. Tear open this scroll at a critical moment, and it can lend you a hand a kilometer away. Lu Pingping gave weapons, so Bai Donghua and Bai Wan couldn't give weapons. With Nianchen's current strength and talent, a B-grade weapon was sufficient. Using too powerful a weapon might attract unwanted attention. Thank you, uncle. Nianchen gratefully nodded and accepted with both hands. Although he didn't want to accept these expensive gifts, it was the Bai family's kindness, and he couldn't let them down. Nianchen, as long as you shine in the college entrance exam, I will talk to you about university matters. Even if you only achieve average scores, I can find a way to get you into a top university. Lu Pingping promised. It would be a simple matter to inform Wulong about Nianchen's special circumstances. Thank you, Principal. Nianchen deeply bowed to Lu Pingping. No need to be so polite, the future of No. 15 is tied to you. Lu Pingping helped him up, laughing heartily. Due to resource and faculty constraints, No. 15 was rarely able to recruit exceptionally talented students. Nianchen was the only exception, and it took a lot of effort to bring him in. Now that Nianchen had rekindled hope, he was naturally happier than anyone else. By the way, Bai Wan, which exam venue are you in? Lu Pingping asked. Bai Wan hadn't been to school in over 10 years, but her student status belonged to Jingqing No. 3 High School. Since Lu Pingping had a feud with the principal of No. 3, she didn't inquire. We are at the North Gate, Bai Wan explained. The examination venue starting from the North Gate is relatively dangerous, but there are also relatively safe areas, so be careful. Lu Pingping reminded. The examination venue starting from the North Gate serves the various geniuses of the capital city. For example, Bai Wan, with a 9th grade strength, can be considered quite powerful. Many geniuses focus on continuously developing their talents before the college entrance examination, aiming for their talents to grow, with S-level talent as a watershed. Those with S-level talent and above absolutely cannot break through the emerald strength before the age of 18, otherwise, the subsequent path of advancement is very limited. For example, the former Nianchen. As for A-level talent and below, if capable of enhancing talent, then enhance talent, if not, then enhance strength to cope with the college entrance examination. In the capital city, there are many S-level talents. Once many ancient saint bones are fused, it becomes an S-level talent. After nurturing multiple companion bones, one can even strive for SS-level talent. When Nianchen began nurturing the supreme bone, he had no such restrictions. He could enhance both his strength and talent together. That's the most terrifying part. Big sister, Shichen has changed his name. He has a new name now, called Nianchen. Shi Sanning went to see his big sister and informed her of the news. What's his last name? Is it Bai or something else? Shi Yue lowered her eyes, devoid of any spirit. No last name. Shi Sanning shook his head. It seems he has completely turned against our Qi family, not even willing to use the family name, but that's fine. It's his choice, I support him in doing so. Shi Yue sighed, forcing a smile. How difficult it was for her, only she knew. Big sister, I will leave for the extraterritorial battlefield tomorrow. What are your plans for the future? Do you want to reconcile with the family, or continue to lock yourself up here? Shi Sanning asked seriously. I don't know, Shi Yue shook her head. Big sister, life must go on. The matter with Nianchen has come to an end, let go. Shi Sanning said helplessly. The matter with Nianchen was already difficult to resolve, and now Qi Shengtian has achieved an SS plus level talent, so the Qi family will focus even more on Qi Shengtian. Little sister, let me ask you one question. Do you think the Supreme Bone and Companion Bones were all intentional choices by Qi Shengtian? Shi Yue raised her gaze and asked. She needed a definite answer from Qi Sanning because it represented a stance. That's no longer important. Qi Sanning shook her head, unable to resist pulling out a cigarette. Normally, she didn't smoke much, but these days she couldn't let go of cigarettes. Answer me. Qi Yue demanded firmly. From the perspective of the overall situation of the Qi family, this matter cannot be Qi Shengtian's intentional choice, nor is it possible for him. Qi Sanning gave a clear answer, but it was so cruel because Qi Shengtian's talent surpassed everything. I want to leave the Qi family, Qi Yue said in despair. Don't do that. If you leave the Qi family, where else can you go? Qi Sanning tried to stop her. Abroad, to the extraterritorial. Anywhere. Qi Yue's smile became even more bitter. Big sister, you have to take care of yourself, promise me. Can you? Nianchen is beyond redemption, we won't disturb him, that's the greatest respect we can show him, Qi Sanning earnestly persuaded. Nianchen has left, and Qi Sanning doesn't want her big sister to leave as well. Qi Yue raised her hand, indicating that Qi Sanning could leave. Qi Sanning sighed heavily and could only inform her second sister of the situation, asking her to keep an eye on their big sister at home and prevent her from doing anything foolish. Qi Sanning knew she had committed grave sins, gone too far astray, but her only way to atone was to go to the battlefield and slay the alien beasts. Click, the door closed. Qi Yue suddenly covered her face and wept, crying so weakly. She suddenly realized that everyone in the family seemed so unfamiliar. Her gentle second sister had performed surgery on Qi Shengtian, transplanting the last piece of congenital bone into his body. Even the seemingly indifferent third sister, upon discovering issues with Qi Shengtian, chose to tolerate him, allowing him to become the future of the Qi family. If even they had changed so much, then the other sisters were even more unreliable. Mother expressed concern for Nianchen, saying she wanted to bring him back, but she had never once met Nianchen, nor had she stood in her mother's shoes to repent to Nianchen. Father admitted his guilt towards Nianchen over the past 5 years, the unfair treatment, but when trouble arose in the family, he shifted all blame onto Nianchen. This Qi family. Perhaps it was beyond saving. Reflecting on herself and her family, Qi Yue suddenly felt a surge of disgust, even vomiting bile. The next day, at the Bai family, Baiwan leaned on a cane, which was used to deceive others, but also her weapon for the mock exam. She carefully adjusted Nianchen's collar, smiling, Bai, the upcoming exam will last for 3 days. You must call me every night, or I will miss you. Both the mock exam and the college entrance exam allowed communication devices. The wristbands carried by candidates monitored their every move. However, at night, candidates could choose to rest or continue the battle. If they needed rest, they could deactivate the wristband, eliminating surveillance except for vital signs and location. And no flirting with pretty girls. No talking to them. Bai Wan pouted and scolded. Okay, I got it. Nianchen playfully tapped her nose, amused. If I catch a whiff of another girl on you, you know the consequences. Bai Wan threatened, pinching Nian Chen's waist lightly. "Hey, I haven't done anything yet, and you're pinching me? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Nian Chen chuckled. "Are you a fool to reason with girls? If I dream of you being intimate with other girls, you have to comfort me," Bai Wan asserted. "Haha, aren't you being unreasonable?" Nian Chen laughed. "Being unreasonable is a girl's right." "Well, you're not a girl, are you?" Bai Wan huffed. "Wan, Bai, it's almost time to leave." Bai Donghua stood at the gate, urging them. "Coming." The two hurried out towards the car. "Good luck in the exam." Bai Donghua waved at them. "Uncle, we're off." Nian Chen nodded at him. Go on. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return." Bai Donghua chuckled. Subsequently, Nian Chen and Bai Wan boarded separate cars, heading in different directions. Watching the street recede, the towering buildings of the capital, and the bustling crowds, Bai Wan's mood seemed quite good. Through her mental power, Bai Wan could sense everything within a 300-meter radius. If her body could withstand the full power of the ancestors, she could probe the entire capital in an instant. To buy Nian Chen more time, this time she would let the whole city have a good look. Let them understand the true power of the Tianyin bone. The Bai family's rise was unstoppable. The driver took Nian Chen to the West Gate. At the West Gate, the crowd was bustling with students, teachers, school leaders from more than 10 high schools gathered here. At the same time, there were examination teams from the Ministry of Education, as well as many powerful figures from the Fei Chui and Zhongshu factions gathered here. In order to prevent candidates from dying, invigilators were allowed during the exam period, and the fees for these powerful figures ranged from 10 to 200 million. Even more famous powerful figures were gathered at the North Gate, where their fees were even more terrifying. Shi Chen, a sturdy young man, saw him and excitedly rushed over from the 18 zone of the central region, opened his arms, and gave him a bear hug. "Mangzi, long time no see." Nian Chen smiled at him. Zhou Mang, as one of Nian Chen's playmates in the orphanage, grew up with Nian Chen. When Qi Yue went to the Xingwu orphanage, he also acted against Qi Yue. "Mangzi, I've changed my name, call me Nian Chen from now on." Nian Chen let go of him and said, "Changing your name is good. Changing your name is good. You should have dropped the name Qi Chen a long time ago." Zhou Mang was happy for him. Regardless of any surname, as long as it is paired with Sha as a name, it feels awkward, especially since it was decided by others. "By the way, Mangzi, how is the health of the orphanage director's grandmother?" Nian Chen and him found a place to sit on the side and asked. The exam was scheduled to start at 8 a.m., and there was still half an hour left. The large buses parked nearby were the means to transport them to the actual exam venue. "The director's grandmother is doing well, she just misses you a lot. Whenever you have time, go back and visit," Zhou Mang explained. "Then after the college entrance examination." "After the college entrance examination, I'll go back and stay for a while," Nian Chen said. When he goes back, he definitely can't leave in a hurry. There are many people to meet, and many people who want to meet him. Why does it have to be after the college entrance examination? Can't it be now? Zhou Mang asked. "Mainly because I need to focus on improving my strength." Nian Chen smiled. "Did the Qi family return your companion bone?" Zhou Mang asked in surprise. "No," Nian Chen shrugged. "Then how are you going to improve your strength?" Zhou Mang asked in confusion. With all of Nian Chen's companion bones lost, his talent was also wasted, his body was riddled with injuries, living was not easy, let alone improving. "I have my ways, I'll tell you later." Nian Chen smiled and didn't explain much. He didn't trust Zhou Mang, and even about his specific situation, not even Uncle Bai Donghua knew. Zhou Mang nodded without probing further because many secrets of martial artists are not to be asked. "Nian Chen, how confident are you in this exam?" "I heard that Qi Shengtian from the Qi family has already upgraded to an SS plus level talent, and he's in the same exam room as us," Zhou Mang said, looking at a girl not far away as he spoke, his tanned face blushing slightly. Young people have their own fantasies and palpitations, but he misunderstood a bit because the girl he was looking at was not looking at him but at Nian Chen. The two of them were handsome, but there was a noticeable difference. "How did he end up at the West Gate?" Nian Chen frowned. "I don't know." Zhou Mang shrugged. Even if Qi Shengtian hadn't fused the last companion bone, he should be taking the exam at the North Gate, not the West Gate, deliberately lowering his own difficulty. Lowering the difficulty also meant reducing the points that could be obtained, which was unacceptable for those geniuses. Nian Chen also felt something strange about this matter. Bai Wanhua suspected that the Qi family might tamper with this exam. Whether they actually did or not, Nian Chen would be cautious. "Look, people are coming." Zhou Mang pointed in the direction surrounded by the crowd not far away, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, Qi Shengtian is clearly a bandit. He took everything from you, yet still enjoys the praise of the people. It's truly unreasonable. Nianshen helplessly smiled and said, it's not their fault either. With Qi Xingtian's talent and status, if they can build a good relationship with him, it's enough to change the fate of many ordinary people. If I were them, I would do the same. With just a word from Qi Xingtian, a single thought, he could even alter the university admissions of some people. As long as they can get Qi Xingtian's help, it will be the biggest turning point in their lives. This is the additional value brought by power and status. A bunch of lackeys. Zhou Mang cursed fiercely, but he was powerless to change anything. Alright, let's not talk about it. I see a stall selling sausages over there, do you want one? Nianshen stood up and asked. Extra spicy. Hee, Zhou Mang smiled at him and said. Nianshen also smiled and turned towards the sausage stall. Fragrant sausages, 30 yuan per skewer, a young girl energetically shouted in front of the stall. The price of 30 yuan per skewer, placed at the gathering point of the exam site, was actually considered cheap. After all, prices now are not as they were before the arrival of the alien beasts. Hello, give me 2 skewers of sausages, 1 extra spicy and 1 slightly spicy. Nianshen took out a 100 yuan bill and said, alright, please wait a moment. The girl, about 11 or 12 years old, with a youthful vigor on her face, her smile was comforting. Being a warrior is very expensive. A B-grade weapon costs over $1 million, an A-grade weapon over tens of millions, and although the price of potions is relatively cheaper, it's still expensive. That's why many warrior students who are still studying will take on part-time jobs to cover their expenses. Hello, here are your 2 skewers of sausages, this one is extra spicy, and this one is slightly spicy. The girl packed them in a paper bag and handed them to Nianshen. Thank you. Nianshen took the warm sausages, the fragrant smell alone was appetizing. Brother, good luck on your exam. The girl made a cheering gesture towards him, with a bright smile. Thank you. Nianshen nodded heavily. In the 5 years at the Qi family, he had come to cherish emotions to the extreme. Even a simple caring word from a stranger was enough to move him, because even a simple concern had been out of reach for him in these 5 years. Just then, the crowd began to stir. Qi Shengtian was walking towards Nianshen surrounded by people. Big brother. Qi Shengtian smiled brightly, raised his right hand high towards Nianshen, waving, but Nianshen pretended not to see and walked straight towards Zhou Mang. Big brother, wait for me. Qi Shengtian was about to run towards Nianshen, but Qi Wuxuan, as his exam proctor, grabbed him and said displeasedly, Shengtian, why are you going to him? Don't forget what he did to you. Qi Shengtian shook his head and said, sis, I'm just going to talk to big brother, nothing will happen. Big sister has been put in solitary confinement, crying all day. I really feel bad in my heart. I want to tell big brother about this, let him know about big sister's situation, let him go see big sister. Although Qi Wuxuan still had a gloomy face, she reluctantly let go of his hand. The situation of big sister made these sisters really heartbroken. Even though they cursed her for being crazy, they still couldn't let go in their hearts. If Nianshen could go see big sister and make her situation a little better, she was willing to suppress her anger towards Nianshen. But she didn't know that Qi Xingtian's trip was purely to cause trouble. The few minutes he had just left, he had contacted the assassin. He wanted Nianshen to die in the examination hall. As long as Nianshen died, he could make contact with the Bai family and snatch Bai Wan's engagement. After all, the Dark Sky Bone and the Supreme Bone were the perfect match. Nianshen handed the paper bag containing sausages to Zhou Mang, but Zhou Mang, watching Qi Shengtian approaching, had lost his mood, his face even clouded with anger. Big brother. Qi Shengtian walked over and greeted. It seemed that the people around him were not deliberately brought by him, but this was the effect he wanted. Inadvertently, he wanted to trap Nianshen in a moral dilemma. What are you here for? Zhou Mang stood up and questioned. Big brother, go home. After big sister was locked up by dad, she has been in a bad state, crying every day, just wanting to see you. Qi Shengtian choked with emotion. Over the past 5 years, every trap he set for Nianshen fell for it every time. In terms of intelligence and strategy, Nianshen was far inferior to him, but he didn't know that Nianshen was not unaware of his schemes, but was enduring him for the sake of his family, for his sisters. Xi Shao, please leave, we don't welcome you. Zhou Mang pointed beside him, suppressing his anger. Big brother, I beg you, please go back. Not only big sister, even mom's health has been very poor recently. It must be because she misses you. They really hope you can come back. Qi Xingtian's voice choked even more, his eyes red. As for Zhou Mang's angry attitude, it could be contrasted with his own, making everyone feel that Zhou Mang and Nianshen were aggressive. Nianshen was about to die soon, there would be no more chances to tease Nianshen in the future, so he had to seize this opportunity. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I said we don't welcome you. Zhou Mang shouted angrily. Mangzi, don't talk to him so much, eat something and get ready, we'll be leaving soon. Nian Chen intervened. He knew exactly what Qi Shengtian was thinking. Even though he had no relationship with the Qi family and didn't care about them, he wouldn't allow Qi Shengtian to trample on him. But with this guy here, can I still eat? Just looking at him makes me full of anger. Zhou Mang said angrily. I'm not even angry, why are you? Nian Chen shook his head. He had already exhausted his anger towards the Qi family. Even if he wasted a bit of emotion on Qi Shengtian, he felt it was a waste of time. Big brother, this is all our fault. It's all my fault. Please come back to the family with me. The family can't do without you, it's true. Qi Shengtian pleaded. His attitude made the other examinees around unable to bear it. Even if Nian Chen was whatever, shouldn't he give a response? Being silent, what was he trying to prove? It seems like it's time to gather. Mangzi, I'm going to the gathering point at No. 15 High School. Nian Chen stood up and said. Alright, when we gather at the outskirts of the examination hall, we'll team up. Zhou Mang nodded. He knew Nian Chen wanted to take the opportunity to leave, and he didn't want Nian Chen to suffer here either. Okay, let's team up when we get there, we'll keep in touch by phone. Nian Chen agreed. When they arrived at the outskirts of the examination hall, with so many people, it wasn't easy to find each other with the naked eye, so phone communication was the best way to locate each other. Big brother. Qi Shengtian reached out to stop Nian Chen. Nian Chen quickly retracted his right hand, dodging the hand reaching for him, and at the same time, he circled around him. Big brother, do you have to be like this? Do you have to be so heartless? Qi Shengtian unwillingly shouted, as if the emotions suppressed for a long time had erupted, making people feel so heartbroken. Qi Wuxuan was not far away, watching. Seeing Qi Shengtian almost in tears, her heart tightened, and she immediately rushed over with a mix of anger and urgency. Source text: Big sister really hopes you go back and see him. I beg you, please go back. Qi Shengtian forcibly squeezed out 2 tears, even though Nian Chen didn't say a word to him, but Nian Chen had already fallen into a moral dilemma. Could you please help me throw away some trash? Nian Chen held a grilled sausage in his mouth, handed the paper bag to him. Qi Shengtian didn't react for a moment. Trash. Nian Chen pointed to the bag in his hand, saying. At this moment, Qi Shengtian finally reacted. Nian Chen was clearly using a metaphor, mocking him as trash. How dare this guy? Qi Chen, what are you doing? Qi Wuxuan walked over angrily. Nian Chen walked past her, casually took a photo with his phone and sent it to Bai Wan, with the caption, "The grilled sausage is delicious." Too bad you can't have any, Bai Wan replied almost instantly, with an angry expression of a little cat with hands on hips. One expression was not enough to express her anger, then she sent another expression of a cat scratching the wall, which really amused Nian Chen. Qi Chen, I'm talking to you. Qi Wuxuan raised her voice, almost wanting to slap him. No manners. Miss Qi, are you calling me? Nian Chen turned back pretending to be puzzled, holding the grilled sausage innocently. Nonsense. Who else would I be calling? Qi Wuxuan said angrily. Oh, sorry, my name is Nian Chen, I don't know this Qi Chen you're talking about. Nian Chen shook his head innocently. If Qi Shengtian could play them around with this trick, then Nian Chen could use this tactic to disgust her. What do you mean? You don't even recognize your ancestors? Qi Wuxuan was furious. Ancestors? Who? My name is Nian Chen, just an orphan. Nian Chen still looked puzzled, with a flat tone that could infuriate people. Qi Chen, you've had enough. You're just making me sick. Qi Wuxuan said coldly. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't meet your standards of beauty, making you uncomfortable so early in the morning. I apologize. Nian Chen slightly bowed, sincerely apologizing, then turned to leave again. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going without explaining? Qi Wuxuan couldn't bear it anymore, rushing up and grabbing him. Miss Qi, didn't I make you sick? Why are you stopping me? Do you want me to continue making you sick? Nian Chen's smile at the corner of his mouth became even more maddening. If it were the hot-tempered Qi Siyuan here, he would have probably started a fight already. You. Qi Wuxuan was caught in Nian Chen's trap, unable to speak the words in her throat. She mentioned disgust. Nian Chen apologized on his own initiative. If she continued to keep Nian Chen here, it would be like slapping herself in front of everyone. As the 5th Miss of the Qi family, she was losing her high status. Miss Qi, are you okay now? Can I go now? Nian Chen asked with a smile. Get lost. Qi Wuxuan coldly shouted, unable to bear it. Since Miss Qi dislikes me so much, I will make sure to avoid you next time. Please don't come bother me just because you find me unpleasant. I'm just a powerless orphan, unable to withstand your pressure. Nian Chen lowered his posture. This way, he could slap these high-ranking people in the face. If you, a high-ranking person, argue with an orphan, where should you put your face? Qi Shengtian's eyes flashed with anger. The last time he tried to embarrass Nianchen, he ended up being played by Nianchen? Forget it. It's over. Anyway, Nianchen is almost dead. Shengtian, don't waste your time with scum like that. Let's go. I'll take you to the outskirts of the exam site. Qi Wuxuan turned coldly and left with Qi Shengtian. Students heading to the exam venue could be transported by the Ministry of Education's vehicles or go on their own, but going on their own would make things more chaotic, so it was not recommended. Qi Shengtian's original exam venue was at the North Gate. Since he came here, he had already disconnected from the school's examinees and needed to go on his own. Moreover, the dignified fifth miss of the Qi family, Qi Wuxuan, disdained letting her brother and other examinees squeeze into a bus together. Students from No. 15 Middle School, gather here. There are 15 minutes before boarding. The teachers from the Ministry of Education have some instructions to give. Principal Lu Pingping called out loudly with a microphone. Clatter, over 1,000 students gathered by class, and Anai Chen's talent had been declining over the years, but he still remained in the ranks of Class A of the senior third grade because Lu Pingping had fought to keep him there. Students, let us welcome the teachers from the Ministry of Education to the stage. Lu Pingping said. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, followed by a middle-aged woman in a suit, trousers, coiled hair, and black-framed glasses walking onto the stage. She nodded to the students, pressed her hands down to signal for quiet, and her voice was full of vigor due to her martial arts prowess. Students, welcome to the first mock exam of the senior third grade, and thank you for embarking on this path to become the future pillars of Manhwa. The situation on the foreign battlefield is becoming more urgent. During your university years, you may step onto the foreign battlefield and join the Dragon Nation's War Department in slaying foreign beasts. Here, on behalf of Manhwa, I thank you for the contributions you will make to the country in the future. The woman bowed deeply to the thousands of people below the stage, her expression serious, representing the absolute stance of the nation. The students also had serious expressions, wanting to become strong not only to improve their own lives and those of their families but also to protect their homeland, to completely eradicate the foreign beasts that had existed for 300 years in Manhwa and restore peace to the world. Now, I will announce the rules for the upcoming exam. First, everyone will have a wristband, which will be distributed at the periphery of the exam venue, and the wristband will calculate your exam results in real time. If you encounter danger, please seek help immediately through the wristband. The invigilators near you will come to your aid immediately. Second, all examinees with invigilators, remember not to let them intervene for you. Once they intervene, even for protection, your exam results will end there. Third, the exam will last for 3 days, so make sure to stock up on enough food and water in your storage rings. It is very dangerous to stay overnight in the wilderness. If you are not absolutely certain, do not make a fire. Fourth, resting anywhere at night is unsafe, so you must be vigilant of your surroundings at all times. The middle-aged woman spoke slowly, repeating each rule emphatically, which the teachers at the school had also reiterated countless times. Even if they didn't need to hear it again, everyone would remember. The last rule: during the exam, a maximum of 5 people are allowed to form a team. The scores obtained by the team can only be divided equally among the members. So forming a team must be done carefully. Teaming up does not necessarily improve your grades. The middle-aged woman continued. Anai-chan didn't care much about how well he would do in this exam, as long as he did his best. So he teamed up with Zhou Mang, which wouldn't have much of an impact. Everyone, get on the bus. The middle-aged woman ordered. Principal Lu Pingping and the teachers from No. 15 Middle School led the crowd towards the bus and boarded it. As Nianchen was about to board the bus, Lu Pingping stopped him and earnestly advised, Nianchen, once the exams start, you must be careful. Just answer what you can. If you encounter danger, leave the exam room immediately. The 3 mock exams before the college entrance examination are important for you, but not that crucial. You can aim for high scores in the college entrance examination. Nianchen nodded seriously. Principal Lu, I understand. I will do my best, but my priority is to protect myself. Lu Pingping patted his shoulder and said, get on the bus. At the start of the exam, I will be in the invigilation area with the teachers from No. 15 High School. If anything happens, we will rush there immediately. Lu Pingping was unsure if Qi Jia would make a move, so they had to be cautious. Qi Jia had already caused Nianchen to fall once. He wouldn't allow the same thing to happen again. Principal, I'm going. Nianchen bid farewell to him, found a seat, and although it had only been a little over 20 days since they last met, those former classmates now seemed somewhat unfamiliar, unsure if it was Qi Jia who had distanced them from him. But it didn't matter. Anyway, besides the exams, he wouldn't have any more contact with these classmates in the future. Being alone and quiet was actually quite nice. Rumbled buses drove out of the city one after another. The roads outside the city were temporarily closed, and the convoy formed a spectacular line. Just today, as many as 110,000 people were taking the exam together. Baiwan took a photo of the convoy and sent it to Nianchen. Get on the bus, get on the bus. Stinky Bai, who are you sitting next to? Is it a guy or a girl? Nianchen took a picture of the empty seat beside him and sent a smiling face. Jealous. There's no one beside me. Baiwan smiled and said, wow. VIP seat, ha. Nianchen chuckled. What about you? Baiwan replied, I'm sitting next to a very beautiful girl. I've never seen her before. We're sitting together in silence. It's a bit awkward. Nianchen asked, assigned by the teacher? Or did you choose to sit there yourself? Baiwan said, I chose it myself. I saw how pretty she was, so I sat next to her. Nianchen asked, can you take a picture for me to see? Baiwan replied, dream on. Baiwan added, she looks like she's asleep with her eyes closed. Wow. She looks really beautiful when she's asleep with her eyes closed, like a doll. Nianchen chuckled, is she beautiful, or are you beautiful? Baiwan playfully punched him, do you think she's beautiful, or do you think I'm beautiful? Nianchen laughed, I think she is. Baiwan sent a teeth-gritting expression, I think you're asking for trouble. Be careful after the exam, I won't let you off. Nianchen chuckled helplessly, please spare me, lady warrior. Just then, boom! A fully loaded bus in front was lifted into the air by a huge creature that emerged from the ground, its gaping mouth ready to catch the bus. Baiwan's car was dozens of meters behind that bus. Within her mental perception range, she immediately sensed the incident. Screech! The driver slammed on the brakes. These drivers were ordinary people, watching in horror as the massive creature emerged from the ground dozens of meters away, in such a terrifying manner, causing extreme panic in their hearts. The Ministry of Education had people patrolling the exam routes every year to prevent incidents, but even so, they couldn't avoid this. Get off the bus! Get off quickly! The accompanying teacher exclaimed in panic. This was the infamous iron wire longworm, evolved from a long worm. Its size could be large or small, and an iron wire longworm of this scale should not have appeared here. Judging by its size alone, it was at least a war god realm existence. Bang! Baiwan immediately put away her phone, smashed the glass beside her, and the beautiful girl next to her, who looked like a doll, woke up instantly. She opened the window, only to be met with a huge burst of air exploding inside the car. In just a moment, all the glass in the car shattered immediately. If everyone tried to escape through the car doors, there wouldn't be enough time because they couldn't ensure that there weren't any other giant worms lurking underground. Run! The girl grabbed Baiwan's hand and rushed out through the broken car window. Click, click. In front, the bus that had been thrown up was firmly caught by the iron wire worm's mouth, its sharp teeth gnawing relentlessly on the metal, emitting a chilling and terrifying sound. The teacher accompanying the students rushed out of the car, but he was so desperate. He was no match for this monster. He couldn't save these children. Damn it! More teachers ran towards the worm, armed with various weapons. Teachers from different schools and even the Ministry of Education mobilized together. Many teachers led students to flee the scene, rushing towards the surrounding woods. Nowhere on flat ground was safe. They had to run up the mountains to seek refuge. The doll-like girl thought Baiwan couldn't see, so without a word, she picked up Baiwan, swiftly moved like an agile cat, and fled towards the mountains. She received a call on her earphones, but as soon as she answered, she cursed, Grandpa, what are you guys doing? There are war god realm iron wire worms on the road leading out from the north gate. They've already killed a car full of people. The voice on the other end suddenly became tense. Yumeng, what did you say? War god realm iron wire worms? Xia Yumeng anxiously replied, yes. Luckily, your granddaughter, me, had good luck, or else I would have died here today. Quick, head to the mountains. Hurry! I'll bring our family's experts immediately. The voice on the phone sounded frantic. In the examination area arranged by the Ministry of Education, there were at most 5th grade jade beasts, war god realm beasts, let alone during the exam period. Even in normal times, once detected, they would be hunted down to death immediately. To the right! Quickly to the right! Baiwan, being carried by her, had some difficulty moving, so she immediately directed because Baiwan's spiritual perception had already sensed danger underground. Ha! Xia Yumeng was puzzled by the blind girl in her arms telling her to go right, but she didn't have time to ask. She swiftly dashed to the right. Boom! A 7th grade jade worm suddenly burst out of the ground, with a huge mouth, brushing past Xia Yumeng. Baiwan broke free from Xia Yumeng's arms, her cane instantly elongated into a long spear, piercing the worm and flying upwards with it. The 7th grade jade worm was only about 20 meters long. She pulled out the lower part of the spear, which split into a double-headed spike, with the weapon's handle being 50 centimeters long and the two ends of the spike over 10 centimeters each. After stabilizing her position, she leaped up and fiercely stabbed the first heart of the worm. Legendary weapon? Xia Yimeng, watching from below, was stunned, never expecting that the seemingly inconspicuous cane in Bai Wan's hand was actually a legendary weapon. It was a terrifying existence beyond SSS level. Absolute will. Bai Wan concentrated her mental power and suppressed the worm's small brain. Mental power is invisible and unobservable. Although Bai Wan could penetrate the worm's small brain in an instant, if she did so, the worm's body would struggle wildly under the control of its nerve endings, causing even greater trouble. To safely kill the worm, she had to use mental suppression on its small brain to stop its body from struggling. Boom! The consciousness of the long worm instantly fell into chaos, its body bursting out of the ground and crashing heavily on the ground over 10 meters away, raising a large amount of dust. Cough, cough. Xia Yimeng waved away the smoke and dust, accidentally choking on it and starting to cough violently. Die! Bai Wan merged the double-headed spikes in her hands into a long spear and swiftly pierced through the 3 hearts of the long worm, causing it to stop and die. From its appearance to Bai Wan's kill, it was only 5 breaths, but it left Xia Yimeng stunned on the side. She stared wide-eyed at Bai Wan jumping down from the corpse. She had thought this blind classmate was weak, after all, they couldn't see, but the result was truly surprising. Not only was she strong, but unbelievably so, instantly killing the Emerald Beast with legendary weapons and the skill of a 9th-grade general. Wow! So cool! Classmate, are you okay? Bai Wan walked over, shaking her right hand, causing the black blood on the spear tip to fly off, returning to a clean state, then transforming back into a cane. I'm fine. Sister, hello, my name is Xia Yimeng, can I team up with you? Xia Yimeng excitedly reached out her hand, eager. She had seen many geniuses, but had never seen one at Bai Wan's level. I'm Bai Wan, but let's run fast. Bai Wan smoothly changed the subject. She wouldn't team up with anyone because they would only hold her back. Except for Nian Chen, of course sister, can you see? Xia Yimeng asked suspiciously. My eye mask is transparent. Bai Wan casually explained, taking Xia Yimeng's soft hand and quickly running towards the mountains. Sister, your surname is Bai, and you have a legendary weapon. Are you a descendant of the Bai family from 300 years ago? Xia Yimeng followed behind, curious. Yes. And you? Bai Wan responded, keeping an eye on their surroundings. I'm the granddaughter of the Xia family. Xia Yimeng explained. The Xia family of Xingu? The Minister of Education, Xia Lei, who are you? Bai Wan asked. He's my grandfather. My real grandfather. The person I just called on the phone was him. Xia Yimeng said. The Xia family had many elders, with Xia Lei alone having 8 granddaughters, all of whom were Xia Lei's clan brothers. The granddaughter of the Xia family who inherited the Swift Feather Holy Bone, that's you, right? The Swift Feather Holy Bone was one of the great holy bones of the same period as the Dark Bone and Supreme Bone, known for its speed. When speed was maximized and combined with a warrior's strong cultivation, it could unleash incredibly terrifying top-tier combat power. Although the Xia family ancestor was not as famous as the Qi family or Bai family ancestors, they still left a lasting legacy. There was a saying about the Xia family's Swift Feather Holy Bone: when the Holy Bone is activated, even 1,000 troops would find it hard to withstand a moment's breath. In a great holy war of millions back then, the Xia family ancestor alone wiped out 100,000 beasts in a single breath, terrifying to the extreme. However, the Swift Feather Holy Bone had been without an heir for 170 years. Sister Bai, how did you know that I inherited the Swift Feather Holy Bone? This information was supposed to be confidential, Xia Yimeng asked in confusion. Her grandfather forbade anyone from talking about her situation or using the Swift Feather Holy Bone, so logically, only the high-ranking members of the Xia family should know. This matter is quite complicated to explain briefly. Bai Wan shook her head. This matter involved some secrets of the Bai family that Bai Wan couldn't explain. But Yimeng, if you don't use the Holy Bone, how can you unleash the Swift Feather Holy Bone's characteristics? How can you let the Holy Bone bring you improvement? Bai Wan wondered. The two continued running forward and were soon approaching the foot of a mountain ahead. I don't understand either. Anyway, my grandfather doesn't allow me to use it before I turn 20, Xia Yimeng shook her head. How many companion bones do you have? Bai Wan asked. 9 pieces, Xia Yimeng honestly replied. Since they were both from prominent families, she wasn't worried that Bai Wan would harm her. 9 pieces, why do you have so many? I only have 13, Bai Wan exclaimed. Bai Jie, if you don't know how to chat, you don't have to. We're about the same age, you have 4 more pieces than me, should I find a tofu block to hit myself to death? Xia Yimeng said irritably. Ahem, sorry. Bai Wan chuckled. The 2 girls ran up the hill, temporarily escaping the danger. Ring ring ring, an urgent ringtone sounded. It was Nian Chen calling anxiously. Awan, I heard from the teacher that you encountered the iron wire longworm. How are things? Are you okay? Baiwan felt warm in her heart. A sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. I'm fine. I've entered the safe zone. Nianshen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Even though there are inspections by the Ministry of Education, why are there still such high-level alien beasts appearing? Baiwan shook her head. If it didn't come on its own, then someone must have attracted it. Among humans, there are many traders who collaborate with alien beasts, selling human information to them, foolishly thinking that alien beasts are the hope for the future of the world. Swish swish swish, hundreds of human powerhouses rushed over, but at the same time, a large number of longworms emerged from underground, along with thousands of alien beasts charging towards the students. Damn it! Those human traders must have leaked the information, leading the alien beasts to kill this generation's pride. An angry teacher cursed. Humans and these traders are irreconcilable. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the number of people killed by these traders every year is unknown. Humans have been unable to eradicate the alien beasts, unable to drive them off the planet, largely because of these people. Be careful! Be careful! The beast tide is coming! All students, find a hidden place immediately! The teachers shouted loudly, spreading the message, trying to save more students' lives. The road to the North Gate gathers 99% of the capital's top talents. If something happens to them, it would be an extremely heavy blow to the Dragon Nation and their families behind them. Moreover, this generation of talents is the largest in 300 years. Chi family, Supreme Bone; Bai family, Heavenly Shadow Bone; Xia family, Swift Feather Sacred Bone; Shin family, Extreme Cold 9 Realms Ice Sealed Bone. Except for the Supreme Bone and Heavenly Shadow Bone, all other sacred bones are top secret. They are absolutely not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. If they were to die, the consequences would be unimaginable. By Jejie, the beast tide is coming. Should we run? Xia Yumeng couldn't help but feel nervous. I'm going to kill the alien beasts. Yumeng, do you want to come with me? Baiwan transformed her crutch into a long spear, her eyes serious. If there were only underground longworms, running away would be the best option. But now, most of the underground longworms had come out, and there was also a beast tide. Therefore, counterattack was the only correct approach. Awan, don't go. Nian Shen's voice sounded anxious through the earpiece. Don't worry, Abai, my strength is beyond your imagination. Under the God of War realm, I am invincible. Bai Wan reassured. To prevent Nian Shen from worrying all the time, she kept in touch with him, so that he could be informed of any situation immediately. Are you sure? Nian Shen sounded incredulous. Even though Bai Wan had the strength of a 9th grade martial artist, she had also crossed the Jade and Grandmaster realms in between. I'm sure. Bai Wan nodded earnestly. Alright, be careful. Nie Chen could only say this. Bai Wan had mentioned that the Tianyin bone was not that simple, and Bai Wan was not someone who acted recklessly. At this moment, Nie Chen was far away from Bai Wan and could only trust her. The North Gate passage had an incident, and strong individuals from other directions were rushing to reinforce. As long as Bai Wan and the others could hold on until the strong individuals arrived, there would be no more issues. After this incident, whether Bai Wan and the others' exam would continue depended on the Ministry of Education's meeting. However, there was a high probability that it would proceed because even if Longwa could protect itself for a while, it could not protect itself forever. The future of Longwa still needed them to support it. Naturally, as long as the danger was controllable, it was what they needed to face. Yumeng, I'm leaving. Are you coming? Bai Wan turned and asked. Sister Bai, I'll go with you. Xia Yumeng nodded. The Xia family was not weak, otherwise, they would not be worthy of being called a national family. At the same time, if Xia Yumeng stayed here, she would be in greater danger. With her strength as a 9th grade martial artist, she could at most kill a Feitsue 1st grade exotic beast, unable to match Bai Wan's ability to kill a Feitsue 7th grade beast. And Bai Wan's determination greatly influenced her, making her not want to hide. Let's go! Bai Wan led her down the mountain, fully alert and vigilant of the surroundings. Before long, when a purple light pillar shot up into the sky, it alarmed both the teachers of major schools and the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Education. The Tianyin bone recorded in historical books had appeared in the world. A powerful and suffocating spiritual force quickly spread outward, bypassing all fleeing students but at the same time protecting them within it, forming a large net that interwove in just a few breaths. Die! Accompanied by Bai Wan's cold voice, hundreds of scattered exotic beasts within the net died instantly. Even though Bai Wan only had the strength of a 9th grade martial artist, her spiritual power had long surpassed the realm of a war god. Even if Chi Sanyin were here, he would be far inferior. Xia Yumeng followed behind Bai Wan, her jaw almost dropping in shock. After clearing the surrounding exotic beasts, Baiwan restrained her spiritual power and, with Xia Yemeng, quickly headed back towards the war god Great Centipede. The suppression of spiritual power caused the war god level centipede to instantly paralyze, and Baiwan's legendary spear pierced through, revealing her true strength. Her previous escape was to avoid the threat of other centipedes because once they appeared, they acted as a group. But her return now was a shocking battle inherited from the will of the Bai family's ancestor. She had said she would buy time for Niechen, and she would definitely do it. Boom! Everyone watched in amazement as the girl climbed onto the body of the iron wire centipede, saw the centipede fall, and then witnessed the girl kill it. 9th grade martial artist. She was a 9th grade martial artist. Yet she, with her own strength, killed a war god grade exotic beast. No genius in the world could match her, and all the words describing monsters in the world were far from enough for her. Yameng, the head of the Ministry of Education, rushed over, and when he saw the iron wire centipede fall, half of his worries dissipated. But when he saw the girl standing on the body, he was stunned. Grandpa, why are you so slow? You might as well finish your dinner before coming over. Xia Yemeng said impatiently. What's going on? Xia Lei asked in a daze. Sister Bai killed it. Impressive, right? Xia Yuming's eyes sparkled with admiration. But she did not know that this was not Bai Wan's full strength at the moment, because Bai Wan's eye patch had not been removed yet. A 9th grade martial artist killing a war god grade exotic beast? How is that possible? Xia Lei exclaimed in horror. Don't be too surprised. This is just the tip of the iceberg of my Bai family's Tianyin bone. Bai Wan leaped down from the corpse and smiled faintly. Deputy Minister Wulong was so shocked by this statement that he almost fell to the ground, trembling as he asked, Miss Bai, may I ask where the limit of the Tianyin bone lies? Bai Wan shook her right hand, wiping away the blood on the gun barrel, and calmly replied, Limit? There is no limit to the Tianyin bone on me. Boom! Everyone's minds exploded, even the top experts were intimidated. Damn it, old Wu, quickly erase others' memories. The matter of the Bai family's Tianyin bone is now classified as a national top secret and must not be leaked, or else it will be subject to nationwide pursuit. Xia Lei breathed rapidly. Oh, alright. Damn it. Wulong couldn't help but curse. If this matter were to spread, it would not only shock the world but mainly lead to assassination. The loss of such a genius, even if the entire population of 20 million in the capital were wiped out, could not compensate for it. By the way, if my family's Nianchen grows up again, he will only be inferior to me. I have 2 conditions. First, I need you to fight for enough time for my fiancé to enter a top university and grow up again. Second, the Bai family needs to be ranked as a second-tier family, and it needs to be done quickly, Bai Wan said lightly. In her capacity as the head of the Bai family, she negotiated with the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Nation. No problem. Even if it's a national-level family, I agree. It's just that jumping straight to a national-level family will raise suspicions and may lead to trouble. Xia Lei immediately nodded. I also considered this, so I only want the status of a second-tier family, Bai Wan said. I have a question. Qi Chen. That is, your fiancé Nian Chen, what is his situation? Wulong asked nervously. As long as he is given enough time, he is at least a legendary Saint Bone, and it's all over his body, Bai Wan explained. Anyway, everyone would have their memories erased later, so it didn't matter if she said it. Damn it. A legendary Saint Bone? Am I dreaming? Wulong was going crazy. The big shot from the Ministry of Education of a country was almost unable to accept it. Xia Lei, Xia Yemeng, and the surrounding teachers were all like dreaming. The fallen genius, can he really grow up again? Growing up again is one thing, but damn it, he can actually have a legendary Saint Bone? And, damn it, it's all over his body. How are we supposed to imagine that? Outside the western suburbs of the city, the convoy continued to drive on the road to the examination site, but a large number of personnel were reassigned, so there would undoubtedly be fewer invigilators next. Qi Shengtian did not expect such an incident to happen at the North Gate, and at the same time, he was also grateful that he had not gone to the North Gate for the exam. Even though the probability of the iron wire longworm devouring the vehicle they were in was less than 1 in a million, as long as it happened to him, it would be 100%. Nian Chen was nervous because just now, Bai Wan's signal was interrupted. Wan, please be safe. Nian Chen was like an ant on a hot pan, feeling like time was passing slowly. He kept calling Bai Wan, but still couldn't get through. He had no choice but to call Bai Donghua for help. Uncle, something happened on Wan's side. They were attacked by a strange beast. Bai Donghua had just received the news, but his tone was not as nervous as Nian Shen's. Bai, don't worry. Wan's signal must have been interrupted. She must be fine. Uncle. That's a War God Realm Iron Wire Longworm, and there's also a beast hide. Nian Chen really couldn't calm down, he couldn't do it. That thing is of War God rank. Bai Donghua added. Isn't the War God first grade terrifying enough? Nian Chen asked anxiously. But the thing is, when Wan Wan was 17, she killed a War God second grade beast. It's been a year since then, her strength, it can't possibly have regressed, right? Bai Donghua chuckled lightly. Although he was also somewhat worried, he needed to stay calm to help Nian Chen calm down. Uncle, you're not joking, are you? Nian Chen asked in astonishment. Not joking. Wan Wan's situation is different from yours. You can think of martial strength as just a supplement to Wan Wan's true power. The real strength she possesses is a secret of our Bai family. Bai Donghua said. It's foolish to estimate her strength based on Bai Wan's cultivation. Anyone who receives the inheritance at the level of the Bai family ancestor will become as powerful as Bai Wan. To put it vividly, when Bai Wan inherited the Tianyin bone, it was like possessing a huge treasure trove of the Bai family ancestor's peak strength. The more she absorbs, the stronger she becomes. Mental power, martial cultivation, they are all part of the inheritance. The Bai family ancestors sacrificed everything, leaving behind this inheritance because only the inheritor of the inheritance is worthy of possessing the Holy Spirit bone. Bai, wait a moment, Wan Wan should be able to call you back soon, keep your phone line open. Bai Donghua said. Yinshin was still worried, but he could only accept it this way. Ring ring ring, before long, Bai Wan's call came back. She giggled as if nothing had happened. Stinky Bai, did you panic when I lost signal just now? Hearing Bai Wan's voice, Nianshin's heart finally relaxed. Bai Wan's presence had become Nianshin's hope for the future. If he lost her, Nianshin couldn't imagine how desperate he would be. In the 20-plus days spent with Bai Wan, Nianshin felt like he was in a dream. He was so cautious, afraid that when he woke up, everything would shatter. On the other hand, because Xia Lei and Wulong brought strong individuals, Bai Wan no longer took action. She focused on chatting with Nianshin, accompanying him outside the examination venue. When Nianshin arrived at the outskirts of the examination venue, the special personnel summoned by Xia Lei from the capital had also arrived. To handle some special events and protect the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom specifically trained some individuals with special abilities. They possessed holy bones and companion bones, which were unique entities in the spiritual category, capable of erasing parts of others' memories selectively. The secret of Bai Wan and Nianshin was protected only by Xia Lei and Wulong. From now on, the two would represent the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom, providing absolute support to Bai Wan and Nianshin. Until they became true strong individuals, their true secrets would not be exposed. Outside the examination venue, teachers distributed wristbands. The teachers specifically reminded them, before you enter the examination venue, you need to input your student ID and ID number into the wristband to bind your identity. You can use the wristband's touch function to form teams. The scores obtained by the team will be evenly distributed among the team members as the final score of this exam. His words had already been mentioned by the school teachers in the car, but he needed to emphasize it again because this was not an ordinary written exam but a life and death confrontation with beasts. Before entering the examination room, please check the positioning and communication functions of your wristband to ensure everything is in order. Also, check the food and water in your storage ring to ensure your energy intake for the next 3 days. This is the free beast repelling powder provided by the Ministry of Education. It can help disperse the beasts as much as possible. A teacher at the entrance handed a packet of powder to Nian Chen, but this was a one-time dosage due to the expensive price of the beast repelling powder. Even with the support of the Dragon Kingdom, the Ministry of Education could not afford to provide for the consumption of 110,000 people at once. Thank you, teacher. Nian Chen nodded as he accepted the powder. Before setting off, Bai Wan also gave Nian Chen plenty of beast repelling powder, enough for his 3-day use. Nian Chen checked his wristband device, input his identity, then called Zhou Meng to meet up with him. Meanwhile, Qi Shengtian, under the protection of Qi Wushuan, had already headed to the high difficulty area to hunt down powerful beasts and earn higher scores. Nian Chen. Zhou Meng hurried over to meet Nian Chen. Let's touch wristbands. Nian Chen extended his right hand. Okay. Zhou Meng nodded, and they touched wristbands. The built-in chips of the wristbands completed the information exchange, and the screen of the wristband, less than an inch in size, displayed a message indicating that the two had successfully formed a team. Their team information was also synchronized to the examination system for real-time monitoring. Awan, we're about to enter the examination room. Nian Chen messaged her. Bai Wan quickly replied, we are still dealing with the beasts here, but we are almost done. I asked the teachers from the Ministry of Education, and they said the exam will continue, but we will be protected by the ministry's experts 24/7. I'll update you when we enter the examination room. Xia Yumling insisted on teaming up with Baiwan. Baiwan couldn't resist her clinginess and agreed, mainly because she was too affectionate, acting cute, and irresistibly charming. Bye, good luck in the exam. Baiwan sent an encouraging emoji. You too. Nianchen smiled, nodded, put away his phone, and walked into the forest with Zhou Mang. The examination area planned by the Ministry of Education ranged from easy to difficult. Before the exam, they would drive some powerful beasts to other areas and relocate relatively weaker ones. In the 200,000 square kilometer examination site, there were dozens of large assessment areas marked on the map, indicating the strength range of the beasts. Candidates could choose the corresponding area based on their abilities. Moreover, the number of beasts in the examination room was limited, meaning the overall scores were limited, requiring candidates to compete with each other. Roar! A white-haired spirit ape locked onto them, roaring as it charged down from the tree. It could clearly sense that these two human teenagers were not as strong as itself, so it didn't call for companions but intended to kill them itself. It wanted to present these two human teenagers as gifts to the Monkey King. Warrior, 5th rank. Mangzi, be careful, Nianchen reminded. Zhou Mang, promoted to the strength of a warrior, 2nd rank, was definitely no match for the spirit ape. I'll ambush from the side. Zhou Mang's expression turned serious as he drew his weapon and lunged towards the side of the spirit ape. Although Nianchen's talent had decreased significantly, his past experiences were still with him. The power gap between warriors is absolute, even if it's just a small difference in rank. It's like night and day. In the past, Nianchen could easily bridge the gap between them by activating the supreme bone and its accompanying bone within his body. But now, he can only rely on his own combat experience to confront it. The sacred bone and its accompanying bone not only represent a person's talent but also serve as a powerful trump card for warriors. In battle, a warrior's strength can be greatly enhanced through the activation of the sacred bone, unleashing special effects unique to each bone. For instance, the former supreme bone's effect lies in absolute suppression, which is both a presence and a belief. When the supreme bone is in play, even high-level warriors can be influenced by its aura. In the past, with Nianchen's 8 accompanying bones and the supreme bone working together, his strength could instantly triple, surpassing other sacred bones of the same rank. Bang! Nianchen's long knife struck the spirit ape, but was blocked by the sharp claws of the ape. This blow made it realize the gap between them. With an excited grin, the ape's right claw relentlessly aimed to pierce Nianchen, unaware that it was a deliberate opening left by him. Since his days at the orphanage, Nianchen understood that a warrior's talent and strength are one aspect, but in battle, it's crucial to manipulate the opponent's mind. You must make them feel overconfident to seize the opportunity. Having cooperated with Nianchen for many years, Zhou Mang understood Nianchen's intentions when he displayed such a stance. As Zhou Mang's blade thrust towards Nianchen, it angled 45 degrees upwards. Seeing Zhou Mang's attack, the spirit ape was momentarily puzzled. With its intelligence, it couldn't comprehend why Zhou Mang would attack its ally, but this played right into its hands. As the ape's right claw was about to pierce Nianchen's chest, Zhou Mang forcefully changed the direction of his blade, piercing the ape's arm. Seizing the moment, Nianchen used the force from the ape's left claw to propel his right-hand blade backward, then swiftly retreated, turned around, grabbed the blade's handle with his left hand, and with the momentum of his body, unleashed his full strength in a decisive strike towards the ape's neck. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of the blade cutting flesh, the spirit ape's head detached from its body, blood spraying wildly as the head fell 7 to 8 meters away. Despite the numerous coordinated actions between Nianchen and Zhou Mang, the entire sequence was completed in just a breath, catching the ape off guard. With its head rolling, the ape's eyes held an expression of disbelief. If only it had known it was a trap, it would have been more cautious. Congratulations on killing the 5th grade warrior beast, the white-haired spirit ape. Team score +5 cross-level kill, 20% bonus reward, a total of 6 points earned. A series of messages scrolled on the wristband screen. Nianchen and Zhou Mang high-fived, smiles on their faces. Even after 5 years, their coordination remained impeccable. Roar! Just then, a series of howls echoed, signaling the arrival of the white-haired spirit ape's companions. Mangzi, change the strategy, let's use our old plan B. Nianchen's eyes turned serious as he retrieved another long knife from his storage ring. Got it! Zhou Mang responded, immediately switching his weapon to a red-tasseled spear. Their previous battle hadn't required much of their strength as their ambush necessitated the suppression of their power to catch the enemy off guard. Back to back, with white-haired spirit apes appearing on the trees around them, numbering up to 21, among them, a red-faced white-haired spirit ape, the Monkey King. Roar! The Monkey King looked at the two people, then glanced at the corpse not far away. Suddenly, he became furious. With a roar, the normally sized white-haired spirit apes on the treetops lunged towards the two. Their group attacks and speed were points that the two found difficult to deal with. These spirit apes varied in strength, ranging from 8th grade warriors to 1st grade generals and even 6th grade generals. The Monkey King in the tree did not move, only coldly observing from above. Its strength even reached the level of a jade 1st grade. At this level, it was already beyond what the two could handle. Nie Chen and Zhou Mang's plan B was actually to fight while retreating, seeking opportunities to counterattack during the retreat. Faced with the powerful monkey group, showing cowardice was useless. Any sign of weakness might even lead to the monkeys pursuing them relentlessly. Nie Chen used both his swords to push back two spirit apes simultaneously, and he managed to strike a blow on one of the 3rd grade general spirit apes. Dual-wielding swords and attacking simultaneously required a relatively high level of skill, which Nie Chen had cultivated through various resources. During his time at the Holy Martial Orphanage, he had received abundant resources due to his exceptional talent, but his 5 years at the Chi family had delayed his progress. Bang! Zhou Mang faced a 6th grade general spirit ape and could not inflict a fatal blow, only managing to push it back. Stepping back half a step, his position was swapped with Nie Chen's. The budding supreme bone on Nie Chen's chest, activated by his martial strength, began to operate. Although it couldn't achieve a threefold strengthening effect, its reverse output of power could purify Nie Chen's strength, emitting a strong warmth from his chest that quickly spread throughout his body, granting him seemingly endless energy. Bang! Between the spirit ape's next attack, Nie Chen engaged in dozens of exchanges with it in an instant. When strength was equal, combat skills could dominate, and when strength was unequal, combat skills could create miracles. Boom! Bang! The budding supreme bone on Nie Chen's chest burst with a radiant light like the red sun. Although it didn't soar into the sky, it pierced through his clothes, making it impossible to ignore. This left Zhou Mang beside him momentarily stunned. Facing an opponent 2 levels above him, Nie Chen was slightly struggling. However, at a critical moment, his supreme bone grew by an inch, and his entire skeletal structure seemed to communicate, releasing a continuous flow of energy from his marrow, further enhancing his strength. Is this the true power of the supreme bone? Nie Chen's breath hitched, even he was surprised because this effect was something the supreme bone had never achieved before. Despite the struggle, Nie Chen became more courageous and fierce, feeling a refreshing sensation as his entire body seemed to be in sync. After half a minute, the budding supreme bone reached its peak effect, temporarily granting him the strength of a 5th grade general. Click! Seizing the opportunity, Nie Chen swiftly killed the 6th grade spirit ape in front of him. Its head rolled, blood splattered, and Nie Chen shone like an invincible general, his chest emitting a radiant light that could not be ignored. Moreover, the blood on the blade even flowed towards Nie Chen's fingers, his veins pulsating as he absorbed the beast blood through his skin. Mang, step aside. Let me handle this. Nie Chen felt a strange yet exhilarating sensation as the beast blood was absorbed, part of it transforming into his strength while the rest surged towards the budding supreme bone on his chest. Little did he know, this was the second combat form of the supreme bone, the rampage. In the first stage, communicate with the whole body for some time, enhance the strength of chi and blood through the coordination of the whole body. In the second stage, absorb beast blood, human blood, or burn one's own blood to reach a higher level of strength. In the third stage, after absorbing and accumulating enough chi and blood, the strength reaches an extremely high level beyond the current limit, and rationality will gradually be lost. In the fourth stage, sacrifice the soul, and the strength will increase infinitely until the soul burns completely, dying in battle. Starting from the third stage, the Supreme Bone requires the cooperation of the Heavenly Yin Bone, otherwise, before long, the owner of the Supreme Bone will gradually turn into a killing machine, unable to stop, even leading to death. But as long as the owner remains conscious, they can stop at any moment. At the same time, the third stage needs to be activated voluntarily. When the blood absorption reaches a certain level, the body will reach its limit. The third stage can only be entered by actively opening it, leading to the next insanely outrageous stage. 300 years ago, during the Holy War, the ancestor of the Qi family evolved the Holy Spirit Bone, wielding a sword, massacring for 3 full years, granting humanity a respite for 300 years. In that battle, the Heavenly Yin Bone of the Bai family reached its limit. At the cost of sacrificing himself, he made the Qi family ancestor stop. At the same time, at the cost of his life, he sealed all his strength in the Heavenly Yin Bone, so that the descendants of the Bai family could find a way to suppress the Holy Spirit Bone. The Heavenly Yin Bone can suppress the Supreme Bone, but not the Holy Spirit Bone. Even though the Holy Spirit Bone is relatively rational, after killing for 3 years and slaughtering countless fierce beasts, anyone would go insane. Crack, crack, crack. Chen killed one spiritual ape after another, his strength continuously increasing. His whole body's blood surged, pores opening to absorb the blood splattered on him, making him even more excited. Damn it, Chen, what is this? What on earth is happening? Zhou Mang was utterly shocked. He had never seen Chen in this state before. If the shining object on Chen's chest was a certain kind of holy bone, then what kind of holy bone was it? There was no record of such a holy bone in textbooks. I don't know either. But this state is really interesting. I feel like I won't get tired at all. Chen laughed excitedly. At this moment, he felt a power far surpassing his peak years, truly experiencing true strength. Bai Wan was right. Compared to the budding supreme bone Chen was regenerating, the supreme bone in Qi Xingtian's body was like trash, because it could only provide an increase in strength at most, still requiring the cooperation of an accompanying bone. In this life, he would not walk the lonely path to death again. In this life, he would not disappoint Bai Wan. He would do his utmost to climb to the peak where the strong resided, making Bai Wan proud of him. In no time, all the spiritual apes around were killed by Chen. The Monkey King couldn't sit still. With a roar, it leaped down from the treetops, pouncing towards Chen. This human youth had killed so many of its kind, now it would make him pay with blood. Bang! The huge gap in strength sent Chen flying in an instant, but he didn't feel much pain. Instead, he stood up in a flash and charged at the Monkey King again. Mangzi, you go. I'll hold it off. Chen knew he was no match for it, even with Zhou Mang's help. This group of monkeys shouldn't have appeared in this area, but during the assessment period, it was common for exotic beasts to roam in different regions. Chen, let's go together. Zhou Mang urged anxiously. No. If we go together, none of us will make it out. Go quickly. I have a treasure given to me by a Wan on me, enough to save my life and escape at a critical moment. Chen shook his head and refused. Apart from the necklace on Chen's chest, Bai Wan also gave him many protective talismans for different situations, allowing him to escape. In order to help Chen resist danger, Bai Wan gave him almost all of the Bai family's best protective talismans. Good. Zhou Mang gritted his teeth and left. He knew that staying would only hold Chen back. If the Monkey King shifted his focus to him, it would cause even more trouble for Chen. Let me see where my limit lies. Chen burst towards the Monkey King. Due to there being only one Monkey King left, the wounds he created on the Monkey King allowed him to absorb beast blood from it. Even though the beast blood was purer, it could only maintain his current state. Bang! The Monkey King struck Chen, breaking a rib in his chest. Just as he felt he had reached his limit and was about to flee, the supreme bone in his chest suddenly drew his blood and instantly healed the broken rib. This left him stunned, even dumbfounded. At that moment, he finally understood why the ancestor could fight in the Holy War for 3 years. Blood could provide a continuous source of energy and heal injuries. If unable to obtain enough blood externally, it would be drawn from his own body. In the midst of beasts of the same level, one person could be invincible and dominate all. The ancient first sacred bone was truly worthy of its reputation. Farewell. Chen threw a smoke bomb mixed with beast repellent and other hidden powders on the ground. Within 10 seconds, the smoke could spread to a radius of 50 meters. Roar! The Monkey King angrily charged into the smoke, trying to find Chen. The black smoke obscured its vision, and the powder in the smoke deprived it of its sense of smell. Seizing this opportunity, Chen left the range of the smoke and headed towards where Zhou Mang had gone, while the Monkey King was still spinning in the smoke. Swish A Proctor rushed to the edge of the smoke as it billowed up. Clad in a suit, his eyes were fixed on the smoke. When the Monkey King emerged from the smoke, he clenched his fists and entered a combat stance. Jade rank 1? It actually managed to injure it? These two kids are quite interesting. The Proctor smiled faintly, facing the enraged Monkey King charging towards him. Mangzi, I'm here. Chen caught up with him, patting his shoulder. Seeing Chen covered in blood, Zhou Mang worried. Chen, are you okay? Chen smiled, I'm fine. After the effects on his body dissipated, he felt a bit tired. Despite the blood replenishment during the battle, the consumption after deactivation was only about 1/10 of his actual strength. At the same time, the most incredible effect of the Supreme Bone was its unlimited activation, but it required constant nourishment with blood. Without enough blood, the body would become extremely weak. Are you really okay? Zhou Mang looked at him strangely and checked him. That was the Jade rank 1 Monkey King. How could he escape unscathed from the Monkey King? I'm really fine. The cost was losing an 800,000 smoke bomb, or else I wouldn't have been able to escape, Chen shrugged, explaining. Damn! You're really rich. Zhou Mang was shocked. This was given to me by Wan, Chen chuckled. If I got injured to save money, she would scold me. Wan? Who's that? Zhou Mang asked in confusion. He was unaware of Nianchen's engagement to Bai Wan, partly due to his insufficient status and partly because the news had not spread. My fiancé, Bai Wan. Between the explanations, Niachen's smile blossomed even more. You got engaged without making a sound? Quick, tell the truth. Zhou Mang, consumed by jealousy, grabbed Niachen and teased him. Niachen chuckled and showed Zhou Mang the screensaver on his phone, revealing an angelic face and a radiant smile that left Zhou Mang stunned. Wow, your fiancé is so beautiful? Damn it, you lucky guy. I also wish to have such a beautiful fiancé. I want to freeload too. Sob. Zhou Mang, feeling helpless, said. His expression perfectly illustrated the dilemma of fearing for your brother's hardship while also fearing your brother's success. Bye, we're at the exam venue now, and I teamed up with that pretty girl. Bai Wan sent a message, attaching a photo of two fair hands, each wearing an exam wristband, one belonging to Bai Wan and the other to Xia Yimeng. Great. By the way, Awan, how did you end up in a team with her? Niachen asked in confusion. Oh, this girl is so clingy. She fell asleep as soon as she got in the car, making me think she was aloof, but then she stuck to me, Bai Wan explained with a smile. After chatting with her for a while, I had no choice but to team up with her. Won't she distract you during the exam? Niachen asked worriedly, knowing it was a sensitive question, but this was an exam, not a joke. No, she's actually quite capable. Bye, we're entering the exam hall now, we'll talk later. Bai Wan said. Okay, remember to heat up the lunchbox I made for you at noon. Niachen reminded. Got it. Silly Bai. Bai Wan replied playfully. Silly Bai, silly Bai. Zhou Mang mimicked Bai Wan's tone, dripping with sarcasm. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll smack you. Niachen playfully glanced at him. You're dead. I also wish to have a sweet romance. Zhou Mang walked with Niachen, feeling torn. Along the way, he asked Niachen how he met Bai Wan and how they got engaged. Niachen shared the details with him, feeling fortunate that his luck had turned around, finally escaping the misfortune brought by the Qi family for so many years. He had found a fiancé who genuinely cared for him. The area they were in mainly consisted of martial beasts ranging from the 5th rank warrior to the 7th rank general. The strength of warrior beasts was recorded in decimal points. For example, a 5th rank warrior was worth 0.5 points, and a 9th rank warrior was worth 0.9 points. The higher the rank defeated, the higher the reward, starting from 20% for 1 rank, 40% for 2 ranks, 80% for 3 ranks, 150% for 4 ranks, and 300% for 5 ranks. The difficulty increased as they progressed, with the 3rd and 4th ranks already being very challenging to defeat. Unless one was as abnormal as Niachen. Swish, a black-bodied, green-spotted, iron hard-scaled green snake emerged, its black gem-like eyes fixed on the two men. With a body length of about 5 meters, standing upright like a snake, it exuded a vigilant aura. Niachen rushed forward, killing the 2nd-ranked general green snake with one strike, and together with Zhou Mang, removed its scales, extracted the snake tendons and gallbladder. The snake tendons and gallbladder could be used as medicinal materials for Niachen's body tempering, while the remaining scales and flesh could be sold for money. At this stage, the amount of body tempering materials Niachen consumed daily was astronomical. He knew he couldn't yet make up for the losses of the Bai family, but by collecting materials independently, he hoped to reduce the burden on the Bai family. Martial artists were too costly, especially during his stage of rebirth as the Supreme Bone. Even if the Bai family didn't mind his expenses, he had roughly calculated that from the sprouting of his Supreme Bone to its complete growth, it would cost at least several billion. Although he can now refine the Supreme Bone through the blood of beasts, no matter what, this is a huge debt he owes to the Bai family. On the other side, while Niachen and the others were searching for exotic beasts, Bai Wan and Xia Yimeng arrived at the North Gate Advanced Assessment Area. Bai Wan released her mental power, weaving a sweet bait to attract the surrounding exotic beasts to continuously rush over. When the exotic beasts formed a small-scale beast tide, she and Xia Yimeng activated the explosive killing mode, swiftly killing all the exotic beasts in front of them. In less than 2 hours, their team points had already ranked first, pulling a huge gap with the 2nd place. Damn! What's going on? Wasn't Xia Yimeng not supposed to team up? Did she earn all these points by herself? What are you talking about? Even if Xia Yimeng is amazing, she couldn't have earned so many points in one go. Remember, she's only a 9th grade martial artist. Could it be that person named Bai Wan who earned them? Bai Wan? This girl seems to be the head of the Bai family. Brother, are you talking about the 3rd tier Bai family? Even if it's that Bai family, they wouldn't let a high school student become the family head, right? In the class groups of various high schools, discussions were in full swing. Upon learning that Bai Wan was the head of the Bai family, most people expressed disbelief because it was just too unbelievable. Even 4th or 5th tier families wouldn't do such a thing. Even if a high school student was incredibly talented, they couldn't possibly compete with the elders in the family. Those elders in the family were 2 or 3 decades older, mostly possessing emerald, or even war god level strength. As a high school student with insufficient strength and experience, how could they carry the banner of the family? Don't you still believe it? Do you know about the coming-of-age ceremony of the young master of the Qi family, Qi Xingtian? Bai Wan announced on the spot that she is the head of the Bai family. It's getting more and more unbelievable. Who are you? How do you know about these things? I am Meng Yuan from the second-tier Meng family. I was there at the scene, what do you say? Sorry, big brother, my mistake. Meng Xiao, what exactly happened? Meng Yuan recounted the events of that night in the campus group, leaving everyone stunned. Bai Wan, head of the Bai family? Engaged to a fallen genius? You guys don't know. At that time, Bai Wan rejected the marriage proposals from the entire city for Qi Chen. Even our Meng family, she didn't care about. Meng Yuan became more and more excited as he spoke. If it were an ordinary woman from a third-tier family, Meng Yuan's status would be enough to crush her. If she could also mention an engagement, it would be enough to excite the other party. But Bai Wan was an exception. Rejected the entire city? Did she even reject the first-tier families and the national families? Yes. The head of the Qi family wanted to keep her, but she said the supreme bone of the Qi family was trash, and she looked down on it. Isn't she too full of herself? Qi Shangtian? What's so great about him? He's just a scum who steals other people's futures. Just then, a discordant voice chimed in. At Dream of Life, classmate, who are you? She is the top genius of our first high school. Isn't it too much to say that about him? A girl criticized disapprovingly. She is the head of the Bai family, Bai Wan, as well as my teammate. Xia Yemeng proudly replied in the group. Qi Xingtian used all means to dig out pieces of companion bones from my fiancé. Do you think I have the right to say something about him? Bai Wan responded coldly. Companion bones? Wasn't that something Qi Chen willingly took out himself? The girl responded confidently, while also wondering why Bai Wan suddenly appeared in the group. How come they hadn't heard of Bai Wan at first high school before? If I asked you to dig out the companion bone from your body, would you be willing? Do you know that stripping the companion bone must be done in a sober state? Do you know how painful it is? If not forced, who would be willing to endure such flesh-stripping pain? Bai Wan scolded. These words silenced the crowd, and many realized that something was amiss. Volume 2 title Extraordinary Destiny. They knew that stripping the companion bone would entail great pain, but they did not know it had to be done in a conscious state. Due to their status, they could not possibly understand such matters. In their eyes, only the weak who could not resist would be deprived of their companion bone. You know nothing and yet assume everything. Do you realize that by doing so, you are actually aiding the tyrant? Bai Wan questioned coldly. Qitong cannot be that kind of person. Impossible. The female students who supported Qi Shengtian in the group continued to resist, albeit with weaker voices. They did not think Bai Wan would deceive herself in such matters because she had no reason to, and such lies could easily be exposed. No one would willingly endure the pain of flesh stripping, and only a mad person would give up their companion bone. But to say this was Qi Shengtian's issue, they could not accept. In their eyes, how could Qi Shengtian, so handsome, gentle, and approachable, be such a cruel villain? Impossible? Then explain why all 8 pieces of Nian Chen's companion bone ended up on Qi Shengtian? Why did Qi Shengtian plant the companion bone on himself the same night Nian Chen's was stripped? Bai Wan angrily questioned, wanting to wake these people up and make them understand all that Nian Chen had endured. These girls were speechless. Even if they were usually eloquent, they could not justify such behavior. 1 piece could be a coincidence or for saving someone, 2 pieces could be explained. But how about 3, 4, 5, or 8 pieces? It was impossible for Qi Shengtian not to experience rejection reactions after planting the supreme bone, which defied common sense. Wake up! After cutting ties with Nian Chen and the Qi family actually tried to kill Nian Chen for Qi Shengtian and take his blood. Bai Wan exclaimed in anger. Her words shocked Xia Yemeng. She was willing to believe Bai Wan, but she never expected the Qi family to go to such lengths. The Qi family was a prestigious clan. Damn it! Qi Shengtian was called out by someone. Watching Bai Wan's speech in the crowd, he was furious to the extreme. His actions being exposed by Bai Wan and her questioning his motives not only stripped him bare but also sowed seeds of doubt among the people, even though most believed him. In desperation, Qi Shengtian hurriedly said, I'm sorry for making you doubt me like this. I don't want this either, I don't want my brother to suffer, do you know? For the past 5 years, my heart has been in constant agony. After my brother left the family, I tried very hard to bring him back. Before he could finish, Baiwan interrupted him. Baiwan said coldly, if you truly feel guilty, you should dig out the companion bone. Your talent advancement now indicates that you have passed the rejection reaction, so there is no excuse for you not to strip the companion bone. If you have the guts, go ahead and do it. Just like that night with Nianchen, use a knife to pry out your own bones. Kishengshen was suddenly retorted. Despite his usual cunning, he was only good at using his weakness to evoke sympathy from his sisters. When it came to schemes, he really couldn't compare to Baiwan. Moreover, faced with absolute facts, he couldn't argue. What, can't speak now? You keep saying you feel guilty towards a Bai, but when it's crucial, why can't you take that step? It only proves your guilt. Baiwan mocked. Big brother needs my companion bone, so after my exams, I'll give it back to him. Big brother is the legitimate son of the Qi family, while I'm just an adopted son. Compared to me, Big brother's future is more important. Kishengshen was momentarily speechless, but quickly found a way to evade. Every time he said this before, his sisters would stand by him and refute Nianchen. He thought this time everyone would support him. Is it meaningful to talk nonsense? You're taking the exam at the Shiman Test Center, a Bai is there too. As long as you're willing, I'll send Nianchen to you now to get back the companion bone. And make sure Kiwuxuan doesn't interfere, do you dare? Baiwan questioned. Kishengshen was once again at a loss for how to respond, cursing inwardly. Clearly, he had an SS plus level talent, he was the future of the Qi family, so why did Baiwan choose Nianchen, a useless person, and speak up for him? You dare not, right? Baiwan taunted. For my brother, I'm willing to do anything. Kishengshen could only stubbornly reply. Good. I'll send Nianchen over now, and I'll have the exam proctor from the Ministry of Education accompany him, so Nianchen won't be ambushed by your Qi family halfway. Baiwan stated directly. But this way, isn't it just giving up this round of exams for Big Brother? Kishengshen fretted. What does it matter? Is the exam important? Or is the companion bone important? Baiwan countered. This time, Kishengshen completely dared not respond because he couldn't. If Nianchen came over like this, it would be like being roasted over a fire. At the same time, if Nianchen stopped the exam, it meant he couldn't kill anyone. Regardless of the outcome, he couldn't accept it. Where is he? Show up! Baiwan coldly urged. Everyone speculated in their hearts. From an outsider's perspective, it was easy to understand. After all, the price Nianchen paid was too great. As the beneficiary, Kishengshen's words were hard to defend. Kishengshen could only pretend to let Wu Jie see his chat interface because he knew once Wu Jie saw it, she would snatch his phone and speak for him in the group, just as he expected. Wu Jie immediately snatched his phone angrily and ended Baiwan in the group, rebuking, Baiwan, I'm Wu Jie, I warn you not to sow discord here. I haven't settled the score for you calling the police. Baiwan sneered, then come. As long as you dare to come, I dare to let the Martial Arts Bureau arrest you again. Wu Jie became even angrier. Alright, Baiwan. Are you completely disregarding our Qi family? Baiwan said, the ancestral order of the Qi family is still in my hands. If you provoke me, I'll tear up the order, and then everyone in the Qi family will die. Wu Jie was furious but had no good solution, so she said, fine, we can't afford to provoke you, can we hide instead? As long as you don't provoke Xingtian, we won't come looking for you. Baiwan sneered, let him spit out the companion bone, that's what he promised. Qi Wuxuan angrily said, you're going too far. Baiwan sneered, who's really going too far here? Who led hundreds, even thousands of people to surround my Bai family just to save Qi Xingtian? Even though it was Qi Jia's sixth sister who did it, Qi Wuxuan couldn't escape the connection. I won't give the companion bone, and I won't ever give it. If you have the ability, come and take it, I want to see how capable your Bai family really is. After Qi Wuxuan finished speaking, she directly left the group chat with Qi Xingtian. Out of sight, out of mind. She didn't want the opinions in the group chat to affect her precious little brother, Qi Xingtian. Qi Xingtian's face turned extremely dark, filled with raging resentment and an immediate desire to kill Nianchen. As long as Nianchen didn't die, these doubts would continue endlessly. But if Nianchen died, even if Baiwan made him give up the companion bone, it would be meaningless, because no one would need the companion bone anymore. Did you all see that? This is the true face of the Qi family. This is the true face of the so-called innocent people you speak of. Baiwan sneered, then also left the group chat. She would only explain this once. Firstly, she didn't have the time, and secondly, it was pointless. Those with brains would understand Qi Xingtian's issues with just one explanation, and those pretending to be asleep would never wake up. The group fell silent for a long time. They all sensed the issues in this matter but didn't dare discuss it. Because that was Qi Xingtian. That was the Qi family. Discussing this matter would be equivalent to offending the Qi family. Sister Bai, this is the first time I've heard of so many things happening around Nianchen. So, the Qi family and that Qi Xingtian are truly despicable. Xia Yuming couldn't help but say. On the day of Qi Xingtian's coming-of-age ceremony, their Xia family didn't attend because the Xia family and the Qi family were completely incompatible. This grudge started with the Qi family's patriarch, who forcibly took away the love of Xia Yuming's third grandfather. They loved each other, but the Qi family intervened, forcing the woman's family into marriage. The reason was that the Qi family needed the woman's holy bone for compatibility. They needed her to join to make the Qi family patriarch even more powerful. Yeah, who wouldn't? Nianchen has endured so much in these 5 years. Bai Wan sighed, feeling extremely heartbroken. The Qi family deserves to die. That Qi Xingtian deserves to die too. Xia Yumeng clenched her fists involuntarily. Sooner or later, Bai Wan would completely expose the Qi family's hypocritical mask, making them regret their actions and pay the price. At night, as darkness fell, a bonfire blazed in the forest, its red light illuminating the surroundings. There weren't many people who dared to light a bonfire in the forest, and those who did usually had guards. Qi Wuxuan handed a string of grilled fish to Qi Xingtian. Seeing how distracted he was, she felt very sorry for him. Little brother, still thinking about what happened during the day? Forget it. Don't worry about what your classmates think. As long as we are upright, we have nothing to fear. Whatever Bai Wan says doesn't matter. Qi Xingtian sighed. Sis, I really feel terrible inside. Big brother doesn't understand me, no one else understands me either. I really didn't want things to turn out this way. He almost cried, breaking Qi Wuxuan's heart. She walked over and gently hugged Qi Xingtian, comforting him. It's okay, it's okay. As long as your sisters understand you, nothing else matters. Suddenly, Qi Xingtian's phone vibrated imperceptibly a few times. He pretended to be desolate as he stood up, laughed heartily, and said, Sis, I'm going to the restroom, I won't be far away. However, Qi Wuxuan shook her head and stopped him. I'll turn around, you stay here. It's mainly because the forest at night is too dangerous. I can't let you take risks. Not only her, but all the exam invigilators did the same. Whether male or female, they had to relieve themselves right there. Many examinees had been attacked and killed by strange beasts when they wanted to go outside to use the restroom before, so this was the only way. Sis, I can take care of myself, and it's just a few meters away. Even if something happens, you can show up immediately, right? Qi Shengtian said. Seeing his determination, Qi Wuxuan could only nod. All right then. Be careful, call me immediately if anything happens. Okay. Qi Shengtian nodded and walked into the dark forest. He took out his phone, dimmed the screen to the lowest brightness, and looked at the message on the screen. It was from the assassin. The assassin said they had found a jade 8th grade strange beast and were planning to make it go berserk to kill Nianchen. According to Nianchen's current direction, he would arrive at the ambush area by tomorrow night at the latest. Striking tomorrow night would maximize secrecy. Capture another strange beast. We must kill Nianchen tomorrow night. I won't tolerate any accidents. Qi Shengtian coldly typed. But the assassin flatly refused. Boss, one strange beast could be a coincidence, but if two appear, the signs of manipulation would be too obvious. Moreover, killing someone under the nose of the Ministry of Education, the consequences would be very serious. Even if we're not worried about being caught, you should consider yourself. What if you get caught? Qi Shengtian was furious when he saw this. He was the employer. How dare they go against his wishes? He dialed the number directly and angrily said, How can you guarantee there won't be any accidents? The assassin shrugged it off. What could go wrong with a jade 8th grade strange beast? And we've found a very fierce giant tooth iron bull. Qi Shengtian was still not reassured and shouted, but what if something still goes wrong? This time, even if there was a 1 in a million chance of an accident, he wouldn't allow it. Boss, I know you're eager to kill, but we are the professionals. The assassin was speechless, wanting to curse but had to suppress his anger. Fine. Since you put it that way, I only want one outcome. If the person doesn't die after the exam ends, then I'll take your lives. Qi Shengtian angrily hung up the phone, still feeling indignant. He just wanted to add another strange beast. What could possibly go wrong? They were unwilling to do it and even came up with a bunch of excuses to stall him? By the bonfire, Qi Wuxuan stood frozen in place. She heard something. Her harmless little brother actually mentioned killing someone? A warrior's perception was very keen. She was certain she hadn't misheard just now. In the darkness, Qi Shengtian took a deep breath, put on a smile, and walked back to the bonfire. Shengtian, who were you talking to on the phone just now? Qi Wuxuan frowned and asked. She needed to know what had just happened. She wouldn't allow anyone to corrupt her beloved little brother. Qi Shengtian was taken aback, the smile on his lips completely disappeared, his heart raced for a moment. Oh no! In his anger just now, he had forgotten that fifth sister was still here. Short synopsis: I have been reborn, my sisters have been reborn too, the hunting moment has begun. A phone call might not shatter the image of fifth sister in his heart that had been built over the years, but it could plant a seed of crisis. Eldest sister had already leaned towards Nian Shen's side, willing to even put herself in seclusion for Nian Shen. If even the stubborn fifth sister's character had changed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! Just then, a terrifying beast's roar echoed, followed by a series of low and eerie footsteps rapidly approaching them. Snake-patterned tiger? Qi Wuxuan's expression turned serious in an instant. How could a snake-patterned tiger with the strength of a jade rank 2nd grade appear here? Shengtian, step aside quickly. Qi Wuxuan drew a long sword from her storage ring, ready to face the enemy. Before they lit the bonfire, Qi Shengtian had disabled the detection function of his bracelet and entered arrest state. In this situation, Qi Wuxuan, as a guardian, was allowed to take action. If he intervened during the detection test, it would mean the end of Qi Shengtian's test. Sister, let me handle this. I can handle it. Qi Shengtian gritted his teeth. He wanted to divert Qi Wuxuan's attention with the appearance of the snake-patterned tiger. If Qi Wuxuan intervened, she would easily deal with the tiger in the blink of an eye. Then, she would undoubtedly inquire about the phone call from earlier. Shengtian, you're only at the 9th rank of Marshal General. You are not capable of dealing with this jade rank snake-patterned tiger. Qi Wuxuan's voice was firm. With her and the massive snake-patterned tiger facing off, the tiger dared not attack recklessly. Sister, trust me, I can do this. I now possess Big Brother's 8 companion bones and an SS plus level terrifying talent. Even if this snake-patterned tiger is 1 realm stronger than me, I believe I can still put up a fight. Qi Shengtian asserted. Killing a beast above one's level as a candidate would earn bonus points, but crossing realms would result in a 10-fold reward. For instance, if Qi Shengtian, at the 9th rank of Marshal General, faced this jade rank 2nd grade snake-patterned tiger, he would receive a 20-fold reward based on the tiger's base points after killing it. Moreover, this kill would be recorded in the archives, becoming one of the bonus items for the college entrance examination. Shengtian, can you really do this? Qi Wuxuan couldn't help but worry. I can. Qi Shengtian affirmed. Very well. Qi Wuxuan then stepped aside, completely focusing her aura on the snake-patterned tiger to prevent any sudden outbursts. Qi Shengtian activated the monitoring function of his bracelet, re-entering exam mode. He took a deep breath, fully mobilizing his strength. The difference in each realm was like night and day, and he wasn't sure if he could succeed in crossing realms. But regardless of the outcome, he had to fight this battle well to completely divert Qi Wuxuan's attention. Boom! Qi Shengtian's internal energy circulated, the supreme bone enhancing his strength, several companion bones operating simultaneously, making his strength formidable. Along with his full firepower, a faint golden light emitted from the supreme bone on his body, resembling numerous golden fireflies swirling around him. Swish! Qi Shengtian moved forward to face the 3-meter-tall snake-patterned tiger. At the moment he attacked, Qi Wuxuan released the lock on her aura, allowing the tiger to counterattack. Although the tiger was a beat slower in its attack, its strength was undeniable. In an instant, its claws clashed with the long sword swung by Qi Shengtian, sparking off terrifying flames as the claws and sword blade rubbed against each other. Qi Shengtian was shaken by its immense force, his hand numb from the impact, and his feet sinking slightly into the ground. The snake-patterned tiger's gaze towards Qi Shengtian was condescending, filled with disdain, because this human youth was nothing but that in its eyes. Shengtian. Qi Wuxuan was extremely tense. In just one encounter, the difference in strength became apparent. If it were just a first-grade jade-patterned tiger, Qi Shengtian could still fight it out with his strength, but facing a second-grade jade-patterned tiger was beyond what a 9th-grade warrior could handle. Sis, don't worry, I can do this. Qi Shengtian gritted his teeth. With that, he lunged at the jade-patterned tiger in front of him once again, and Qi Wuxuan's nervousness was justified. Knowing her well, he understood that as long as she was tense enough, she would overlook many things. He wasn't worried about dying himself. If he truly couldn't win, he could let Qi Wuxuan take over. This simulation exam could end here. Qi Wuxuan was worried, her fists clenched involuntarily. But at the same time, she felt increasingly uneasy about the situation. How could a jade exotic beast appear here? This was just a mediocre exam area. Someone must be deliberately causing trouble. But who could it be? Could it be those 2 jerks, Nian Shen and Bai Wan? As the battle continued for 10 minutes, Qi Shengtian found it increasingly difficult to cope, sustaining many injuries that made him break out in a cold sweat. It hurt so much. Really, it hurt so much. Damn it! If not for Nian Shen, that damn guy, why should he endure such pain? Shang Tian, stop now. You've already done enough at this point. Qi Wuxuan's eyes reddened, tense. No! I haven't reached my limit yet. Sis, you've sacrificed so much for me, so I must become strong enough. You're protecting me now, but in the future, it will be my turn to protect you. Qi Shangtian declared firmly. Tears welled up in Qi Wuxuan's eyes. With his words, it was enough. With his words, all their years of sacrifice were worth it. Seeing the jade-patterned tiger's claws about to strike Qi Shangtian's chest, Qi Wuxuan immediately took out the soul-chasing needle, piercing through the tiger's brain. The soul-chasing needle was a special mental-type item, extremely valuable. When piercing a creature's brain, it left no trace, making it one of the few cheating methods in the exam. Even if the Ministry of Education knew about its cheating potential, they couldn't upgrade the monitoring bracelets worn by examinees. It was an S-class item, costing a terrifying 5 billion for each use. Even a powerful clan couldn't casually throw away 5 billion on a warrior or a jade exotic beast. Swish! Qi Shangtian's sword pierced through the jade-patterned tiger's heart, crimson blood spurting out, the foul-smelling blood splattering on his face, making him feel nauseous. Shangtian, are you okay? Qi Wuxuan asked nervously. I'm fine. Qi Shangtian weakly smiled, his figure swaying, almost falling to the ground. Qi Wuxuan swiftly came to his side, supporting him, her eyes filled with both tenderness and anger. Qi Wuxuan became more certain that the arrival of the jade-patterned tiger was the work of someone scheming in the shadows. Why didn't they bring a more powerful exotic beast? Because if a stronger one appeared, Qi Wuxuan would have to intervene. She couldn't let Qi Shangtian get hurt in the slightest. On the contrary, bringing a beast that was neither strong nor weak could prompt Qi Shangtian to act and get injured. Nian Shen, and by one, you are truly wicked. After cheating to kill the jade-patterned tiger, Qi Shangtian's name jumped to the second position. With the same score, the ranking was determined by who killed the stronger exotic beast. Killing a beast across realms could even ignore scores and directly promote to the top ranks, which was Qi Shangtian's case. Sister Bai, Qi Shangtian's ranking has caught up, and he's a 9th grade warrior, killing a 2nd grade jade-patterned tiger. Xia Yuming sat by the bonfire, eating skewers while checking the points leaderboard. Among many exotic beasts, the snake-patterned tiger is considered one of the top combatants. A Jade Rank 2 can take down a regular Jade Rank 3 exotic beast, she said. He can take down a Jade Rank 2 snake-patterned tiger? Bai Wan, eating the lunch prepared by Nian Shen, couldn't help but chuckle. Cheating in a simulated exam? How shameless. Bai Jie, do you think he's cheating? Xia Yuming raised her eyes, looking at her with watery eyes, looking adorable. What else could it be? Bai Wan rolled her eyes, unfortunately hidden behind an eye mask, so Xia Yuming couldn't see her captivating expressions. Hee. If not for you being a candidate, I'd be cheating too. Who would have thought that a Jade Rank exotic beast would be so weak in front of you, easily crushed with a breath? Bai Jie, you're amazing. Xia Yuming held Bai Wan's arm, playfully coquettish. You're not weak either. At the Marshal General rank, it's hard to find opponents, Bai Wan said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Xia Yuming pouted. Bai Jie, if you can't chat, then don't. Aren't you just mocking me? Bai Wan chuckled, amused by her antics. With Bai Wan, a human cheat code present, they could ignore the bonfire's lure for exotic beasts. Bai Wan even hoped to encounter more powerful exotic beasts because they were like medicinal herbs for Nian Shen's advancement. Bai Jie, I'm going to take a bath, care to join? Xia Yuming planned to wash off the beast blood in the nearby stream. If she were alone in the exam, she wouldn't dare such a risky move, but with Bai Wan, it felt more like a picnic. Go ahead, I'll keep watch for you, Bai Wan said with a smile. Okay, I'm off then. Xia Yuming nodded, took out a set of clothes from her storage ring, and headed towards the stream. Bai Wan sat on a large rock by the river, gently wiping her cane. This cane was one of the most handy weapons of the Bai family's ancestors, a legendary weapon of which only 11 existed globally. These legendary weapons were either crafted with top resources by humans or brought by exotic beasts to foreign battlefields. Beyond legends were the epics, with only 3 globally. Bai Wan possessed one left by the Qi family's ancestor, the only one in the Dragon Kingdom. All epic weapons were growth-type weapons, evolving from F-grade blood-dripping weapons. Once a blood-dripping weapon grew into an epic weapon, it would awaken its own consciousness and be extremely picky about its wielder, beyond the control of ordinary people. A black-spotted snake as thick as an arm appeared silently behind Bai Wan. It lurked in the darkness, its tongue capturing Bai Wan's information in the air. When it thought Bai Wan was defenseless and ready to attack, Bai Wan's cane swiftly split, turning into double-edged spikes, ending its life in an instant. Early the next morning, bang! Zhou Mang, who was sleeping soundly, unexpectedly fell from a 5-meter-high tree branch, landing heavily on the ground, grimacing in pain. "Mang, are you okay?" Nian Chen on the tree branch chuckled. Last night, they took turns keeping watch, with him on duty for the first half and Nian Chen for the second. Unlike Bai Wan and Xia Yemeng, who dared to light a bonfire in the forest, they even slept and kept watch hidden in the treetops. "Damn, that hurts so much. My butt feels like it's falling apart." Zhou Mang rubbed his butt, looking quite comical. "Ha, serves you right for sleeping so deeply." Nianchen also came down from the tree, took out a bottle of water from his storage ring, and tossed it to him. After having a bite to eat, they made some preparations and headed deeper into the examination area. In yesterday's test, they had already fallen behind the top students, with their scores only at a mediocre level. Topping the leaderboard were Bai Wan and Xia Yemeng, whose scores were so terrifying that no one could surpass them, setting a new record in the capital. Nianchen's supreme bone could unleash a terrifying rage, but it came with conditions. He needed to encounter a sufficient number of exotic beasts to activate it without harm. Without enough exotic beasts for support, even if he forcefully activated it, the increase would not be significant. In one day, they killed many exotic beasts at the Warlord realm, earning a considerable number of points. However, in the shadows, 2 pairs of eyes were watching them. To guide Nianchen in the intended direction, the people hidden in the darkness attracted the nearby exotic beasts to different areas, creating an artificially balanced exotic beast passage. This passage was specially designed based on Nianchen and his companions' killing habits. In fact, someone had been watching them since yesterday. After they had finished off the nearby exotic beasts of similar strength, it was almost evening, and they would inevitably rest at the pre-prepared safe point. As the assassins in Kashengshan had said, killing under the nose of the Ministry of Education would have severe consequences. Even professional assassins had to leave no trace. "Nianchen, come quickly, there's a B-grade iron ore here." "Ha, we're going to be rich," Zhou Mang hurriedly called out. As the sky darkened, they needed to find a place to rest. After a day of killing exotic beasts, their bodies were starting to feel weary. Nianchen went over to take a look and indeed found B-grade iron ore. B-grade iron ore sold for around 30,000 per kilogram, and this pile of iron ore had a yield of at least 100 kilograms. If they took it all, it would easily bring in over 3 million. Such a stroke of luck was not something even a professional hunter would easily come across. Strange. Why hasn't such a large iron ore deposit been mined by anyone? Nianchen was quite puzzled. Who cares? Since we found it, it's ours. With this iron ore, when we return to the capital, I can exchange it for a B-grade weapon. Zhou Mang was ecstatic. He had long wanted to get a new weapon, but B-grade weapons cost over 1 million, which he couldn't afford. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Zhou Mang quickly took out 2 shovels from his storage ring and handed one to Nianchen, and they started digging. Nianchen felt that something was off, but there were no traces of other people around, so even though he sensed something was wrong, he had to temporarily set aside his worries. Ring, 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 a call came in. It was by Siyu Bao, the goddess Bai Wan, checking in again. "Stinky Bai, what are you and Mangzi up to?" Bai Wan asked curiously on the video call. Nianchen raised the shovel in his hand and chuckled, "Can't you tell? We're mining." During the 300 years of exotic beast invasions, many powerful materials needed by warriors slowly emerged under the influence of the world's spiritual energy. For example, iron ore was a mineral exposed on the surface of the earth, formed in reaction to spiritual energy. Correspondingly, there were also copper, silver, gold mines, and so on. B-grade iron ore? Bai Wan looked surprised when she saw it. Such a large iron ore deposit should have been mined long ago. Many warriors, unable to advance their strength and unwilling to risk their lives in the foreign battlefield, choose to become hunters to make a living. With the increasing number of people doing this, the availability of high-level materials in the outskirts naturally decreases. Iron ore worth millions is not surprising in a desolate primitive forest, but in the Westgate hunting ground where they are, which is not a gathering place for powerful exotic beasts, there are already many hunters coming and going daily, so this situation should not be happening. Could it be that we are just lucky? Zhou Mang appeared smugly on the screen. His forehead was covered in fine sweat from mining, and the setting sun's rays highlighted his dark skin, giving him a certain African-American vibe. Alright, you guys are lucky, Bai Wan said somewhat helplessly. Brother Nianchen, we've had a lot of gains today. If we only count the materials obtained from the exotic beasts, it's worth millions, Xia Yemeng exclaimed with excitement. If it were just her alone, she definitely couldn't have killed so many exotic beasts or obtained so many materials, but who is this person beside her? This is Bai, the self-walking cheat code, a god. Ha ha, a test that made us all rich. Today 3 million, tomorrow 5 million, we all have a bright future. A iron ore made Zhou Mang stand up straight. Wait and see. Do you think we'll have such good luck every day? Nianchen said with a smile. Hee, who knows when luck comes, it's unstoppable, right? Zhou Mang laughed heartily. He found that after cutting ties with the Zhou family, Nianchen's luck was really good. First, he met Bai Wan, this treasure of a girl, beautiful and the daughter of the Bai family, then he regained some of his talents, changed his own destiny, and now encountered such a lucky iron ore. It's truly a turn of fortune. Stinky Bai, the materials I asked Uncle to find have been almost found. When we go back, I'll have someone craft a blood-dripping weapon for you. Bai Wan watched Xia Yimeng start a campfire, propping her chin with her hand, eagerly watching Nianchen mining on the screen. But with her words, Xia Yimeng on this end of the screen, as well as Zhou Mang on the other end, were stunned, feeling like they were fed a mouthful of dog food out of the blue, wishing they could find a rock to hit themselves with. Sister-in-law, you're going too far, Zhou Mang said with tears in his eyes. Yeah, too much. Sister Bai, even if you want to show affection, please go home and do it behind closed doors, okay? Can't you see there are 2 single dogs here? I represent all the single dogs in the world and strongly condemn your behavior. Xia Yimeng pouted, saying, a blood-dripping weapon. That's not something anyone can have. To forge it, you first need an expenditure of 50 to 100 million. And with its enhancement comes a terrifying material cost, turning a regular A-grade weapon worth millions into hundreds of millions to upgrade a blood-dripping weapon from B-grade to A-grade. Wow! I really want a blood-dripping weapon too. Is there a rich lady who could take a liking to me? Zhou Mang, holding the shovel, was so envious he was almost in tears. Want a rich lady? There's one right here. Bai Wan pointed to Xia Yimeng beside her. Sister Bai, what are you talking about? I'm just a 17-year-old girl, not planning to date yet. Xia Yimeng blushed and said, if she dared to date, her grandfather would definitely twist her boyfriend's head off. And Zhou Mang, being self-aware, made a joke and changed the subject. Xia Yimeng is cute and has a good personality, indeed very attractive. But behind her was the Xia family of Zhenghua. Not someone like Zhou Mang, a lowly orphan, could aspire to. The 4 of them chatted and laughed through the screen for over an hour. When the sky was completely dark, Nianchen and Zhou Mang finally finished digging up all the iron ore, stopped to eat something. On the other end of the screen, Bai Wan and Xia Yimeng had already finished eating, waved goodbye to them, indicating they were going to take a bath. However, just shortly after the video call ended, a heavy and ominous sound of footsteps approached from afar. Mangzi, we have a situation. Quick, climb up the tree. Nianchen stood up in an instant, urging anxiously. In the forest, there were often wild beasts rampaging around. By hiding in the treetops, they could avoid being detected by the beasts and evade most dangers. Nianchen, you go up first. Zhou Mang was nervous, lifting Nianchen's thigh and throwing him up to the treetop. Nianchen grabbed the tree trunk above, swiftly climbed up, and dropped a rope from above to pull Zhou Mang up from below. Thud thud thud. The terrifying footsteps of a beast grew closer and closer. The sound was incredibly heavy, at least a beast weighing over 3 tons. These footsteps sound like a raging iron rhino. Nianchen's heart trembled with fear. The iron rhino was one of the most dangerous beasts, with unmatched defense and aggression at the same level. It had a strong territorial sense, was easily angered, and once it went into a frenzy, it would fight relentlessly against its enemies. Its only weakness was its back, as due to its size, it couldn't reach it. Shoo! Nianchen immediately gestured to Zhou Mang to keep quiet, indicating that they must avoid making any noise. Even if their strengths were equal, they had to evade it. Firstly, its iron horn was extremely terrifying, and secondly, due to its weight, it could cause terrifying trampling injuries to warriors. Bang bang! A jade-ranked iron rhino came into view, causing Nianchen and Zhou Mang on the tree to tremble. However, after charging into their area, the iron rhino suddenly stopped. Logically, this was impossible. Firstly, a beast of this strength shouldn't appear in this exam area. Secondly, after going into a frenzy, the iron rhino would run continuously to find a target. If the target disappeared, it would charge in a straight line, toppling over any obstacles like trees and rocks until it exhausted itself. But this iron rhino hadn't finished its frenzy yet and stopped like this. Combining this with the earlier iron ore discovery, Nianchen suddenly realized something was very wrong. Mangzi, quickly activate the distress signal on the bracelet, someone wants to kill us. Zhou Mang was stunned at first, then panicked, no, it shouldn't be. We are just students. Mid-sentence, Zhou Mang immediately realized. With his identity, it was impossible for someone to hire an assassin to kill him and make such a big commotion. But Nianchen was different. Oh no! The communication function of the bracelet is not working, Zhou Mang said anxiously. Mine isn't working either. Nian Chen's breathing became rapid. During the exam, a phone might lose signal, but the bracelet couldn't. Because the bracelet was the last resort for examinees. Those people had already taken extreme measures when they made their move. Before the Iron Rhino appeared, they had already blocked all signals around. The Iron Rhino circled below, starting to wildly ram into the surrounding trees. Bang bang bang! Trees fell one after another. Nianchen quickly took out a claw hook from his storage ring and shot it towards a large tree 8 meters away, saying, "Mangzi, you go first. This Iron Rhino is not something we can handle." Zhou Mang shook his head and declined, "You go first." Nianchen became anxious. "Mang, you're not even listening to me? Hurry and leave." Zhou Mang's expression was firm and serious. "Nianchen, you have a brighter future than me, you need to leave now. I'll find a way to attract the attention of the iron-horned rhinoceros and buy you some time." Nianchen couldn't care less at this point, immediately tying a rope around Zhou Mang and triggering the mechanism of the claw hook, forcibly dragging him away. "Nianchen." Zhou Mang panicked but couldn't stop. "Go quickly," Nianchen urged. He wasn't sure how large the signal blocking range was, but he was certain these people were after him. If he left, the iron-horned rhinoceros would likely be controlled to follow him. If Zhou Mang could escape quickly beyond the blocking range and send a rescue signal to the Ministry of Education's teachers, then there might be hope for him. Bang! The iron-horned rhinoceros broke another large tree, getting closer to Nianchen. Nianchen once again took out a claw hook from his storage ring, shot it at another tree, and fled in the opposite direction of Zhou Mang. In less than 3 breaths, the iron-horned rhinoceros, seemingly controlled by something, chased after Nianchen, locking onto his scent. "Damn it! Damn the Qi family! To what extent are you going to push Nianchen? Will you only be satisfied if he's dead?" Watching the iron-horned rhinoceros chase after Nianchen, Zhou Mang's fists clenched so tightly that they were almost bleeding. His eyes were bloodshot, almost on the verge of tears. "Nianchen, I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. Wait for me to come back." Zhou Mang gritted his teeth and swiftly escaped using the claw hook. The assassins hidden in the darkness did not pursue. So far, they had not left any traces of their presence. They used an extremely special electromagnetic beetle to destroy the source of the bracelet signal. When stimulated, it would release pulse signals around it, capable of disrupting most communication devices and even affecting some psychic weapons and equipment. If they were to chase and kill Zhou Mang now, what good would it do even if they succeeded? Once their presence was exposed, the Ministry of Education would launch a thorough investigation. But if they let the iron-horned rhinoceros chase after Nianchen, even if they killed him, the Ministry of Education would have no leads to follow. Ministry of Education, West Gate Examination Monitoring Point. As soon as the signals of Nianchen and the others disappeared, a teacher immediately noticed, signals of 2 examinees have disappeared in the C09 area. Attention teachers in the C09 area, the coordinates before the signal disappearance have been sent to your bracelets. Please investigate immediately. The examination center quickly contacted the invigilating teachers in Zone C, but chaos erupted throughout the entire examination area. Examination Center, Examination Center. Beast riots in Zone A, requesting reinforcements. Examination Center, Beast riots in Zone B, requesting reinforcements. Examination Center, this is Outpost 049 at the edge of the district. I've just detected a wave of beasts moving from east to west, about to enter the examination area. SS level alert, SS level alert. Large numbers of beasts accompanied by numerous electromagnetic beetles, requesting immediate evacuation of all examinees from the examination area. The message from Outpost 049 through the West Gate Examination Monitoring Point into complete chaos. The Ministry of Education's elites, teachers from various universities, leaders, and principals were all tense and on edge. To all examinees at the West Gate Examination Center, I am Wang Kai, the head of the monitoring point. An emergency notice is now being issued. All examinees are to immediately cease the examination, gather with the nearest invigilating teacher, and return to the examination monitoring point. A wave of beasts is approaching the exam area. I repeat, a wave of beasts is approaching the exam area, and the number exceeds 100,000. The person in charge, Wang Kai, was about to go crazy. The signal of the 2 candidates had just disappeared, and now a large wave of beasts was rioting? This is not the North Gate. It's not a gathering place for a large number of geniuses. So, why would this wave of beasts come here? What the hell is going on? Wang Kai immediately dispatched all personnel on site for rescue. This was no longer just the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. All teachers from all schools were mobilized. Lao Wang, quickly help me locate a student's position, hurry. Principal Lu Pingping from No. 15 Middle School rushed over anxiously. Give me the candidate's number. Wang Kai nodded solemnly. 01145. Lu Pingping immediately reported Nia Chen's number. Wang Kai instructed the technician to input the number and locate it as quickly as possible. The location that could be pinpointed was exactly where the two students had disappeared. Watching the big screen, Lu Pingping suddenly lost control of her emotions, her heart in turmoil. Nia Chen disappeared? He disappeared? Wang Kai pushed her, saying hurriedly, Lu Pingping, what are you still standing there for? Since he is your student, go find him quickly. Maybe he just happened to encounter an electromagnetic beetle, causing the signal to disappear. Lu Pingping finally came to her senses and nodded. Yes, he must have just happened to encounter one. He will be fine. Lu Pingping then rushed out, but an angry voice could still be heard from afar. Wang Kai, you bastard. When cleaning up the exam site, you actually left behind the electromagnetic beetles? Wait until I come back. I'll have my godfather deal with you. You're done for. In all exams, even on the battlefield, electromagnetic beetles are extremely dangerous. Their threat lies not in their combat power but in their impact on timely communication, which could potentially disrupt the entire situation. The electromagnetic beetles did not exist in the earliest times. They first appeared in a holy war 300 years ago. Their reproductive ability is extremely terrifying, disgusting, and repulsive. Even newly hatched electromagnetic beetles can affect timely communication within a certain range. Baiwan wiped her smooth hair and suddenly felt uneasy, a sense of unease rising in her heart, causing her mind to freeze abruptly. Xia Yameng, beside her, looked at her in confusion. What's wrong, Sister Bai? Ring ring ring, a hurried phone call came in. It was from Uncle Bai Donghua. Wan, something big is happening. There are 100,000 beasts at the West Gate exam site. At the same time, Nia Chen's signal disappeared. Clang! Bai Wan's phone fell to the ground, her pretty face instantly turning pale, devoid of color. Sister Bai, what's happening? Xia Yameng was even more frightened by her appearance, nervously asking. Yameng, I need to leave the exam site. Something happened to Nia Chen. Bai Wan stood up, picked up the phone, but her expression suddenly turned dark in an instant. She spoke coldly to Bai Donghua. Uncle, I'm leaving the exam site now. Come pick me up. Bai Donghua immediately responded. Wait for me at the North Gate monitoring point. I'm on my way there. Bai Wan activated the communication function of her bracelet and called over the nearby invigilators. Chijia, are you really planning to kill Nia Chen at the exam site? You better pray for Nia Chen's safety, otherwise, I'll have you all buried with him. Bai Wan exuded a murderous intent, causing Xia Yameng beside her to feel a palpitation. Xia Yameng also activated the communication function of her bracelet and voluntarily withdrew from the exam. Sister Bai, I'll go with you. Bai Wan nodded and left with the invigilator after the invigilator arrived at the examination hall. In the West Gate examination hall, Shi Shengtian received a message and was suddenly stunned. He had arranged for an assassin to kill Nian Chen, but he had not arranged for the assassin to trigger the beast tide. Shengtian, let's go. Shi Wuxuan pulled Shi Shengtian to leave because of the nearby riot of exotic beasts. She also entered a state of alertness. The strength of the surrounding exotic beasts was inferior to hers, but the rioting exotic beasts could lead to any possible situation. She would not allow Shengtian to be harmed in any way. Sister, big brother, is also in the West Gate examination hall. Let's hurry to save him. Shi Shengtian quickly said. He knew his words were meaningless, but he still had to say them because over the years, he had solidified his image in his sister's minds using these means. That scum, what does it matter what he does? That snake-patterned tiger last night, he might have had it brought here, you know? Qi Wuxuan said angrily. In this matter, she could never forgive Nian Chen. Nian Chen, out of his selfishness, wanted to harm her most beloved brother, and such a thing was unforgivable. Shi Shengtian was forcibly pulled away and headed towards the monitoring point outside the examination hall. On the other side, Nian Chen was still fleeing. Once the rhinoceros had locked onto his scent, it pursued relentlessly, refusing to let go. He used his claws to move through the forest, while the rhinoceros below broke down tree after tree, determined to kill him. Damn it! Nian Chen cursed involuntarily. According to the map of the examination hall, ahead was a lake covering an area of 1 million square meters. If he continued forward, he would inevitably be caught up by the rhinoceros. I have to take a risky move. Nian Chen gritted his teeth, swiftly moving with his claws and taking out a spiked claw hook. The front end of this spiked claw hook was extremely sharp. When it pierced an exotic beast's body, the expanding mechanism would instantly open, securing itself inside the beast's body. However, a regular spiked claw hook could not penetrate the rhinoceros's skin. Fortunately, Bai Wan had given him many useful items to deal with various situations. Swish, a 5 million worth spiked claw hook shot towards the rhinoceros, piercing its skin in an instant and securing itself. Roar! The rhinoceros roared in pain, emitting an angry cry. Nianchen paid no attention to anything else and immediately used his claw hook to pull himself onto the rhinoceros's back. At the same time, he took out a diamond-made stabilizer, hitting it on the rhinoceros's back and firmly securing himself on the rhinoceros. This was his only way to survive. Unlike feline or canine exotic beasts, when they sense a threat on their back, they will roll on the ground to get rid of it. However, the rhinoceros would not. Even if it sensed someone on its back, it could only jump and shake. Bang! With each jump and shake, Nianchen's body heavily collided with it. Each impact felt like falling from the 5th floor. Each collision caused Nianchen's internal organs to suffer severe impacts. Electromagnetic celestial beetle? As Nianchen followed the rhinoceros in a chaotic manner, he discovered the culprit blocking the signal. It was an emerald-level electromagnetic celestial beetle. But seeing it, Nianchen felt even more desperate. Because the pulses it emitted could cover a radius of 10 miles and would linger in the air for 12 hours before gradually weakening. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Stop, stop! Nianchen watched helplessly as the rhinoceros charged towards a steep cliff ahead. His heart was in turmoil as the rhinoceros, for some unknown reason, was sprinting at full speed. If it collided with the cliff at such a velocity, even a jade-ranked 8th grade rhinoceros would faint on the spot, and Nianchen would likely be shaken to death. The distance was closing in rapidly. Nianchen quickly untied all his restraints, took out his mountaineering hook, and attempted to climb the cliff to escape the danger. However, the rhinoceros seemed to have sensed his intentions and released a powerful aura that suppressed him on its body. In an instant, Nianchen felt despair. He didn't want to die, but the Chi family clearly intended to force him to his death. With a thunderous crash, Nianchen's body was flung from the rhinoceros and slammed heavily into the cliff over 10 meters high. He landed on a half-meter protruding stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. His eyelids grew heavier, consciousness scattered, ribs, radius bone, all broken. Even the blood spilling from his mouth was like a kite with a broken string, impossible to stop. Chi family, heh! Nianchen's breathing grew faint, but his heart was filled with boundless hatred. Even if he were to be reborn, it seemed his fate could not be changed. Forget it, it's over. He was just sorry to Bai Wan. If she heard of his death, Bai Wan would surely be devastated. Surprisingly, the rhinoceros below did not faint but continued to ram into the cliff, attempting to shake him down from above to kill him. Bang! Bang! Just then, terrifying stomping sounds drew near, causing numerous trees to fall, and even the fierce beasts were terrified, running towards Nianchen in fear. Evil beasts, die! An angry female voice resonated through the forest from afar. The 8th grade jade rhinoceros instantly calmed down, no longer displaying its previous frenzy. It even prostrated on the ground, trembling incessantly. A war god realm moonlight azure eagle swooped down, its sharp claws piercing through the rhinoceros's flesh in an instant, digging out its heart and killing it. Accompanied by a resounding cry from the moonlight azure eagle, more master-level moonlight azure eagles appeared in the sky, hovering in a terrifying manner. Various flying beasts densely filled the sky, chasing towards Nianchen. The teachers who were chasing after him were all stunned and terrified, unsure of what to do. Zhou Mang followed the teachers, staring blankly in the direction of the sky, his face pale, his eyes unfocused. A beast tide had appeared in Nianchen's direction. It was over. It was truly over this time. Nianchen was in grave danger. Lu Pingping was also rushing towards that direction. However, upon seeing the circling beasts in the sky, he too became extremely uneasy. Damn you all! If you dare to harm my student, I will wipe out your entire clan. Lu Pingping roared in anger. In the eyes of ordinary people, he had always been seen as a flattering little man. Who had ever seen him so furious? Lu Pingping immediately led the teachers from the 15th middle school to charge forward. However, as they approached, numerous master-level and war god realm beasts surrounded them, blocking their path completely. Even if the entire Beijing war zone mobilized, it would not be easy to get close. Godfather, have you arrived? The situation with the beast tide is even more terrifying than we thought. There are many war god realm and master-level beasts. Godfather, quickly request support from the higher-ups and have them dispatch reinforcements from the extraterritorial battlefield. Lu Pingping anxiously dialed Wulong's number. What did you say? War god realm, master level? Wulong's voice on the phone was shocked. Yes. The scale is so vast that it even obscures the entire sky. Lu Pingping was nervous. He was truly worried about Nianchen getting into trouble. Despite always appearing arrogant, he cared deeply about his students, especially Nianchen. The scale of this beast tide is nothing extraordinary even in the extraterritorial battlefield, Wulong said, puzzled. How did they appear at the West Gate examination hall? Godfather, now is not the time to dwell on this, Lu Pingping urged. Quickly seek help from the higher-ups, that's the priority. It's too late. There are battles happening in the extraterritorial battlefield, Wulong said wearily. Even if we dispatch a group of strong individuals back, it will take at least 3 days. But what about Nian Chen? My student. What do we do? Lu Pingping was almost losing her mind. Who are you talking about? Nian Chen? Is he in the heart of the beast tide? Wulong's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Godfather. If he's not in the beast tide, why would I be this anxious? Lu Pingping hurriedly said. I will immediately request reinforcements from the higher-ups and send all the strong individuals to your location. You must break through the beast tide quickly and rescue the people. Nian Chen must not die. Wulong panicked. Nian Chen was someone Bai Wan cared deeply about, and Bai Wan had said that Nian Chen had the potential to reach the peak of the Qi family's ancestors. If such a hopeful human were to die in the beast tide, it would be a tremendous blow to all humanity. Lu Pingping, even if you have to die in there, you must rescue the people for me, Wulong ordered. That's an order. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Pingping agreed and led the teachers towards the beast tide, while also waiting for reinforcements. In the forest, a stunning woman rode on a giant white tiger and swiftly arrived below a cliff. With a leap, she landed next to Nian Chen, who was spitting blood and on the verge of death. Her heart was breaking. Brother, hang in there. Elder sister is here. The woman choked up as she gently lifted him. She took out an extremely high-grade healing potion from her storage ring and carefully fed it to Nian Chen. Although his condition slightly improved, it was not enough. My brother is about to die, and I will use your lives to save him. All of you, go die for me. The woman shouted in a strange beast language, echoing through the forest. Instantly, beasts of all levels prostrated on the ground, their hearts shattered, dying on the spot. The crimson blood flowed on the ground, converging into a terrifying stream. Qi Bafang embraced Nian Chen, landing lightly on the ground. She placed Nian Chen in the pool of blood and placed her jade hand on his chest, forcibly activating the Supreme Bone's second stage rampage. Crash! The blood on the ground seemed to come to life, gathering towards Nian Chen, being absorbed by his body. Even the blood of beasts at the master level carried incredibly terrifying energy. Qi Bafang suppressed the horrifying energy in the blood, allowing Nian Chen's body to absorb the essential essence to repair himself. General, more human strong individuals are coming from outside our encirclement. A 5-meter-tall Titan ape approached cautiously and asked, should we go all out? My brother needs time to recover. During this period, you must hold off those human strong individuals for me. Qi Bafang said coldly. Just proceed with a normal attack and don't let them notice anything. Yes. The Titan ape bowed, turned, and left. As the absorption speed of Nian Chen became faster and faster, boom! A terrifying pressure burst out from Qi Bafang's body, even overflowing for dozens of miles around. Most of the impact during Nian Chen's absorption was borne by her, resonating with the hundreds of companion bones on her body in the blood. Top-tier exotic companion bones that ordinary warriors could hardly reach. She actually had 100 of them on her body. This even exceeded the imagination of most people. Unparalleled realm exotic beast? Lu Pingping felt this aura and was instantly frightened, as the distance between them was quite far. Yet even so, it could make Lu Pingping feel an immense sense of terror. The unparalleled realm above the god of war was truly terrifying. But this kind of existence, why would it appear here? It should be noted that even on the extraterritorial battlefield, unparalleled level terrifying exotic beasts were very tricky existences. Damn it! How can we possibly defeat this? Lu Pingping felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time, a powerlessness that brought her immense despair. If it was truly an unparalleled exotic beast in the midst of the beast tide, just its presence alone would be enough to overturn half of the capital. Because most of the power of the Dragon Nation was on the extraterritorial battlefield, even the capital only had a few war gods. Wan, there are unparalleled level exotic beasts among those beast tides. Don't go in. Nian Chen is probably in great danger. Donghua felt utterly powerless. Although he also wanted to save Nian Chen, how could they save her from an unparalleled realm exotic beast? Nian Chen is mine. I won't allow her to die in front of me. Bai Wan's expression became extremely cold, devoid of any emotion, as she opened the legendary great weapon in her hand, forming a long spear, and charged into the Shiman examination site. Sister Bai, wait for me. Xia Yimeng caught up quickly. She knew that this journey was extremely dangerous, but she was willing to take the risk. Unparalleled realm exotic beast? It's fortunate that we came out in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Qi Wuxuan also shuddered upon hearing the news, realizing that this level of existence was beyond her capabilities. Even gathering all her sisters would not make them a match for it. Sister. But Big Brother is still inside. It seems like the range of the beast tide is where Big Brother is. Qi Shengtian pretended to be nervous. In fact, he was ecstatic inside. Even if the Fei Chui 8th grade Ironhorn Rhinoceros couldn't kill Nianchen, with this 100,000 beast tide and the unparalleled realm exotic beast, they could surely kill her, right? Ha ha, Nianchen, rest in peace. The Qi family, and everything that originally belonged to you, will be inherited by me. I will live well for you. Crack, crack, accompanied by the crazy surge of blood beside Nianchen, the supreme bone in his chest was visibly growing at a rapid pace. Not enough. Still not enough. Give me another batch to die. Qi Bafang coldly scanned the beast tide beside him. And those exotic beasts, upon receiving Qi Bafang's command, died by shattering their hearts just like the previous batch of exotic beasts. If based on the price of beast blood in the capital, in just these 2 short hours, Nianchen had absorbed over 10 billion worth of terrifying value. The price of beast blood was relatively low, excluding the essence blood. At the same time, Nianchen's absorption power was not actually that high, as most of the power was buffered by Qi Bafang. Although low-level exotic beasts could achieve the same effect, Qi Bafang was unwilling. There were countless exotic beasts around her, but she only had this one brother. Overnight, Bai Wan and the core powerhouse of the Bai family went on a killing spree outside the beast tide. Her expression became increasingly indifferent, as if she were dead. The cold aura emanating from her made everyone around her shudder in fear. Simultaneously, Qi Shengtian waited at the monitoring point for a whole night because he wanted to witness Nianchen's body being carried out. Zhou Mang, heavily injured, was carried out by people. Sitting in a wheelchair, he stared blankly in the direction of the beast tide, watching the sun rise from the horizon, tears of despair falling. The golden dawn fell on Nianchen, illuminating the blood on his body, giving him a somewhat eerie and enchanting appearance. With a crack, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound, Nianchen's supreme bone, overnight, grew from a budding state to 1/3 of its size, even his talent breaking through to be rank. But the price was a ground full of beast corpses. These beasts had only offered their blood so far. Next, their bodies could become crucial nutrients for Nianchen's tempering. Little brother, you're finally awake? Qi Bafang hugged him, her voice choked with emotion. I didn't die? Nianchen looked confused at the face so close to him, realizing it was his 8th sister, Qi Bafang. How come she was here? But looking around at the numerous beast corpses and even beasts hovering in the sky, Nianchen was startled and tensed for a moment. Little brother, don't be nervous. These beasts are all under my command, Qi Bafang hurriedly explained. Miss Qi, so, what are you here for? Nianchen coldly stood up, asking coldly. He had completely given up on the Qi family, not even wanting to see his long-lost 8th sister again. With so many beasts dead around him, he felt that something was amiss. But how easy was it to change his impression of the Qi family? Moreover, he had been chased by a rhinoceros before he passed out. Who could guarantee that the rhinoceros had nothing to do with his 8th sister? Little brother. Nianchen's calling her Miss Qi completely broke Qi Bafang's defense. Her visit was entirely out of concern for Nianchen, but she could understand his attitude towards her. The root of everything lay with the Qi family, with what her sisters had done. Miss Qi, I have no relationship with you, please don't address me like that. Besides, I have already severed ties with the Qi family, Nianchen said coldly. She took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, Little brother, I understand your hatred towards the Qi family. I understand your current state of mind. The assassins Qi Shengtian called have been killed by me. Titanic ape, bring the bodies here. With her voice, the 5-meter-tall titanic ape appeared, followed by another ape, carrying 4 assassin bodies. Little brother, do you know why I left the Qi family back then? Why I disappeared without a word? It's because I saw through the Qi family long ago. I saw through my elder sisters. Back then, because of the unfair treatment you received, I repeatedly negotiated with Qi Duanshan. But how did Qi Duanshan respond to me? It was as if you deserved all this suffering. Qi Bafang's voice became gentler as she recounted the past, causing Nianchen to furrow his brows involuntarily. She knew Nianchen wouldn't believe her immediately, so she could only use her sincerity to change his perception. Little brother, I've always known what you went through in the Qi family, and I know about you publicly digging bones at Qi Xingtian's birthday party, do you know? I was really heartbroken, but I couldn't come to the extraterritorial battlefield that day. Back then, I had no strength, no means, I couldn't change anything. So, I became a traitor to humanity. I gained a vast amount of resources from the alien beasts, and even more, I gained immense power from them. Shi Bafan's voice choked up. She wanted to say that everything she did was for Nian Shen, but she couldn't. Until she gained Nian Shen's trust, flaunting her own misery would only disgust him. But over the years, it had been really tough for her. If she didn't want to change everything, how could she have persevered? As someone from the Jin family, it was already difficult for her to accept becoming a lackey for the alien beasts. The secrets of the Qi family controlled by Baiwan, she actually knew. All the information she controlled was records of the alien beasts targeting the Holy War 300 years ago, letting her know the ultimate form of the Supreme Bone and how to achieve it. In fact, even without Baiwan's intervention, she would have hurried back to help Nian Shen evolve towards the Holy Spirit Bone. She just didn't expect Nian Shen to publicly dig up bones, nor did she anticipate the severed relationship between Nian Shen and the Qi family because in her eyes, Nian Shen was the kind of person willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the family lineage. So severing ties was out of the question. Her original plan was to come back, prepare everything, and then take Nian Shen away from the Qi family. She had initially intended to persuade Nian Shen to lose all hope in the Qi family. Abai, you are destined to embark on the path to the pinnacle of humanity, to achieve the glory of our ancestors, but in these 300 years, the alien beasts have developed to an unimaginable extent for humans. The Holy War 300 years ago caused immense losses to the alien beasts, but it also taught them a lesson, leading to their covert development over 300 years, whether it's the Dark Heaven Bone, the Supreme Bone, the Xuanyu Holy Bone of the Xia family, or the Extreme Cold Nine Realms Ice-Sealed Bone of the Chen family. The alien beasts have already found ways to crack them. But now, with me by your side, you can continue to advance without worry. Before the true power of the alien beasts emerges, I can buy you enough time. Let me be the traitor to humanity on your behalf. I will bear all the sins. Qi Bafang cried silently, her appearance so desolate. At this moment, Nian Shen's mind went blank. He was confused, stunned, and most of all, lost. Because he didn't know whether to believe the woman in front of him or not. General, we are running out of time. We have been missing from the extraterritorial battlefield for 15 hours, and the peak has already sent inquiries. We should go back. The Titan ape approached, speaking in human language. Qi Bafang wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and said solemnly, in 10 minutes, you all return to the extraterritorial battlefield. I still have matters to attend to in the capital. Oh, and collect all the alien beast corpses on site into the storage ring for my younger brother to take away. The Titan ape nodded and promptly complied. Qi Bafang took a deep breath, stood up, and said, Abai, I know the path you want to take, but it's not easy to temper your entire body into the Holy Spirit Bone. It has a major premise, that Baiwan obtains the complete inheritance of the Dark Heaven Bone. The alien beast's research on the Supreme Bone and the Holy Spirit Bone is beyond your imagination. Once Baiwan obtains the complete inheritance, I will guide you towards the next stage. To break through to the realm pursued by our ancestors. That will be the limit that humans can reach. It's the realm of the gods. Qi Bafang took the storage ring handed over by the Titan ape and handed it to Nian Shen herself. Her smile became even gentler, but tears continued to fall from the corners of her eyes. The alien beast corpses in the storage ring were enough for Nian Shen to temper a complete Supreme Bone, and even more. Abai, your future will only surpass countless human powerhouses, even surpass the entire human civilization. Baiwan is a good little girl, with her protecting you, I am at ease, but at the same time, you must be cautious of humans. Among humans, there are apostles of some alien beasts, and even humanoid alien beings exist. It's just that you haven't discovered them yet. Qi Bafang really wanted to hug Nian Shen, but the resistant look in his eyes made her hesitate. She suppressed her complex emotions in sorrow, her gaze becoming extremely sharp. Titan, after you lead the troops back, report the situation truthfully to the peak, say that the plan to cultivate strong human warriors is being implemented by me. The plan of the Holy Spirit Bone is officially launched. Qi Bafang spoke coldly. Yes. Titan ape nodded. If not for this plan, even if Qi Bafang was a general, she would not be able to make numerous war god realm alien beasts commit suicide and become nourishment for Nian Shen. Where are you going? Nian Shen felt a sense of unreality, still finding it hard to accept. I will clear obstacles for you. I will safeguard your future, but the Qi family must pay the price. Qi Bafang said coldly. Swish! Qi Bafang's figure disappeared in an instant, as if she had never appeared. Before leaving, she wished Nian Shen would call her sister, but she knew this matter had to progress gradually because Nian Shen had suffered too much. Nian Shen, come with me. There is a cave not far ahead. Hide in there, we will take care of the rest. Titan ape turned to Nian Shen. Nian Shen nodded and followed Titan ape, feeling vigilant. But what use was vigilance? This Titan ape was at least a powerhouse above the war god realm. If it wanted to harm him, it could do so with just a thought. Titan Ape arranged Nian Chen in the cave, concealing him. Before leaving, he gave instructions, Nian Chen, apart from Bai Wan, do not mention anything about our affairs to anyone else, or the consequences will be dire. Among the alien beasts, there are many factions, the less you know, the safer it is for you and Bai Wan. Shortly after Titan Ape left, terrifying sounds of trampling came, as if the sky was collapsing. Tens of thousands of alien beasts' army evacuated just like that. Nian Chen still felt like he was in a dream. Eighth sister had disappeared for so many years, only to transform into a human rebel, even becoming a general. Moreover, when he was in danger, Eighth sister seemed to have received advance notice, leading tens of thousands of alien beasts to rush to the West Gate examination hall to rescue him. The beast tide has receded. Quick! Find Nian Chen. Seeing this, Lu Pingping hurriedly led the way forward. From Wulong's attitude, Nian Chen was not just a student highly valued by Lu Pingping, but also someone highly valued by the Ministry of Education. Although Lu Pingping did not know the reasons behind it, this alone was enough to prove Nian Chen's worth and that he must not die. Uncle, Yumlun, you go rest first, I will go find a Bai. Bai Wan held a gun in her right hand and walked towards the core area of the former beast tide. After a night of fierce battle last night, Bai Donghua, Xia Yumlun, and the others were all exhausted because these alien beasts were not easy opponents, either grandmasters or war gods. In order to keep secrets and to fight freely, Bai Wan had attacked the beast tide from another area last night, heading southeast from her location. It would take at most half an hour to meet up with Lu Pingping and the others. And it was at this moment that Nian Chen's signal appeared. Bang! A crimson signal flare rose into the sky. In an instant, all the powerhouses in the entire forest swiftly moved towards that direction. Bai Wan's spiritual exploration did not see the signal flare rising in the distance, but Nian Chen's call reignited a glimmer of light in her dead gray eyes under the blindfold. Stinky Bai, is that you? Are you still alive? Bai Wan's voice choked for a moment. The grievances, worries, and despair all erupted at this moment. Awan, I'm sorry for making you worry, Nian Chen said with a heartache. Bai Wan's choked back tears truly broke his heart. It's okay. You being alive is what matters. Being alive is what matters. Where are you? I'll come find you. Bai Wan asked nervously. I sent you my location, come over. Nian Chen said. Because Lu Pingping and the others had also rushed over, Nian Chen couldn't leave the spot for now. He fired a signal flare according to the Titan Ape's instructions. Half an hour after they left, he could contact the Ministry of Education. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Bai Wan immediately followed according to the location. Lu Pingping and the others arrived first by Nian Chen's side. Seeing Nian Chen safe and sound, Lu Pingping's hanging heart finally landed. Following them, Deputy Minister Wulong and Minister Xia Lei from the Ministry of Education also arrived by Nian Chen's side. Not long after, Bai Wan also arrived. Nian Chen, you lucky brat. Tens of thousands of alien beasts, God of War realm, Grandmaster realm, and they still didn't kill you. Lu Pingping couldn't help but comment. But as he spoke, he walked up and patted Nian Chen's shoulder. Nian Chen, were you hiding in this cave last night? Xia Lei asked Nian Chen seriously. Yes. It's also fortunate to have this deep cave, the Iron Rhino couldn't get in, and other alien beasts outside couldn't get in either. Nian Chen nodded, fabricating a lie. If he said that the alien beasts last night were after him, he would be immediately identified as a human traitor and taken away, even imprisoned. There were still many bloodstains on the ground. As for what happened, Nian Chen simply said he didn't know. Anyway, there was no evidence linking him to these alien beasts. Stinky Bai. Bai Wan appeared, pushing through the crowd, looking at him with deep resentment. Overnight, Bai Wan's body was already stained with a lot of beast blood, some of it already clotted, making her look somewhat disheveled. Awan. Nian Chen was explaining to everyone when he heard her voice and immediately turned around. Bai Wan couldn't hold back, rushed over, and hugged Nian Chen, a girl after all, silently shedding tears in his arms. In the endless slaughter last night, she even thought Nian Chen was dead. As she fought, she only wanted to bring Nian Chen's body back for burial. Once the tear ducts collapsed, they couldn't be restrained, and as she cried, the sound of a girl's crying touched many. Xia Lei and the others were originally asking questions, but seeing Bai Wan's appearance, they all chose to give space to the young couple. Nian Chen was busy comforting Bai Wan, flustered, and Bai Wan bit his shoulder, a bit forcefully, but it was her way of venting emotions. Stinky Bai, what really happened last night? Don't use the same old tricks to fool them, to fool me. Your supreme bone grew so much overnight, I want to know the truth. Don't lie to me. Bai Wan looked aggrieved and pitiful, so worried about Nian Chen that she even wanted to go to the Qi family and declare war. Nian Chen had no intention of deceiving her. Regardless of whether 8th sister allowed it or not, Nianchen would tell her the truth. Because she was the one who brought new life to Nianchen. "Awan, it's not convenient to talk here. I'll tell you when we get home. Don't worry, I definitely won't lie to you. If I lie to you, may the heavens strike me down with thunder," Nianchen assured. "Fool, don't say that. I was already scared to death by you. If you really died in front of me, I wouldn't want to live anymore." Baiwan quickly covered his lips with her fingers, scolding him. But Baiwan's words tugged at Nianchen's heart. Having such a good wife, what more could a husband ask for? West Gate, examination monitoring point. When Nianchen and Baiwan appeared, everyone present was stunned. They knew that last night the Ministry of Education in No. 15 middle school were frantically searching for a student named Nianchen, who was also the former young master of the Qi family. Everyone thought he was dead. After all, it was impossible to survive in such a terrifying beast tide. But who could have imagined that he had actually survived unscathed? Qi Xingtian's pupils widened for a moment, full of disbelief and burning anger. How could he not die even in such circumstances? Is Nianchen invincible? Damn it! Why won't he die? Heavens, why are you playing such a big joke on me? He's still alive? Why? Qi Wuxuan was also incredulous, her expression turning pale, feeling a huge sense of unfairness. Why can someone like him survive the beast tide? Nianchen and Lu Pingping exchanged a few words before walking towards them with Baiwan. Since the assassin was sent by Qi Shengtian, he had to take responsibility. "Big brother, you're still alive?" Qi Shengtian couldn't control his emotions, almost roaring at Nianchen, "Why are you still alive? Why the hell aren't you dead?" Nianchen sneered, "Disappointed that I'm alive? Upset that the rhinoceros didn't kill me?" Qi Shengtian panicked, hastily saying, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. We are family. How could I do that? And why would I do that?" Nianchen chuckled coldly, "Whether you did it or not, you know in your heart. The assassin's body has been taken away by the Ministry of Education, and an investigation has been launched by the Martial Arts Bureau, the Ministry of Education, and the Beijing military region. You won't be able to run for long." Qi Shengtian suddenly felt a palpitation, even a dizziness. Despite his facade, he was just an 18-year-old boy who had been well protected all these years and rarely faced such situations. "Big brother," Qi Shengtian hurriedly tried to explain. But the next moment, a slap from Nianchen landed heavily on his face, leaving a clear 5-finger mark. "Qi Shengtian, drop your dirty tricks. Who do you think you're fooling?" Nianchen sneered coldly. "Nianchen, you're asking for it." Qi Wuxuan looked at Qi Shengtian with heartache, almost exploding with anger. Swish, Baiwan unfolded the ancestral secret order and coldly said, "Qi Wuxuan, I'm really annoyed right now. Either you cut off an arm yourselves, or I'll use the Qi family bloodline and Qi Shengtian to cripple him." Neither of these choices was acceptable to Qi Wuxuan. Cutting off an arm could be repaired and with some rest, there would be no side effects, but if they did that, what would happen to the Qi family's reputation? What about her own reputation? But if they didn't comply, Baiwan could use the ancestral secret order to manipulate the bloodline in Qi Xingtian's body and directly disable him. Both Qi and Qi Shengtian had undergone the Qi family's bloodline purification when they entered the Qi family, which gave them greater potential. Who would have thought that the Qi family's bloodline could be threatened in such a way? If she had known earlier, Qi Wuxuan would have taken Qi Shengtian away last night. She thought that if she didn't confront Baiwan directly, Baiwan wouldn't dare to come to the Qi family to cause trouble. When Baiwan presented this option, she actually leaned more towards the former. It wasn't that she was giving Qi Shengtian a chance, but rather Qi Shengtian couldn't act for the time being. Qi Shengtian possessed an SS+ level bloodline, receiving attention from the capital, even the Dragon Kingdom. If he were disabled, the Dragon Kingdom and the Ministry of Education would be unable to explain, and at the same time, the Qi family would launch a crazy retaliation. If Baiwan were alone, she could act without any scruples. She could use the power of the Tianyin bone to silence the Ministry of Education. But now, Nianchen has not yet grown up. He is not yet at a level where he can compete with the Qi family. If Qi Shengtian were disabled, it would only bring temporary satisfaction but would cause more trouble for Nianchen in the long run. Qi Wuxuan, state your answer. I have limited patience. I don't have time to waste with you, Baiwan said coldly. Baiwan, you're going too far. Qi Wuxuan glared at Baiwan, his eyes almost spitting fire. So what if I'm going too far? Who allowed the ancestor of the Qi family to leave the secret order to us? Who allowed me, as the head of the Bai family, to have the authority to use the ancestor's secret order? Baiwan sneered mockingly. I can cut off an arm. That's the only condition I can accept, Qi Wuxuan said in extreme humiliation. Baiwan was too arrogant, making her wish she could kill. No, Either you cut off both arms, or Qi Xingtian's cultivation is disabled, choose for yourselves. Bai Wan shook her head. Bai Wan's dominance made many students who didn't know the truth feel that she was being too much. How could she push people to this extent? After all, Qi Shengtian had not offended Nianshen nor Bai Wan, and had even been bullied by Nianshen several times before. After all, the blood of the Qi family also flowed in Nianshen's body. You, with the surname Bai, can you do whatever you want with the secret order left to you by the ancestor of the Qi family? Don't think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for the Qi family ancestors' secret order, you would be nothing. A group of people on the side cursed and muttered. Shut up! A bunch of ignorant fools. What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of the Bai family and the Qi family? Do you even know the true faces of these people from the Qi family? Bai Wan's cold and angry voice, coupled with the aura emanating from her, made them feel fearful. Qi Shengtian harbored intense hatred. Not only did Nianshen not die, but he also came back to cause trouble for him? What skill did a guy who only knew how to hide behind a woman have? If you have the guts, use your own skills to overpower me. Qi Wuxuan, since you can't make a choice, then I'll make it for you. Bai Wan prepared to use the secret order. Qi Wuxuan panicked and hastily said, No. I'll cut off both arms, endure the hardship for Shengtian, can I? Bai Wan shook her head and coldly snorted, No. Since you're so indecisive, don't bother, Qi Shengtian, your days as a top genius are over. Qi Shengtian was completely frightened. Before Bai Wan could act, he severed his own arm. With a crisp sound of bone cracking, Qi Shengtian's left arm fell limp, breaking in the middle, causing immense pain that almost drove him insane. Compared to losing his talent, he would rather lose his hand. Bai Wan, just you wait. You better pray I don't find an opportunity, or I will wipe out your entire Bai family. Qi Wuxuan's expression was cold, as he also snapped his left hand. Shengtian, let's go. Qi Wuxuan helped Qi Shengtian up with his right hand. Due to the pain, Qi Shengtian's face was as white as a sheet, with cold sweat oozing out. Being slapped and having his left hand severed, this account couldn't just be left unsettled. Qi Shengtian, your good days are numbered. The bones you obtained from me, I will personally break them piece by piece for you. If you want to kill me, you must pay the price. Nianshen's eyes were equally cold as he spoke. Qi Shengtian glared at Nianshen with killing intent, then left with Qi Wuxuan. He had wanted to kill Nianshen from the start, and now he had one more reason to do so. On the way back to the capital, Qi Wuxuan fixed Qi Shengtian's arm and called her second sister, Qi Shire. Second sister, are you at the hospital? Shengtian is in trouble. Those two troublemakers, Bai Wan and Nianshen, actually want us to cut off an arm before they let us go. From Qi Wuxuan's perspective, she didn't think she or Qi Shengtian had done anything wrong, because from beginning to end, it was all Nianshen's fault. As a descendant of the Qi family, Nianshen not only brought disaster to the Qi family but also harmed his own siblings. Indeed, father was right. Nianshen is a cursed star. Cut off an arm? What happened? Qi Shire asked nervously. She felt things were not that simple. How the hell should I know what happened? Qi Wuxuan roared in anger. She didn't even want to mention Nianshen's former name. Nianshen changed his name, which was just as well, to avoid tarnishing the Qi family name. Second sister, hurry and prepare for the surgery. We must ensure that Shengtian's arm will not have any problems. Shengtian is an SS plus level talent. He is not only the hope of our Qi family's future but also the hope of all humanity. Qi Wuxuan said in a hurry. Ah. Qi Shire felt powerless. She knew about the beast tide that erupted at Shiman last night, and she was worried that Nianshen might have died. But now, the situation had become even more complicated. Qi Shire admitted that her position was very passive, but what could she do? Both sides were her family. Upon learning that Qi Shengtian had lost an arm, Qi Duanshan's face became extremely gloomy, like the sky before a storm. Qi Duanshan, Zhao Mailan, and a few sisters rushed to the hospital to check on Qi Shengtian. When they found out that Qi Shengtian was not seriously injured, their anger remained unabated. Crack! Qi Duanshan's fist made a cracking sound as he coldly shouted, Qi Chen, how far do you want to harm our Qi family before you are satisfied? Fourth sister Qi Siyuan and sixth sister Qi Luyao cared the most about Qi Shengtian. They watched as Qi Shengtian was brought out with a steel plate fixed to his arm, their faces dark with anger, flames burning in their eyes. Seventh sister Qi Qiming stood silently on the side, while ninth sister Qi Jojo shed tears. Fifth sister Qi Wuxuan disregarded her own injuries, her heart completely hanging on Qi Shengtian. Shengtian, how are you feeling? Qi Duanshan took a few deep breaths and asked. Dad, I'm fine now. This matter is not Big Brother's fault. I understand Big Brother. He was chased by a Jade Realm Ironhorn Rhino last night, then encountered the Beast Tide. Naturally, he would think these things are related to me. Shi Shangtian chuckled bitterly. But no one would associate these events with him, because the beast tied last night was too exaggerated. It couldn't possibly be his doing. He was chased by an iron-horn rhino, he deserved it, but unfortunately, he didn't die in the exam. Qi Wuxuan said angrily. What does it have to do with Shangtian being chased by an iron-horn rhino? Why blame Shangtian? Lao Wu, don't say that. No matter what, he is still your brother. Zhao Mylan choked up. Recently, one incident after another has dealt her a heavy blow. What she finds most unacceptable is Nian Chen's origin. She never imagined that her own biological son was actually sent away by her husband. Mom, sometimes I feel like Dad is right to scold you. The words you sometimes say are truly too forgiving. Even after Nian Chen has done such things and cut ties with us, why should we still acknowledge him? Qi Wuxuan interrupted unhappily. Yes, Mom, don't say such things in the future. Qi Luyao expressed her displeasure as well. Speaking up for Nian Chen? Is he worthy? Dad, don't call him Qi Chen anymore. He's no longer part of our Qi family. Even using the Qi family name, I feel like it tarnishes our family. Qi Wuxuan turned her head. How could they, the Qi family, be associated with such a despicable person? Is this what you all think? Qi Duanshan turned to the women, asking solemnly. Yes. Qi Siyuan, Qi Wuxuan, Qi Luya. Even Qi Jiuyu nodded. Only Qi Qiming and Qi Shire remained silent on the side. Good. Nian Chen will be removed from the family records. He will have no relation to our Qi family in this life. Qi Duanshan made a decision. At that moment, Zhao Mylan's emotions collapsed directly. Nian Chen was flesh of her flesh, and to be completely cut off like this, she couldn't accept it. Shi Shangtian lowered his head, hiding his emotions from his parents and sisters. Just removing Nian Chen from the family records was far from enough for him, because what he wanted was for Nian Chen to die, and die a miserable death. Shangtian, rest assured, whether it's Nian Chen or Bai Wan's actions towards you, your sisters will make them pay. You focus on recovering. Sixth sister Qi Luyao sat in a wheelchair, comforting him. Sister. Shi Shangtian pretended to be emotionally complex, sighing, but in reality, he was thinking of ways to cause trouble so that one of his sisters would ignore the consequences and directly go to the Bai family to kill Nian Chen. Ring ring ring, a call came to Qi Duanshan's hand. It was from the housekeeper. Master, Miss 8 is back. She wants to see you and Miss 2. Qi Duanshan was stunned, surprised. What did you say? Little 8 is back? The housekeeper said, yes, master. It's just what happened. Qi Duanshan nodded. Good. I'll be back right away. Since Qi Shangtian was fine, he could go back to rest, and there were many top-grade beast bones at home that could help him heal quickly. Honey, is little 8 back? Zhao Mylan's desolate emotions suddenly had a hint of anticipation. In the current situation, little 8's return was the only good news. The steward said she just came back and wants to see us. Qi Duanshan explained. Little sister is really something. She had a conflict with Dad a few years ago and left home directly, and there has been no news from her for so many years. Shi Siyuan complained. Obviously, she had a big opinion about her, but Shi Siyuan didn't know what her return this time meant. Mom, Dad, sisters, let's go back and see little 8 first. Shi Shangtian took the initiative. Little 8's return might be a point he could use. In order to kill Nian Chen as soon as possible, he had to go to any lengths. Capital City, First Martial Arts Hospital. Zhou Mang sat in a wheelchair, with several broken bones on his body caused by last night's battle with the alien beast. In fact, he didn't contribute much, and even burdened several teachers. When the powerful alien beast's slap came, he was sent flying. Ouch, it hurts. Nian Chen, be gentle. Zhou Mang couldn't help but scream repeatedly as the movement of the wheelchair touched his wound. Mangzi, are you really an idiot? You, a martial artist at the level of a martial general, actually went to face the exotic beasts of the Emerald Realm. If you're still alive, you're already lucky. Nian Chen pushed the wheelchair, extremely speechless. Fortunately, Sister Ba had instructed the legion of exotic beasts to avoid killing as much as possible last night. Otherwise, with Zhou Mang's small frame, he could have been killed by an exotic beast of the Emerald Realm at a glance. Wasn't I trying to save you? And you're still being mean to me, woo-woo. Zhou Mang cried, wanting to evoke sympathy from Nian Chen, or even Bai Wan. Nian Chen's scolding of you is not wrong. You, a weakling, don't even have a companion bone, yet you still want to challenge an exotic beast of the Emerald Realm alone? Xia Yameng added fuel to the fire. Wow, my bad. My bad, is that enough? Zhou Mang collapsed. This is a hospital, keep it down. A passing nurse reminded them with a glance. Zhou Mang, it's because you were shouting loudly that we all got scolded. Xia Yameng muttered softly. Let's go, all of you go, leave me here to face loneliness alone. Zhou Mang felt like crying without tears. What about the brotherly love we promised? Where did it go? Even if there's no brotherly love, shouldn't there be some camaraderie among classmates? In fact, Jomang's injuries were quite severe, with a fracture in his left shin, 4 broken ribs, and even damage to his spine. But fortunately, for martial artists and the martial arts hospital, it wasn't a big problem. After all, martial artists could have their ribs broken during daily training. Nie Chen, will my medical expenses be reimbursed? Jomang turned his head, looking at Nie Chen with pleading eyes. Yes, they will be reimbursed. We'll deduct it from the money from selling the iron or later. Nie Chen nodded, chuckling. Jomang was stunned, then immediately wanted to fight Nie Chen. Nie Chen, you beast. You're not human, you're not human. Ouch, it hurts. In the Qi family's hall, Qi Bafang sat on a solid wood 8 immortals chair, holding a ceramic tea bowl in both hands, drinking lightly. There was no impatience on her face, nor any uncontrollable anger, because over the years, she had become much more restrained. Clatter, 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 footsteps approached. It was Qi Duanshan returning with the others. Little 8, you're back? Qi Duanshan walked over, smiling at her. 8th sister, where have you been all these years? Do you know how worried we were about you after you disappeared? Qi Siyuan walked over, displeased. Not only was she displeased, but all the women were displeased. Throwing a tantrum, running away from home, they could understand, but you need to have some sense of propriety. After leaving for several years without a word, who wouldn't worry? Little 8, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Your room at home has always been kept for you, just waiting for you to come back. Zhao Milan walked over, her eyes full of love. Qi Bafang set down the teacup and smiled at her. Mom, it's been a long time, you're still the same as before, not showing any signs of aging. Zhao Milan smiled and sat beside her. Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you let us know? Zhao Milan reached out to hold her hand, but she dodged it. This action was very obvious, not only surprising Zhao Milan but also everyone present. Let us know? Is there any need for that? Since I don't fit in with you all, how can I be considered part of the Qi family? Qi Bafang smiled, though there was no hint of mockery on her face, her words sounded harsh. 8th sister, what are you doing? You've been missing for years, and now you come back to give us attitude? Qi Luyao scolded angrily. You're being hypocritical, 6th sister. When you throw a tantrum, why don't you speak up? Qi Bafang asked with a smile. When did I throw a tantrum? Qi Luyao retorted angrily. You haven't? It's just that you refuse to admit it. Qi Bafang chuckled and shook his head. After Nian Chen returned, she saw clearly the characteristics of her sisters. The eldest only looks at the mountaintop, not the foot of the mountain. The second sister is selectively gentle. The third sister is selectively just. The fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters are all similar. One is irritable, one is paranoid, one is hypocritical. As for the 7th sister and the 9th sister, they are even more amusing. One remains silent, refusing to speak even when faced with the truth about Nianchen being targeted. The other believes everything she hears and tries to play peacemaker. Beiji, you just returned. Don't argue with everyone, okay? Shi Shengtian pleaded with a delicate, white lotus-like appearance. Shi Shengtian, don't talk to me in that tone, it disgusts me. Ugh. Qi Bafang quickly interrupted, even gagging. Her attitude further infuriated everyone. Xiaoba, if you're here to cause trouble, then leave. The Qi family lost in Yanshen, they won't miss one more. Qi Duanshan said coldly. He had forgotten why Qi Bafang had left home years ago, only remembering that it was a fierce argument at the time, with Qi Bafang even threatening him in tears. But what exactly happened? It seems unimportant. My esteemed father, are you disgusted with yourself when you speak like this? Qi Bafang asked with a provocative glint in her eyes. What do you mean? Qi Duanshan's face suddenly darkened as he questioned. Nianchen cut ties with you, wasn't it because you forced him to? You wanted the supreme bone, then the companion bone, you took a piece of the companion bone, then wanted to take it all. With your behavior, are you even fit to be parents? I've traveled to many cities, and I've never seen any parents stoop to this level. Qi Bafang sneered. After so many years, they didn't even know where their own biological son lived. When they sent servants to find him, they were refused and begged not to harm Nianchen again. Even the servants saw through their true colors, yet they remained oblivious, which was truly laughable. I've explained the matter of the supreme bone and companion bone to you more than once. Qi Duanshan said angrily. But before he could finish, Qi Bafang interrupted. Don't waste time with useless talk. I'll say it plainly, I entrusted Nianchen to you, and you ended up hurting him like this? Qi Wuxuan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, hurt him? Look at what he did to Sheng Tian. Who hurt whom in the end? At that moment, Sheng Tian's severed hand was so conspicuous and abrupt. Chi Bafang looked and burst into laughter. Oh, your hand got cut off? Did Nian Chen do it? If he did, then I must applaud him. Sheng Tian couldn't believe she said that and almost fainted. You're my sister, but you're siding with that despicable Nian Chen, why? Xiaoba, if that's your attitude, then please leave. I, Qi Duanshan, don't need you as a foster daughter. Qi Duanshan said coldly. Dad, you've raised me, so I'll just scold you a bit today, I won't lay a hand on you. Qi Shire, you implanted the final piece of the companion bone for Sheng Tian, knowing well that Nian Chen's life would be in danger, but you didn't care, so, I'll cut off your hands, okay? Qi Siyuan, you stormed the Bai family and put a bounty on Nian Chen's head, so I'll sever your lifeline, can you accept that? Qi Wushuan, your extreme personality is as disgusting as a dog that can't stop eating shit. You target Nian Chen, so I'll beat some sense into you, okay? Qi Bafang pointed at each one of them, not letting any of the sisters present escape. Seeing Qi Bafang stand up, Zhao Mailan's heart trembled suddenly, and she asked anxiously, Xiaoba, what are you going to do? Qi Bafang smiled, but with a chilling hint of cunning, what am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to bring down the Qi family. I said I came today to seek justice for Nianchen, so of course, I won't let you off the hook. Qi Siyuan couldn't bear it any longer and rushed towards Qi Bafang. Today, she must teach her eighth sister a lesson. After being away for a few years, she had become so arrogant? But when she threw a punch, it was blocked by Qi Bafang with just one finger. Qi Bafang smirked, looking at her with a mix of mockery and pity. Fourth sister, you're the leader of the SS-level hunting team. Is this all the strength you have? Qi Siyuan was stunned. She hadn't expected her eighth sister to change so drastically after disappearing for several years. Although she hadn't used her full strength in that punch, she had put in 60%. In the past, this would have been impossible for her eighth sister to withstand. Everyone, let's attack together, shall we? Before I make you pay, warm up a bit first, so you can't accuse me of bullying you. Qi Bafang laughed maniacally, instilling a sense of imminent danger in the sisters. Qi Siyuan hesitated for a moment, then, with Qi Wushuan, charged towards Qi Bafang again. However, facing their attacks, Qi Bafang was completely at ease, effortlessly fending off their full force. Qi Siyuan and Qi Wushuan were just two Grandmaster-level experts, far inferior to Qi Bafang, an unparalleled expert. Even with Qi Sanin, a war god-level expert, and the other sisters, they were no match for Qi Bafang. Bang! Qi Bafang struck out, sending Qi Siyuan flying heavily, then kicked Qi Wushuan away as well. Puff! Qi Siyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Bafang's palm had shattered her heart artery in an instant, causing irreversible damage to her martial strength. Qi Luyao dared to sever her own heart artery under Bai Wan's threat because her strength had already been severely compromised. Therefore, severing her artery wouldn't have a significant impact, as she was already unable to make further breakthroughs. But Qi Siyuan was different. As the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's SS-level hunting team, she had the potential to become a war god-level expert at a young age. Naturally, her future was limitless. However, Qi Bafang's palm had not only damaged her heart artery but also permanently restricted her strength, preventing her from ever reaching the level of a war god. Qi Bafang. Qi Siyuan's chest throbbed with pain, but the collapse of her strength had pushed her to the brink of fury. She was unwilling, enraged, but helpless. Qi Bafang's palm had shown her the vast gap in strength between them. Eighth sister, you. Qi Wushuan lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in agony. Qi Bafang's earlier kick had almost shattered her arm, and even if it could be reattached, it would never be the same again. She didn't know that if Qi Bafang exerted a little more force, her arm would explode into a mist of blood on the spot. You never think you're wrong, always finding excuses to cover up your absurd actions, which parents or siblings would gradually strip away their child or sibling's talent. Which elders would personally let their children slowly fall from grace? You brought Nianchen back at the age of 13, not out of family love, but for his talent. For his accompanying bone. Qi Bafang roared in anger. At this moment, years of pent-up emotions erupted completely. The hostility emanating from her was almost tangible, causing the tables and chairs around her to vibrate. Peerless realm? Xiaoba, you. Qi Duanshan looked at her incredulously, even his anger seemed to falter. That's right. I am indeed in the peerless realm. Qi Bafang nodded coldly, admitting, Xiaoba, I don't know what you've been through, or what misunderstandings you have, but we are really not what you think. You are powerful enough now, even surpassing me. You could return to the family and become a great asset to us. Qi Duanshan persuaded. Even in the extraterritorial battlefield, being in the peerless realm meant being among the top tier of powerful beings. After all, there were not many peerless experts in the extraterritorial battlefield. As long as Qi Bafang could return, the Qi family would undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Realizing my strength, you want me to return to the family? Dream on. If I come back, will you let me help everyone improve their strength? And then kick me out once they and Qi Xingtian grow up? Qi Bafang questioned coldly. It's not impossible to say this, especially since they had already done it to Nianchen. Xiaoba, I raised you since you were a child. Even though we are not related by blood, I have always treated you as my own. How can you say that? Qi Duanshan said angrily. If Nianchen has blood ties with you, why did you dare to dig out his companion bone piece by piece? If you treat him like this, why should I believe you won't do the same to me? Qi Bafang retorted sternly. It's simply unreasonable. Qi Duanshan said darkly. He felt that Qi Bafang had changed like this because Nianchen had brainwashed him, otherwise how else could it be explained? It's always been unreasonable with you all. Have you really understood Nianchen's years in the Qi family? Do you really know what he has been through? You call him a thief, accuse him of wrongdoing, but those are just your words. What evidence do you have? Have you caught him red-handed? No, you never have. With just a word, you condemn Nianchen, forcing him to bear false accusations, subjecting him to your double standards. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qi Bafang stomped and broke Qi Wuxuan's right leg. Qi Wuxuan let out a painful scream, her face turning red, eyes filled with bloodshot veins, in agony almost to the point of death. Don't give me any more high-sounding excuses. Don't say that treating him like this is for his own good. I know that's what you all think, so today, I dismantled the Qi family. It's also for your own good. Qi Bafang erupted in anger, kicking Qi Wuxuan away. Qi Wuxuan's body flew backward, crashing through a wall dozens of meters away, spitting out blood, then falling into unconsciousness. Swish! Qi Bafang's figure flashed, and in an instant, he was in front of Qi Shi'er. As Qi Shi'er saw Qi Bafang's figure clearly again, her face turned as white as paper, drained of strength, filled with fear. Crack! Qi Bafang's palms shattered her hands, destroying her ability as a doctor, at the same time, crippling much of her cultivation, ruining her chances of advancing to stronger levels in the future. Boom! Qi Bafang grabbed her head and slammed it down heavily. Her body embedded into the ground, though not dead, her bones were almost shattered. Blood gushed out of her wounds, causing her to lie on the ground in pain and weakness, unable to get up again. Qi Bafang! Qi Luyao was completely unable to contain her anger, like a raging lion. Cripple, what are you trying to express? Qi Bafang turned around and looked back at her coldly. Everyone, come in, kill her. Qi Luyao ordered towards the door, and numerous strong individuals immediately flooded into the hall, surrounding Qi Bafang. They were numerous in number, and with more and more people steadily streaming in, but in front of Qi Bafang, they could only tremble in fear. Because they knew they were no match for Qi Bafang. He was a powerhouse in the unrivaled realm. Qi Bafang coldly scanned the people around him, watching as more and more strong members of the Qi family arrived, his gaze as cold as an iceberg. Qi Xingtian was the one who had caused the Qi family to become like this, but he was just the spark. The real instigators were them. Qi Xingtian couldn't die, and Qi Bafang wouldn't let him die either, because with him around, when the Qi family was truly desperate, they would realize how foolish they had been. If Qi Xingtian could harm Nianchen like this, then he could harm the Qi family members to the same extent. To be bitten back by the children he had nurtured and pampered, even to be forced to death by them, wasn't that the cruelest thing in the world? Not enough people, bring more. Qi Bafang mocked. Seeking death. Qi Luyao angrily shouted, calling for more people. In just a few minutes, 1,000 people from the Qi family had gathered, each of them formidable strong individuals. Even though Qi Bafang was a powerhouse in the unrivaled realm, it would be difficult for him to handle such a large number of strong individuals surrounding him. Is this all the people you can summon? Qi Bafang disdainfully asked her. These people are more than enough to deal with you. Qi Luyao said coldly. The heavily injured Qi Shi'er, Qi Siyuan, and Qi Wuxuan were carried away by the Qi family members and taken to the hospital for treatment. They wouldn't die, it wouldn't be that easy. After all, Qi Bafang still needed them to live and suffer. I'll give you time, call more people. The space here is not big enough, let's go outside. Qi Bafang said, preparing to leave. The strong individuals beside her confronted her, but no one dared to act rashly and make the first move. Qi Bafang, you must die here today. Qi Luyao was completely furious. Not only her, even Qi Duanshan began calling for people. Qi Bafang had been heavily brainwashed by Nianchen and no longer listened to reason. They had to eliminate Qi Bafang to remove the threat. Losing such a powerhouse in the unrivaled realm was extremely unacceptable, but if he remained alive, it would be even more cruel to the Qi family. Half an hour later, the Qi family had summoned over 3,000 people. 3,000 against one, only the Qi family had such ability. Have you called enough people? Qi Bafang asked coldly. Just with them, they are enough to kill you. Qi Luyao said coldly. Shaba, I don't know what Nichen brainwashed you with, or why you trust him so much, but we are still family. I can give you a chance for forgiveness, as long as you drop your weapon, apologize to your second sister, fourth sister, and fifth sister, then I can still keep you in the family and make amends. Qi Duanshan said solemnly. This was his last chance, hoping that Qi Bafang would cherish it. Haha, a chance? And I have to kneel down and make amends? Qi Duanshan, you are truly shameless. Qi Bafang couldn't help but laugh, amused by the confidence and ignorance of the Qi family. Dad, stop wasting time with this kind of person. Everyone, attack. Kill her. With a command from Qi Luyao, the 3,000 people in front of her charged in all directions. However, at that moment, a change occurred. Accompanied by the laughter from all directions, several small dimensional gates opened beside her, and with a roar, various exotic beasts rushed out from the gates. Exotic beasts? The Qi family members were stunned, looking at Qi Bafang in disbelief. They never expected Qi Bafang to be a human traitor. At the same time, the capital war zone detected a fluctuation in dimensional energy. Locking onto the fluctuation area, they couldn't believe it. What? A dimensional gate opened at the Qi family in Jinhua? Level 1 combat readiness. Level 1 combat readiness. All combat personnel in the capital war zone immediately head to the Qi family in Jinhua. Also, issue an urgent call for all strong individuals in the capital to come for reinforcement. The dimensional fluctuation detected at the Qi family was not minor but fierce. If all strong individuals in the capital were not called for reinforcement, there might be a disaster. In no time, the capital war zone, major departments, and prominent families all headed towards the Qi family. If exotic beasts were to rampage in the capital, no one would be spared. Helping the Qi family was helping themselves. General! An 8-meter-long giant black spider arrived beside Qi Bafang, speaking respectfully. However, their communication was in the language of exotic beasts, incomprehensible to ordinary people. Wreak havoc at the Qi family. Spread chaos in the capital. I want the entire capital to see the consequences of provoking my brother. Qi Bafang coldly ordered. Yes. The giant spider nodded, leading numerous exotic beasts to unleash a massacre. Hundreds of War God Realm exotic beasts emerged from the dimensional gate, their powerful aura almost suffocating, causing Qi Xingtian's legs to tremble, his face pale as he sat down, shocked. Qi Duanshan was also frightened by the scene and immediately evacuated with Qi Shengtian and Qi Luyao. This situation was beyond their capability to handle unless the Qi family's strong individuals returned from the foreign battlefield. Moreover, the number of War God Realm exotic beasts kept increasing. Qi Bafang's command was not to kill too many people besides the Qi family because they needed to pave the way for their next plan. If they completely angered the Dragon Country, it would be detrimental to Nianchen's future growth. She wanted to create opportunities for Nianchen, not harm him. General Qi, you've caused quite a stir. A man wearing a clown mask and tied with long gray hair walked out from the dimensional gate, smiling faintly at her. His laughter sounded like metal rubbing against metal, particularly eerie. Why are you here? Qi Bafang frowned. Well, there's nothing much happening in the foreign battlefield, so I came to see when I saw you mobilizing troops, the man said casually, holding a metallic black gold folding fan with strange runes carved in gold along its edges. I can handle things here, you can go back. Qi Bafang was wary of this person. He had been in the camp of exotic beasts even before Qi Bafang joined, and it was said that he had served the exotic beasts for at least 50 years and still did not age. With the improvement of a warrior's strength, their lifespan would also be extended. A War God Realm expert could live up to 150 years, and a peerless expert even longer. However, despite Qi Bafang being with him for so many years, she still hadn't figured out his true background, because no matter who he faced, he always remained calm and composed. No one could force him to reveal his true strength. You handle your affairs, I'll just watch, the man said, opening the folding fan with a smile. Fine. Qi Bafang reluctantly agreed, but remained cautious. She knew this person was here to monitor her. Even though she had joined the alien beasts, she was not trusted completely. However, at this moment, her actions and orders would not be questioned, so she was not afraid of being watched by men. At the same time, as she was about to execute the plan for the Holy Spirit bone, Peak would naturally send someone to keep an eye on her. The person appearing here was definitely not as simple as he claimed. Most likely, there were high-level alien beasts behind him. Rumble helicopters arrived over the Qi family, followed by a convoy of vehicles rushing in. Countless strong individuals poured into the Qi family, a great battle about to erupt. As the flames of war raged in the Qi family, in the capital city, on the other side, Nianchen mentioned something about Qi Bafang to Baiwan, shocking her delicate face. Qi Bafang was actually a human traitor, but her judgment was not so absolute because all her motives were to become stronger and protect Nianchen. Knock knock. The door was knocked, and the voice of Uncle Bai Donghua came through. Bai, Wan, something happened at the Qi family. Little 8 from the Qi family has returned, but she is actually a human traitor and has opened the dimensional gate, starting a war at the Qi family. The capital city war zone has issued an assistance letter to us, asking us to send reinforcements. Should we send people over? Although Bai Donghua was an elder, Bai Wan was the head of the Bai family, so naturally, she should make such decisions. Uncle, you take some people over, just for show, let's give face to the capital city war zone. Bai Wan's voice came out. Okay. Bai Donghua nodded, then turned to arrange. The matter regarding Qi Bafang was too significant, and Bai Wan naturally could not tell others, or it would harm Qi Bafang and the Bai family. By saying it was just for show, she had given Bai Donghua enough hints, and he naturally knew what to do. Stinky Bai, so it turns out that last night's incident was all because of our worries? It's all your fault, I'll hit you. Bai Wan waved her small fists at Nian Shen's chest, pouting with resentment. Nian Shen couldn't help but smile and said, I never thought things would turn out like this. I even have a kind of dazed feeling, not knowing whether to believe her or not. Bai Wan asked, did she say anything to you before leaving? Bai Wan was truly surprised by Qi Bafang's attitude. For such a big matter, she actually wanted Nian Chen to tell her. She gave me a lot of top-notch alien beast materials to speed up my recovery of the Supreme Bone. She also said to wait for her next move. Nian Chen explained. As he spoke, Nian Chen took out some alien beast materials from the storage ring, stunning Bai Wan with widened eyes. These materials were indeed top-notch, and many were hard to come by. The difficulty of obtaining these materials was quite high, but the improvements they could bring were significant. With them, Nian Chen's recovery speed could skyrocket. It was even possible to fully recover the Supreme Bone before the college entrance examination. Stinky Bai, go to the forbidden area quickly, I'll help you temper your body. White Wan excitedly pulled Nian Chen towards the forbidden area of the White family. Nian Chen was soaking in a large tub prepared by White Wan, which contained beast blood and various exotic beast materials given by Bajie. After recovering 1/3 of the Supreme Bone, his recovery speed had already significantly increased. At this moment, he could absorb beast blood and exotic beast materials at the same time, rapidly tempering his body at a speed 2 to 3 times faster. As his blood and energy circulated, attracting more golden starlight into his body, the beast blood in the tub seemed to boil. White One continuously poured exotic beast blood into the tub beside him, witnessing his absorption speed increasing rapidly. Joy filled White One's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, the great battle of the Qi family lasted for a full 2 days. The battle in the capital mobilized the entire city's strength, continuing until late into the next day. Qi Bafang's subordinates showed mercy, otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. The man did not show any unusual behavior in response to Qi Bafang's orders. He merely observed the battle as a bystander, enjoying the spectacle. Qi Bafang pretended to be defeated and led the retreat with the army of exotic beasts. As they left through the dimensional gate, the entire capital could not catch its breath for half a day. After the battle, immense exhaustion prevailed. The Qi family's courtyard was left in ruins, with the once grand building reduced to less than a tenth of its former glory. At the same time, Qi Bafang timed the retreat perfectly. The powerful beings from the foreign domain would return almost by tomorrow morning. Her retreat allowed her to preserve more strength, show weakness, and prepare for a comeback. Qi Duanshan felt overwhelmed, looking at the corpses and the chaos in the Qi family. For the first time, he felt immense powerlessness and even began to doubt if he had made a mistake. The Qi family's legacy of 300 years suffered at least half its losses in this battle. If not for the Qi family's significant presence in the foreign domain, they would have lost 90% of their forces. Wife. Mother Zhao Milan looked at the ruins, unable to hold back her tears. She felt wronged and helpless, not knowing what they had done wrong for the heavens to bring such destruction upon the Qi family. Let's go check on the second daughter first, Qi Duanshan said weakly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out blood, swayed, and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Husband, dad, master of the Qi family. The crowd rushed towards him in panic. Seeing his weak breath, they immediately rushed him to the hospital. While Qi Bafang appeared to enter the dimensional gate with the army of exotic beasts, she actually flashed and appeared in the ruins of the Qi family. There were indeed many strong individuals present, but with her unparalleled strength, most of the strong individuals in the capital could not detect her presence. She walked through the debris-filled corridors, pushed open a door, and found Qi Yu chained to the ground inside the room. This battle had a direct impact on her, but she was bound by heavy iron chains and unable to leave her room. Sister 8? Chi Yu was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Big sister, long time no see, are you well? Chi Bafang smiled at her, approaching her side. You're back? When did you come back? Chi Yu asked nervously. Before the battle began, Chi Duanshan had ordered her to be locked at home because she had previously stormed into the hospital and even attempted to take Qi Shengtian's life. Naturally, Qi Shengtian was worried that she would become a major variable in the war and even a dagger aimed at the Qi family. When did I come back? It was just yesterday. Qi Baifang walked up to her, a sword in hand that severed the heavy chains binding her. The battle outside. Qi Yue stared blankly at her, a thought of disbelief suddenly rising in her mind. Before she could fully process it, she dismissed it herself because it was absolutely impossible. Elder sister, I don't have much time, and I can't come back often. From now on, I need you and the Qi family to help me act as a spy. Monitor their every move and protect Nianchen for me. Qi Baifang said seriously. Eighth sister, you. Qi Yue's heart skipped a beat. That unbelievable thought was starting to make her doubt. Elder sister, you should have already guessed, I've been missing for so many years, of course. I can't just come back easily, let alone return to the Qi family at the beginning of this war. Qi Shengtian hired an assassin to kill Nianchen at the Shiman exam hall. I came back to save him, and to make the Qi family pay the price. Qi Baifang said coldly. Even though she caused great losses to the Qi family, the anger in her heart remained unquenched. The Qi family's actions towards Nianchen over the years, their baseless suppression, all under the guise of righteousness, filled her with countless grievances she wanted to vent. At that moment, Qi Yue's mind exploded. Her suspicions were confirmed. Eighth sister had joined forces with the alien beasts, becoming a traitor to humanity. Elder sister, by now you should understand how shameless the Qi family is, right? Recall the past, Nianchen was a renowned genius in the capital, but the family brought him back only to personally cast him down from grace. Now, he has a chance to rise again, I won't let him fail again. Qi Baifang gritted her teeth. Eighth sister, what are you saying? Nianchen can rise again? Qi Yue was stunned, not even realizing how excited she was. Qi Baifang nodded and shared crucial information about the Supreme Bone with her. Elder sister, now is a critical moment for Nianchen to regrow the Supreme Bone, but I have many things to take care of. Are you willing to be my inside person, to protect Nianchen for me? Qi Baifang said solemnly. What do I need to do? Qi Yue asked eagerly. If Nianchen could truly rise again, then even if she bore the title of a human traitor, she would spare no effort. She owed Nianchen too much, he had endured so much pain, all of which she had a hand in creating. Moreover, Qi Shengtian had always been an ambitious person, yet she had failed to see it, even aiding and abetting him. During her time in confinement by the family, she reflected on everything and realized all the issues with Qi Shengtian. She wasn't surprised at all that he would hire someone to kill, she was just grateful that eighth sister received the message in time and rushed back to save Nianchen. Elder sister, what you need to do is simple, mainly monitor the Qi family, monitor Qi Shengtian, and report to me immediately if anything happens. As for the issue with Qi Shengtian, you don't need to mention it to anyone, don't prompt them to change their ways. If they do change and regret their actions over the years, it would be too easy for them. I want them to nurture Qi Shengtian with their own hands, only to be harmed by him. Let them suffer, let them despair, let them regret. Qi Baifang said coldly. At that moment, Qi Yue felt a chilling sensation before her, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, trembling all over. So, I have to get close to Qi Shengtian as well? Just hearing it made Qi Yue resist, even feeling nauseous. Yes. You need to mend your relationship with him again. As for Nianchen, I will talk to you about it. Big sister, you know how wrong you've been all these years. I can't guarantee if Nianchen will forgive you, but this is your only chance for redemption. Qi Bafang offered her the opportunity. Whether she accepted it or not was up to her. Even if she refused, Qi Bafang had other ways. Killing them to atone for their past deeds was just a momentary solution. But if they were to endure the pain inflicted by Qi Shengtian and live with guilt towards Nianchen, they would never find peace in their lifetime. In this state, every day they lived was like hell. Why should they be allowed to make Nianchen suffer immensely for years? But Nianchen couldn't retaliate in the same way. Wrong is wrong, whether or not they were deceived by Qi Shengtian, they were still in the wrong. Because these were all things they did with their own hands. I'm willing. Qi Yue wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes and nodded in agreement. The Qi family's blind faith in Qi Shengtian was so deep that it was beyond anyone else's ability to change. Since it couldn't be changed, they might as well break the jar. Whether it was parents, sisters, or even herself, they all had to pay the price for what happened back then. Big sister, I'll leave Nianchen's matter to you, don't disappoint me. Qi Bafang left a sentence and walked away. Chi Yue weakly stood up from the ground, her body swaying slightly. The war had already begun, and all she had to do was pick a side. Eighth sister was right, this was her only way to redemption. When she arrived at the hospital, Shi Luyao, Shi Qimeng, Shi Jojo, and Zhao Mailan were gathered in Shi Duanshan's ward, all extremely angry. Zhao Mailan sat by the bedside, looking at the unconscious Shi Duanshan, unable to stop crying. This battle not only destroyed half of the Qi family but also brought down the entire Qi family. Damn Qi Bafan, damn Nianshan, I will never forgive you. Shi Luyao sat in a wheelchair, roaring softly. Sixth sister, how did eighth sister become a traitor to humanity? And treat us like this? Shi Jojo hugged her mother, choking on her words. It's all because of that bastard Nianshan brainwashing her. If it wasn't for Nianshan, how else can you explain it? I suspect that Qi Bafan's departure back then was related to Nianshan. It was what Nianshan said to her that made her become a traitor to humanity. Shi Luyao gritted her teeth. Nianshan had actually been planning all this for the past few years. It was truly wicked. Click, the door opened, and Shi Yue walked in. Mom, how is Dad doing? Shi Yue had already composed herself, pretending to be concerned. Seeing her father lying in bed, extremely weak, she felt a faint sense of pity, but she knew she had to steel herself. She had to stay strong, or even if she regretted it later, nothing would change. Shi Yue, why are you here? Shi Luyao glared at her as soon as she appeared, clearly treating her like an enemy. During the big battle, no one had paid attention to Chi Yue, even ignoring her, just because of what she had done before. And now, here she was. Shi Luyao and the others were already angry, and at this moment, Chi Yue, who had defected to Nianshan's camp, naturally became the outlet for their emotions. With such a big incident in the family, how could I not come? Shi Yue's pretty face turned cold. When the family was fighting the alien beasts, why didn't you come? Shi Luyao questioned. I was locked up, even tied up with iron chains by Dad's orders. How could I come? If I hadn't managed to break free from the chains, I would still be locked up now. Why are you so unreasonable? Shi Yue said coldly. Stop saying these meaningless words, leave. I don't want to see you. The family is in chaos now, all because of people like you. Shi Luyao vented all her anger on her, even though this matter had nothing to do with her. But Shi Luyao did it anyway, unapologetically. In fact, they had always been like this, but Shi Yue suddenly woke up and realized the problem. She also realized the double standards of the Qi family. Jiao, tell me, what's going on? Shi Yue asked with anger, turning to Chi Jojo. Eldest sister, let me explain. Zhao Mailan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, choked up, and sat up straight. Shi Jojo supported her by the side, afraid she might faint like their father. Zhao Mailan sighed, eldest sister, brace yourself. Shi Yue nodded, walked over to support her, and said seriously, Mom, tell me. I'm prepared. In fact, she knew everything. At this moment, she felt that the Qi family's current state was well deserved. If she had woken up back then, she would have taken the same path as eighth sister, becoming a human traitor to gain power to protect Nianshan. Babe. She betrayed and turned into a mutant beast. It's also because of her that your father ended up like this. Although Zhao Mailan tried to stay calm, she couldn't help but cry again while speaking. What? Babe is back? How could she do such a thing? Shi Yue pretended to be surprised, even her body stiffened for a moment. Shi Yue, stop pretending, who knows if you're colluding with Nianshan, with Qi Bafang? Shi Luyao said angrily. Her suspicion actually hit half of the truth. Shi Yue did collude with Qi Bafang to set a trap for the Qi family in order to help Nianshan grow. But this matter had little to do with Nianshan himself, or even with Chi Yue. If Chi Yue dared to show mercy to the Qi family, she would also be at the mercy of Qi Bafang. If Nianshan sought revenge, Qi Bafang would repay 1,000-fold. Even if Nianshan didn't seek revenge, Qi Bafang would destroy the Qi family. As Qi Bafang said, whoever dared to harm her brother would pay the price, even their own parents. Qi Luyao, you are truly unreasonable. I don't want to hear you speak, can you just shut up? Qi Yue said coldly. I think you're hit by what I said, aren't you? Qi Luyao glared at her. Alright, Xiaolu, say less, we are all family. Zhao Mailan choked up. She didn't want to see such a scene. How she wished to go back to the times of love and harmony, but everything changed after Nianshan left the family. By the way, Mom, what about Shengtian? Qi Yue remembered what eighth sister entrusted her with and was ready to reconcile with Qi Shengtian. However, she didn't know that Qi Bafang, in fact, didn't trust her much. Qi Bafang only wanted her to regain Qi Shengtian's trust, monitor the Qi family and Qi Shengtian. But Qi Bafang planned to use her as a starting point to drive Qi Shengtian crazy, to lead the Qi family to destruction because of Qi Shengtian. He's with your sisters, they all suffered serious injuries. Zhao Milan lamented. Chi Yue listened to everything that had happened in the past 2 days by her side, including Chi Shire, Kaziyuan, and Kawukshuan being disabled. Although Chi Yue knew 8th sister had completely abandoned the Chi family, she didn't expect her to be so heartless. The Chi family's 3 sisters were disabled, and many experts from the Chi family were killed. This would have been unimaginable in the past, but this is what the Chi family deserved. On the sickbed, Chi Duanshan woke up faintly, having been unconscious for over 20 hours. The fact that a strong warrior like him could be unconscious for so long speaks volumes. Dad! The daughters immediately approached, their faces full of tension. Chi Duanshan supported his forehead, weakly sat up, took a moment to recover, and then asked, Xiaolu, how long have I been unconscious? Chi Luya choked up, Dad, you've been unconscious for 20 hours. Chi Duanshan still felt discomfort from the recent battle. Just as he woke up, he started coughing violently. The daughters, worried about him, immediately called the hospital's doctor. Only after confirming that he was fine did the daughters finally relax. After learning about the situation of Chi Shire and the others, Chi Duanshan found out that even though they wouldn't be disabled, their strength had been greatly diminished. At this moment, Chi Duanshan felt even more powerless, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, with a few strands of white hair even appearing at his temples. This is ultimately my own fault. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought back that Nianchen, otherwise, none of this would have happened. Chi Duanshan felt helpless. Once a prominent figure and the head of the Chi family, he now seemed like an aging man. Despite everything that had happened, he still didn't reflect on his own mistakes and instead shifted most of the blame onto Nianchen. Sending Nianchen away was because he was a lonely star of calamity, bringing him back was due to his talent, which was so great that it made waves in the capital. Driving him away was because of his bad behavior, which was disappointing. After the big battle, everything had come full circle. Xiaolu, help me contact the military district in the capital and arrange a press conference together with them. Chi Duanshan sighed wearily. This big battle must ultimately give everyone an explanation. Honey, please don't do this. If you announce it, our family will be completely ruined. Zhao Milan choked up. Chi Duanshan couldn't catch his breath, coughed violently, and even his face turned red with anger. A woman's compassion. If you don't announce it, do you think others won't find out? Chi Bafang opened the dimensional gate, allowing a large number of alien beasts to enter the capital. Do you think the capital military district won't investigate? Do you think they didn't see Chi Bafang on the scene? What the Chi family should do now is to reveal the truth and protect themselves wisely. The collusion between the national family and the alien beasts has very serious consequences. Fortunately, this time the Chi family was the target of Chi Bafang's attack, otherwise, they would have been unable to defend themselves. But Zhao Milan wanted to say something more, but the look in Chi Duanshan's eyes made her unable to speak. She just wanted to protect her children. What was wrong with that? Enough with the buts. Xiaolu, do as I say immediately, the press conference should be held as soon as possible. Chi Duanshan interrupted. Yes. Chi Luyao nodded, took out her phone, and contacted the military district in the capital. However, Chi Yue frowned and asked, Dad, do you suspect that this matter is related to Nianchen? The mention of these 2 words made Chi Duanshan unable to suppress his anger, which surged up again, almost making him lose control. If it's not related to him, then who is it related to? Eldest, you need to wake up. Stop causing trouble like this. I don't know what Nianchen has brainwashed you with, but the facts are clear. If you dare to protect him again, you can also leave. Chi Yue quickly shook her head. Dad, rest assured. I have come to my senses. Her words finally made Chi Duanshan breathe a sigh of relief, but as she turned away, she sent this message to Chi Bafang. And the chess move made by the Chi family, Chi Bafang had long anticipated it. As long as the press conference is held, as long as the public outcry grows louder, she can push things to the opposite extreme, using extreme event conflicts to protect Nianchen. Moreover, once things start, Nianchen will leap and grow at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, reaching a level beyond reach. All plans are ready, now, only the crucial move is left. The press conference jointly held by the Chi family in the Beijing military zone attracted the attention of almost the entire city, even half of the Dragon Kingdom. This matter has escalated too much, involving many people and causing anxiety in the entire city of Beijing because it is the first time in 200 years that the capital has faced a large-scale invasion of alien beasts. Countless media gathered at the scene, and many people gathered at the press conference venue, broadcasting live. Creak creak, the convoy of the Chi family in the Beijing military zone arrived one after another, appearing in the sight of the crowd. To enhance the image of the Chi family victims, Chi Duanshan deliberately plastered his left hand, hanging it up as if he had a broken bone. As soon as he got out of the car, he immediately attracted countless cameras snapping photos. With Chi Jojo's support, he walked into the venue and headed towards the press conference venue. Behind him were many soldiers in military uniforms, and even high-ranking officials from the Beijing military zone. The invasion of alien beasts, causing such a big incident, has made the Beijing military zone extremely angry and has enraged the Dragon Kingdom even more. "Dad, it's almost time, the press conference should start," Chi Jojo said to him. "Okay." Chi Duanshan walked onto the stage, facing numerous cameras below. The reporters in the audience were eager to ask questions, but they knew it was not the time for inquiries. "Everyone, the alien beasts entered the city, rampaging in my Chi family, causing immense losses to our Chi family, and we have lost many strong individuals. The families behind them have been shattered by this battle. Mothers have lost sons, wives have lost husbands, children have lost fathers. Our Chi family is deeply grieved, but at the same time, the truth behind this incident is not as simple as the invasion of alien beasts. This is a premeditated, organized act." Chi Duanshan spoke with deep sorrow, but everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. Before the press conference began, various sectors of society had made many speculations, but they did not expect the situation to be far more serious than they had imagined. If this was a premeditated, organized action, then it must have been the work of human traitors. And the reason Chi Bafan killed those strong individuals is simple, because they were aiding the oppressors. They knew what the Chi family had done for Nian Shen, without any response, and chose to remain loyal to the Chi family, so they should have anticipated their fate. In this factional conflict, it cannot be said that you are innocent just because you did not do anything wrong. Once an avalanche starts, every snowflake will be swept into it. "Everyone, I must announce to you the person responsible for this incident. She is my adopted daughter, Chi Duanshan, and also my adopted daughter who has been missing for several years, with no news, Chi Bafeng. She joined the alien army, became a strong individual, a general who controls countless alien beasts, and became a knife aimed at humanity by the alien beasts." Chi Duanshan, to intensify the emotions, was now gritting his teeth. At this moment, the audience was once again stunned, shocked, and bewildered. The adopted daughter of the Chi family, Chi Bafang, actually joined the alien beasts, became a human traitor, and even invaded the Chi family? Master of the Chi family, may I ask why she left the Chi family back then and even became a human traitor? With her status, with the Chi family's influence in the capital, she is already a cut above the rest. So why would she abandon wealth and luxury to join the alien beasts? Someone asked. This kind of question was as normal as could be. If no one asked this question, that would be abnormal. Although I am reluctant to admit it, the fact is right in front of us. The fact is all because of Chi Bafang, all because of my own son. The original Chi Chen, now Nian Chen. When we brought him back to the family years ago, our intention was to nurture him, to help him grow into a successful adult. But his nature was so unruly to the point of being intolerable. We tried countless methods, but couldn't change his unruly behavior. He stole things, committed crimes, disrespected elders, and even instigated conflicts within our family. I thought that once he cut ties with us, he would improve, but he didn't. He harmed my adopted son Qi Shengtian, and even brought Qi Bafang to our doorstep. Qi Duanshan spoke with even more anguish, almost as if his heart was breaking, evoking empathy from countless people for him and the Qi family. Nian Shen had taken things to such an extreme that it was simply unacceptable. People were outraged. Moreover, he actually incited Qi Bafang to betray the family and become a traitor to humanity. Unable to get what he wanted from the Qi family, he brought Qi Bafang back to stir up conflict, causing the deaths of many in the Qi family and leaving the capital in turmoil. Such a person deserved to die. The mastermind behind this incident is my former son, Qi Duanshan, now the fiancé of the Bai family's Bai Wan. With Qi Duanshan's revelation, public opinion across the nation exploded. Qi Duanshan mentioned Nian Shen's name for the first time to shift all responsibility onto him and to reveal the reasons behind Qi Bafang's betrayal of humanity. The second mention was to indicate where Nian Shen currently was and to involve the Bai family in the matter. Since the Bai family stood with Nian Shen, they were not innocent. Even if they faced national retaliation, it was what they deserved. Qi Duanshan also aimed to push the Bai family to the edge of a cliff through this incident, forcing them to switch allegiance to the Qi family and make the right choice, because the Qi family needed Bai Wan's Tianyin bone and the secrets in her possession. What? The Bai family is also involved in this matter? Is the Bai family sheltering the real culprit? The reporters were shocked, as were the countless viewers in the live broadcast. Many still remembered Bai Wan's outstanding performance in the mock exams, surpassing numerous geniuses in the capital, with no one even coming close to her scores. If it weren't for Nian Shen's sudden incident, causing Bai Wan to abandon the exams, her results could have set a national record. Chi family head, do you have any evidence linking this matter to Nianchen? Do you not find it absurd that an 18-year-old youth could trigger such a huge event? Furthermore, I remember this Nianchen. 5 years ago, he was a top genius in the capital, possessing the supreme bone and 8 accompanying bones. Since he was a genius, and also your own son, the resources available to him were unimaginable for ordinary people. Why would he do this? A female journalist with intelligence inquired, furrowing her brow. If Chi Duanshan could just say anything and have it be true, they might as well not be journalists and just serve as lapdogs for the ruling family. At least then they would get paid. Your suspicion is not unfounded. I indeed do not have direct evidence to prove it, but the events that occurred 3 days ago at the Westgate examination site can demonstrate the stakes involved. At that time, tens of thousands of alien beasts arrived. All examinees were evacuated. Those alien beasts were so powerful that it was unimaginable. But where was Nianchen? Not only did he survive, he even survived quite well. On the day he came out alive, Chi Bafan led the alien beasts to attack the Chi family, sparking this war. Chi Duanshan said solemnly. At this moment, even if he had evidence, he absolutely could not present it, because if the Chi family presented evidence, it would mean that the Chi family had schemed and collected the so-called evidence of guilt against Nianchen early on, preparing to bring him to his death. Standing in the position of the victim of the Chi family, the lack of evidence is the most powerful evidence. Chi family head, I know that your Chi family suffered heavy losses in this war, but if you can't produce evidence, may I further suspect? The female journalist said in a deep voice. The female journalist wore black-framed glasses. Freckles on her face deliberately made her skin look yellow, making it difficult to recognize her. But if Nianchen were present, he would definitely recognize her because the scar on her wrist was her most prominent feature. This person was none other than Chi Bafan. Chi Duanshan was far away and didn't pay much attention, so naturally, he didn't recognize her, asking, "How do you intend to suspect?" The journalist pushed her glasses and said, "Chi family head, after Nianchen returned to your Chi family, he lost all his talents, along with digging out the last companion bone with his own hands. He was not far from death. The only companion bone in his body is the last foundation as a warrior and the very basis of his survival. But on the night he dug out the bone, this companion bone was transplanted into Chi Xingtian's body. After that, Chi Xingtian had a rejection reaction, and your Chi family's 6th miss even led troops to pressure the Bai family to hand over Nianchen. They even wanted his blood to save Chi Xingtian." With her words, the scene fell silent again, and the public opinion in the live broadcast exploded. If viewed from this perspective, then everything Chi Duanshan had done before was nonsense. Nianchen would rather die than not dig out the last companion bone and return it to the Chi family. Instead of showing gratitude, the Chi family even transplanted it on the same day. So, who is the villain is clear at a glance. This matter is not as you understand it. I admit that we were wrong in this matter, but whether it's transplanting the companion bone or the supreme bone, it was all voluntary on his part, because he wanted to save my adopted son Chi Xingtian. We were originally very touched, but in the end, he used this matter to blackmail us. Chi Duanshan clenched his fists. As the head of the Chi family, his mind naturally worked quickly. Even facing such a disadvantageous situation, he could immediately come up with excuses to exonerate himself and the Chi family. Chi family head, don't you find your logic flawed? If he had prepared years in advance, causing Chi Bafang to betray humanity, become a human traitor, and establish himself in the alien army, then why would he risk his life to hand over the last companion bone? The female journalist asked again. Her words were sharp, clearly intending to corner Chi Duanshan. Chi Duanshan furrowed his brows in madness, realizing that things were not right and feeling that this person was here to cause trouble. He asked, "Which media outlet are you from?" The journalist shook her press badge and said, "Beijing Evening News, Wu Xiaomei." A journalist stood up, looking puzzled in her direction. "You're from the Beijing Evening News?" The female journalist nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" Another journalist exclaimed anxiously, "Beijing Warzone, quickly get your people in here. All the Beijing Evening News staff have disappeared. There's something wrong with this person." Click. The door opened in an instant, and dozens of Warzone soldiers rushed in, immediately surrounding the female journalist. "Who are you? Please show your identification." The leading soldier looked at her vigilantly, ready to act at any moment if something was amiss. "Don't be so nervous, I have a few final questions, and then I'll leave." The female journalist remained seated, completely devoid of the serious and probing expression she had before, instead becoming somewhat arrogant. "ID!" the soldier shouted. Chi Bafang sighed helplessly. She had no intention of hiding her identity. Even if she didn't reveal it now, she would before leaving. She discarded her black-framed glasses, wiped away the dullness and freckles on her face with a cotton pad, revealing her true appearance. At that moment, the people in the war zone held their breath, even Chi Duanshan was stunned. Chi Bafang. Chi Duanshan roared in anger. He knew something was wrong, it was Chi Bafang causing trouble again. What's the rush? I haven't finished my questions yet. Chi Bafang's legs, clad in black silk, crossed elegantly, a standard ladylike posture, but her upper body leaned back lazily on the chair. The security in the capital war zone was tight. Wasn't it a matter of minutes for someone of her strength to enter? Along with Chi Bafang's identity reveal, all the journalists around were scared and immediately dodged, and the war zone surrounded her. In the live broadcast room, countless people were shocked and cursing. How dare she, a human traitor, show up so arrogantly in such a situation? She completely disregarded the war zone and the Dragon Nation. Don't act recklessly, I am a peerless 8th rank. Chi Bafang's words shocked everyone. Peerless 8th rank? The top human powerhouse, probably no one stronger. And a powerhouse at the peerless level could stir up half of the capital city alone. For a moment, the people in the capital war zone were at a loss. If they laid a hand on Chi Bafang, they wouldn't stand a chance. If Chi Bafang opened the dimensional gate again, it would lead to another war. Head of the Chi family, let's continue our conversation, you broadcasters, don't run away, I don't kill. Chi Bafang was still maintaining order on the scene, which seemed absurd. Some dared to stay and continue their live broadcast. Although it was extremely dangerous at that moment, there was excitement. Moreover, once the fight started, the capital war zone and the Chi family would be the first targets. So, they had time to retreat. Head of the Chi family, can you answer why Nianchen chose to separate from the ancestral bone in such a way to leave the family, and explain why I chose to join the alien beasts and become a human traitor? Chi Bafang took out a lollipop from her bag, smiling mischievously. Chi Bafang, don't be too arrogant, as my adopted daughter, betraying humanity is not just a shame for my Chi family but for all humanity. Chi Duanshan shouted. Don't change the subject, please answer directly. Chi Bafang interrupted. You all just think my Chi family has treated you unfairly, right? But where exactly have we wronged you? Chi Duanshan coldly demanded. Hey, you got that right this time. But where have we wronged you, you can't even realize. Chi Bafang laughed. As the guardian family of the nation, we act righteously and sit upright. Chi Duanshan said coldly. Chi Bafang looked like she was about to vomit, saying, don't say that, it's disgusting. Over the years, have you done any less despicable things? You keep saying you have no shame, but do you really not? I've said enough, you're like a stone in a pit, you won't awaken without shattering to pieces. Chi Bafang stood up, and the people around her instantly became wary. Turning to the camera, Chi Bafang's expression was extremely serious as she said, Nianchen, you have no choice left, come over to Sister 8. Looking at the world, only your sister can protect you, becoming a human traitor is not a big deal, and by becoming a human traitor, you can become even more powerful. I'll give you a month, take your time to consider, sister hopes you can make the right choice. Before Chi Bafang arrived at the venue, she had already communicated with Nianchen. It wasn't a unilateral decision, her words were meant for the media and all the audience, all part of the next plan. She understood Nianchen's suffering over the years. Without his consent, pushing him into the spotlight would be another injury to him. If Chi Bafang wanted to recruit him into the Alien Beast Legion, then the Dragon Nation would surely come looking for him. Once the Dragon Nation knew of his talent, they would spare no effort to protect him and would never allow him to become a human traitor. This was Chi Bafang's way of causing a stir to protect Nianchen. And under this method, Nianchen would receive unprecedented support. Chi Bafang released the aura of an unparalleled realm, suppressing everyone present, even several War God realm experts couldn't lift their heads under her aura, let alone resist. Everyone could only watch as she walked away, acting arrogantly, with no way to stop her. A dimensional gate opened before her, and her figure disappeared in front of everyone. Little brother, Big Sis has paved the way for you, the next time we meet, you will make waves nationwide. Chi Bafang was clearly satisfied with her performance, a faint smile playing on her face before disappearing. In the 2 days following Chi Bafang's disappearance, national public opinion reached its peak. Countless people gathered at the Bai family's gates, demanding Nianchen be handed over for judgment. However, Nianchen and Bai Wan had received advance notice and had been staying in the Bai family's forbidden grounds, with the family gates tightly shut. As the situation escalated, the impact would only grow larger. The next steps would not be dictated by Chi Bafang's timing but by Nianchen's readiness. As long as Nianchen was prepared, they could start at any time. At the same time, Chi Bafang was not worried about her true intentions being exposed because the Alien Beast Legion's Holy Spirit Bone plan required Nianchen to remain among humans. Not just Nianchen, even other geniuses nurtured by the alien beasts were in the same situation. How many geniuses had the alien beasts cultivated among humans? Even Shi Bafang herself didn't know because each genius had different handlers. Once the alien beasts fully controlled human geniuses, they could rule over humans effortlessly. Therefore, Shi Bafang needed Nian Shen to grow rapidly, possessing true strength to counter the alien beasts. During Nian Shen's growth, he could benefit from resources provided by the Dragon Nation and within Shi Bafang's jurisdiction, allowing him to soar in just a few days. Isn't the height reached by the Qi family's ancestors terrifying enough? But the height he could reach was based on the foundation of the Qi family's ancestors, even surpassing the ancestors by tens of times. A week after the situation escalated, almost the entire nation cursed and criticized Nian Shen and Shi Bafang. Due to Lu Pingping standing up to protect Nian Shen, High School 15 became one of the hardest hit areas in public opinion. Outside the school, people gathered to protest, demanding an explanation from Lu Pingping. Inside the school, students marched, demanding Nian Shen's expulsion to avoid any influence on them. Lu Pingping was blocked from leaving her house, even her door was being violently knocked on. She never expected things to escalate like this, nor did she expect Shi Bafang to be a human traitor. At that time, the beast tied at the Shiman examination site was actually attracted from all directions, and it was led by Chong Yenshin. The situation was so troublesome that Lu Pingping didn't know what to do. He called his godfather Wu Long for advice, but Wu Long told him to stay calm. Damn it, at a time like this, how could he stay calm? In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Ministry of Education, a group of people rushed into the building with great momentum and found Xia Lei and Wu Long's office. The two of them knew what they were there for, but they remained extremely calm, showing no signs of panic. Minister Xia, Deputy Minister Wu, according to our investigation, you have made some kind of agreement with the Bai family in Nianshan, and you have also erased the memories of others for them, is this true? The lead investigator asked sternly. It is true, Xia Lei nodded, then opened an old Cadre porcelain cup and took a sip of hot tea. Then please explain yourselves, the lead investigator demanded solemnly. I'm sorry, you are not qualified enough, Xia Lei said lightly. He didn't mean to be sarcastic, but simply stated that their identities were not sufficient to know the truth of the matter. Qi Baifang and Nianshan were waiting for public opinion to ferment. Wasn't Xia Lei and Wu Long doing the same? The more intense the public opinion, the more attention Nianshan would receive. Nianshan was already showing signs of becoming a human traitor. The more nervous and anxious the higher-ups were, the more they could fight for Nianshan. Longwa could not stand by and watch such a talent slip away, but if they actively sought out the higher-ups, they would have less room for negotiation. This was the art of the workplace, which they had to follow even if they didn't want to. It didn't mean that if they took the initiative, Nianshan wouldn't receive support, but there was a fundamental difference between the two, one being nervous and the other not. So, could the results be the same? Minister Xia, please adjust your attitude and avoid unforgivable mistakes. The lead investigator's voice rose, filled with anger. Do you have direct evidence to prove that old Wu and I have betrayed? Xia Lei asked in return. Isn't that what the investigation is for? Even if you two hold high positions, you should cooperate, shouldn't you? The investigator said coldly. Well, if you have no evidence, we have other things to attend to. Goodbye, no need to see us off. Old Wu, send someone to suppress the disturbances at No. 15 middle school, so they don't disrupt the normal teaching order there. Xia Lei turned to Wu Long. The fact that the higher-ups had not summoned them meant that they were not nervous enough. At this point, by keeping silent, they were actually adhering to principles. Because at the level of talent like Nianshan, it was a national secret of Longwa and could not be spoken of lightly. Even if they were investigated, even if they were thrown into prison, as long as the higher-ups did not intervene, they could not speak. In the eyes of the higher-ups, this matter at present was probably just an 18-year-old and a human traitor acting in collusion, with a tendency to betray. If it was only to this extent, the higher-ups would not intervene. Xia Lei had to use himself and Wu Long as pawns to stir up the higher-ups of Longwa. Elevate this matter to another level. Minister Xia, isn't it inappropriate to send people to suppress No. 15 middle school before the matter is investigated thoroughly? The investigator was angry and questioned. This is a matter for our Ministry of Education, you have no right to interfere. Xia Lei shook his head. The authority of the Ministry of Education was so great that it could ignore the war zone, ignore the Jin national family, and even ignore some ceiling-level figures. In extremely special circumstances, Xia Lei and Wu Long had the right to only obey the orders of the Longwa chief, and they would not be considered traitors. You. The investigator was furious, unable to understand what Xia Lei was up to. It was such a simple matter, all Xia Lei had to do was tell the truth. After all, no one would doubt Xia Lei's upright position. But Xia Lei insisted on taking things to more extreme measures. Wasn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Xia family? Wasn't he afraid of getting involved himself? Please leave, Xia Lei said calmly, setting down his teacup. Fine. In that case, I will report the truth, the investigator replied. I hope General Xia can bear the consequences. The investigator and his team left, seething with anger. In the face of such a crucial matter as human traitors, Xia Lei still chose to conceal the truth, thinking too highly of himself. As they departed, Xia Lei turned to say, Lao Wu, go deal with the issue at School 15. Isn't your godson still stuck at home? Wu Long chuckled, he calls me all day, completely panicked. Xia Lei smiled, then go take care of it. Wu Long nodded, walking out of the office. He gathered some people to accompany him to School 15. However, faced with his orders, many chose to defy him. Their resistance to the investigation had raised suspicions among some. In the battlefield, absolute obedience was required, but in the Ministry of Education, anyone could supervise upwards. If they found issues with their superiors, they could report them. The Ministry of Education was too crucial, affecting the fate of countless students and the future of the Dragon Nation. Wu Long couldn't be bothered with their resistance, knowing they were sticking to their principles. After calling out for a while, some eventually agreed to go with him. They set off in a grand procession towards School 15. When Wu Long and his group arrived, the people gathered at the school gate thought the Ministry of Education had come to address the situation and provide an explanation to everyone. But the Ministry of Education expelled them on the spot. Even though they were live streaming and had objections, the Ministry of Education paid no heed. You have complaints? File them. They were eager for things to escalate. The Ministry of Education's attitude infuriated them, thinking they were protecting Nian Shen and venting their emotions online. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Education suppressed the troublemaking students on campus. The students and teachers were equally displeased, but did Wu Long care? No, he didn't care at all. He even called Lu Pingping to come back and manage the school. When Lu Pingping received his call, she was beyond excited, eager to rush to the school and hug him. After so many days, her godfather had finally intervened. Damn, she had been feeling so stifled. Wu Long's attitude towards him was clear. No matter who handled Nian Shen's case, they must favor Nian Shen, even if they were arrested. This left him bewildered but also made him realize the seriousness of the situation. However, he would follow his godfather's lead. He trusted his godfather wouldn't harm him. 3 days later, personnel from the capital's military district arrived and took Xia Lei and Wu Long directly to the Dragon Nation's main office. In the conference room of the main office building, several top figures, usually only seen on TV, sat with stern expressions, ready to pass judgment. Xia Lei and Wu Long entered the office, unfazed by the situation. The Dragon Nation's elite sat on one side of the oval table, while Xia Lei and Wu Long sat on the other, ready to be interrogated. Xia Lei, what are you up to? Why aren't you cooperating with the investigation? Sitting in the center, an elderly man with white hair asked solemnly, his expression extremely serious. This man was none other than Dong Lao, the chairman of the Dragon Kingdom, who held great power. Xia Lei and Wu Long had known him for many years and were placed in their current positions by Dong Lao himself. However, Dong Lao felt betrayed by their attitudes. Dong Lao, our human race had its glory 300 years ago. Back again, Xia Lei exclaimed excitedly as soon as he sat down. Before Dong Lao personally summoned him, all his intentions were about balancing power. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to hide it. The glory of 300 years ago? What does that mean? Dong Lao was momentarily puzzled, unable to react immediately. Aren't you curious why we are not cooperating with the investigation? Xia Lei asked. By one of the Bai family awakened the dark bone of the heavenly Yin, which contains the complete inheritance of the Bai family's ancestors. What do you think this implies? Qijia's Nianshen has the hope of awakening the sacred spirit bone, Xia Lei continued. He even has the hope of possessing a legendary sacred bone throughout his body. Such a significant matter. How do you expect us to disclose it to the public? Accompanied by his words, the entire meeting room fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the Bai family's heavenly Yin bone or the Qijia ancestor's sacred spirit bone, they were all well aware of it. And they were very clear about it. All major top-tier sacred bones were sealed off from the public to prevent any mishaps in the growth of these geniuses. However, the appearance of geniuses of the same level as the Qijia and Bai family ancestors, or even surpassing them, was truly shocking. Nian Shen had the supreme bone stripped from him by the Qijia, along with all his accompanying bones, Xia Lei explained. But this is precisely the necessary condition for evolving into the sacred spirit bone. You hold the key information from the sacred war back then. You also know that the Qijia ancestor's sacred spirit bone only emerged after his accident, which was caused by the stripping of his sacred bone. Dong Lao, Xiaolei continued, with the regeneration of Nian Chen's supreme bone, he has already unlocked the true form of the supreme bone. It's ferocious. So when we learned the truth at that time, we sealed off all information, erased everyone's memories, and classified this secret as a national top secret, Xiaolei added. Furthermore, Baiwan not only integrated the heavenly Yin bone but also killed the iron wire Changchong of the war god realm at the North Gate. She is only a 9th grade martial artist, yet she can kill a war god realm beast. As Xiaolei narrated, the meeting room fell into complete silence. Everyone was shocked, bewildered, and stunned. But when they realized the implications, they were all extremely excited. Whether it was Nian Chen's hope of awakening the sacred spirit bone, his unlocking of the true form of the supreme bone, Baiwan's heavenly Yin bone, or her terrifying feat of surpassing the Emerald and Grandmaster levels, each of these alone was enough to shake the Dragon Kingdom and the entire Ministry of Education. And these were all happening simultaneously. Dong Lao, do you still think we did wrong? Xiaolei chuckled, jokingly. Are you trying to play tricks with me here? I know what you're up to. But in this matter, you did a great job. Dong Lao also smiled and praised without reservation. These young men and women were the true hope of the Dragon Kingdom's future, and Xiaolei fighting for them was unquestionable. On the contrary, what they did was within their jurisdiction. If it weren't for them escalating the situation further and causing complaints from all sectors of the capital, Dong Lao wouldn't have paid such attention to this matter. It's not that Dong Lao sits in this position and doesn't care about anything, but he oversees the Dragon Country, and there are too many things he has to worry about. Lao Xia, Lao Wu, on behalf of the Dragon Country, I promise that in the matter of Nian Chen and Baiwan, the Dragon Country will fully support them. As long as it's within your authority, you can act first and report later. If anyone hinders their growth, you can immediately dismiss them or even take control, even if it's me. If anyone obstructs them within the principles, you can impeach me. Even ignore me and do what you think is right, Dong Lao said with great seriousness. With that, the old man activated the Dragon Country password and had someone bring the Shangfang sword, which far exceeded the top secret of nuclear bombs. This Shangfang sword was actually a token from the Holy War 300 years ago, a symbol of special operations. Holding this token could immediately put the Dragon Country on high alert. The Dragon Country's war zone, the Dragon Country's ruling family, and even all the subjects of the Dragon Country must obey the commands of this token. With it, anyone could sit on equal footing with Dong Lao. This was the first time in 300 years that it had been used, showing how seriously Dong Lao took it. Xiaolei and Wulong knelt on one knee, clenched their fists with their right hands, and struck their hearts heavily. When receiving the token, Xiaolei immediately relinquished all power of the Xia family to ensure his absolute fairness, serving only this token. Xiaolei, from now on, you have the unconditional authority to manage the Dragon Country's treasury. I don't care how much money you spend, I just want to see 2 rising future stars. At the same time, I need you to ensure that they will not fall into the hands of the enemy. And in the future, they will not become strong enemies of humanity, Dong Lao said with great seriousness. I guarantee it. If there are any mishaps, we will take full responsibility. Xiaolei nodded heavily, his voice resolute. Dong Lao looked pleased as he helped Xiaolei and Wulong up. However, due to Nian Chen and Baiwan's terrifying talents, many details could not be made public, and the official intervention could not reverse the situation. To change the public's perception of them, the people needed to see their shining points. Otherwise, no matter what the officials said, the public would question their credibility. But to show the people their shining points, some of their secrets needed to be revealed, making it difficult to balance the two. Dong Lao, our biggest problem now lies with Qi Baifang. Qi Baifang has recruited Nian Chen. I suspect she may already know the secret of the Supreme Bone. Xiaolei said gravely. If Qi Baifang knew this, it meant that the Beast Legion also knew, and no matter how they tried to conceal it, it would be futile. Moreover, with Baiwan's Yin bone, along with Baiwan's own disclosure, many people already knew about it, but they didn't know the true power of the Yin bone, nor did they know that it contained the entire inheritance of the Bai family ancestor, which was the part of the secret that the Dragon Country needed to conceal. Xiaolei, I hereby authorize you on behalf of the Dragon Country to investigate this matter thoroughly. If Qi Baifang knows, we will find an opportunity to reveal this secret. One is to clear their names, second is to announce our support for them and, using their extraordinary talents, make everyone acknowledge them. Dong Lao said solemnly. Xiaolei nodded, and Dong Lao continued, after you leave, I will have the Capital War Zone fully cooperate with you and send experts from the Capital War Zone to hide in the Bai family to protect them. The secret of Nia Chen reshaping the Supreme Bone can be exposed, but the secret of his hope to awaken the Holy Spirit Bone must not be revealed, even if our enemies know about it. If this secret is exposed, it will raise the expectations of the people nationwide for Nie Chen and elevate him to unimaginable heights. Any misstep will lead to a backlash against him. This is the act of raising someone up only to tear them down. Moreover, the human camp is not united. If other countries learn about Nie Chen's biggest secret, who can guarantee that Nie Chen won't be undermined? He might even be assassinated by humans themselves. In that case, it will not only be a loss for the Dragon Nation but also pose a huge threat to Nie Chen. In the meeting room, they all signed a top-secret agreement, keeping the secrets of Nie Chen's Holy Spirit bone and Bai Wan's Tianyin bone heritage. If anyone leaks this information, everyone will be held accountable. After leaving, Xia Lei and Wu Long communicated with the Bai family in advance, concealing their identities and, with the strong signatories of the Capital War Zone Agreement, sneaked into the Bai family under the cover of night. These strong individuals from the Capital War Zone did not need to know any confidential information because a soldier's duty fundamentally entails obedience. They would do as ordered from above. Upon entering the Bai family, all the strong individuals immediately dispersed, hiding in every corner of the Bai family, guarding it 24/7. Soon, Bai Donghua arrived, taking Xia Lei and Wu Long to meet Nie Chen and Bai Wan. The four of them deliberated in an absolutely secluded room, sharing all the information the Dragon Nation needed to know. Nie Chen and Bai Wan's words had also been coordinated with Qi Bafang in advance, and a set of scripted responses had been established. Qi Bafang did not want, nor could she allow Nie Chen to continue hiding. The matter of the Holy Spirit bone could remain undisclosed, but the reshaping of the Supreme Bone had to be revealed. After enduring for so many years, why should Nie Chen continue to bear the nation's blame and suffer in silence? Qi Bafang not only wanted the truth to come out but also wanted Nie Chen to make a national impact. Her brother, Nie Chen, deserved to live openly in the sunlight. Nie Chen, now that Qi Bafang knows about your reshaping of the Supreme Bone, we will proceed with Plan B. If you recover quickly, we have two options. First, the 100 schools battle in a month. Second, the college entrance examination. If neither is feasible, we can organize a national competition for you to clear your name after your recovery. Xia Lei said solemnly. They could not rush Nie Chen into anything. 300 years had passed, how could they be impatient now? Since Qi Bafang already knew the secret about Nie Chen, they could only hope that she remained unaware of the secret of the Holy Spirit bone. After all, the secret of the Holy Spirit bone had been guarded by the Bai family for 300 years, and not even the Dragon Nation understood its intricacies, let alone the Qi family themselves. But Qi Bafang not only knew but also intended to reveal the third and fourth stages of the Supreme Bone when Nie Chen rose to power. This revelation was inconsequential. The higher-ups of the alien beasts were already aware. The Dragon Nation's leadership would surely block the news, and she wanted Nie Chen to become the nation's darling. For the Dragon Nation to clear Nie Chen's name, they would have to let the entire nation know about his terrifying talents. When the time came, not only would the Dragon Nation's top brass and the nation's ruling families be present but also the major clans. While the Dragon Nation could control the information, they could not silence everyone. The top families of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly find out. Qi Baifang's intention was to make these families unable to ignore, even actively seeking alliances with her brother. She wanted the Qi family to regret deeply. Director Xia, maybe we should do it sooner. Let's focus on the 100 schools competition. The Bai family has already endured immense pressure because of me. I hope to resolve this public opinion crisis soon. Moreover, my Supreme Bone has already recovered by 50%, said Nie Chen seriously. With another month's time, Nie Chen was confident he would fully recover. Even if not completely, he could recover by 90%. Once fully recovered, his strength would skyrocket. Going to the Emerald in a month was also achievable. The 100 schools competition? Isn't it too rushed? Xia Lei asked worriedly. It's not. If there are any issues by then, we can temporarily hold off. Nie Chen shook his head. He said so, but with the exotic materials given by Eighth Sister, he had enough confidence. Alright, let's plan like this for now. If things don't work out, we can postpone it to the college entrance exam or even later. Xia Lei nodded. Everything depended on Nie Chen's timing. They had to ensure the rise of these two geniuses and avoid any mishaps. Several days later, in the late night, as Nie Chen was breaking through with all his might, 30 assassins dressed in night gear, masked, infiltrated the Bai family to assassinate. These people were brought by Qi Shengtian's behind-the-scenes men. Qi Baifang's attitude and strength posed a huge threat to Qi Shengtian. At the West Gate examination hall, Qi Shengtian failed to kill Nie Chen and even had one arm disabled, so he wanted to avenge both old and new grudges. In the current public opinion, even if the Bai family and Nie Chen were all killed, people would only applaud. However, to obtain the secret of the Supreme Bone, Qi Shengtian had to keep Bai Wan alive, and he also eagerly desired Bai Wan's heavenly bone. These assassins' main target was Nianchen. As long as Baiwan survived, no matter how big the situation got, it wouldn't matter. However, as soon as these assassins entered the Bai family, numerous experts emerged from the shadows, either killing or subduing them. What was shocking was that many of these experts from the Bai family were at the war god realm. Where did these masters come from? And who was protecting the Bai family? The assassins infiltrating the Bai family could never have imagined such a situation. Dozens of war god realm experts emerged, subduing them. Hundreds of experts arrived successively, making it impossible for them to escape. In such a desperate situation, they only had one choice, which was to poison themselves. But the experts from the Beijing war zone didn't even give them that chance. They immediately disabled their jaws and all their joints. Except for those killed instantly, the rest had to be taken back for interrogation. If they cooperated, it would be better for them. If they remained silent, endless torture awaited them. In the usual process of the Martial Arts Bureau, they wouldn't torture prisoners or culprits, but the severity of this matter was at a national level. They were taken away, and even if they died in some corner, no information would leak out. Mr. Bai, these assassins have all been taken care of. We need to bring them back to the war zone. Please ensure the secrecy of the Bai family. It's best not to let any information leak out. A war god expert said solemnly. Rest assured, if this news is leaked, it won't do us any good. It might even invite public ridicule and curses, saying we deserve it. Bai Donghua sighed bitterly. Although they were mentally prepared in advance, the overwhelming public opinion pressure made them feel extremely uncomfortable. The gates of the Bai family were tightly closed all day long, with countless people outside cursing and complaining. They didn't dare to turn on their phones because once they did, numerous calls would bombard them. Mr. Bai, you've been through a lot. I still have official business to attend to, so I'll take my people and leave first, said the warrior. All right. Bai Donghua nodded, watching them leave. In the capital city, the ruins of the Qi family were left with only a fraction of what they used to be due to the damage to the outer courtyard. Qi Shengtian and the others had to retreat to the remaining intact area to live. The entire Qi family was reduced to less than 1/10 of its former glory. Ring ring ring, a phone call came through, and Qi Shengtian sat in his cramped room, lost in thought. His original room was several times larger and much more luxurious than where he currently resided, which was essentially a servant's quarters. The disparity between then and now made him feel desolate, but as a member of the Qi family, not returning would invite ridicule. Qi Lu Yao had initially planned to arrange for him to stay in a hotel, but how could he agree to that? If he did, all the previous setups would fall apart. So, he could only suppress his frustration and return home, trying to appear mature on the surface. Ring ring ring, the urgent ring startled him awake. He picked up the phone and saw that it was the person who had been helping him behind the scenes. He answered the call, his voice filled with urgency and anger. Hey, how's the situation with the assassin? Is that beast, Nianchen, dead? The voice on the other end was clearly disguised, hoarse, and said, calm down for a while. Qi Shengtian was taken aback and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? With so many experts sent this time, it couldn't have failed again, right? The voice on the phone sounded displeased and interrupted. What do you mean? Are you questioning me? Qi Shengtian suddenly remembered the person's influence and felt a chill down his spine, causing even his anger to dissipate. He quickly suppressed his anger and apologized. I didn't mean that. I just want to know what happened. The voice on the phone coldly stated, the capital's military district has intervened in this matter. Their experts are guarding the Bai family tightly. Our people were suppressed as soon as they entered. Upon hearing this, Qi Shengtian was at a loss, unable to understand the logic behind it. The capital's military district and the Qi family had held a press conference together, confirming Nianchen's identity as a human traitor. How could the military district protect him? If it was just for protection, it would be understandable, but even experts at the level of war gods were involved. The official authorities in the capital have intervened in this matter. Although our people are unlikely to expose us, you should still calm down, just in case. The voice on the phone solemnly reminded him. Qi Shengtian wanted to say more because he didn't want the plan to fail like this. He didn't want Nianchen to survive even for a moment longer. But before he could finish his words, the call was abruptly ended. In this matter, the person behind the phone was clearly very angry, and there was a hint of disappointment in their tone towards Qi Shengtian. Already furious, Qi Shengtian was further bewildered by the person's disappointed tone. He vented his anger by smashing things in the room, unable to understand why Nianchen just wouldn't die. Why was this happening? He was supposed to be the sole heir of the Qi family, the one who should be in the spotlight. In the Bai family's forbidden land, Nianchen and Baiwan spent most of their time there, except for eating and sleeping. During the tempering process, Nianshan's supreme bone opened up to the second stage, absorbing the beast blood and the medicinal effects from the tempering medicine. In just half a month, Nianshan recovered 70%, and in nearly a month, the supreme bone recovered 95%, just one step away from complete recovery. Once restored, Nianshan's talent would re-enter the S-rank realm. As for Nianshan's next step, the so-called S-rank talent was no longer important because his next goal was the Holy Spirit bone. A1, the final step of the supreme bone cannot be easily crossed with just tempering and beast blood, Nianshan speculated seriously. The last bit of the supreme bone seemed like a huge obstacle, holding Nianshan back these past few days. Despite having absorbed enough medicinal effects, the last bit of the supreme bone was still growing with some disorder. Perhaps only a great battle could help it complete the final part. Nianshan's progress had already exceeded their original expectations. Initially, they thought he could recover the supreme bone before entering the academy, but from the beginning until now, it had only been 2 months. With the exotic beast materials provided by Qi Bafang and Nianshan's efforts, the progress had improved significantly. Even the source left by the Qi family patriarch in the Forbidden Land still had plenty left for Nianshan's upcoming tempering of the Holy Spirit bone. The 100 Schools battle, to be held in the capital in 5 days, would be another focus before the college entrance examination. Outstanding candidates in the 100 Schools battle could participate in a 2-month summer camp for geniuses. Even if they did not perform well in the college entrance examination due to unforeseen circumstances, their performance in the genius training camp could change their fate. This battle would last a week, divided into different groups, and would be the most heated 100 Schools battle in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The intensity of this year's 100 Schools battle was unprecedented, not only due to the official operation of the Dragon Kingdom but also because of the emergence of talents. There were 2 ways to qualify for the Genius Training Camp. One was through recommendation by qualified individuals in passing the test, which was very demanding and only the top of the top could pass. Those top-tier geniuses who entered the training camp through this method might not even participate in the college entrance examination, preparing solely for the 2 months of the camp. The second way was through the 100 Schools battle. Over the years, the weight of the 2 methods of entry into the camp was 0.5 to 9.5. Just obtaining the qualification did not guarantee staying in the camp for the full 2 months. The training effect in the camp was extreme. Out of hundreds of people nationwide each year, only dozens would remain, and there was even a year where only a few people received graduation certificates. The only rule in the training camp was survival of the fittest. Instructors could do whatever they wanted to you, and if you disagreed, you could fight them. Instructors would not hold back their strength when fighting you. If you, a grandmaster genius, couldn't beat a war god realm instructor, then you were useless and should shut up. That's why every year, many geniuses entered with high hopes but came out crying, some even left with psychological shadows. However, the graduation certificate from the training camp held great value. Once you obtained it, you would be a captain when entering the battlefield. If anyone dared to touch you, you would have the support of many senior brothers and sisters from the training camp because only those who graduated from the camp could challenge the geniuses in the camp. The teachers at the academy, the strong ones from the hunting team, what are they worth? The half of Dragon Country is supported by these geniuses from the training camp. Lu Pingping hummed a tune as a representative from Shiwu Middle School arrived at the Bai family to deliver the invitation for the 100 Schools competition. Shiwu Middle School has never been qualified to participate in the competition before, but this time, it's different. Although Shiwu Middle School only has 1 spot for Nianshan, it's still enough to be proud of. As soon as Lu Pingping arrived, someone served tea, showing the level of respect. Bai Donghua went to inform Nianshan to come up, and soon, Nianshan and Bai Wan appeared. Lu Pingping smiled as she looked at Nianshan. It had only been a month, but Nianshan had changed a lot. His originally frail body had become stronger, and even the smile on his face carried confidence, as if he had returned to his 13-year-old self. Principal Lu. Nianshan walked up and bowed to her. Lu Pingping quickly supported him and said with a smile, "Wow, why are you being so polite? You are my treasure, Nianshan, the confidence I will have when boasting in the future. If you are so polite to me again, I will be upset with you." His words made everyone chuckle. He handed the invitation for the 100 Schools competition to Nianshan and also delivered Bai Wan's invitation for Shiwu Middle School. These 2 invitations were directly issued by the Ministry of Education and thus came into Lu Pingping's hands together. "Nianshan, work hard. I have faith in you." Lu Pingping patted his shoulder, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Although he didn't know what Nianshan and his godfather had discussed, he understood Nianshan's character well. Knowing that the Ministry of Education was paving the way for Nianshan and that he had agreed to participate in the 100 Schools competition, he must have some confidence. He was looking forward to what Nian Chen would achieve in this battle and how he would astonish the world. After all, Nian Chen's bad reputation still lingered. Principal Lu, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Nian Chen's voice was resolute. It's okay, just do your best. By receiving the invitation, you have already made your Wu Middle School proud. Lu Pingping waved her hand and said with a smile. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Nian Chen. Taking a sip of tea, she casually asked, Nian Chen, how strong are you now? Getting to know Nian Chen's current situation a bit more would provide some assurance. If Nian Chen's performance was not satisfactory, no one would blame him as long as he did his best. Principal Lu, you don't know, in terms of talent, Stinky Bai is already at S level. Bai Wan said proudly on the side. Put. Lu Pingping almost sprayed out her tea, choking and coughing in disbelief as she looked at Nian Chen and Bai Wan, astonished. What did you say? S level. Bai Wan nodded. Yes, S level. Oh my god. Lu Pingping was once again dumbfounded. It had only been a short while since they last met, and Nian Chen had jumped from B level to S level? This was too exaggerated. And being S level is just the beginning. Once the 100 schools competition starts, we will change many people's perceptions, Bai Wan said triumphantly. She had been most worried that Nian Chen might not rise and would fall halfway, so she had done everything possible to create opportunities for him. With the intervention of Qi Bafang, things had become much simpler, and the overall pace had also accelerated. Everything was developing in a flourishing direction. Then I look forward to it. Lu Pingping, unaware of the inside story, smiled. He knew Bai Wan's talent was terrifying, with the darking bone by her side, and she had almost set a record in the first mock exam. But Nian Chen was not necessarily the same. Even if Nian Chen had S-level talent, there were many young geniuses with S-level talent in the capital. No one knew what kind of results they would achieve in the 100 schools competition. However, as long as they perform well, the national public opinion will inevitably be alleviated a lot. Lu Pingping knew that they had endured a lot, and they hadn't collapsed until now. It was really hard for them. If Lu Pingping were the same age, she would definitely not have such resilience. In the capital, at the Qi family, the teachers from Yizhong arrived at the Qi family, looking at the ruins, sighing, and carrying the invitation belonging to Qi Shengtian. They entered the Qi family. The second and third mock exams had already passed, and after the end of the Battle of the 100 Schools, the college entrance examination would follow in half a month. If they could shine in the Battle of the 100 Schools, they wouldn't even need to take the college entrance examination, because in the past Battle of the 100 Schools, teachers from major top colleges were present. Those who performed exceptionally well could be directly recruited into the colleges. This year, there were many geniuses, and the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education also announced terrifying rewards. The first place would receive an SS-grade weapon, a full set of S-grade armor, and financial support of billions for the next 10 years. The second and third places could choose an SS-grade weapon, and receive 300 billion and 100 billion in future support from the Dragon Kingdom. With such rewards, the whole country was stirred up. Countless geniuses would strive to take the lead in this grand examination. Shengtian, before the teacher arrived, I heard a rumor that the Nianchen from your Qi family seems to be participating in this year's Battle of the 100 Schools, the teacher in front said. This news, is it accurate? Qi Shengtian was stunned, unable to understand why Nianchen had the qualifications to participate in the Battle of the 100 Schools. It should be accurate. The invitation from the Bai family was personally delivered by Lu Pingping, the principal of the 15 middle school, the teacher explained. In an instant, Qi Xingtian's face became extremely gloomy. He couldn't believe that Nianchen dared to participate in the Battle of the 100 Schools. But since he dared to go, then let him die on the spot. He, Qi Xingtian, would kill Nianchen at the scene of the Battle of the 100 Schools and become the hero who killed the human traitor. Volume 1 is end. The Battle of the 100 Schools, the college entrance examination, the training camp, the male lead's performance becoming more terrifying, hence the second volume is Extraordinary Destiny. Every year, the Battle of the 100 Schools attracted national attention, and this year, under the promotion of the Dragon Kingdom, it was unprecedentedly grand. The host city of the Battle of the 100 Schools changed every year, usually touring major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. It was the first time in history that the capital had hosted 2 consecutive sessions. If it weren't for Nianchen and Baiwan, a month before the start of the Battle of the 100 Schools, the Dragon Kingdom would not have relocated the host city back to the capital. This involved significant changes for the 100 schools nationwide. Stinky Bai, are you ready? Baiwan, dressed in a white bohemian long dress, like a blooming lily, approached Nianchen gracefully. She had her hands behind her back, looking cute and lovely. There would be a great battle today, but she was not the protagonist, so she dressed relatively casually. I'm ready. Nianchen smiled at her, no longer showing the despair and inferiority he had when he just left the Qi family. At that time, because of the huge gap, he was afraid of causing trouble for Baiwan, but now he had confidence. With Baiwan being so sincere, he would certainly not disappoint her. Before we set off, I have a gift for you. Uncle, bring me the thing. Baiwan looked at Bai Donghua beside her. Okay. Bai Donghua smiled and went to fetch a box from the side. Baiwan handed the heavy box to Nianchen, smiling brightly. Stinky Bai, open it and take a look. Click. The box opened, revealing a jet-black long knife inside. The mere sight of the knife gave off an extraordinary aura, but its blade was not sharpened because that was a key feature of a blood-dripping weapon. The edge of a blood-dripping weapon had to be carved out by the user themselves. When crafting this weapon, Baiwan had taken Niachen's blood in advance and handed it to the master blacksmith. Crafting a blood-dripping weapon was extremely difficult. For those with average talent, it would take at least a year for the blade to be completed. For those with S-level talent, it would still take a minimum of 6 months. As for someone like Qi Shengtian with an SS plus level talent, even using blood to temper the blade embryo would take 3 months to complete the fusion. However, with Niachen's small amount of blood, everything was completed within a month. This was because his blood not only contained traces of the former Supreme Bone and the 8 accompanying bones but also carried the terrifying influence of the reborn Supreme Bone. His bloodline was comparable to that of the Qi family's ancestors. Baiwan had originally thought that this blood-dripping weapon would not be completed so quickly, but its early completion was a pleasant surprise. This weapon was currently just a transitional gift from her to Nianchen. The epic-level weapon left by the Qi family's ancestor was the true inheritance for him. Stinky Bai, do you like it? Baiwan giggled, asking with anticipation. I like it. Nianchen nodded heavily. He picked up the heavy 2-pound 7-ounce long knife, and holding the blade in his hand, he felt a resonance in his bloodline. This was another major feature of a blood-dripping weapon. It would grow along with its owner. Nianchen pricked his finger, smearing blood on the blade. In an instant, a buzzing sound erupted from the blade, and it emitted a cheerful hum, as if excited and welcoming its master. Cracks began to appear on the blade, and soon, golden auspicious cloud patterns emerged on the cracks, lingering around the blade. Golden? Bai Donghua couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes showing wild joy. The fact that a blood-dripping weapon produced gold during the recognition of its master meant that it would at least grow into an SSS-level weapon in the future. Beyond SSS level were legendary and epic weapons, all of which evolved from golden blood-dripping weapons. Whether they could grow to higher levels depended entirely on the owner. Blood-dripping weapons were already very rare, and those that could produce gold were even rarer. Stinky Bai, congratulations! Baiwan was also delighted for Nianchen and chuckled lightly. Then, I have to thank you. Awan, thank you for the gift you gave me. I really like it. Nianchen smiled indulgently. You know how good I am, right? You better pamper me well in the future. Baiwan giggled and said. Got it. Nianchen nodded, brushing her little nose. Uncle, we're leaving. Baiwan linked arms with Nianchen and bid farewell to Bai Donghua. As for her cane, it had already been put away in her storage ring. Good luck with the assessment. We'll be waiting for you to come back home, and we'll have a celebration prepared for you. Bai Donghua nodded, seeing the two off to the entrance of the Bai family's mansion. The gates opened, and the people protesting outside suddenly became excited. Before they could point fingers and curse at Nianchen and Baiwan, many experts from the Bai family rushed out, separating them from Nianchen and Baiwan. A black luxury car arrived and stopped in front of them. Amidst the numerous unpleasant curses, Nianchen opened the car door for Baiwan, and they both got in, heading towards the event venue. As they left, news of their departure began to spread on the internet. Journalists were waiting at the entrance, and they immediately posted the news online, creating a press release to inform more people about Nianchen and Baiwan's journey to the 100 Schools battle venue. In the capital city, outside the martial arts sports arena capable of accommodating 100,000 people, buses arrived one after another. Alongside the two security lines, there was a sea of people, students' parents, students from various schools, and many onlookers cheering them on. From cities like the Magic Capital, Peng City, Mountain City, Banyan City, and Sea City, the top 100 high schools had gathered here. Talented young individuals descended from the buses, walking along the red carpet towards the arena with heads held high, full of fighting spirit. Their exceptional talents and hard work granted them the qualification to be admired by the world. They were determined to win the championship of this year's battle among the top 100 schools, to receive the super reward from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education and become a topic of national discussion. After the students from the top 100 schools entered, the major families of the capital appeared in order of 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier, followed by the Jin Nation family. Creak. The motorcade of the Jin Nation's Xia family arrived, and Xia Yumling stepped out amidst countless gazes. Numerous cameras focused on her. She already looked like a porcelain doll, cute and charming, but now, dressed in a black combat suit, she appeared somewhat aloof and indifferent. She always maintained this demeanor in front of outsiders, but in the presence of Nian Chen and Bai Wan, her expression was completely different. Reporters wanted to interview her, but she just yawned, smiled faintly, and walked past them. Although she didn't say anything, her smile was enough to captivate everyone. Creak. The rest of the Jin Nation families arrived one after another. Next came the Jin Nation's Qi family. When Qi Shengtian got off the car, the scene erupted into continuous screams because Qi Shengtian was handsome, a descendant of the Jin Nation family, and possessed an SS plus level talent. In the capital city, Qi Shengtian had many fans, especially in various schools. Shengtian, Shengtian. Excited cheers resounded one after another, reminiscent of the fanaticism of brainless fans dominating the world 300 years ago. Qi Shengtian smiled and greeted them. The Qi family sisters and the Qi Duanshan couple took a different route because this was the home ground of the participating students. After the Qi family, no one else was expected, but the arrival of a car surprised everyone. All heads turned to see Nian Chen and Bai Wan arriving together. Upon seeing Nian Chen and Bai Wan, the previously lively scene fell into silence for a moment. The gazes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity couldn't believe that Nian Chen and Bai Wan dared to show up here. They had been hiding for over a month, staying in the Bai family like turtles, thinking that the public opinion had passed, and they could now appear in the sunlight. Traitors! Get out of the capital! What are you, this pair of despicable people, doing here? Please, just go die, okay? Nian Chen, you have the bloodline of the Jin Nation Qi family flowing in you, yet you dare to associate with the likes of Qi Bafang, a human traitor. You deserve to die. With the appearance of the first curse, it was as if the scene had been ignited. In an instant, the thousands of people around erupted. If it weren't for the Martial Arts Bureau and the Capital Battle Zone maintaining order, these people would have surely rushed over. Nian Chen and Bai Wan walked forward along the red carpet, ignoring the curses around them, knowing that once this battle was over, public opinion would reverse in their favor. Their biggest controversy now was Nian Chen's betrayal, but as long as Nian Chen demonstrated his profound strength, everyone would shut up. As long as Nian Chen was powerful enough, they wouldn't dare to target him. If they drove away a future human powerhouse, no one could bear the consequences. And this outcome was closely related to everyone. Inside the venue, as the geniuses from 100 schools entered, a commentator was introducing the various schools and the geniuses within them to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this edition of the 100 Schools Battle is a gathering of geniuses. Here comes the magic capital Double Dragon High School, which has produced 1983 war gods throughout history, 79 unparalleled individuals, and even a saint. And within their ranks, there are 25 S-class geniuses, 2 SS-class geniuses. It can be said that Double Dragon High School is one of the high schools most likely to win the championship. With the commentator's introduction, tens of thousands of spectators in the audience were filled with anticipation. 25 S-class geniuses, 2 SS-class geniuses, truly terrifying. Because this data had doubled compared to Double Dragon High School's data from the previous year, even the prestigious Capital First High School couldn't match up. Next up is the Magic Capital Second High School. Their data is also impressive, 16 S-class geniuses, over 50 A-plus class geniuses. Moreover, they have secured 2 spots in the training camp. Those 2 geniuses have already been accepted early by the Dragon Nation's top academy and are preparing in the Genius Training Camp. The commentator continued. The rewards given by the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Education were exceptionally generous, but those 2 geniuses came from a prominent national clan, so wealthy that they had no need to compete with others for resources. The reason they did not enroll in the Magic Capital Double Dragon High School was that the Magic Capital Second High School was a turning point for their family's rise to power. Their ancestors had graduated from the second high school, so naturally, all the geniuses in their family attended the second high school. After introducing the top schools from other cities, the commentator began introducing the school formations from the capital. There were a total of 4 schools from the capital participating: Capital First High School, Capital Second High School, Capital Third High School, and Capital 15th High School. Capital 15th High School did not have a formation, only Lu Pingping walked as the school representative on the track, waving to the crowd, basking in the attention. As Lu Pingping waved, she smiled as brightly as a blooming chrysanthemum, exuding pride. Damn, why is 15th High School here too? Who is representing 15th High School? I have no idea. Damn it, how come 15th High School qualifies, and our 4th High School doesn't? Voices of doubt echoed from the stands, filled with confusion, puzzlement, and a hint of anger. Because in their eyes, Capital 15th High School was just there to make up the numbers. After Lu Pingping represented 15th High School and separated from the school formations, she headed towards the academy area in the stands. There, not only were teachers and leaders from the top schools present, but also officials from the Ministry of Education, the capital's war zone, and the Dragon Nation, including representatives from the prominent national clans. Following Lu Pingping's walk, the youths from the major national clans of the capital lined up, forming a formation and walking towards the audience. Most people gathered around Qi Shengtian, but Xia Yimeng fell behind the group, casting disdainful glances at Qi Shengtian. Shengtian, Shengtian, Qi Shengtian. The venue resounded with cheers, all calling out his name. In this 100 schools battle, he was the student most likely to win the championship. He was also the representative of the geniuses, speaking on behalf of everyone on stage. The spot for him to go on stage was fought for by the Qis, as the Ministry of Education had delegated this spot to the Qi family. The Ministry of Education was indifferent because the situation would not unfold as the Qi family had anticipated. The formation of 100 schools was already complete. The host took the stage, and after a brief opening speech, he began introducing the important guests present. He introduced officials from the Dragon Kingdom, the Ministry of Education, the War Zone, the town families, and major academies one by one. After several minutes, just before Qi Shengtian, the representative, was about to speak, the host also mentioned the history between the Dragon Kingdom and the alien beasts. This was crucial for two reasons: to ensure that people remembered history and the national responsibilities they carried, and to inspire young talents. Humans and alien beasts were irreconcilable, and only by remembering history could humans avoid going astray. Nian Chen and Bai Wan stood at the back of the formation. If it weren't for the host maintaining the rhythm of the event, the venue would have been filled with uproar long ago. As the host led everyone through the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Xia Yimeng left the formation and approached Nian Chen and Bai Wan. The three of them stood at the back, looking quite out of place. However, at that moment, a group of top-level figures led by Elder Dong appeared. Qi Duanshan and the others were all stunned, as were the young talents below. The entire audience was shocked. Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom's 100 schools battles, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom rarely made appearances. But this time, not only did they appear, but they all showed up. The Dragon Kingdom's supreme leader, Elder Dong, the Dragon Kingdom's war zone commander, Elder Shen, the Dragon Kingdom's Minister of Education, Xia Lei, and the commander-in-chief of the foreign battlefield, Lan Xiao. Oh my goodness. What's going on with this 100 schools battle? Why is even Lan Xiao, the saint of the foreign battlefield, here? He's the strongest in the foreign battlefield. Not only Lan Xiao, have you noticed those elders behind him? They are all top retired experts. Wow, is that the Imperial Tutor? Imperial Tutor? This old man has been in seclusion for years. Why is he here now? The Imperial Tutor must be here to take on disciples. He stopped taking disciples years ago. I wonder who this year will be fortunate enough to become his student. The reason the Imperial Tutor was revered as such was that he was the foremost teacher in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone he had trained became top experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the top expert from the foreign battlefield, Lan Xiao, was his proudest disciple. With the Imperial Tutor's appearance, this year's lineup of spectators was the strongest in the history of the event. Feeling the warmth from the audience below, Elder Dong waved at them with a smile, causing another wave of cheers. Everyone saluted and even worshipped them. The young talents below were also excited. The arrival of Elder Dong and the others was a great honor for them. The young talents, who had already wanted to perform well, were now even more eager. Especially with the Imperial Tutor present. If they could gain his approval, it would be a huge leap forward. If they could have the training camp and the dual certification from him, their future was destined to be like the next Lan Xiao. After several lively minutes, under Elder Dong's arrangement, everything returned to order. The host took over and prepared to invite the young talent representative, Qi Shengtian, to the stage. All eyes were on Qi Shengtian. Qi Shengtian and Qi Luyao looked at him, a smile playing on their lips, but Nian Chen, who was present, was quite annoying. However, just as Qi Shengtian was about to take the stage, two figures approached from behind. Swish, one of the girls made a sudden move, catching everyone off guard. She hooked the crook of her cane around Qi Shengtian's neck, pulled him back, and sent him flying unexpectedly, crashing heavily on the ground several meters away. In that moment, Qi Duanshan and the others were all enraged. Qi Luyao and the others wore angry expressions. If it wasn't Nian Chen and Bai Wan, then who could it be? But these two actually dared to cause trouble in such a serious occasion, and even laid hands on the student representative. It's simply outrageous. What are you doing? The capital city war zone, quickly arrest them. Damn, Who invited them to participate in the Battle of 100 Schools? They clearly came here to make trouble. They are really disgracing our dragon nation. Curses echoed one after another on the stage. In this situation, logically the teachers and guards below should have rushed over immediately, but no one approached until Nian Chen and Bai Wan stepped onto the stage. Xia Lei, what have you done? Qi Duanshan instantly understood, glaring angrily in Xia Lei's direction. What's the rush? Xia Lei noticed the anger in his eyes but provocatively smiled, completely disregarding him. Bai Wan politely snatched the microphone from the host's hand, facing the crowd's anger, the genius's confusion, and even Qi Xingtian's murderous gaze. Get down. King idiots, get the hell off the stage. The curses at the scene grew louder, and some even threw things from the stands. But Nian Chen and Bai Wan ignored them, completely focused on the center of the world. Before speaking, Nian Chen squeezed Bai Wan's hand, looked at her smiling at him, and then began, Dear geniuses from 100 schools, welcome to the capital city, welcome to participate in the Battle of 100 Schools. I understand your desire for great strength, and I understand your pursuit of martial arts. There was a time when I stood where you are now, welcoming the attention of the capital city. But I fell for several years. I am grateful for your coming, and I apologize in advance for offending you. From now on, I will change the rules of the Battle of 100 Schools. From now on, please allow me and Awan to challenge all of you. With Nian Chen's words echoing, the whole place exploded, even the Dragon Nation exploded. The furious scrolling curses in the live broadcast room even stopped at this moment because no one had expected Nian Chen to challenge all the geniuses. And with just the two of them, challenging everyone. They're crazy, they're really crazy. They want to challenge everyone? They probably can't even beat the S-rank geniuses. Shameless, get the hell off, stop embarrassing yourselves on stage. The live broadcast of the Battle of 100 Schools is not only spread throughout the Dragon Nation, but also has many viewers overseas. Damn it, get the hell off, can't you hear? Two traitors colluding with exotic beasts, letting you stand here, is a disgrace to the Dragon Nation. The curses almost shook the heavens and the earth, but at the top of the stands, Dong Lao, Xia Lei, and the others remained calm and composed. This live broadcast, although having an extremely broad impact, even if Nian Chen displayed his terror, it would not reveal many secrets. Within the Dragon Nation, the crucial secrets of the Supreme Bone and the Sacred Spirit Bone are completely sealed, and even outside the borders, other countries, even if they know about the Supreme Bone, cannot distinguish between the Supreme Bone and the Sacred Spirit Bone's origins. The Supreme Bone also has 4 major realms, but its activation is conditional. At least for many years, Qi Xingtian has been unable to find a way to activate it. To activate the Supreme Bone that has been transplanted, one must open the 4 major realms layer by layer, and the difficulty is comparable to reaching the heavens. But Nian Chen's reborn Supreme Bone, even in its budding state, can activate the 4 major realms. Dong Lao and the others allowed Nian Chen to expose the Supreme Bone in this battle, and for this matter, they made thorough preparations to avoid the leakage of crucial secrets. If Nian Chen only reveals the second realm of Rampage, the live broadcast can continue throughout, but if the third realm is activated, then the on-site information must be sealed off. The path has been paved for Nian Chen. Next, it remains to be seen to what extent Nian Chen can achieve. Within the heavily guarded venue, there is a pair of eyes looking towards Nian Chen with a smile, anticipating his performance. Everyone, I know you may wonder why I dare to challenge you. I am just a 4th grade martial general, inferior to your 9th grade martial generals, even the Emerald Strength. In terms of talent, some of you surpass me. However, I dare to assert, among all of you present here, you will only be stepping stones for my resurgence. Nian Chen's words were harsh, but he had no choice. If he didn't speak like this, he couldn't provoke the anger of these geniuses, let alone make progress. Now, it's 2 against 10, who dares to come up? Nian Chen scanned the crowd and asked. In this battle, Bai Wan was only assisting him from behind, making it almost like 1 against 10. His contempt, his insolence, indeed ignited the fury of countless geniuses. Qi Xingtian stood coldly below the stage, supported by a classmate, while a girl beside Qi Xingtian couldn't contain her anger and walked straight up to the stage. Nian Chen, don't be so arrogant. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge all of us? You are just a 4th grade martial general, right? Then I will suppress my strength and fight you. No need for anyone else to intervene, just me alone. You will never be my match, the girl said coldly. Nian Chen threw the microphone to the side to the host, drew the black gold auspicious cloud sword from his hand, and as the blood weapon was unsheathed, it emitted a buzzing sound. A golden blood-dripping weapon? I can't believe it. Its existence proves that Nian Chen has at least an SS-level talent. But how is this possible? A blood-dripping weapon only has one owner throughout its life. Unless it grows beyond legend, awakening its own intelligence, it will choose its owner after the current one passes away. To gain its approval is as difficult as climbing to the sky. What? Chi Duanshan and the others were also shocked. Nianchen had even been deprived of his last companion bone, and not even his peak talent at the age of 13 could transform the blood-dripping weapon into gold. So, how is this possible? For a moment, Qi Luyao, Qi Siyuan, and Qi Zhouyu were all dumbfounded. Only Qi Yue didn't show much surprise. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of understanding and change. As Nianchen activated the first stage of the Supreme Bone, his aura suddenly suppressed, his blood and energy boiling rapidly within him. Before Nianchen activated his third stage, he didn't need Bai Wan's help. Boom! A golden light burst forth from Nianchen, with countless dazzling golden lights appearing around him, shining brightly like stars next to the moon. Supreme Bone! Qi Duanshan gasped in shock. He was certain that Nianchen didn't have the Supreme Bone in his body, but how could it appear there? What the hell is going on? Qi Xingtian's face turned red with disbelief, even reaching the peak of anger. He couldn't accept it, couldn't understand it. He had stripped Nianchen of everything, yet how could Nianchen possess the Supreme Bone? I take back what I said earlier. A fourth-grade martial general may not be able to suppress you, but you must pay the price for your arrogance, the girl in front said angrily. She also didn't understand what was happening with Nianchen. Wasn't Nianchen supposed to be disabled? But Nianchen's Supreme Bone gave off a far more terrifying aura than Qi Xingtian's. Qi Xingtian, what do you think that Supreme Bone in your body is? A good thing. It's just a seed, it's a key, but it can't even compare to 1/10 of the Supreme Bone in Niken's body. On the platform, a woman sneered softly, her words filled with pride, as if she couldn't wait to expose the family's shame. Various emotions erupted on the platform, but the most shocked and panicked were the Qijia of Xinhua on the other side. Niken's display almost drove them crazy. Offend! Niken wielded a black gold knife and slashed towards the girl in front of him. In the Battle of the 100 Schools, real weapons were allowed, so it was inevitable that someone would get hurt. There were many doctors ready in the audience. In this level of competition, using wooden swords and knives would be meaningless because without real combat, the true depth of a genius couldn't be seen. Swish, the clash of two weapons sparked terrifying flames. Even though the girl suppressed her strength to the level of a 5th-grade martial artist, she still felt overwhelmed. She had an A+ talent, but there was a huge gap in chi and blood control between her and Niken. Moreover, due to the gap in Saint Bones, the difference between them was even greater. Even if the strength difference was only one level, she was no match for him. Within 3 moves, the girl completely abandoned suppression and unleashed her 9th-grade martial artist strength. Bai Wan saw this and released a large amount of exotic beast blood from several storage rings, pouring it on the ground. Some of this exotic beast blood was purchased by the Bai family, while some were purchased by the Ministry of Education for Niken, all prepared for this battle. Boom! Niken's aura once again suppressed, and the blood on the ground, carried by the black gold knife, was drawn up from the ground. The blood flowed through the black gold knife and completely entered Niken's skin. Click! Niken's strength temporarily increased, from a 5th-grade martial artist to a 6th grade, then to a 7th-grade martial artist. A blood-red mist began to spread upwards from the stage, with the stage as the center, emitting a mist of blood that crazily poured into Niken's body. This was something Niken couldn't achieve in the first simulated exam, but today, it was within his reach. Rampage. This is the second realm of the Supreme Bone, Rampage. Qidian Mountain went mad several times, and Qixing Tian instantly collapsed. This was the highest realm he had pursued for many years. As long as he could achieve the Rampage realm of the Qijia Patriarch in his lifetime, he would feel fulfilled. But the goal he had been looking forward to was achieved by Niken. How did this little beast manage to do this? Killa Yuyo clenched her fists coldly. She knew the horror of this realm. The Rampage of the Supreme Bone could absorb external blood to temporarily enhance one's strength, and the longer the battle, the more advantageous it was for oneself. Unless the surrounding blood was insufficient to sustain the battle. Qidian Mountain looked towards Niken with great anticipation. He should find a way to bring Bai Wan over and get the secret in Bai Wan's hands. But why couldn't Bai Wan abandon the darkness and support his adopted son Qixing Tian's awakening? Everyone, do you now understand why I called you here? Xia Lei turned to the people beside him and said, Interesting. The Qijia Patriarch has reappeared in the world. Everyone, this kid is ours at the Dragon Kingdom Holy Martial Arts Academy. Don't compete with me, or I'll be furious. Old Ghost, even the Imperial teacher hasn't spoken, and you're jumping around here. Do you want to die? Hee, even if I die, I will snatch him away. Old Ghost, what does your Holy Martial Arts Academy count for? Just barely the 3rd in the Dragon Kingdom. Let him go to your academy and waste his talent. It's better to come to our Dragon Victory Academy. We are the first. Do Yunkai, stop boasting. If it weren't for your cheating last year, our Jingwoo Academy would have been the first. If you can't win, you can't win. What cheating? Last year, the year before, and even way before that, weren't we always the first? Well, I can say that in the last 100 years, our Jingwoo Academy has been the first for at least 40 years. Alright, stop arguing. You're giving me a headache. At the top of the stands, amidst the noise and commotion, on the stage below, Nian Chen managed to defeat the girl in front of him in a matter of seconds. With the strength of a 7th grade warrior, he defeated a 9th grade warrior. The difference in strength was extreme, the outcome was clear. Nian Chen's astonishing combat prowess left countless people in the stands speechless. To defeat someone of the same level was already impressive, but to defeat someone 2 levels higher was truly shocking. Challenging opponents from higher levels was enough to make all major schools take notice, and what Nian Chen achieved was not just defeating them but completely overpowering them. Even 9th grade warriors couldn't match his strength. Keep in mind, his true strength was only that of a 4th grade warrior. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Nian Chen's display completely shattered everyone's understanding. On the battlefield, warriors could enhance their strength through special means, but reaching the 1st grade was the limit, and the 2nd grade was the pinnacle for warriors. Yet, Nian Chen leaped from a 4th grade warrior to a 7th grade warrior without any apparent side effects. Who's next? Nian Chen turned to the many talented youths below. The girl he had defeated, though unwilling, knew she was no match for him. Even if she was reluctant, she could only return to the formation. Shi Xingtian's teeth were almost crushed, even he couldn't do what Nian Chen did. Damn it, why him? With the strength of a Jade One, please enlighten me. A burly young man leaped onto the stage. His bronze skin exuded a sense of power that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. Hiss, a Jade One? Nian Chen definitely won't stand a chance now. After all, this is crossing a major boundary. Who says he will? Even a 9th grade warrior wouldn't stand a chance against a Jade One in a one-on-one fight. Those who can are the absolute top of the top. Crossing boundaries is much more difficult than crossing 2 levels. The difference in strength between each realm is vast. Despite only a 1-level difference between a 9th grade warrior and a Jade One, the combat power difference is several times greater. I'm not worthy of your guidance, let's begin. Nian Chen gestured for him to make a move. I won't go easy on you, I'll start with 70% of my strength. If you can force me to use 90%, I'll admit defeat. The young man in front of him took out a long spear from his storage ring. The spear tip had red tassels, sharp enough to pierce anything. Are you ready? The young man poised himself and asked Nian Chen. I'm ready anytime. Nian Chen nodded. Swish, the young man thrust the spear towards Nian Chen, fast, accurate, and steady, with an unstoppable momentum. This person was an S+ level genius from Pengcheng Joyun High School. At the age of 18, he broke through from a 9th grade warrior to a Jade One in just 1 month. Most geniuses wouldn't break through to the 9th grade warrior level before turning 18 because once they break through, it becomes more difficult to refine their talents. After surpassing 18 years old, this restriction no longer applies. Bang! The spear tip clashed with the black gold blade. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 2 moves. Warriors below the 5th grade couldn't even see their movements clearly, thinking they had only exchanged 1 move. Their confrontation, even with high-speed cameras, could barely be captured, let alone displayed in a live broadcast. They both have skills, but that's about it. The young man thought he had caught Nian Chen off guard. He flicked the tip of his gun and then swiftly swept it across. These were 2 movements, flicking the gun tip to magnify Nian Chen's vulnerability and sweeping to counterattack. As the gun tip flicked up, the situation unfolded as he had predicted. Nian Chen defended himself. You lose. The young man's sweeping move followed seamlessly. However, the next moment, to his surprise, Nian Chen slightly leaned aside, letting the gun tip graze past him by a hair's breadth, seizing the opportunity to counter with a kick at the young man's sweeping vulnerability. The young man was astonished because he hadn't anticipated Nian Chen's calculated move. Nian Chen had foreseen this situation 3 moves ago and used the young man's fighting habits to counter him. Bang! The young man received a heavy kick from Nian Chen, staggering back several steps. Impressive! The young man felt a slight pain in his chest but became even more excited. He rarely encountered opponents of this caliber who could predict his moves in advance. They had only exchanged a few moves, yet how could Nian Chen grasp his fighting habits so quickly? To identify them within 30 moves was the mark of a top combat genius, within 50 moves required sharp insight, and within 100 moves was considered talented. But Nian Chen had terrifyingly done it in just a dozen moves. Was this merely a coincidence? 80% of your strength, come at me again. The young man increased his strength and lunged at Nian Chen. Bang! 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 The two clashed for another dozen moves in a matter of seconds. Nianshan's aura intensified once more, temporarily breaking through the strength of a martial 8th rank warrior in the midst of battle. Show me your full strength, or you will lose. Nianshan pushed him back again, reminding him, even if you have the supreme bone, can it be this abnormal? The young man asked, puzzled. Since I dare challenge all of you, you naturally have to believe that I have this confidence. Nianshan smiled faintly. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. The young man abandoned his previous promise and unleashed the power of a jade-ranked warrior, as requested by Nianshan. In the true battle that ensued, he realized that Nianshan's strength and talent were illusory. Nianshan had ascended from a 4th rank warrior to an 8th rank warrior, but he couldn't be regarded as an 8th rank warrior. His outburst far exceeded that rank. Soon after, boom! The jade-ranked young man was blasted off the stage. At that moment, he and the audience were stunned. No one had expected such a turn of events, not even considering Nianshan's temporary 8th rank warrior strength. It was unimaginable for him to defeat a jade-ranked young genius, especially one with an S-level talent. This kind of thing, theoretically impossible. Except for Nianshan, Baiwan, and the onlookers in the stands, no one knew the true power of the supreme bone. In the first stage, the sacred bone connected the entire body, enhancing the vitality of the blood and increasing the body's combat power during battle. In Nianshan's current state, it could reach a maximum of 3 times the enhancement. Furthermore, upon activating the second stage, the blood absorbed by the body could temporarily break through to the 9th rank warrior level, with a maximum of 9 times the enhancement. Upon reaching the third stage, Nianshan's self-control was multiplied by 18 times. With Baiwan's full assistance, it reached 36 times. The fourth stage remained unknown, but it was undoubtedly more terrifying than the previous 3 stages. The peak of 36 times in the third stage is currently only a theoretical state. To achieve this effect, 2 major prerequisites must be met: enough beast blood and enough time. However, within 1 hour, Nianshan's self-control can reach 7 times. With Baiwan's full assistance, it can reach 14 times. 14 times! Under this terrifying enhancement, isn't the surface strength value just illusory? In order to first achieve the goal of 7 times, Nianshan's supreme bone can be said to be operating at full capacity. The speed of extracting fresh blood is simply unimaginable. The 7-fold difference in values is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying is the temporary strength being 7 times. It means surpassing a 9th grade military commander. With such values, who among the geniuses of the 100 schools nationwide can be his match? Damn! I'm freaking out. Lan Xiao, when you were a 9th grade military commander back then, could you fight against a 1st grade Fei Chui? An elder asked Lan Xiao, the strongest outsider in the battlefield. Lan Xiao's expression was solemn as he shook his head and said, "No, only when I just broke through to the 9th grade military commander could I fight evenly against a 1st grade Fei Chui." Dong Lao's eyes were full of excitement because Nianshan's current performance had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Their expectations for the supreme bone on Nianshan were not small, but this exceeded expectations. The on-site audience, as well as the people in the live broadcast room, were all stunned. Hadn't they heard that a 9th grade military commander could fight a 1st grade Fei Chui alone? This is too outrageous. In fact, before the battle began, Nianshan had already absorbed some beast blood in advance. Otherwise, his rate of improvement would not have reached this level. After all, Nianshan and Baiwan were here to make a big move. How could they not have made preparations in advance? Everyone, 2 against 10, who wants to come up and try? Nianshan turned to the geniuses below the stage and asked. Genius from Class A of Beijing No. 1 middle school here to learn. 10 young men and women stepped onto the stage, their faces dark as they looked towards Nianshan. In their eyes, Nianshan was too arrogant. He couldn't possibly be a match for a 1st grade Fei Chui. So, the student just now must have let him win, otherwise how could it make sense logically? Didn't he want 2 against 10? Fine. They would grant his wish. Let's see if he can still act tough after being beaten. And their appearance on stage was also to stand up for Qi Shengtian. After all, in their eyes, Nianshan was a villain who oppressed Qi Shengtian. Stinky Bai, it's starting, Baiwan reminded from behind. Please, Nianshan nodded. What's with the please or not please? You are my fiancé, Nianshan. Baiwan chuckled, and with the use of the heavenly yin bone, a burst of purple light emanated from her body. Because the intensity was not enough temporarily, it did not reach the shocking scene of soaring into the sky as before. An invisible mental force was applied to Nianshan, actively helping him to enter the third stage and further accelerate his improvement. The absorption rates in the first, second, and third stages are different. In the third stage, it can quickly reach a 7-fold increase, followed by the assistance of the heavily in bone to reach 14 times. In the third realm, Blood Battle 8 Wastelands, with the gradual increase in strength, Nianchen will gradually lose his will and fall into the curse of slaughter. However, with Bai Wan's super strong mental power suppression, she can ensure that Nianchen can still maintain absolute clarity of will even in a state of extreme limits. The heavily in bone and the supreme bone are a perfect match, and the reason lies here. With Bai Wan's current mental power, even if Nianchen enters the fourth stage, she can protect Nianchen's spiritual platform and keep him conscious. Boom! The golden light on Nianchen's body shone even brighter, but after the golden light soared into the sky, it exploded into countless starlights in an instant. The starlights sprinkled onto the ground, causing the beast blood on the ground to start boiling. More massive amounts of beast blood began to steam, forming a mist of blood that surged towards Nianchen's body. Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands? The high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom sitting at the top of the stands couldn't sit still. Some even burst out in curses. Those who understood the Supreme Bone knew how powerful the Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands was. However, this information was blocked by the Dragon Kingdom, and not more than 50 people in the entire kingdom were aware of it. Elder Dong, should we pause the live broadcast? Xiao Lei asked urgently. He was excited, ecstatic even, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel anxious because Nianchen and Bai Wan had exposed the Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands without any warning. This was completely unplanned. It's already exposed. Even if we pause it, it won't help. Elder Dong chuckled and shook his head. Even he had been stunned for tens of seconds just now. If he had reacted immediately, he could have cut off the live broadcast and blocked the leaked footage. But those few seconds made all measures futile. Those who should have seen it had already seen it, and those who shouldn't have seen it might not even see it despite the widespread news. Old Xia, have the live broadcast delay the signal by a minute, slow down the pace of the broadcast gradually through frame insertion. It's best not to let anyone notice. At the same time, keep an eye on Nianchen's condition. If Nianchen activates the terrifying fourth realm of the Supreme Bone, cut off the broadcast immediately. Have the Dragon Kingdom's Public Opinion Department handle this matter, spin the Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands into a special condition of the Supreme Bone, and brush this matter aside. Elder Dong ordered. Yes. Xiao Lei nodded and immediately instructed the staff. They did have emergency plans in place, but when Nianchen discussed with them, he didn't mention opening the Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands. Nianchen said that he could awe everyone and defeat all geniuses with just the second stage of frenzy, so the Dragon Kingdom naturally believed him. However, Nianchen was executing Qi Bafang's plan. If Nianchen had said earlier that he wanted to open the Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands, the Dragon Kingdom might not have let him take the stage, as this matter was too terrifying. To protect him, the Dragon Kingdom would rather not let him showcase it. But Qi Bafang was different. With enough resources and power, Qi Bafang could ensure all consequences. In terms of the crushing level of exotic beasts against humans, if Qi Bafang wanted to provoke a war, he could destroy dozens of cities in the Dragon Kingdom within half a year. Moreover, transforming the Supreme Bone into the Sacred Spirit Bone was one of the plans of the Exotic Beast Legion. What was there to fear? Since they wanted Nianchen to showcase, they would see it through to the end. Not only would the third realm Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands be opened, but even the fourth realm No God in the World would be opened. Entering the fourth realm would burn the soul until it was completely consumed, an extremely powerful realm of no death or rest. In this realm, one would be largely immune to death because the moment of injury would be instantly healed, and as long as Bai Wan's spiritual power was supplied, it could replace Nianchen's burning soul, allowing Nianchen to open the fourth realm unharmed. Boom! The boiling mist of blood fog rushed madly towards Nianchen, creating a bizarre and shocking scene on the scene, shocking everyone, especially the live broadcast room. Come on! Nianchen nodded to the 10 young men and women in front of him, indicating that they could attack. In terms of strength, Nianchen still controlled it at the level of a martial general of the 8th rank, while the beast blood absorbed by his body was prepared for the next amplification. After all, reaching a peak of 14 times the normal capacity in 1 hour requires an extremely terrifying level of endurance. Otherwise, one would definitely burst and die. Hee, I want to see how capable you really are. Let's go. They didn't believe that their group of 10 could not match Nianchen. If they couldn't win even in this situation, they might as well find a tofu to crash into and die. Below the stage, Shi Shengtian looked darkly towards Nianchen, almost gritting his teeth. He had already arranged with 2 people that if they could accidentally kill Nianchen in the battle, he would reward them greatly. And those 2 people he instructed were his 2 best companions, so naturally, they would not expose the secret of murder. Moreover, Nianchen wanted a 2 versus 10. This matter itself was extremely dangerous. As long as those 2 people slightly concealed their intention to kill, even if Nianchen died on stage, the Ministry of Education would not hold them accountable. After all, the stage was a place of real danger, and the situation was quite chaotic. So, it was not unexpected if things got out of control. Isn't that blindfolded girl behind Nianchen from the Bai family, Bai Wan? She doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move at all. Could it be Nianchen intends to take on 10 opponents alone? The audience watching from above was all astonished. If he can take on so many people alone, I'll write my name backward. Get some people to quickly get them off the stage. Just seeing them makes me sick. Don't they know how much we detest human traitors? Get off! Get off! Many people were still cursing on the stands, equally unconvinced that Nianchen could be a match for these young men and women. As for the two who had previously taken the stage, the first one might indeed be unable to win, but the second one was likely a plant. At the same time, they were puzzled by the attitude of the Ministry of Education and the Beijing war zone. Why did the authorities allow Nianchen and Bai Wan to cause trouble on the stage below? Swish, the great battle was about to begin. The young men and women from Jingcheng First Middle School rushed towards Nianchen. Nianchen's speed in an instant was so fast that it left everyone speechless. Although he only made one move, he managed to block attacks from 2 directions. In the next moment, with a slight shift of his body, Nianchen effortlessly dodged a sword thrust coming at him. He kicked out with his right foot, sending a young man flying. Bang! The young man flew several meters and crashed heavily onto the stage. In the chaos, a girl's whip struck Nianchen's arm, causing a wound, but it didn't affect him at all. Moreover, the wound on Nianchen's arm quickly healed at an astonishing speed, almost unbelievably so. Nianchen took out the dragon spring knife gifted by Lu Pingping from his storage ring. Holding the knife in both hands, his counterattacks and defenses became even more terrifying. When faced with attacks he couldn't dodge, Nianchen simply stood his ground, letting the attacks land on him, knowing his injuries would heal rapidly. His current state not only involved rapid healing of injuries but also reduced the pain he felt by 90%. Although he was still struggling a bit in this state, once his condition fully improved, even if he had to face dozens of opponents simultaneously, the probability of getting injured would be minimized. Damn! What the hell is going on? On the stands, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand, let alone comprehend, this twisted battle scene. No more. I must take this little guy away today. No one should try to compete with me. As long as you hand him over to me, I'm willing to offer 50 billion in support to the school. I can even give up the school titles and some major event titles to you all. The principal of Longxing Academy, Du Yunkai, was excited. If Nianchen could graduate from Longxing Academy, the benefits would be unimaginable. With Nianchen's future strength and status growing stronger, Longxing Academy would undoubtedly become the world's top institution, a sacred place for warriors worldwide. You're offering 50 billion. I'll give you 100 billion, how about that? As long as you don't compete with me, I'll give you 50 spots for top talents every year. Let your Longxing Academy choose first, and then I'll pick. The principal of Jingwu Academy was equally breathless. Even with SSS-level talents, they couldn't make them so crazy. A support of 1 trillion yuan for the academy, and 50 spots for talents each year, how terrifying was that? This meant that even hundreds or thousands of top talents were not as good as Nianchen alone. If you are willing, please bear the pain and let him go to me. I only have a dozen years of life left, willing to nurture the last world-shocking genius for the Dragon Nation. The imperial teacher on the side spoke up, apparently intending to take Nianchen as a closed-door disciple, and was more willing to spend the last dozen years of his life on Nianchen. Master, as long as you are willing, even if I have to fight all the top institutions of the Dragon Nation, I will snatch him for you. The first outsider, Lan Xiao, spoke, making people wary. Isn't this? Are you guys playing dirty? Saint Lan, you can't do this. Du Yunkai, the principal of Longxing Academy, was anxious. Saint Lan, if you do this, I'll have to bring back those geniuses from our Jingwu Academy. The principal of Jingwu Academy said darkly. And our Holy Martial Academy. The 3 major academies against you, we can still win, right? After the fight, we'll let Nianchen decide where to go. The principal of the Holy Martial Academy spoke. The imperial teacher was terrifying. But the 3 major academies were not bad either. Even if they had all the teachers in the school nurture Nianchen, the effect could match that of an imperial teacher. At worst, they could have the 3 major academies together nurture Nianchen. As long as they could keep Nianchen, they were willing to do anything. My master only has a dozen years left in his life. Moreover, considering the countless contributions he has made to the Dragon Nation, you should also give in, right? Lan Xiao said displeased. For anything else, he would not have a falling out with these principals. But Nianchen's talent was terrifying enough that even he couldn't match it. As long as the master could be Nian Chen's teacher, his name would last for eternity. Saint Lan, we really didn't mean to offend you. Look at Nian Chen's display. Is this something that comes along every few hundred years? The reason why the supreme bone is known as the number 1 ancient sacred bone, we all roughly understand. Currently, there are only 2 owners of the supreme bone. We take Nian Chen, and you can have Qi Shengtian from the Qi family. How about that? Du Yunkai hurriedly said. So far, Qi Shengtian had only shown an SS plus level talent, not even opening the second realm of the supreme bone. In terms of talent, Qi Shengtian was far behind Nian Chen, both having the supreme bone, but one was in the sky, and the other was underground. Then why not give you Qi Shengtian, and give Nian Chen to my master? Lan Xiao asked. The reasoning that Du Yunkai and the others could understand, Lan Xiao naturally could as well. Qi Shengtian was indeed good, but Nian Chen was the genius of the century. Since the master wanted him, it was only natural. Saint Lan, how about this? If we keep arguing like this, we won't get anywhere. How about after the Battle of the 100 Schools, we each try our best to see who can take Nian Chen away. Regardless of who Nian Chen wants to go with, others should not interfere. Du Yun suggested, this is naturally the best way. Lan nodded with a smile. With his status and as the disciple of his master, why couldn't he bring Nian Chen over? After all, the reputation of his master, the imperial teacher, surpassed that of the 3 major academies. To become a disciple of the imperial teacher was the ultimate honor. Amidst their argument, on the stage, Nian Chen was delaying time, prolonging the battle. Those unaware thought Nian Chen was already at his limit, but those with insight could see the true situation of the battle. They knew Nian Chen was not using his full strength, preparing for the upcoming fight. A few minutes later, all 10 people on the stage were defeated, and throughout the process, only Nian Chen made a move. 2 against 20, he challenged. Who dares to come? Nian Chen held knives in both hands, covered in a mist of blood, exuding a somewhat god of slaughter aura, truly terrifying. Those young men and women defeated by Nian Chen were unharmed, as he stopped right before causing harm. After all, this was just a friendly match, no need to injure anyone. Qi Shengtian stared blankly at the stage, at Nian Chen's figure. Figures passed by him, stepping onto the stage, quickly filling the count to 20. There were talents from the capital, the demon city, and the mountain city. They acknowledged Nian Chen's strength, but his attitude was too arrogant. Everyone was a genius. Even if you were strong, you shouldn't act this way, right? By doing so, where would our dignity go? Are you trying to make the Dragon Kingdom only remember you as a genius, making everyone else forget about us completely? Those on the stands who doubted Nian Chen still harbored suspicions. After the recent events, they felt Nian Chen's terror. If he had fought only 10 before, they might not have dared to speak up, but now, with him defeating 20, it shattered their beliefs. After all, among these 20 geniuses, there were 3 young talents at the Emerald Realm. Even if Nian Chen could defeat 10 talented warriors, facing 3 at the Emerald Realm was impossible. Moreover, besides these 3, there were 17 others. The battle resumed, and in just 5 minutes, Nian Chen defeated all the talents below the Emerald Realm on stage. In the next 10 minutes, he dealt with the 3 Emerald Realm talents on stage. Such a display of talent left everyone dumbfounded. Even the impossible, Nian Chen effortlessly achieved it. Swish, golden light shimmered around Nian Chen once more. A terrifying golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. At that moment, the supreme bone had completely grown, breaking through the final obstacles. Simultaneously, Nian Chen's 4th stage was unlocked. The golden pillar of light pierced the sky, shaking half of the capital even in broad daylight. Quick! Cut off the live broadcast. Dong Lao and the others were shocked, but their shock was more of ecstasy. Whether it was Nian Chen or Bai Wan, the emergence of these pillars of light was not meaningless. The stronger the pillar, the higher their growth limit. If they could reach the level of breaking into the clouds, it proved they could grow into the strongest beings. Moreover, these pillars of light could attract surrounding spiritual energy, imbued with their talents, enhancing their absorption efficiency by at least 5 to 10 times during their battles. Boom! A purple light pillar shot up into the sky. It was Bai Wan unleashing the full power of the Tianyin bone within her, the 4th realm of Nian Chen. This realm was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to the burning of Nian Chen's soul. Therefore, Bai Wan had to be extremely cautious. If it weren't for Bai Wan's vastly transcendent mental power and her dominance akin to that of a war god, she wouldn't dare to let Nian Chen activate it. At the moment when Nian Chen's supreme bone was fully formed, he reached the peak of 14 times his usual strength, temporarily breaking through to the 9th rank of a martial general, making him the strongest in combat at that moment. Everyone attacked together. Countless golden lights exploded from Nian Chen's body, sprinkling over the entire city of Jing. causing any blood that came into contact with the golden starlight to evaporate into a crimson mist, lingering in the air. The terrifying miracle of the Chijia ancestors from 300 years ago was once again manifested. The Chijia ancestors had initiated a holy war in the Fourth Realm, fighting for 3 years and securing hundreds of years of respite for humanity. The light pillar emanating from the ancestors could ignite the entire extraterritorial battlefield. Any blood in the vicinity would evaporate under the starlight and converge towards the Chijia ancestors. Even blood missed thousands of kilometers away could be transformed into the Chijia ancestors' strength. This was the ancient first sacred bone, the pinnacle of human combat power, unparalleled. Nianshin's words made all the young people in the audience feel rebellious. Even if he was terrifying, how could he single-handedly fight against thousands, even tens of thousands of people? Even if immortals were to come, they couldn't achieve that. More and more geniuses surged onto the stage, completely disrupting the situation. Even though the live broadcast had stopped, no one noticed. The venue was completely sealed off. Without the permission of the Dragon Kingdom, no one was allowed to leave. All because the secret needed to be contained. Nianshin's combat power became increasingly terrifying, but in the end, he was still restricted. It wasn't due to his physical strength or any issues with Baiwan's suppression, it was because the supply of blood couldn't keep up with his consumption. Even with hundreds of liters of exotic beast blood flowing on the ground, it only sustained him for barely half a minute. The crimson blood mist spread wildly at the scene, eerie and enchanting. The sweet and bloody scent pervading the air made it feel like being on a battlefield. It was as if before them lay an endless expanse of corpses and blood. Kaduanshin slumped in his chair, completely powerless, his eyes fixed on Nianshin below. The supreme realm pursued by the Chijia had appeared on Nianshin, even though their adopted son, Kashengshin, had obtained the supreme bone and 8 accompanying bones, showing no signs of activating the rampage realm. The Chijia. They had driven out their most proud genius, sacrificing what should have been their pride to fulfill their self-righteous adopted son. Regret, remorse, various emotions lingered in Kaduanshin's heart. At this moment, he finally understood why the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education allowed Nianshin to act recklessly. It was all to provide Nianshin with a stage for redemption, to overturn the slander imposed by the Chijia. And the Chijia almost used the national public opinion to almost kill him. Similarly, in the stands, Kishier, Kaziyuan, Kawakshuan, Kilayudo, the several women were completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that Nianshin could be compared to Kashengshin. In their eyes, Nianshin was so despicable, but reality dealt them a harsh blow. Qi Shire, although reluctant to treat Nianshin cruelly, also realized the predicament Nianshin faced in the Qi family. Yet she still gave the last piece of companion bone to Qi Shengtian. Even with the biggest reason, she was wrong. And she was wrong in a particularly outrageous way. At this moment, she finally understood why Qi Bafan wanted to get rid of her. He did it well. He did it well. It was all her fault, causing harm to Nianshin. Qi Shire looked at the scenes, tears streaming down uncontrollably, crying uncontrollably. Remembering her past, her heart shattered like a knife cutting through. Qi Wuxuan suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood without warning, her pretty face turning pale, a strong mental stimulation causing her to feel dizzy. Suddenly, scenes flashed through her mind, scenes of her making Nianshin kneel in the rain for 3 days and nights because of Qi Shengtian, scenes of her poisoning Nianshin's food, almost causing him to go astray in his cultivation. These scenes, along with the night of the first simulated exam, merged together. Qi Shengtian talked to someone about buying a hitman, and the next day, Nianshin encountered a rhinoceros in the exam hall. She used to think her brother Qi Shengtian would never hire a hitman. She even blamed Nianshin for the appearance of the snake-patterned tiger. But with the collision of two souls, she suddenly realized many things. Puff! Qi Wuxuan spurted out another mouthful of blood, feeling extremely weak, all the scenes from the previous life appearing in her mind, making her sweat coldly in broad daylight. In the scenes, she was severely injured by a monster in the SSS-level battle on the extraterritorial battlefield, then found and killed by Qi Shengtian. When she was alive, Qi Shengtian dug out all the companion bones in her body. The pain was unbearable. And the most painful thing was that it was done by Qi Shengtian himself. Being killed by her most beloved brother was even more painful than being killed. And the reason she was severely injured by the monster was entirely because Qi Shengtian gave her the wrong information, saying he was in deep trouble, which led her to rescue him. From the beginning, Qi Shengtian wanted to kill her. Even though the companion bone in her body was not the companion bone of the supreme bone, influenced by the Qi family's bloodline, it could still cooperate with the supreme bone. Qi Shengtian just wanted to kill her to take her bones and make himself stronger. What's even more ridiculous is that Qi Shengtian, as the commander of the 18th Division of the Human Alliance Army, killed her. The intense pain in her brain, the huge mental torment, almost drove Qi Wuxuan crazy. Fifth sister, what's wrong with you? The women were shocked by her condition and hurriedly asked, thinking she was having a relapse due to having her legs broken by Qi Bafang. Xiaowu, where do you feel uncomfortable? Qi Duanshan and Zhao Mailan were also shocked and came over to show concern. But when they saw her face clearly, everyone was shocked because her eyes were bloodshot, filled with immense resentment and anger, almost as if she wanted to devour someone. Following her gaze, it was directed at Qi Shengtian below. Qi Shengtian! An angry roar burst from her throat, almost like the sound of metal rubbing, sending shivers down the spine. Below, Qi Shengtian was preparing to take advantage of the chaos to kill Nianchen, but Nianchen's combat power became more terrifying, preventing him from getting a good chance to approach. A roar came, startling Qi Shengtian, and looking back, he saw his fifth sister, Qi Wuxuan, staring at him with an extremely sinister look. If Qi Wuxuan wasn't sitting in a wheelchair at this moment, unable to stand up, Qi Shengtian would have no doubt that she would come straight at him and kill him. Qi Shengtian was somewhat confused, completely unable to understand the situation. Qi Shengtian, you beast, I will kill you. You actually. Qi Wuxuan shouted. She wanted to say something, but suddenly a terrifying pressure came from the sky, pressing down on her, making her almost painfully close to death. Cough. She coughed violently, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her soul, her body, both trembling at that moment. It seemed as if even the heavens did not give her a chance to speak, revealing the truth of the previous life. This was a force she could not comprehend, yet also a force she could not resist, directly suppressing her from the depths of her soul. At that moment, she felt despair. She had sacrificed too much for Qi Shengtian, even willing to die for him, but in the end, the bloody truth was unbearable for her to accept, leaving her full of regret. Because she had nurtured a beast with her own hands. No, in fact, there were two beasts, because she herself was a beast who had aided in tyranny. How she treated Nianchen for the sake of Qi Shengtian was still vivid in her mind. Ah! She let out a desperate and painful scream, two souls completely merging, causing a violent collision, tormenting her so much that she shed 2 lines of tears mixed with blood, a sight so heart-wrenching. Qi Wuxuan, it's really you? This just got interesting. Since it's you, then I will completely disable you. After all, there are some things that not only cannot be said but also cannot be revealed in advance. On the stands, a figure stood up, a mocking smile on his lips. In an instant, dimensional gates opened, and thousands of exotic beasts emerged from the gates, terrifying everyone. Along with the opening of the dimensional gates, chaos briefly engulfed the venue. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education and the capital's war zone immediately stepped forward to kill the exotic beasts, stabilizing the situation. Dong Lao and the others at the top of the stands were all tense. Despite the strict security measures, human traitors had managed to infiltrate, and from the dimensional gate emerged a gray-haired man wearing a clown mask and wielding a black gold folding fan. Qi Bafang looked at him solemnly, his gaze sweeping over Lan Xiao, who descended from above the stands, his tone carrying a hint of plea as he said to the gray-haired man, Tianfeng, please take care of this. The arrival of the strongest outsider was something I did not anticipate. Tianfeng opened the folding fan, nodded lightly, and chuckled, no problem, leave it to me. Thank you. Qi Bafang nodded, expressing gratitude. Tianfeng walked towards Lan Xiao, whose expression turned extremely serious at the sight of him. You actually came too. You guys are really well prepared. Lan Xiao said coldly. Ha, with such talent, who wouldn't want it? If able to join the Exotic Beast Legion, they will undoubtedly grow into powerful aides of the exotic beasts. Even he alone is enough to lead a large army and sweep through humanity. Tianfeng laughed heartily, shaking the folding fan. He and Lan Xiao were not strangers, having even fought several times, but Lan Xiao had never been able to gain the upper hand. Yet, Tianfeng did not kill Lan Xiao, instead repeatedly inviting him to join the Exotic Beast Legion and become a strong force for the Legion. Die! Lan Xiao knew he was not a match, but he had to fight. A genius like Nianchen, if falling into the hands of the Exotic Beast Legion, would have unimaginable consequences. Nianchen could become the future savior of humanity, or even the key to the exotic beasts ruling over humanity. Throughout history, powerful weapons have always had two sides, positive and negative, and Nianchen's nature was akin to a powerful weapon. The power of Lan Xiao, a smiling saint, erupted. A slash came down, only to be blocked by Tianfeng's folding fan, causing terrifying ripples around. Even though they had just started fighting, the ground was already caving in due to their battle. Qi Bafang, I'll hold off Lan Xiao, Tianfeng called out. The rest, you take care of. Got it. Qi Bafang nodded. The beasts rushing out from the dimensional gate delayed the steps of many strong warriors from the Dragon Nation. Qi Bafang dashed straight towards Nianchen, causing Lan Xiao and the others to panic. The imperial teacher, Do Yunkai, and the top experts from various academies also rushed down from the stands to block Qi Bafang's path. The imperial teacher, not only the top mentor of the Dragon Nation with unparalleled disciples, but also an extremely terrifying top expert himself, radiated a faint golden light as the dragon Saint Bone within him activated. Decades ago, he was severely injured in a major battle, falling from the Saint Realm to only possessing unparalleled 7th grade strength. The principals of the 3 major academies were all unparalleled experts, ranging from 3rd to 5th grade. They joined forces to fight against Qi Bafang, who was an unparalleled 8th grade expert. In terms of talent, each of them was extraordinary, crushing countless others, but Qi Bafang was equally formidable. With 133 accompanying bones on her body, not even a saint could defeat her. However, at this moment, she deliberately suppressed her strength to deceive the entire Dragon Nation. Swish, 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 more and more strong warriors lunged towards Qi Bafang. Some of the strong warriors brought by Lan Xiao immediately rushed to protect Nianchen by her side. Even though Qi Bafang didn't speak, everyone knew what her goal was. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Qi Bafang, and behind her appeared the illusions of 3 powerful beasts, the fire serpent dragon, the thorny red dragon, and the dark tortoise saint turtle. These illusions were created by the ultimate communication between the warrior and the Saint Bone, providing amplification, and the Saint Bone had to be stripped from the beasts. The fire serpent dragon provided a terrifying fire attribute boost, the thorny red dragon put Qi Bafang in a tyrant state, and the dark tortoise saint turtle was indestructible. 3 top saint bones from different beasts, 133 different accompanying bones, all appeared on the same person. In the realm of human martial arts cognition, this was absolutely impossible, because whether human or beast, one could only have 1 saint bone in their lifetime, and accompanying bones had to match the attributes of the saint bone. Different saint bones would cause extremely terrifying rejection reactions, just like what happened to Qi Shengtian before. However, Qi Shengtian still had a glimmer of hope, but conflicts between saint bones would directly lead to death and agony, with no chance of survival. This scene left almost everyone stunned. Tian Feng's appearance was terrifying enough, but Qi Bafang was the true terror. If Qi Bafang were to grow to the saint realm, no one in the human alliance would be her match. All the strong warriors, all the families, joined the battle, and even Qi Duanshan came down to fight because Nianchen was the genius awakened in the Qi family. He had to make Nianchen return to the family. Qi Shengtian was almost going crazy, clutching his hair tightly, unable to accept that everything before him, this unprecedented battle, was all for Nianchen. Even his father and his elder sister had joined the battle to protect Nianchen. From afar on the stands, Qi Wuxuan glared at him with a vengeful look, wanting to kill him and tear him to pieces. Suddenly, it seemed like no one cared about his life or death anymore. Sister Bai, brother Nianchen, I'm here to help you. A voice came, and Xia Yimeng arrived by their side. At this moment, due to the emergence of alien beasts from the dimensional gate, the battle between Nianchen and the geniuses came to a sudden halt, all united in exterminating the alien beasts. Yimeng, activate your swift feather sacred bone to enhance your strength, Bai Wan reminded. The true news of this great battle is to be suppressed. So even if you expose your sacred bone, it doesn't matter. Alright, Xia Yimeng nodded and activated the sacred bone within her. The most outstanding feature of the swift feather sacred bone is speed. Once fully unleashed, even facing opponents of higher levels becomes effortless. Xia Yimeng had never used her swift feather sacred bone before because her grandfather forbade her. But the current situation was different. Bai Wan's darking bone could assist her, and Nianchen's godless of the world could also help temper her bone. Bai Wan speculated that the reason Xia Lei had always forbidden her from using the swift feather sacred bone was probably due to compatibility issues. However, in the current situation, Bai Wan could help her integrate it. Among the geniuses who integrated sacred bones, some couldn't use them for 10 or even several decades after implantation because they couldn't perfectly match with the sacred bone immediately. If they used the sacred bone, rejection was highly likely. Once rejection occurred, either the sacred bone shattered, or the person died. But with Bai Wan's terrifying mental power and the support of the darking bone, she could completely help Xia Yimeng suppress it. At the same time, Nianchen's godless of the world also created extremely refined spiritual energy around, converting the blood of the beasts into nourishment for the warriors. With a balance between suppression and support, even if Xia Yimeng experienced rejection, there was a solution. And such a scene was not always available. It happened to be a good opportunity for Xia Yimeng. It was Xia Yimeng's first time using the sacred bone, and her body was somewhat unaccustomed, mainly due to the terrifying speed boost brought by the swift feather sacred bone. Its speed was so fast that in front of lower-level warriors, it was almost like teleportation. That was why in the Sacred War of the past, the Xia family's ancestor could single-handedly support a battlefield relying on the Swift Feather Sacred Bone. When Xia Lei noticed Xia Yiming activating the Sacred Bone, his heart skipped a beat in the midst of battle. But soon, he felt a vast spiritual power enveloping Xia Yiming, knowing that Bai Wan had intervened, which slightly eased his mind. Just as Bai Wan had guessed, the reason he didn't let Xia Yiming use the Sacred Bone was due to compatibility issues. But if Bai Wan could suppress even Nianquan's godless of the world, then what difficulty was there in handling the compatibility of the Swift Feather Sacred Bone? If Bai Wan helped Xia Yiming integrate the Sacred Bone, then the Xia family truly owed her a great favor. Amidst Nianquan's frenzied slaughter, a large amount of alien beast blood splattered on the ground. The feedback from the alien beast blood boosted Nianquan's strength. His innate strength rose from a Martial General 4th grade to a Martial General 5th grade, even pushing towards Martial General 6th grade. Unfortunately, his temporary peak strength was limited to his current realm. Even if his innate strength reached Martial General 9th grade, his temporary strength could only be capped at that level and couldn't surpass it. However, this was his restriction before crossing the Emerald stage. Once he crossed it and became a Grandmaster, this limitation would naturally disappear. If he transformed a certain amount of Sacred Spirit Bones, he might even be able to temporarily elevate to an unparalleled realm with the strength of a Grandmaster 1st grade. With his advancement, the black gold blade in his hand also improved. Similar to the black gold blade, this type of blood-dripping weapon started at F grade but had now reached D grade. It had crossed 2 levels. Xia Yiming experienced an incompatible situation, where the Swift Feather Sacred Bone generated a certain rejection impact within her body, but it was quickly suppressed by Bai Wan. To achieve this level, it can only be done by the strong. Otherwise, Xia Lei would have helped her complete the fusion long ago. The key to this is the spirit bone of the mental system. Everything is progressing in the right direction. Although the alien beasts are charging towards them, with the blockade of human strong warriors and the orders from all directions, they cannot pose any danger no matter how fierce they fight. This battle is meant to establish Nianquan's reputation. It is also to showcase Nianquan's talent to the world, allowing him to improve during the battle. Boom! Qi Bafang slashed out a sword. Even though Xia Lei used his long knife to block, he was still shaken and sent flying. The battle here was extremely intense, just like Tian Feng and Lan Xiao over there. Such a level of strong warrior warfare, even if placed on an extraterritorial battlefield, is nothing more than this. While Qi Duanshan was killing the alien beasts, he was also thinking of ways to reconcile with Nianquan. He felt that no matter what, Nianquan was still his own son. As long as he bowed his head, Nianquan should return to the family, right? At worst, he would just forget everything Nianquan did before and pretend it never happened. Moreover, the Qi family is still a prominent family in the country. Within the Qi family, it is definitely better than the Bai family, right? Qi Wuxuan, under the care of the other women, still hadn't recovered. Thinking back on the past, she felt increasingly tormented. Without experience, she wouldn't know what regret was. If it weren't for the reincarnated soul bringing back memories from the previous life, she wouldn't have realized how excessive she had been. In terms of the memories from the previous life, she wasn't the first person killed by Qi Shengtian. In the previous life, Nianquan hadn't undergone the transformation he had now. His last piece of accompanying bone wasn't removed by himself but was forcibly taken by Qi Shengtian and the others. After that, he was forcibly sent to take the college entrance examination and ultimately died in the examination room. Comparing the differences between the two lives, Qi Wuxuan suddenly froze. Could it be Nianquan has also been reincarnated? Otherwise, why would he resist the Qi family so much in this life? The battle was still unprecedentedly intense. During the battle, even dozens of strong warriors returned from the extraterritorial battlefield. With the commotion caused by Qi Bafang in the capital last time, coupled with the significance of the 100 Schools battle this time, Manhwa had prepared many contingency plans. These extraterritorial strong warriors were one of the contingency plans. The ordinary citizens in the venue had already been transferred by the Longwei officials to the outside. The terrifying scenes caused by the strong warriors had caused varying degrees of damage to the venue. With the addition of the extraterritorial strong warriors, the originally balanced situation tilted in the subsequent events. Qi Bafang deliberately showed a posture of being unable to win, with plans to retreat. Nianquan, take the opportunity now and leave with Sister Ba. The Qi family doesn't care about your life or death at all before you show your talent. Why stay in Manhwa? Qi Bafang's voice echoed throughout the venue, but in reality, her words were meant for the strong warriors and high-ranking officials of Manhwa. Only when they realized that Nietzsche could be taken away at any time would they be highly nervous. They were even willing to spare no resources for Nietzsche, just to keep him. Nietzsche, don't listen to her. She's already a human traitor, our adversary. Think of Baiwan. Think of the people closest to you. If you turn against them now, who do you think will be hurt the most? If you have to become enemies with them in the future, would you be willing? The extraterritorial first strong warrior, Lan Shao, shouted out loudly. Regardless of who Nietzsche followed, they must keep Nietzsche. Nietzsche's future is destined to be the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, destined to stand at the top of the world, and become the most hopeful savior of humanity. If he becomes a strong member of the Alien Beast Legion, the loss would be unbearable for all of mankind. Yes, Nietzsche, you must not be swayed by her. Humans and alien beasts are destined to be eternal enemies. Xia Lei hurriedly added. Although Xia Lei did not think Nietzsche would betray them, no one could guarantee what might happen. Even though they seemed to have a slight advantage at the moment, if Nietzsche agreed, Tianfeng would come and take him away. As long as Tianfeng used all his power, no one present could stop him. Nietzsche, make the right choice. You are the hope of our Dragon Kingdom, and a great hope for the future of humanity. Dong Lao also shouted anxiously, looking towards Nietzsche. Nietzsche gritted his teeth, seemingly struggling, and made a decision. Eighth sister, I'm sorry. I can't go with you. Qi Bafang was stunned, unwillingly saying, Brother, what are you thinking? Haven't the years in the Qi family been enough for you? We all know how the Qi family treated you. They sent assassins to kill you at the West Gate exam. If I hadn't appeared in time, you would have been dead. Staying in the capital, staying in the Dragon Kingdom, they might still try to kill you. You are in danger at all times. Nietzsche's expression became more determined, saying, Eighth sister, I can't abandon a Wang and the others. You should come back too. You are so powerful, the Dragon Kingdom will surely accept you. Qi Bafang laughed bitterly, saying, Accept me? That's a joke. They will only deceive me, gain my trust, and then eliminate me, because to them, I am only a threat. They cannot guarantee my sincere return, nor can they guarantee that I have no connection with the alien beasts. As Qi Bafang said, even if she wanted to come back, she couldn't. If it were just an ordinary human traitor, there might be a chance of acceptance because their strength was inferior to Qi Bafang's and could be controlled. But Qi Bafang's strength was unmatched even by saints. So, leaving her behind, wouldn't that be a threat? At the same time, she couldn't come back. She had to stay in the alien beast camp to protect and guide Nietzsche's growth. Brother, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to come with me? Qi Bafang was already somewhat angry. No. Nietzsche firmly shook his head. Qi Bafang laughed bitterly, scolding, During this time, I stood up for you, tried to help you, and even brought the Alien Beast Legion to rescue you, and in the end, was it all just my wishful thinking? I worried about your safety, feared you would be targeted by the Qi family again, and you treat my kindness as a joke? Tianfeng, help me out. Take him away. Hearing this, Tianfeng nodded, and with a palm, sent Lansmile flying. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion as the top expert from beyond the domain, Lansmile, was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into the cement wall below the stands. Lansmile knocked down several walls in succession, lying in the ruins, even spitting out blood. Lansmile lay weakly in the rubble, trying to stand up but failing. At that moment, he felt despair, realizing the gap between himself and Tianfeng, a gap he had never imagined to be so vast. If the Dragon Kingdom couldn't keep Nietzsche, then in the near future, the human defense line would surely collapse, becoming poultry raised by the alien beasts. Damn it! Lan smiled in despair and roared. Seeing Lan in such a state, the strong ones from Dragon Country also felt despair, but they all stood in front of Nietzsche. Even if they had to die, they couldn't let the hope of Dragon Country be taken away by Tianfeng. You can't be my opponents, step aside. Tianfeng raised his hand lightly, and the faint voice under the clown mask sent shivers down countless spines. Attack! Xia Lei personally led the charge, gritting his teeth as he rushed towards Tianfeng. The battle flared up again, but the situation shifted in Tianfeng's favor. Senior Buzhou, it's your turn. Everyone turned to look towards the entrance of the venue, frowning and whispering. Up to this point, everything was still within her plan. As long as the final piece of her plan appeared, this battle could come to a successful conclusion. She and Tianfeng could then leave through the Dimensional Gate. The Dimensional Gate was exclusive to the alien beasts, a technology that humans temporarily could not grasp. Sensing Qi Bafang's call, a figure cloaked in black, with a hood covering his face, appeared at the entrance of the venue. His knuckles were dark and dry, as if he were a dried corpse crawling out of a coffin. Just looking at him gave people a chilling feeling. He dragged heavy chains with him, making a clinking sound as he walked. The strong ones from Dragon Country were stunned to see him. No one had expected him to show up. He was the only person in the entire dragon country who couldn't be persuaded, not even by Dong Lao himself. If a single word displeased him, he would lash out directly. His emotions were as wild as the sacred bones of their clan. They were mad. Their clan was the only one unable to return from the extraterritorial battlefield where they were placed. For 300 years, over tens of thousands of human powerhouses had died at their hands. However, the merits of their clan were the most terrifying among all the clans in Dragon Country. Even if all the national clans were combined, they could barely match them. Not only were they powerful and unique, but all the descendants of their clan were like madmen when provoked. However, their clan was the only one in the entire Dragon Country with an ancestral guardian. 300 years ago, their clan's ancestor who participated in the Holy War was still alive today. And if one were to speak of it, their clan's ancestor was the strongest in Dragon Country. "Senior Bujo, please come out," Dong Lao urgently called. "Understood." The cloaked old man responded lightly. With a single thought, the metal shackles on his body instantly turned to dust and fell to the ground. A blood-red halo circulated around him, not flashy but practical. With a single move, he crossed all obstacles and stood in front of Tianfeng in an instant. Tianfeng was startled, quickly retreating, but still took a solid punch from the cloaked old man, staggering back several steps, blood churning in his chest, almost spitting out blood. The appearance of the cloaked old man caught him off guard. Since most of their plan had been realized, they should retreat. If they continued to stay here, even he couldn't guarantee his safety. "Shi Bafang, we should retreat," Tianfeng urgently shouted. But as he spoke, the cloaked old man struck again, effortlessly suppressing him. "Nianchen, are you coming with us or not?" Shi Bafang shouted for the last time. But her inquiry only met with silence from Nianchen. "Nianchen, if you are unwilling to leave with me, then the next time we meet, we will be enemies," Shi Bafang said coldly. Her plan had a gradual rhythm, from Nianchen displaying terrifying talent, to a showdown of great battles, and then her reluctant departure, which would firmly establish Nianchen's position in the Dragon Kingdom, without raising suspicions of any further connection between them. To deceive so many top figures in the Dragon Kingdom, there could be no room for error. Only extreme opposition could prove that Nianchen was completely usable, otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom would always harbor doubts about Nianchen, always fearing that the genius they nurtured would one day become someone else's pawn. In that case, during the nurturing phase, they would inevitably resort to some means with Nianchen, something Shi Bafang could not tolerate. Don't think the Dragon Kingdom is incapable of such things. In the face of human righteousness, everything is trivial. Shi Bafang wanted Nianchen to stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, admired by countless forces, while also having absolute freedom. By now, this goal had obviously been achieved. The next step was to further strengthen their opposition, making the Dragon Kingdom completely believe. Unless absolutely necessary, Shi Bafang would never allow Nianchen to join the alien beasts. Having her carry the eternal infamy of a human traitor was enough. She only wished for Nianchen to have a bright and straightforward life. "Shi Bafang, retreat quickly. I can't hold on much longer," Tianfeng urged anxiously. Shi Bafang gritted her teeth, reluctantly opened the dimensional gate, preparing to retreat. Before leaving, she glanced at Nianchen one last time, the farewell in Nianchen's eyes satisfying her. As she turned away, she entered the dimensional gate. The holy bones on Tianfeng's body activated, and 5 alien beast shadows appeared behind him. After delivering a powerful blow, he swiftly entered the dimensional gate opened by Shi Bafang. In theory, humans could pass through dimensional gates, but there were restraints set by the alien beasts within. If a human powerhouse forcefully crossed, they might be lucky to emerge on the other side of the gate, but if unlucky, they could turn into monstrous beings. Shi Bafang and his group, as human powerhouses of the Alien Beast Legion, naturally had protections set by the alien beasts, allowing them to pass through the dimensional gate unharmed. Boom! A large number of alien beasts began to retreat. However, many Dragon Kingdom powerhouses took advantage of the situation to pursue and leave their bodies behind. 3 minutes later, all dimensional gates closed, leaving only a ground littered with alien beast corpses. Nianchen was completely protected by the strong, making it impossible for even humans to approach, let alone alien beasts. With Bai Wan's help, Nianchen's 4th realm on her body was lifted, returning to its normal state. After the battle, Nianchen surprisingly suffered little damage, still fierce and powerful, even rising to the rank of a martial general of the 8th grade. Breaking through 4 levels in a single battle was simply unimaginable. "Sister Bai, I've completed the fusion. I've completed the fusion." Xia Yameng felt the feedback from the holy bones in her body and was so excited she almost jumped up, hanging onto Bai Wan. "Hurry down. I have a fiancé. Don't let my fiancé misunderstand." Bai Wan chuckled lightly. Hee hee, brother-in-law Nian Chen, you won't misunderstand, right? Xia Yumling smiled sweetly at Nian Chen, stuck out her tongue playfully, and said, just don't take one away from me. Nian Chen chuckled. I actually want to take her away. But my sister's heart is all tied to you. Besides you, no one else matters to her. Xia Yumling said with a hint of resentment. She knew Bai Wan was very powerful, but Bai Wan's act of fusing with her holy bones had reshaped her perception of Bai Wan. Bai Wan's Tianyin bone, whether in battle or support, is top-notch. Nianchen, are you guys okay? Xia Lei walked over with a weak body, worriedly asking. Chief Xia, we're fine. How are you feeling? Nianchen asked with concern. When Shi Bafang attacked them, they had to show suppression and resistance without causing harm, a difficult balance between the two, whether it was Xia Lei, Lan Xiao, Emperor Shi, Dou Yunkai, or other strong individuals. These people will help Nianchen in the future. If they were injured, it would be troublesome. Xia Lei waved at Nianchen, smiling, I'm fine too. Just a few minor injuries, I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Dong Lao, Emperor Shi, Lan Xiao, and others walked over, but the old man in the cloak stood still for some reason, his eyes under the cloak scrutinizing Nianchen with a sinister gaze, as if there was a hint of fanaticism. As the battle ended, Qi Duanshan wanted to approach with Qi Yue, but was stopped by Wulong and his men. Deputy Minister Wu, why are you stopping me? Nianchen is my son, let me through. Qi Duanshan glared angrily. However, Wulong shook his head. Qi Duanshan, Nianchen is now under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education. He has severed ties with your Qi family, so there's no relation. Qi Duanshan was stunned, not expecting him to say that. Becoming even more furious, Deputy Minister Wu, is your statement appropriate? The blood of our Qi family runs through Nianchen's body. Can this kind of relationship be easily severed? Moreover, you know that the supreme bone is a sacred bone of our Qi family. Between me and Nianchen, it's just some misunderstandings. It should be resolved by us father and son. Upon hearing this, Wulong chuckled. Qi Duanshan, stop talking nonsense. You organized the press conference, portraying Nianchen as a human traitor, causing nationwide condemnation. Qi Duanshan was almost choked, his expression ugly. I was wrong in this matter. I'm willing to admit my mistake. But let me through first. This was a family matter for the Qi family, and if Wulong wasn't the Deputy Minister of Education, Qi Duanshan would have slapped him already. As long as he gave Nianchen a way out, he didn't believe Nianchen wouldn't come back. Alright, I won't be heartless. Go ask Nianchen yourself. If he allows you to pass, then I won't stop you. Wulong sneered. With Nianchen's attitude, it was absolutely impossible for Qi Duanshan to pass. They already knew everything about Nianchen's years in the Qi family. Even outsiders like them knew that the Qi family had gone too far. The Qi family accused Nianchen of petty theft and causing trouble, but if Nianchen was truly like that, things wouldn't be like this. It was always the truly guilty who claimed they were innocent. At Qi Xingtian's 18th birthday banquet, Nianchen's bone excavation was still vivid. The Qi family's statement at the press conference that Nianchen was a human traitor, causing nationwide condemnation, still echoed in their ears. But after Nianchen displayed his talent, the Qi family wanted to find him, probably wanting him to return. In this world, there was no such good thing. Qi Duanshan wasn't too worried, looking towards Nianchen not far away, saying, Shire, I'm here to take you home. Let me speak with you for a moment. The one who tarnished the Qi family's name was him, the one who found the name Qi Chen disgusting was also him. Back then, because Nianchen was supposedly a celestial star of calamity, he gave Nianchen such a name, burdening him for so many years. But now, he completely forgave and forgot, coming to take Nianchen home? This kind of attitude was truly disgusting. Nianchen heard it, but completely ignored it, still smiling and chatting with Dong Lao and the others. Bai Wan felt disdain in her heart, also pretending not to hear, completely ignoring Qidian Mountain's words and gaze. Shire, did you hear me speaking? Qidian Mountain emphasized, thinking that he was too far away, so Nianchen didn't notice for a moment. After all, he was Nianchen's biological father, and Nianchen couldn't possibly ignore him. Qi Yue, on the side, also felt ashamed of her father. They were the ones who caused all this. Just a few words, did they really think they could get Nianchen's forgiveness? Moreover, her father hadn't even apologized yet, just said he came to take Nianchen home. With Nianchen's current focus, why should he go home to be humiliated? Qidian Mountain, Nianchen's attitude is already clear, so please leave. Wulong made a gesture of request. Qidian Mountain was slightly stunned, feeling a bit annoyed, but still suppressing his anger, said, Vice Minister Wu, let me go over. He must not have heard me. Wulong shook his head and chuckled, with your strength, your voice can easily penetrate dozens of meters, so do you think he didn't hear you, or simply doesn't want to acknowledge you? Qidian Mountain said solemnly, I am his father. How could he possibly ignore me? Wulong impatiently interrupted, "Alright, no matter the reason, please leave." Chidian Mountain said angrily, "Vice Minister Wu, this is a matter of my QI family. Please don't interfere. Let me go over." Wulong shook his head again, sarcastically saying, "Chidian Mountain, how you treated Nianchen all these years, we all know, the once 13-year-old teenage genius, after returning to your QI family, almost died at the hands of the QI family due to the removal of his companion bone. Now, as he grows up again, do you think our Ministry of Education would still hand over this genius to you?" Chidian Mountain wanted to retort, but for a moment, he didn't know how to argue. No matter how he explained, he was in the wrong. After all, it was a fact that Nianchen's companion bone was completely removed. Even if he said it was voluntary, it would be seen as far-fetched. Although Nianchen was his biological son, in this situation, the Ministry of Education naturally held more power. Even though they had a blood relationship, the Ministry of Education could still forcibly take Nianchen away. "Alright, Chidian Mountain, as the head of the QI family, you should let go. No matter what, we are all prominent families, don't embarrass yourself too much," Wulong advised. Chidian Mountain's face was flushed with anger, burning with rage. He came to bring back his own biological son to the family. How was that embarrassing? Wasn't this a normal thing? What did it have to do with the prominent families? "Shire, come home with me. If you hold a grudge against me because of the press conference, we can talk about it at home. I can even apologize to you," Chidian Mountain shouted, feeling that his willingness to apologize was already lowering his stance. After all, there were rules of respect for elders and juniors. How could a father apologize to his son? His willingness to do so was already quite open-minded. Therefore, Nianchen should understand him. "Family head QI, are you sick? Getting all worked up again?" Bai Wan turned around, her voice full of displeasure. "Bai Wan, no matter what, I am your elder, and I am talking to Nianchen." Chidian Mountain also had a cold face. In any case, as long as Nianchen could return to the family, the relationship with the Bai family would naturally not be able to escape. As long as Nianchen could come home, the QI family would have two geniuses. They could even make Nianchen help Kashengshan become stronger together. "Sick. Don't use your high and mighty elder attitude to suppress Awan." Nianchen turned back, saying coldly. Shi Duanshan didn't care about how to handle the situation at the moment, but he couldn't let Shi Duanshan get away with trying to push the blame onto Bai Wan too. "You?" Shi Duanshan was completely stunned. He never expected that even after being willing to apologize and offering a way out, Nianchen would still be so arrogant. Did he even care about their blood relationship anymore? "Shi family head, there are so many people watching around, don't bring humiliation upon yourself, okay?" Wulong advised. However, his words carried a sarcastic tone. When had Shi Duanshan, as the head of the Qi family, ever been treated like this in front of outsiders? And to be scolded by his own son like that. "Forget it. I know you're angry, it's normal to vent. I'll wait for you at the family clan. Shengtian, let's go home first." Suppressing his anger, Shi Duanshan gestured to Qi Shengtian not far away. Qi Shengtian had no intention of leaving. He had already sensed what was about to happen next. With so many powerful individuals fighting for Nianchen, he would undoubtedly be recruited by the three major academies or even become a personal disciple of the imperial teacher. He couldn't allow that to happen. So, he planned to stay and stir up trouble, making these big shots doubt Nianchen's character and eventually give up on him. If he left at this moment, wouldn't his plan be ruined? "Dad, you go find the sisters first. Wuji seems to be in a bad state. I'll stay here and try to persuade Big Brother to come home." Qi Shengtian shook his head. Shi Yue looked at him, already guessing what he intended to do. She felt a surge of anger. Previously, Shi Yue couldn't have imagined he was this kind of person, but recalling various incidents and Eighth Sister confirming his attempt to hire someone to kill Nianchen, she saw through him completely and even felt disgusted. If she wasn't helping Eighth Sister keep an eye on the Qi family, Shi Yue would have turned against him long ago. "Shengtian, listen to me. Come back with us. If Nianchen wants to come back, he will do so on his own. If you stay here to persuade him and he gets even more stubborn, what then?" Shi Yue's words left Qi Shengtian at a loss. During the month of the Lin family's battle, Shi Yue seemed to have returned to her former self, which reassured Qi Shengtian. But now, Shi Yue's words made him feel the threat once again. While Qi Yue's words were reasonable, considering the immense public pressure Nianchen was under, it was normal for him to be stubborn. But in the past, Shi Yue would never have said such things. She would not only have let him stay but also thought he was very sensible. "Shengtian, your eldest sister is right. Let's go back and talk. Your big brother is still angry now. Give him a few days to cool down, it's for the best." Shi Duanshan nodded, thinking he was very patient, but he failed to realize that his so-called patience was all because of Nian Chen's talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Let's go. Qi Yue went to call Qi Shengtian to leave. She had a deep understanding of Qi Shengtian's methods over the years and wouldn't allow him to cause trouble here. Fine. Okay. Even though Qi Shengtian was unwilling, he could only follow them as they left. Before leaving, he glanced in Nian Chen's direction, his eyes filled with resentment, wishing Nian Chen dead immediately. After attempting to assassinate him so many times without success, he had only made Nian Chen stronger. He was almost spitting blood. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Nian Chen when he was removing the last piece of his congenital bone. As the three members of the Qi family left the stage, a group of college bigshots led by Do Yun started arguing loudly, each with flushed faces, all just to recruit Nian Chen. For Nian Chen's sake, they offered extremely terrifying conditions, which struck fear into Qi Shengtian's heart, making him feel as uncomfortable as if ants were gnawing at him. Even he couldn't secure such a high-level invitation. He couldn't even be recruited in advance. All of this should have belonged to him. The intense jealousy in his heart almost drove him mad. During the previous battle, Qi Duanshan and Qi Yue were completely focused on the battlefield and didn't notice the Qi family's situation in the stands. When they returned, the scene before them left them stunned. They saw the Qi sisters, each weakly leaning on chairs, covered in wounds. Even their mother, Zhao Meilan, was severely injured, blood at the corner of her mouth. The most severely injured Qi Wuxuan had been knocked back from Grandmaster rank 6 to Jade rank 1. With such severe injuries, Qi Wuxuan would never be able to advance again, not even from Jade rank 1 to Jade rank 2. Wife, what's going on? Qi Duanshan's heart contracted violently, his eyes trembling intensely with overwhelming anger. Dad, this is all Qi Bafang's doing. At the beginning of the battle, she sent many powerful exotic beasts to attack us, causing us to end up like this. Fifth sister is the most severely injured. She can't even speak. Shi Lu Yao gritted her teeth. It's actually quite simple to reduce a warrior's strength to a low state, just disable the meridian pathways in their body. At this moment, Qi Wuxuan couldn't speak or move, in a pitiful state. Although she hated Qi Bafang, she hated being reborn even more, as she couldn't let Qi Shengtian die. Only in death did she realize how much of a beast Qi Shengtian was. She used to treasure and pamper him so much. Such a person is a disaster to the Qi family. If he couldn't be killed, he would inevitably harm everyone in the Qi family and lead them to ruin. Father said Nian Chen was a lone star of calamity, but it's Qi Shengtian. Before her death, her elder and third sisters had already been killed by Qi Shengtian, but she hadn't realized it until her own death. She had been willing to risk her life to kill Qi Shengtian, but Qi Bafang wouldn't allow it. Can being reborn make up for it? Who made such a rule? Moreover, with Qi Wuxuan disabled, things would become even more interesting. As long as Qi Shengtian found a way, he would soon be able to dig out her accompanying bone, adding more suffering to her already painful state. Quick, take her to the hospital. Qi Duanshan urged anxiously. Dad, it's no use. Qi Bafang was too ruthless. The doctors who came said she has no hope of recovery. Qi Jiujiu said weakly. She thought the last battle should have been Qi Bafang's limit. Who could have expected Qi Bafang to strike again, and even cause fifth sister to end up like this? Why did Qi Bafang do this? They were sisters. Qi Duanshan's hands trembled, feeling both angry and furious, but Qi Wuxuan spreading resentment and hatred, her body struggling violently, trying to stand up, and wanting to kill Qi Shengtian herself, made him feel horrified. Her current appearance, her eyes at this moment, were chilling, as if Qi Shengtian had turned her into this state. Fifth sister, why are you looking at me like that? Qi Shengtian's heart trembled, unable to help but ask weakly. Qi Wuxuan's body struggled violently, but she couldn't even lift her hand, let alone kill Qi Shengtian. Even though she still had the strength of a Fei Chui first grade, with her body suffering heavy injuries, she couldn't even unleash the strength of a 9th grade martial general. Wu Jia, I know you're in pain, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, I could have stopped Ba Jia. Qi Shengtian squatted in front of Qi Wuxuan, choked with sobs, even his eyes turned red in an instant. In the past, Qi Wuxuan would have found his appearance sensible and heartwarming, but now, all she wanted was to kill him. Bang! Qi Wuxuan struggled violently, ignoring the intense pain all over her body. She couldn't move, her face becoming more ferocious. Wu Jia, don't be like this. You're so badly injured, you should take care of yourself. Wu Jia, I'll carry you back now. Qi Shengtian managed to squeeze out 2 tears, as he tried to lift Qi Wuxuan. But as soon as Qi Wuxuan got on his back, she bit into his shoulder, tearing off a piece of flesh. This scene shocked everyone. Qi Shengtian, in pain, dropped Qi Wuxuan to the ground. Even as Qi Wuxuan fell heavily, she still had a look of murderous hatred. "Xiao Wu, have you gone mad?" Qi Duanshan reacted from his shock, quickly taking out healing medicine from his storage ring to treat Qi Xingtian's wound. The bloody wound was horrifying to look at. Qi Wuxuan's inexplicable change caught all the sisters off guard, even giving them a chilling feeling. Just recently, Qi Wuxuan had killed her way to the Bai family for Qi Xingtian, kidnapped by Wan, and was taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau for this. During the first simulated exam, she took Qi Xingtian to the West Gate exam site. At a critical moment, she used the 500 million value soul-chasing needle to help Qi Xingtian kill the Fei Chui second-grade snakeskin tiger. Her temperament was very extreme. When she was good to Qi Shengtian, she wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. But after being stimulated by memories from her past life, she was willing to do anything to kill Qi Shengtian. She was so extreme that if she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never believe that Qi Shengtian was a bad person. She let out angry roars. Even with her hand bones broken, she forcefully propped her fractured arm on the ground and crawled towards Qi Shengtian. At this moment, she had completely lost the noble demeanor of the fifth miss of the Qi family, instead giving off a sense of a mad beast. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Qi Duanshan roared in anger, unable to contain his fury. "Dad, it must be Qi Bafan who used some means on her to make her lose her mind, otherwise how could this happen?" Qi Luyao hurried forward, had someone restrain her, and stop her from crawling forward with blood. Although Qi Luyao didn't know how this was done, Qi Bafan was a human traitor and must have many special means. "Get her out of here." Qi Duanshan scolded. "You, take her back to the Qi family and bring a few doctors to the house. This matter must not be leaked, otherwise, the Qi family's reputation will be ruined." Qi Luyao instructed the two Qi family guards in front of her. Biting her own brother like this, wasn't it embarrassing? No matter what the reason was, the news must not be leaked. Yes. Two guards lifted Qi Wuxuan and placed her on a stretcher. To prevent her from struggling, they bound her completely to the stretcher. Her expression was too fierce, so they covered her with a cloth. Even though she was the fifth miss of the Qi family, surrounded by major families from the capital and even the town's prominent clans, the reputation of the Qi family was crucial. This incident worsened the already bad mood of the crowd. After Qiu Duanshan made urgent arrangements for Qi Shengtian, he immediately had Qi Shengtian taken to the private Kanga hospital for secret treatment. People shielded Qi Shengtian in the middle, preventing others from noticing anything unusual, and quickly walked out. Qi Shengtian was in excruciating pain, wishing he could personally injure a few people to vent his anger. Who could have imagined that Qi Wuxuan, who was perfectly fine, suddenly had a seizure? Who could have imagined that not only did Qi Wuxuan's eyes show resentment, but she actually wanted to kill him? Fortunately, Qi Wuxuan did not bite his neck, otherwise, that one bite would have been enough to take half of his life. Qi Yue followed behind, feeling that something was amiss. Qi Wuxuan didn't seem to be influenced by anything because her eyes were filled with hatred, specifically directed at Qi Shengtian. Earlier, Qi Wuxuan shouted from the stands that she wanted to kill Qi Shengtian and cursed him as a beast. What on earth had happened? Up in the stands, the Qi family was in chaos, while below, a group of big shots were causing a commotion over Nianchen. Lan Xiao had been blasted away by a palm earlier, sustaining serious injuries. However, after crawling out, he actually got into a heated argument with Du Yunkai and the others over Nianchen. This scene was simply amusing. When had anyone seen such a sight before? Whether it was the principals of these top-tier schools like Du Yunkai or the top outsider like Lan Xiao, they were all high-level figures. Yet at this moment, they were bickering over trivial matters like market aunties buying vegetables. "Alright, everyone quiet down." A deep, hoarse voice sounded, surprisingly coming from the cloaked old man. The whole place fell silent. As the cloaked old man approached, there were still many people moving around the venue, some dealing with the alien beast corpses, others responsible for blocking information. Dong Lao issued a national-level administrative order. The major town clans of the Dragon Kingdom could retain their memories of what just happened but had to sign a confidentiality agreement. As for the major first- and second-tier families, only one person in the entire family could retain the memory, while the rest had to follow the Dragon Kingdom's arrangements and erase their memories. With so many people involved in this matter, the news had to be suppressed at its source to avoid causing a greater impact. If humans were not so passive in the face of alien beasts and if the human alliance were more united, why would the Dragon Kingdom suppress this news? Everything was necessary to ensure his smooth growth. After the genius training camp ends, I will take Nian Shen away, the cloaked old man said in a low voice. He had spoken, so who would dare to object? The title of the top outsider Lan Xiao was all thanks to him. If it weren't for the fact that he rarely intervened in normal circumstances, how could Lan Xiao have had a chance? "Senior Buzhou, where are you taking Nianchen?" Bai Wan asked nervously. The Buzhou family was infamous on the outer battlefield, almost everyone knew about them. Before activating their holy bones, no one dared to approach them. But once their holy bones were activated, no one within a radius of 1,000 kilometers dared to get close. Outer battlefield. The 4 words of the cloaked elder shocked everyone present. Nianchen's strength was not yet qualified to go to the battlefield beyond the domain. Although his supreme bone possessed a terrifying upper limit of combat power, it needed to be accumulated step by step over time. In a moment of danger, he could only unleash the strength of a rank 8 martial general at most. "Senior Do Not Joe, are you doing this too early?" Dong Lao asked nervously. "I have other matters to attend to. I can only take him for 3 months at most. The supreme bone is akin to our clan's mad demon sacred bone, especially after unlocking the blood battle 8 desolates. It will gradually lose its sanity and become a killing machine. During these 3 months, I will teach him how to control the supreme bone, although it cannot be fully controlled. But when paired with the white family's little girl's heavenly yin bone, it can eliminate the majority of future dangers," the cloaked elder said solemnly. The relationship between the supreme bone and the mad demon sacred bone can be understood as one being complete and the other being a work in progress. Even if the supreme bone goes crazy, it will still retain a certain level of rational subconsciousness and will not harm its family or friends. Moreover, the supreme bone has a more powerful outbreak, while the mad demon sacred bone, once gone mad, will only be left with madness. The mad demon sacred bone has only 2 stages. The first stage is similar to being berserk, going crazy between battles until exhausted, while the second stage completely burns rationality and soul to gain even greater power. The descendants of the Do Not Joe family naturally possess the mad demon sacred bone from birth, but most of them will only activate the first stage in their lifetime, and wherever they go, they must be bound by restraints. If the restraints are removed, they must be avoided at all costs. At the same time, the limits of the 2 sacred bones are vastly different. In the hands of the Chijia Patriarch, the supreme bone can engage in bloody battles for 3 years, slaying countless exotic beasts, while the mad demon sacred bone, even in the hands of the Do Not Joe Patriarch, can only last a maximum of 3 months. After 3 months, they will be exhausted and fall into a coma. The damage caused by the mad demon sacred bone to the body is irreversible, but the supreme bone can continue to nourish even in a rampage. If it weren't for the Chijia Patriarch accepting the Do Not Joe family and passing on the method to control the sacred bones to them, the Do Not Joe family would have long been extinct. Exotic beasts are dangerous, but even more dangerous are they. All the descendants of their family are like nuclear bombs that could explode at any moment. If they lose control, it would be a terrifying disaster. Nianchen, the supreme bone, is indeed the #1 sacred bone in the world, but at the same time, its drawbacks are also very obvious. If you are not prepared, enemies stronger than you will kill you in an instant. So you must master the method to skip the first, second, and even the third stages, quickly unlock your limits to deal with all situations. The white family girl won't always be by your side. If you cannot rely on yourself to become stronger, cannot control the supreme bone yourself, then you will not be able to unleash the true power of the supreme bone, the cloaked elder said gravely. The absorption efficiency of each stage of the supreme bone is completely different. The first stage is just about communicating with the body, enhancing chi and blood. The second stage involves absorbing blood for enhancement. The third stage is breaking free from constraints, and the fourth stage is burning the soul to achieve the pinnacle of power. If one were to directly activate the fourth stage, the combat power would naturally be vastly different. During the Holy War, the Chijia Patriarch had always maintained his sanity, but an accident occurred later, coupled with his prolonged battles, which led to him losing control of the sacred spirit bone. Starting the fourth stage right away does indeed burn the soul, but it also replenishes it. Moreover, a soul that has been through burning and replenishing will be more terrifying than an ordinary warrior. Nianchen, you still have time to prepare before the genius training camp ends, and regardless of the outcome, I will only give you 3 months. Also, you must be mentally prepared enough. Trying to maintain your sanity in a state of collapse is a very painful thing, the cloaked elder said solemnly. Trying to regain your sanity in this state is like rowing against the current in a swift river. Every step is extremely difficult. Immersed in this state, you will feel very peaceful, like a baby in its mother's embrace. But if you take a step, even just a thought, your willpower will endure immense torment. Upon everyone's agreement, they chose the best path for Nianchen's growth. After Nianchen participates in the upcoming college entrance examination, he will depart for the genius training camp. After graduation, he will be taken away by Elder Buzhou for 3 months of teaching. After all this, he will enter the Dragon Victory Academy, led by the imperial teacher and the top experts of the 3 major colleges. This level of educational support is unprecedented. In the era of Elder Chi's family, because many warrior systems were not mature enough, educational support was naturally not as standardized. Long Kingdom needs to ensure that Nianchen receives top-notch education to become the future top warrior of Long Kingdom. However, they cannot overdo it. Sufficient educational resources are one aspect, but Nianchen also needs to work hard. Everything is just assistance. Only Nianchen himself can elevate himself to greatness. In anticipation of Nianchen's arrival, the three major colleges have started selecting mentors in advance. The personnel are few but elite, and everything related to Nianchen is confidential and must not be disclosed. In addition, because Nianchen's matter is of great importance, the selection of mentors must be reliable without any mistakes. Baiwan, also a top talent of Long Kingdom, has been admitted to the Dragon Victory Academy in advance, but due to different directions and focuses, her mentor has been arranged separately. Equally a top-secret team of Long Kingdom level. Nianchen, Baiwan, in the upcoming college entrance examination, you just need to make a show, get a decent score to silence the critics. Even if your scores are not enough, the Ministry of Education can adjust the data on your wristbands to raise your scores. Once you enter the examination hall, your safety comes first. Elder Dong reminded sternly. Understood. The two nodded, respectfully saluting. Long Kingdom has shown its stance, so naturally, the two must give their all. Good children, the future of Long Kingdom is in your hands. I hope that one day, we humans can drive out all the alien beasts and restore the glory of 300 years ago. Elder Dong said heavily. This has always been their hope, but they also know that achieving it has become increasingly difficult. As humans grow, so do the alien beasts. In the Alien Beast Legion, just one Tianfeng can easily defeat the top outsider, Lan Xiao. So, how terrifying is the overall strength of the alien beasts? Elder Dong personally handed 2 SS-grade weapons to the two, along with a set of S-grade armor. These 2 weapons, although not as legendary as Baiwan's, are a token of goodwill. Junior brother, hold on to this token. Seeing this token is like seeing me. It can help you solve most of your issues in Long Kingdom. And this scroll, tear it open when you are in danger. I will sense your location immediately and come to your rescue. Lan Xiao took out 2 items from the storage ring and handed them to Nianchen. Although Nianchen had not formally entered the Emperor's Tutors sect, this matter was already set in stone. Thank you, senior brother. Nianchen received them with both hands, sincerely expressing his gratitude. What's there to thank for? We are all fellow disciples. I have some matters to attend to in the extraterritorial battlefield, so I will head back first. If you need anything, contact me anytime. If you can't reach me by phone, contact me through the war zone. Lan Xiao chuckled lightly, patting his shoulder gently. How many people could hope for and never attain such attention from Lan Xiao? Even the geniuses of the Jin Kingdom clan did not have it this easy. Nianchen, we should also go back and prepare, Lan Xiao said. The academy is waiting for you. As they bid farewell to Nianchen and Baiwan, who were about to leave, the departure of these two did not mark the beginning of peace in the capital. They represented the Dragon Nation's level, and what followed next were the various major families of the Dragon Nation. They all recognized Nianchen's strength, so they naturally sought ways to get closer. Currently, Nianchen had not yet reached the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. It was still possible to approach him now, but it would not be as easy in the future. Meanwhile, numerous people were handling the aftermath at the venue. Nianchen and Baiwan returned to the Bai family. However, as they went back, numerous prestigious families and clans flocked in. At the Bai family's entrance, many who had been misled by rumors were puzzled to see these family caravans arriving. Weren't Nianchen and the Bai family considered human traitors? Weren't they accused of colluding with the alien beasts? Why were these families here? Moreover, several Jin Kingdom clans were among them. The Jin Kingdom clans represented the stance of the Dragon Nation and would never align with human traitors. Their arrival was to clear the Bai family's name. News spread like wildfire. After the Ministry of Education edited and released the battle videos of Nianchen at the venue, they were shared on the internet and reposted by official media. Now, everyone knew that the capital was undergoing a change. Nianchen's name dominated the discussions, garnering even more attention than when he faced criticism. Simultaneously, the hidden guards within the Bai family began to appear publicly. Clad in military attire, they stood proudly at the Bai family's main gate, exuding a commanding presence. The scale of protection at this level was astonishing, as even the Jin Kingdom clans could not possess it. Nianchen and Baiwan claimed the first and second positions in the Battle of the 100 Schools. Apart from Qi Shengtian, no one in the entire Dragon Nation had any objections. After all, they had overturned the rules of previous years by engaging thousands of talents across the country with just the two of them. They reshaped everyone's perspectives and understanding. As night fell, the Bai family was adorned with lights and decorations. Many prominent figures gathered there, as the Bai family's servants were overwhelmed. Various major families even dispatched people from their own clans to assist in preparing for the evening banquet. The Bai family had not been this lively in a long time. Even the crowd outside, which had been surrounding the area, was dispersed by the capital war zone. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky above the Bai family, announcing the two astonishing talents of the Bai family to the entire city. Just the fireworks alone cost billions, with most of it directly sponsored by the Xia family. Not only that, the capital war zone brought in war chariots and ignited ceremonial cannons. This unprecedented scale of events once again challenged people's perceptions. Creek, the convoy arrived, and Shi Duanshan, Shi Yue, and Zhao Mailan got out of the car. Shi Shengtian wanted to come, but was unprecedentedly rejected by Shi Duanshan, considering that Nianshan's companion bone was on him. Shi Duanshan didn't want to stimulate Nianshan's emotions. Qi Wuxuan was sent back to the family, and no traces of being drugged by Qi Bafang were found because her emotions were too shattered. The doctor had to obtain the Qi family's consent to inject her with a sedative. The Qi family guards unloaded many gifts from the car. They came uninvited this time but also to apologize, so the gifts had to be well prepared. However, when they tried to enter, they were stopped by the capital city garrison. "You three cannot go in," said the leading soldier. "I am Nianshan's biological father. The whole city is celebrating him now, and as his family, we should naturally attend." Shi Duanshan quickly maintained humility and explained. He didn't believe these soldiers didn't recognize him. After all, he was the head of the Qi family. However, they insisted on stopping him, and he couldn't get angry with them. "I am Nianshan's elder sister. Please go in and inform them that we have arrived," Shi Yue hurriedly said. Shi Yue knew Nianshan wouldn't see them, but she hoped he would come out to meet them. She had a lot to say to Nianshan, to let him know she realized her mistakes. Even if Nianshan wouldn't forgive her right away, she wanted to try. "Sorry. The Bai family anticipated your visit, so they instructed us to block you at the door. Today is a joyous day for the Bai family. It's better for you not to join the celebration." The leading soldier decisively shook his head. "Could you at least inform them? Is that too much to ask?" Shi Duanshan patiently insisted. In the Bai family, there were many dignitaries, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. Most of the issues between him and Nianshan were misunderstandings. As long as they could meet, the problems could be resolved. He understood Nianshan was angry, but he was still young, quick to anger but also quick to calm down. Even if there were major issues, they couldn't sever their ties. "No, Qi family head, you are a public figure. It's not good to stand here for too long. I suggest you leave quickly. If someone sees you here, what will they think of you?" The leading soldier refused. With Qi Duanshan's status, he couldn't directly drive them away. Making them feel embarrassed and leave on their own would be the best option. "This is an A-grade cultivation elixir. If you go in and inform them, it's yours." Qi Duanshan took out a red elixir from his storage ring and handed it to the soldier. Although it was a favor, Qi Duanshan's tone naturally carried a sense of superiority. "Qi family head, what do you mean by this? Bribery?" The leading soldier's face darkened suddenly. They were guarding the Bai family's gate, not on a regular mission but on high alert, no room for jokes. "It's not bribery, just a token of appreciation, and it's just an A-grade elixir, nothing special." Qi Duanshan waved his hand. It may not be anything special to your Qi family, but it's very expensive to us," the leading soldier sneered. The price of an A-grade elixir ranged from millions to tens of millions, not something ordinary people could afford. "Do us a favor and let us in. Today is my son Nianshan's shining moment. He must want us to celebrate with him," Qi Duanshan persisted. He was completely unaware of how shameless his words were. "Sorry, it's not possible," the leading soldier rejected once again. Qi Dian Mountain felt that the person in front of him was unapproachable, challenging his own patience. Just as he was about to reprimand, a convoy stopped in front of them, led by Nianshan, accompanied by Zhou Mang and the people from the Xingwu orphanage. Nianshan's resurgence brought joy to everyone at the biological orphanage. Almost everyone came back with Nianshan this time, even the old man guarding the gate, as the shortage of vehicles led major families to lend theirs to him. "Shire, you're here?" Qi Dian Mountain smiled and turned to him. In front of others, only Nianshan's name was recognized, but Qi Dian Mountain preferred to use the name he had given Nianshan when addressing him, as it felt more cordial. However, he was unaware that the name Qiqing was a painful memory for Nianshan, who despised it. "Master Qi, what are you doing here? I don't recall inviting you." Nianshan's face darkened, his words direct, questioning Qi Dian Mountain's uninvited presence. "Shire, today is your moment of glory, the whole city is celebrating for you, so as your father, I naturally want to join in the celebration. This is a gift I prepared for you, do you like it?" Qidian Mountain waved his hand, and his guards presented the gift. Upon opening the package, there were top-grade weapons, top-grade elixirs, and some martial arts techniques. Roughly estimated, the value of these items was at least around 300 million, truly a generous gift. Master Qi, please step aside, we need to go in. Nianchen raised his hand, ready to lead the people from the orphanage inside. These items were indeed good, but did Nianchen value them? If they had shown such attitude earlier, Nianchen wouldn't have been hurt so deeply in his past life. Shire, come back with us. We are family, and you are flesh of my flesh. Zhao Mylan couldn't help but say. She didn't want things to turn out this way, but the situation was beyond her control. I have repaid my debts to your Qi family. Isn't Qixing the son you wanted? Go find him. He has an SS plus level talent. His future is limitless. Nianchen sneered. If these words came from someone else, Qidian Mountain and the others would feel proud, but from Nianchen, it was a great mockery, as they had chosen Qixing over a goldmine like Nianchen. But you are also my son, Zhao Mylan retorted. Oh, are you worthy? Nianchen coldly mocked. Zhao Mylan liked to boast about being a kind mother, but when it came to Nianchen, she selectively cared. Despite Nianchen's suffering in the Qi family, she never came out to defend him. In other prestigious families, many children were spoiled, and even if they made mistakes, the family wouldn't blame them. But in the Qi family, no matter how hypocritical they were, it was all for Nianchen's good. Qidian Mountain wanted to ask how he could speak to his mother like that, but he held back. Communication between them was already difficult, and if they argued now, it would only complicate things for their next meeting. Shire, can we talk in private? Qidian Mountain suppressed his anger. Everyone is hungry, we need to eat, so, no time. Also, I'm not called Qicheng, so, don't address me that way. Nianchen coldly shook his head. Let's talk, it won't take long. You felt wronged at home, didn't you? This is a good opportunity for us to have a good chat and for me to understand your situation. Shi Duanshan continued to endure and said, Idiot. Nianchen dropped these two words and led the group inside. Normally, Nianchen would never insult an elder because since childhood, the dean had taught him to respect the old and love the young. But for someone like Shi Duanshan, not scolding him was not an option. If he didn't scold him a bit, he would only become more disgusting. Shi Duanshan was already furious, blocking his way and angrily said, What do you want me to do to satisfy you? I am your father. Nianchen glanced at him and calmly said, I want you to die, do you want to? Shi Duanshan's forehead bulged with veins, but he held back, trying hard to make his words sound calmer, saying, Shar, stop messing around. In the end, we are your true family. Nianchen smiled and said, No, my family has always been the people from the orphanage and the Bai family. I have been an orphan since I was a child. My parents died after I came into this world. In the past, even if he left the Qi family, he wouldn't dare say such things because he had to fear the overwhelming power of the Qi family. But now, with the support of the Dragon Kingdom and so many families standing by him, why should he worry about the Qi family? With that, he walked past Shi Duanshan into the Bai family, leaving Shi Duanshan in his dark anger. Dad, let's forget it and go back to the family first. These years, Nianchen has accumulated a lot of grievances against our family. Even if we want him to come back, we have to take it step by step, Shi Yue advised on the side. In reality, she didn't want Nianchen to come back at all because there were already signs of turmoil in the Qi family. She herself, her fifth sister Qi Wuxuan, and her eighth sister Qi Bafang were all key factors in this. Honey, what have we done? Why does this child hate us so much? Zhao Mylan couldn't help but choke up. She didn't understand, and even more so, she couldn't comprehend why a family shouldn't love and care for each other. Go home. Shi Duanshan got into the car with a dark expression, afraid that if he stayed a second longer, he might explode at any moment. In the dark night, the Qi family's convoy left, leaving behind a pile of expensive gifts, but under the orders of the Bai family, they were all returned intact. Dad, Mom, Big Sister. How is the situation on Big Brother's side? Seeing them return, Shi Shengtian immediately came up, nervous. During their absence, Shi Shengtian had obtained some footage of the Bai family banquet through some friends and classmates, which was even more extravagant than the day he had his coming-of-age ceremony. It made him jealous. Shi Duanshan sat on the sofa with a dark face, suppressed his anger, made himself a cup of tea, and then said, Shengtian, don't worry about your big brother's affairs for now. The college entrance exam is coming soon, prepare well, strive to enter the Dragon Victory Academy with your big brother. Shi Shengtian was stunned. Although he had guessed it, he couldn't accept it and said, Dad, are you saying that big brother has already entered the Dragon Victory Academy? Shi Duanshan nodded, he got a special admission. Even the college entrance exam only needs to be casually dealt with. Click. Shi Shengtian's teeth almost shattered. Even after revealing his SS plus level talent, he had never received such treatment. At most, he was admired by others. But after Nian Chen's performance, he directly obtained a special admission to the Dragon Victory Academy. Special admission spots are not just about entering the academy. All students admitted through special admission will receive significant support from the academy throughout their university years. Teachers can choose the best, there are specialized training rooms, even their dormitories are vastly different from regular students. Shi Duanshan put down his teacup and continued to explain, saying, "From the information I received, the reason Longxing Academy does not announce the special admission spots is because the press conference we held is still having an impact. In the country, many people still consider your eldest brother a human traitor, so he needs to take the college entrance examination, get a score, and then enter Longxing Academy in a legitimate way to shut everyone up." After all, this matter was caused by the Qi family. If things hadn't escalated so severely, Longxing Academy could have easily announced the special admission spots. National affairs are not child's play, especially when it involves the human traitor, which is a bottom line for the Dragon Kingdom that needs to be handled with caution. If they are not even willing to do this superficial effort, what if public opinion collapses? 300 years ago, due to the emergence of numerous super-strong individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, the country established an unshakable position in the human alliance. There have long been people hoping for the Dragon Kingdom to step down from this position. If something goes wrong, there will inevitably be those who secretly fan the flames. Humans are so contradictory. Clearly, everyone needs to be united externally, but there are always those who, for power and interests, want to destroy their own people. Sheng Tian, with your talent and current state, it's not difficult for you to enter Longxing Academy, but you must not underestimate yourself. Just today, your eldest brother went from being a 4th grade martial artist to an 8th grade martial artist. And at this rate, you will only continue to widen the gap between you. Shi Duanshan solemnly reminded. This kind of talk was what he said to Nian Chen before. At that time, Nian Chen had been deprived of the supreme bone and several companion bones, his talent declining continuously. Also, because of Nian Chen's uselessness, he was repeatedly disappointed, and coupled with Nian Chen's troublemaking, he completely stopped caring about Nian Chen. Now, this crisis has landed on Qi Xingtian's head. Dad, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to catch up with my big brother. Qi Xingtian promised through gritted teeth, but deep down, he hated Nian Chen so much that he wished he would drop dead immediately. He never aspired to lead humans to drive the alien beasts off the planet. What he wanted was power, status, and countless flowers and applause. But Nian Chen had already threatened everything he desired. Turning around, he went to the Qi family's practice room. "Honey, are you putting too much pressure on Sheng Tian?" Zhao Milan worried, but she was also concerned about Nian Chen. These two matters were already very contradictory, but they both happened to her. Sheng Tian is already an adult, and he will only face more challenges in the future. If he can't even handle this pressure, then he is destined to fall behind. Shi Duanshan sighed. He could overlook any past issues as long as Nian Chen could return to the family. He could even set aside his father's authority and get along peacefully with Nian Chen. As long as the Qi family could produce two outstanding talents, the family's reputation would shine, and he could face his ancestors with pride. However, how to bring Nian Chen back was a huge problem. "Dad, I'll go check on Wu Mei." Shi Yue also sighed and said. Their parents were stuck in their old ways of thinking, beyond saving, and Shi Yue was too lazy to try to change them. Upstairs, in Qi Wuxuan's room, Qi Wuxuan was bound all over. Although she was awake, there was still a sedative in her syringe. Qi Luyao sat in a wheelchair, with Qi Yue sitting beside her, looking at her with confusion, while she gazed up at the ceiling, full of despair. In this new life, she couldn't do anything, nor could she change anything. So, what was the point of this rebirth? "Sixth sister, you go out first. Let me take care of fifth sister here," Qi Yue walked in and said. "Big sister, I'll leave it to you," Qi Luyao reminded. Her emotions are still very unstable. Regarding her big sister, she still had emotions, but her big sister had shown the ability to change, and she was willing to give her a chance to start over. "Okay, got it," Qi Yue nodded, then pushed the wheelchair out and closed the door behind her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Qi Yue looked at the battered Qi Wuxuan with mixed feelings. Seeing Qi Wuxuan in this state, who would have thought that she had been so arrogant before, even disregarding obstacles to storm into the Bai family and kidnap Bai Wan? Moreover, she had claimed to love Qi Shengtian and called him her only younger brother, yet in the end, she had bitten a piece of flesh from Qi Shengtian. Qi Wuxuan, noticing the change in the person beside her, suddenly showed a glimmer of hope in her despairing eyes. Even her emotions started to stir. The big sister was the first one among them to change. She had even gone to the hospital and kidnapped Qi Shengtian for Nianchen. At that time, she didn't understand, but now, she finally did. If she asked for the big sister's help, things would surely turn around. Bang! Qi Wuxuan suddenly hit her head against the bed, catching Qi Yue's attention. Fifth sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qi Yue quickly got up, asking in confusion. Qi Wuxuan frantically used her eyes to signal Qi Yue to bring the pen and paper from the table next to her. Although her hand had been reattached, she couldn't exert force for several weeks, and her mouth couldn't speak, making communication extremely difficult. At first, Qi Yue didn't understand what she wanted to do, but then she did and brought the pen and paper over. Qi Wuxuan, biting the pen, made Qi Yue hold the notebook in front of her and wrote crookedly, Qi Shengtian must die. Qi Yue was taken aback and frowned. What's going on? Why must he die? She knew about Qi Shengtian hiring someone to kill, and his various past misdeeds, but why did fifth sister suddenly have such a drastic change in attitude and want to kill Qi Shengtian? He will kill us. Qi Wuxuan wrote with difficulty, trying to convey her rebirth experience. But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, a terrifying pain surged through her body, an incomprehensible force that almost made her collapse. Fifth sister, you should rest well first. Seeing her in such a state, Qi Yue tried to help her lie back on the bed, but she shook her head frantically. Qi Shengtian was a huge threat. The longer he lived, the more dangerous it would be. Qi Wuxuan was tormented by the intense pain in her body, but apart from having to kill Qi Shengtian, she couldn't reveal any other information, which made her feel hopeless. If she couldn't explain the key reasons, how could the big sister believe her? Fifth sister, you should rest well. With such serious injuries, if you don't recover properly, you might not be able to stand up in the future. Qi Yue sighed. She could see Qi Wuxuan struggle, but the more Qi Wuxuan struggled, the more puzzled she became, not understanding what was going on with Qi Wuxuan. Watching Qi Yue put away the pen and paper without questioning her, Qi Wuxuan felt like she was falling into hell, suffering to the point of almost dying. With the big sister's temperament, seeing her in this state, she should have asked her what was wrong. Even if she was in unbearable pain, she could still reveal some information. But even the eldest sister, who had the most hope, was like this. What should be done? Qi Wuxuan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The hope and anticipation that had arisen before were completely extinguished at this moment, looking no different from death. Is there something going on at the company? Yes. I'll come over right away. Qi Yue answered a phone call and stood up, saying a few words to Qi Wuxuan, asking the servant to come in and take care of her. However, she lay on the bed, eyes open, but completely unconscious, not even able to hear the echoing voices. In the Bai family, it was truly lively, with greetings, drinking sounds, voices everywhere. The head of the Zhang family in the capital, with his son, walked over to where Nianchen and Bai Wan were sitting. Many big shots were gathered at their table, including major town families, as well as high-level figures from the Dragon Kingdom like Xia Lei and Wulong. Nianchen, in today's battle, you are destined to shine, shocking the world. Before long, you will surely grow into one of the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom, even surpassing the domain's holy ones. The head of the Zhang family held a wineglass in his hand, praising, Uncle Zhang is too kind. I have not reached the level of senior brother. Nianchen stood up, offering tea instead of wine, rising to meet him. Come, Nianchen, I toast to you. May your martial arts path rise step by step in the future. Zhang family head laughed heartily, raising his glass of white wine. With that, he had his son raise his glass and toast in Nianchen's direction, but his son clearly did so with an air of discontent. His son's name was Zhang Jun, already a sophomore at the Dragon Victory Academy. Even in a place where talents abounded like the Dragon Victory Academy, he was at the forefront, possessing an S+ level talent. He also awakened the Zhang family's holy bone. The holy bone was not exclusive to the major town families, many first-line families had it. At the same time, a very small number of top talents from ordinary families, influenced by their bloodline since childhood, could also generate it in their bodies. However, the bloodlines of the major families were extremely pure, and even the probability of their offspring having the holy bone was very low, let alone for ordinary families. Any ordinary family that had a genius with the holy bone could leap to become a second-line family in the area. With the continuous growth of this genius, rising to the first line was also not a problem. The biggest differences between first-line families and major town families were the purity of their bloodlines and the amount of merit. Some special holy bones could be produced as long as there was a bloodline, while those with a probability of over 50% of awakening the holy bone all had defects, like the Mad Demon Holy Bone. Looking at the various major families worldwide, the awakening probability of the holy bone was only about 3%, even including those with higher probabilities. In comparison, the probability of obtaining the holy bone from exotic beasts was much higher, and the holy bone obtained from them could be inherited. After the death of a family's strong members, the holy bone could be extracted from their bodies and passed down regardless of bloodline, as long as the talent was inherited. Therefore, in the ranks of the world's top and first-line experts, the overall ownership rate of the holy bone exceeded 7%. Jung Joon had not witnessed the Battle of the 100 Schools with his own eyes, nor did he know about Nianchen's terror. Therefore, he was dissatisfied and could not understand why Emir Nianchen could stir up such excitement in the capital. Even many families came to celebrate Nianchen. Zhang Jun, what are you doing? Why are you so rude? I brought you here to toast, but you're just standing here. The head of the Zhang family's face turned cold, showing some anger. It's okay, Uncle Zhang, it's just a glass of wine. Maybe he's in a critical breakthrough period these days, it's inconvenient to drink. Nianchen smiled, casually giving a reason to give Uncle Zhang a way out. Nianchen, my son has been spoiled by my wife, he has always been arrogant since he was young, lacking discipline. Zhang Jun, aren't you going to finish your drink? Master Zhang's voice was filled with anger. With so many big shots around, if his son threw a tantrum at this moment, wouldn't it be a joke in front of these big shots? He. Zhang Jun sneered coldly, drank up the white wine in his cup in a fit of anger. At Longsheng Academy, he was considered a genius. Even before graduating, he was noticed by the Sky Wolf Squad. After graduation, he would join the Sky Wolf Squad. It's worth noting that the Sky Wolf Squad is a special formation from beyond the domain, independent of the major war zones, where captains of various squads, big and small, can sit on equal footing with the major generals of the war zones. Joining these special forces teams is the lifelong dream of countless people. Nianchen, I apologize. My son is arrogant and always has this illusion of being the top dog, please don't mind. Master Zhang unexpectedly lowered his posture and said so. His words stunned Zhang Jun. Even though the Zhang family was considered top tier in the capital, with Zhang Jun as a genius, they could rank at the top. Yet, his father was being so polite to Nianchen, who had no status? It was simply unbelievable. Dad, what are you doing? The Bai family is just a newly rising second-tier family. Is it necessary for you to be so polite to them? Zhang Jun said directly. Get back here. Master Zhang couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. What a blind fool. Even if you don't understand Nianchen, with so many big shots from the Bai family giving face, can't you see the situation clearly? Dad. Zhang Jun wanted to say something more, but he was dragged away by Master Zhang in a fit of rage. A good opportunity for a chat was ruined like this, leaving Master Zhang extremely frustrated. Master Zhang brought him here because they would be future alumni, hoping to let them get along in advance, but with just a few words, he ruined the situation completely. What a mess! Zhang Jun was not dragged back to his seat but was dragged to the Bai family's door and thrown out directly. Now, Zhang Jun's face was completely lost. His mouth twitched, his mind went blank, and he was almost exploding with everyone around looking at him. On the other hand, Nianchen didn't care about this incident. To appease Master Zhang's mood, she personally went over with tea instead of wine and toasted Master Zhang. Even the best people in the world will have those who don't like them, so why care about others' opinions? Just focus on being yourself. Tonight at the Bai family, not only was it lively, but there were also various gifts piled up in the Bai family's courtyard, sent by major families as congratulations. In the peaceful era 300 years ago, gifts from major prestigious families were mostly calligraphy, antiques, and jade artifacts, but after the global martial arts era began, the gifts that made it to the table were mostly martial arts resources. Gifts were one thing, but the key was relationships. Giving face to each other, carrying the sedan chair together, these interactions could bring people closer. In the past, relationships were mostly about business, but now, they could even save lives. Late at night, the Bai family's convoy passed through, and the Bai family members stood at the door, watching these guests leave. Not long after, the Bai family's courtyard became quieter, but the lights and decorations were still festive. Sister Bai, brother-in-law Nianchen, we're also heading back now. Your battle was really insane, I have to go back and train hard, otherwise, during the college entrance exam, you might leave me far behind. Xia Yimeng and Xia Lei walked together, playful and smiling. Xia Lei had quite a bit to drink tonight. The alcohol tolerance of a warrior is terrifying, especially at their level. Despite Xia Lei's capacity, he was quite drunk tonight, indicating how much he had drunk. You better work hard. During the college entrance examination, I won't be on your team, Xia Yimeng said. I want to be on a team with Stinky Bai. Bai Wan chuckled and said, wow, Sister Bai, don't you love me anymore? No, I want to be with you guys too. Xia Yimeng pouted and coquettishly said. With the battle between Nianchen and Bai Wan today, they would definitely improve their college entrance exam scores. With these two powerful players, she also wanted to bask in their glory. When playing games normally, everyone hates leeches, but if the leech is your teammate, the attitude changes immediately. Couldn't ask for more. Stinky Bai is my fiancé. Who are you to me? Why should I be on a team with you? Bai Wan took the initiative to link arms with Nian Chen and said with a smile, I'm your little sister-in-law. Xia Yimeng hurriedly spoke, but her face suddenly blushed. In front of Nian Chen, she called him brother-in-law, but in front of Bai Wan, she referred to herself as little sister-in-law. Wow, she was shameless. Put. Bai Wan couldn't help but laugh, her laughter was so charming. After helping Xia Yimeng integrate the holy bone, she could now freely use the holy bone and her talent had reached an S+ level. However, S+ level was not the peak of the Xuanyu holy bone, otherwise the ancestor of the Xia family would not have been among the top-tier experts. Brother-in-law Nian Chen, Sister Bai is despising me, help me deal with her. Xia Yimeng turned to Nian Chen and coquettishly said. Nian Chen shook his head with a smile and said, you figure it out yourself, asking me is useless. If we can't even get in at night, it will be troublesome. Xia Yimeng couldn't help but grit her teeth and said, brother-in-law, you're young, you can't be too strict. Show some manly spirit and deal with her. Nian Chen rolled his eyes and said with a smile, alright, I'll remember your words. When you have a partner in the future, I'll repeat your words verbatim to him and see if he dares. Xia Yimeng was suddenly speechless, her expression changed, looking even more pitiful. As they spoke, Zhou Mang, the principal, and their group approached, preparing to bid farewell and return to the orphanage. Zhou Mang lightly punched Nian Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Nian Chen, you're really something. Silently becoming a world-shaking genius, even more formidable than before. When you become a top expert, our orphanage will be famous. The grandmother principal also smiled kindly at Nian Chen. Nian Chen's growth was a joy for her. He had suffered a lot during his time at the Qi family, but now things had turned around. Mangzi, principal grandma, take these cultivation resources back. Nian Chen handed over a storage ring. The orphanage had nurtured him, and he wouldn't forget that. During the college entrance exam, he couldn't bring Zhou Mang along because the gap between them was too large. Even if he helped Zhou Mang achieve outstanding results and enter a top institution, what then? If Zhou Mang couldn't keep up with the pace of the academy and became a laggard, he would only feel worse. And if he couldn't keep up with the academy's progress for a long time, he might even be expelled. Nian Chen, we appreciate your intentions, but now is also the time for you to have cultivation resources. Mangzi has the support of Longhua's educational resources in the orphanage. How far he goes depends entirely on him. The grandmother principal shook her head with a smile. With Zhou Mang's current status, he can at most enter a lower-tier academy. Although he has reached the strength of a second-grade martial general, those top talents are already in the Emerald Realm, a whole realm apart. After graduation, he will definitely be able to enter the extraterritorial battlefield and join the Dragon Kingdom war zone. It's just that his starting point with Nian Chen and the others is completely different. Grandma Dean, you should keep this, Nian Chen said earnestly. There are still more than 10 days before the college entrance examination. If it can help Mangzi improve a little more, there will be a little more hope. After all, the educational resources of different colleges are not the same. Although Zhou Mang cannot enter a top-tier academy, he should still strive for a mid-tier college. As long as the gap between Zhou Mang and his classmates is not too large, it will undoubtedly provide him with enough motivation to become stronger, and his growth rate will be faster. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and things of the same kind are drawn to each other. If an ordinary person falls into a group of top geniuses, he will not try his best to become stronger and may even give up because different circles will make him realize the cruel truth and lose his desire to strive. They can achieve what he cannot even with hard work. How can he pursue it? Persuaded by Nian Chen, Grandma Dean finally accepted the storage ring. There are many cultivation resources in this storage ring, which can not only be used by Zhou Mang but also by other children in the orphanage. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they were about to leave when suddenly Xia Lei, under the influence of alcohol, shouted, "Don't stop me, I can still drink." His words startled everyone, but they soon burst into laughter. As the Minister of Education, Xia Lei had never been seen in such a state before, which was quite amusing. "Grandpa, you've had enough. Take it easy, don't vomit." Xia Yimeng supported him, unable to help but complain. "Yimeng, lend a hand and help your grandpa into the car." Nian Chen walked over, supporting Xia Lei's other hand. Don't touch me." Xia Lei waved his big hand. "Just a little alcohol, when have I ever been afraid?" Everyone couldn't help but chuckle as they helped Xia Lei into the car. However, at that moment, Xia Lei, in a daze, took out a box from the storage ring. The box Xia Lei took out was clearly a box containing a sword. The box was pitch black like ink, with exquisite floral decorations on it. Xiaolei handed the box to Nianchen, somewhat groggy. Nianchen, my Xia family doesn't have much to offer you. This box contains the Heavenly Dragon Sword, an SSS grade weapon passed down by our Xia family's ancestors. Now, I'm giving it to you. Upon hearing this, Nianchen was stunned. Firstly, this weapon was too precious, and secondly, Xiaolei's words were somewhat ambiguous, as if there was something between Nianchen and Xia Yimeng. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Bai Jiejie is right here. Xia Yimeng was annoyed, her pretty face blushing, looking angry. She was clever and naturally sensed the ambiguity in Xiaolei's words, feeling that her grandpa was really confused because of the alcohol. Did I say something wrong? Xiaolei scratched his head, looking puzzled. You're drunk, you can't even think straight. Xia Yimeng said irritably. Okay. Xiaolei was still a bit slow to react, but he didn't dwell on it, saying, Nianchen, anyway, I'm giving it to you. I hope you will achieve great things in the future. Nianchen hesitated. Grandpa Xia, your gift is too precious, I can't accept it. Xiaolei's expression suddenly turned serious. What can't you accept? Or do you look down on the gift from our Xia family? Xiaolei pulled down a hat, making Nianchen helpless and amused. Nianchen, I'm giving you this heavenly dragon blade with some selfish intentions, he said. The future between you and Baiwan is boundless. I hope that as you grow up, you can also take care of my unruly granddaughter. I'm only saying this because I'm drunk, Xiaolei said seriously. If I sober up tomorrow, I won't be able to face you. SSS-grade weapons are extremely rare worldwide, valued at over 100 billion, some even priceless. Most of these weapons are passed down in top families as heirlooms, to be used when a world-shaking genius emerges in the family. Even though the Xia family is a prominent clan, they don't have many SSS-grade weapons, indicating their preciousness. Nianchen's brother-in-law, since it's from Grandpa, you should keep it, Xia Yimeng said with a smile. Although Grandpa will definitely regret it when he sobers up tomorrow. Xia Yimeng chuckled, just take it back, it's such a valuable gift, I really can't accept it. Nianchen shook his head. The reason Xiaolei gave the heavenly dragon blade to Nianchen was that Baiwan had a legendary weapon, and by giving it to Nianchen, it was as good as giving it to Baiwan. Nianchen's brother-in-law, if Grandpa wants you to have it, then keep it, Xia Yimeng said. This heavenly dragon blade is very precious to my grandpa. Even when he was drunk, I couldn't trick him into giving it to me. I'm leaving. Xia Yimeng jumped into the car, waved to Nianchen and the others, leaving Nianchen feeling helpless. Nianchen, we're leaving too, good luck with your college entrance exam. Dean Grandma led Zhou Mang and the others, preparing to leave. I'll see you off. Nianchen took a few steps forward to see them off. The Xia family's convoy left first. Shortly after the convoy departed, Xiaolei burped in the car, filling it with the smell of alcohol. Xia Yimeng sat beside him, quickly opened the window, fanning away the smell, looking disgusted. Grandpa, you're not really that drunk, are you? Pretending to be drunk just to give away the heavenly dragon blade. Xia Yimeng saw through him in one glance. Xiaolei chuckled, you little girl, feeling sorry for me? Xia Yimeng was right, he pretended to be heavily drunk to give away the heavenly dragon blade. If he had given it away in a sober state, Nianchen would have definitely refused, making things awkward. But giving it away while drunk made it hard for Nianchen to decline. A blade could solidify the relationship between the Xia family and Nianchen, as well as make Nianchen feel indebted. After all, even a fool could see Nianchen's future prospects. I do feel a bit sorry, mainly because this kind of weapon is so rare, Xia Yimeng replied. But since it's for Nianchen's brother-in-law, it doesn't matter. Xia Yimeng naturally understood the reasoning behind it. Using an SSS-grade heavenly dragon blade to win Nianchen's favor was actually quite cost-effective. Get stronger. The future of the Dragon Nation lies in your hands, Xiaolei said, his gaze becoming extremely serious. The things they wanted to do but couldn't achieve might be accomplished by Nianchen and the others. If they could drive the alien beasts off the planet and restore the peace of 300 years ago, just thinking about such a scene was enough to make people yearn for it. The 100 Schools battle of this generation ended unusually quickly. After handling matters at the venue, the geniuses were sent back the same way they came, feeling disappointed but helpless. Originally, the 100 Schools battle was an excellent stage for them to showcase their talents and a pathway to the genius training camp. However, after a great battle, it was clear that the 100 Schools battle could not continue. They could only return to their respective cities and perform well in the college entrance examination. As long as they could attract attention in the exam, they would still qualify to go to the genius training camp. Half a month passed quickly. Qi Jia had someone guarding every day. They stood far outside the Bai family, waiting for Nianchen to change his mind and follow them back to Qi Jia. There were only 4 days left until the college entrance exam. Nianchen and Baiwan both broke through to the Jade rank, reaching the strength of Jade rank 1. Bai Wan could break through at any time, but she had been lazy to do so before, focusing all her attention on the inheritance of the heavenly yin bone. After all, compared to a breakthrough in martial arts strength, the inheritance of the Bai family ancestor was more terrifying. Xiao Wu, where are you going? Qi Duanshan sat in the hall, watching as Qi Wuxuan came down from upstairs, his brow furrowed. During the time Qi Wuxuan was recuperating, she had calmed down a lot, but she had completely changed. She didn't want to have much contact with them at all. It was clear that she had injured Qi Shengtian, yet she acted as if she wanted to avoid everyone. Dragging her luggage, Qi Wuxuan did not respond, nor could she respond. After being messed with by Qi Bafang, not only did her strength plummet, she was so weak that she was only at the jade rank, and she couldn't even speak properly. During this time, she had tried many ways, but to no avail. Her eldest sister didn't understand her, and neither did the rest of the family. Even though she still had the strength of jade rank, her body had become so weak that she couldn't even fight Qi Shengtian to a draw. She had the strength but no fighting power. Since nothing could be changed, she might as well leave. During this time, she recalled her past and felt like dying. Nian Shen, whom she was wary of and disgusted by, had done a lot for them in secret, but they were ungrateful. Qi Shengtian, who was protected and loved by them, had a human face but a beastly heart, ruthless and unscrupulous. Looking at it from another perspective, it was only right for them to endure this pain. After all, they deserved to die. They didn't love their real family and instead protected such a beastly person. Xiao Wu, are you listening to me? I'm asking you, where are you going? Qi Duanshan's face turned cold as he reprimanded. Seeing Qi Duanshan blocking her way, Qi Wuxuan pushed her luggage and tried to go around, but Qi Duanshan grabbed her shoulder. His voice was filled with anger as he said, if you don't speak clearly today, don't think about going anywhere. Since the end of the 100 schools competition, you've become very strange. What's wrong with you? Qi Wuxuan sighed and wrote 2 lines on a notebook. Don't stop me. Since nothing can be changed, I want to atone. I don't want to stay here either, in case I die inexplicably one day. Qi Duanshan was very displeased. What did she mean by die inexplicably one day? What danger could there be in the Qi family? Not to mention that the Qi family was a prominent family in the country, and no one dared to touch them. Even with so many guards in the Qi family, were they just for show? Alright, Dad, don't stop me either. Let me go. Otherwise, if I stay for another day, I might want to kill Qi Shengtian. I also remind you to pay more attention to him, he's not a good person. Qi Wuxuan wrote a few more lines and turned to leave, but Qi Duanshan became even more sullen and scolded. Fine, go ahead if you want to go. You're really crazy. I can't control you anymore. If you have problems, can't figure them out, just blame your brother. He's just turned 18 not long ago. What can he do? Listening to her father's words, Qi Wuxuan felt even colder in her heart and knew that she couldn't persuade him, because the old her was like this. If she hadn't experienced it herself, how could she believe that Qi Shengtian was such a person? But unfortunately, she couldn't provide any evidence. Seeing her turn and leave, Qi Dian Mountain was really at a loss. She had truly left so decisively. Just like Nian Chen back then, Qi Dian Mountain couldn't understand. Where did the Qi family go wrong? Why did one after another want to leave? Even the eldest sister, Qi Yue, might have left the Qi family if she hadn't been locked in her room. And it was all because of Qi Shengtian. Could it be that Shengtian really had a problem? But that's impossible. He was just an 18-year-old teenager. Despite having SS plus level talent, he was only at the strength of a 9th grade martial general. What could he do? Dad, where is Wu Jia going? Why is she carrying luggage? Qi Shengtian came out of the practice room, covered in sweat, puzzled. During this time, in order to regain his former title of genius, he had been practicing like crazy in the practice room, almost day and night. In these years since Nian Chen returned to the family, he had never done this before because he truly felt the crisis. She's sick. Ignore her, Qi Dian Mountain said with a grim face. At that time, although Kochuan had bitten off a piece of Qi Shengtian's flesh, it wasn't a big deal for a warrior. After all, even if the meridians were broken, they could be repaired. It was just a piece of flesh falling off. As long as it was sewn back on, 1 or 2 body tempering sessions could restore it. Dad, Wu Jie is going to leave home after all. I'll go check on her. Qi Shengtian said, about to chase after her. Qi Dian Mountain quickly stopped him, saying, don't go. She's been acting crazy lately. She wants to kill you. If you catch up to her, she might attack you. Qi Shengtian couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling even more uneasy. These days, he had been immersed in the practice room and had no idea how fierce Kochuan's actions had been, let alone how strong her desire to kill him was. Even when his father said so, it made him realize the seriousness of the situation. But why did Kochuan want to kill him? Wasn't it because of him that she had conflicts with Nianchen and the Bai family? If she wants to leave, let her go. She'll be back soon on her own. Shang Tian, focus on yourself. The college entrance examination is in 4 days, strive for good results, get into Longxing Academy with your elder brother. Shi Dian Mountain said seriously. As the words came out, he felt that they sounded particularly familiar, as if he had said them before. After leaving the house, Qiuquan sent a message to her eldest sister, Qi Yue, asking her to come pick her up. Soon, a sports car came speeding towards her, and as the window rolled down, it revealed Qi Yue's pretty face. Qiuquan had written a line on a notebook in advance, saying, "Sister, take me to the Bai family." Qi Yue let her into the car, full of doubt. "Wu Mei, why do you suddenly want to go to the Bai family? You know they won't let you in." Qiuquan had caused a scene at the Bai family before, how could they possibly let her get close? Qiuquan shook her head, gesturing for Qi Yue to drive. In the current Qi family, she couldn't trust anyone except Qi Yue. Qi Yue seemed to have returned to her previous state of being very kind to Qi Shengtian, but she felt it was all superficial. She had asked her elder sister, but her elder sister hadn't explained anything. "Wu Mei, give up. You and I, we can never get Nian Chen's forgiveness." As they drove on, Qi Yue couldn't help but sigh, becoming very heavy. They both knew what they had done. They say a broken mirror is hard to mend, especially when they had shattered this relationship themselves. Unless they could erase all the memories of these years from Nianchen, how could it be possible? Qi Wuxuan lowered her head, silent with a bitter expression on her face. She knew this relationship was beyond repair, but she just wanted to do something. Since nothing could be changed, she decided to do something with her own life, a sort of redemption. Creak! Qi Yue's sports car stopped 100 meters outside the Bai family. Qi Yue looked at her sternly. "Fifth sister, have you thought this through? Most likely, going there will only bring you humiliation, not redemption." Qi Wuxuan nodded, forced a smile at her, opened the car door, and got out with her luggage. She knew what she had to do. She wanted to meet Nianchen, even talk to him, but that was impossible. However, finding a way to stay at the Bai family might be achievable. As long as she could stay, she believed that over time, she might have a chance to make Nianchen see her in a different light. Admitting her mistakes, all she wanted now was to atone. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Go on, I'll be waiting here for you." Qi Yue nodded at her, but they both knew it was highly unlikely. When Qi Wuxuan arrived at the Bai family's gate, she was immediately stopped by the guards from the capital's military district. The Bai family's people were wary of her, not allowing her entry and asking her to leave. After all she had done before, who wouldn't be cautious of her? Besides, with her extreme personality, even if she begged, the Bai family wouldn't let her stay, let alone enter. After being rejected, Qi Wuxuan didn't persist at the gate but moved to a distance, holding her luggage handle, waiting. She asked her elder sister Qi Yue to go back first while she waited at the Bai family's gate. Qi Yue sighed and had to leave. The Bai family, worried she might cause trouble, sent someone to negotiate with her, asking her to stand further away. Surprisingly, this time she didn't get angry but complied, standing at a greater distance as requested, gazing at the Bai family's gate. "Bai, Qi Wuxuan is here to see you." She seemed strange. We asked her to stand back, and she actually did, without getting angry or saying a word. Bai Donghua found Nianchen practicing body refinement, frowned, and said, "Her supreme bone has fully grown, and her strength has surpassed the Jadeite realm. Naturally, martial skills and techniques become more important. In the Bai family's forbidden area murals, there are many techniques and skills. Although Nianchen has memorized many, true mastery is essential for them to become her own." "Did she say why she's here?" Nianchen stopped, puzzled. "She didn't say she's here for you, but she actually wants to stay at our Bai family as a servant," Bai Donghua said solemnly. Qi Wuxuan's attitude was inexplicable, making the Bai family unable to accept her. Who knew what trouble she might cause if allowed in? Even though the Bai family was heavily guarded with patrols all day, they couldn't risk letting her in. A servant? What's going on? Nianchen was surprised. Knowing Qi Wuxuan well, he couldn't understand her logic behind this behavior. Even if she wanted to harm him, she wouldn't come to the Bai family as a servant. Her intentions were too obvious, and if she made a move, trouble would follow the Qi family. "I can't figure it out either," Bai Donghua shook his head. "Uncle, let's just leave her be for now. With her temperament, no matter what her motives are, she won't be able to stay outside for long." Nianchen shook his head. Qi Wuxuan no longer had the luxury to think about or do anything else. At this moment, all he wanted was to focus on the college entrance examination, strive to become stronger. This time, he would go to the North Gate with Bai Wan for the exam. Qi Bafan had arranged everything for the exam venue. Situations like the previous danger were impossible to happen again. When they went for the exam, Chi Bafang would guard the exam venue. Even if there was the slightest mishap, Chi Bafang would intervene immediately. Moreover, this time, not only Chi Bafang would protect them, but even powerful individuals from the Dragon Nation were dispatched. The Ministry of Education sent 20 invigilators to accompany them throughout. Even the war gods from the capital's war zone would intervene as exam protectors. With double protection, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, it would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Stinky Bai, uncle, it's time for dinner, Bai Wan came out and said. Xia Yumeng followed beside Bai Wan. These days, Xia Yumeng kept running to the Bai family and shamelessly ate at their place. But she was so cute, both obedient and good at acting cute, no one would mind her shameless behavior. Uncle, it's time for dinner. Let's leave Qi Wuxuan aside for now, Nian Chen smiled. Alright. Bai Donghua also smiled and nodded, but Qi Wuxuan was still a threat and needed to be watched. Late at night, Qi Shengtian sneaked out of the Qi family's practice room, left the Qi family, and concealed himself in the night. In the past, even if Qi Shengtian wanted to leave without attracting attention, it wouldn't have been so easy because there were always people patrolling in the Qi family. But because of the great battle caused by Qi Bafang, the Qi family was now under reconstruction, with many vulnerabilities. After leaving, Qi Shengtian took a city taxi and arrived at a small bar on the corner. Normally, bars at this hour would still have people enjoying themselves, but the bar he came to was empty, not even a waiter in sight. Shortly after he sat down, a figure wearing a mask and a cloak walked in from outside. Only a slender figure could be seen, tall at least 180 centimeters, but it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. What's the rush? The person asked as soon as they sat down. Do you have a way to kill Nian Chen? You should know how terrifying his talent is, he has truly awakened the Supreme Bone's real realm. If he continues to grow like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. By then, the Qi family's situation will be out of my control, and you will be the ones to suffer. Qi Shengtian gritted his teeth. During this time, besides practicing, he had contacted the person behind him several times, asking them to find a way to take action during the college entrance examination and kill Nian Chen. He didn't want Nian Chen to live for another moment. Days of practice filled him with resentment. If it weren't for Nian Chen, he wouldn't have to endure this. If you're only here for this matter, then leave. The master has already explained the specific reasons to you. The Dragon Nation protects him strictly. Even during the college entrance examination, it's extremely difficult to make a move. If you want to die, you can kill him yourself during the exam. As long as you're willing, we can provide you with his coordinates. The cloaked figure sneered. Obviously, they were also displeased with Qi Shengtian's demands. I heard he has already broken through to the Jade First rank, while I'm only at the 9th rank of Martial Generals. To break through to the Jade Realm, it will take at least a week. How can I kill him alone? Qi Shengtian roared in anger. So you want us to take the risk to kill him with just a word from you? Why? Qi Shengtian, don't forget who is supporting you from behind. The person coldly reminded. Qi Shengtian has become increasingly arrogant. He is indeed a talented genius, but to put it bluntly, with a genius like him, they could easily cultivate another one in no time. If it weren't for his connection to the Qi family and a bit of usefulness, what qualifications does he have to negotiate with them? You. Qi Shengtian gritted his teeth in anger but dared not explode. After enduring it repeatedly, he had to ease his anger a bit and asked, so when are you going to make a move? You have to give me a definite answer. The person shook his head and said, I don't know. It could be a year, maybe 2 or 3 years. We'll have to wait for further information. Qi Shengtian's suppressed anger surged again, almost exploding. He roared, 1 year? 3 years? What if by then the Qi family abandons me? What am I supposed to do then? Who will bear the consequences? The person glanced at him disdainfully and said, if such a situation arises, it only means you are useless. Even if you are abandoned, it doesn't matter. You are replaceable. We can support your archenemy instead. The effect will be the same. Qi Shengtian was stunned, even his anger dissipated, and he said incredulously, what? You want to support that useless Nian Chen? The person coldly replied, is there a problem? Since you are so useless and have lost your value, why should we waste our resources on you? Qi Shengtian was grinding his teeth, feeling helpless. They set the pace, they were the powerful ones. In essence, he was just a puppet for them to carry out their plans. Fine, I won't pressure you anymore, okay? But next, I will need your support to catch up with Nian Chen. Otherwise, the gap between us will only widen. Qi Shengtian said fiercely, as if he had given up a lot. Give up this fantasy. You will never catch up with him, the person said with a laugh. The only thing you can do is not be overshadowed by his brilliance. let the Chi family and the world continue to focus on you. Pursuing the true supreme bone is not that easy. Once the true supreme bone awakens, it may grow into a sacred spirit bone in the future. Although they didn't know how to do it, there was that possibility. The gap between them was already huge, let alone after Nian Chen awakened the sacred spirit bone. Once Nian Chen awakens the sacred spirit bone, no genius in the world can catch up. Even looking up to him would become a hopeless wish. Are you going to cut off my cultivation resources as well? Qi Shengtian exclaimed in shock. Although the Qi family had powerful cultivation resources, the resources they provided were even more terrifying, essential for his rapid growth. They won't stop temporarily, but the supply will decrease, the person said. Figure out how to get stronger on your own. We only care about the results, but we don't want uselessness. The person sneered. The law of the jungle, the eternal truth, when a project shows signs of failure, the logical step is to reduce investment. How could they go all out? Qi Shengtian, do you know what you look like now? The person interjected. What do I look like? Qi Shengtian was furious but more panicked. If they cut off his supply, he really wouldn't know what to do. You look like those lowly bugs on the verge of death, powerless, angry, and unwilling, the person continued. You may say you won't let us off even in death, but in reality, you have no way out. You can only end in resentment and regret. Show us your true abilities, make an effort, or you will soon be abandoned by us. The man stood up with a smile, leaving Qi Shengtian with a look of pity before he left, as if he was looking at a beggar on the street, making Qi Shengtian almost want to kill. Bang! Qi Shengtian smashed the things in front of him, venting his anger. He thought tonight's meeting would allow him to exert pressure on these people and force them to find ways to kill Nian Chen. However, not only were they not threatened at all, but they also put him in a difficult position, forcing him to quickly demonstrate his own value. If it weren't for Nian Chen, would he be like this? It's all Nian Chen's fault, it's all his fault, he deserves to die. Clearly just a waste wandering outside. It would be fine to obediently accept his fate, so why resist? No! I can't continue to be passive like this. Qi Bafan can be implanted with different attributes of holy bones, so I should be able to as well. Qi Wuxuan is disabled, right? Then I'll dig up her companion bone, and use her talent to achieve my own success. Qi Shengtian's face was extremely gloomy, his crimson eyes filled with twisted madness. For days passed in the blink of an eye, the four major city gates of the capital once again became bustling. Sister Bai, brother-in-law Nian Chen, Xia Yameng got off the car, holding a bun in her mouth, waving to them with a smile. This time, Zhou Mang was still at the West Gate examination site, while Nian Chen and the others all came to the North Gate. Apart from the first mock exam, Nian Chen and Bai Wan did not participate again. Although the mock exam scores could be included in the total score of the college entrance examination, with 3 scores accounting for 45%, plus the 55% of the college entrance examination to calculate the total score, Nian Chen and the others had more important things to do and naturally did not need to participate in the other 2 mock exams. This girl, are you always so restless when you go out? Didn't you notice that your buttons were wrong? Bai Wan chuckled as she looked at her, reaching out to adjust the buttons for her. Xia Yameng looked down at herself. Because the buttons were wrong, a small piece of her white belly was exposed where her clothes crossed, not to the point of being exposed, but it was quite embarrassing. Oh my, I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep, so I woke up late this morning. Xia Yameng coughed awkwardly. Why? Were you too excited thinking about a man? Bai Wan joked. Xia Yameng blushed, pouting, Sister Bai, you're the one thinking about men. I was just thinking that I'm about to graduate soon, and I'm going to participate in the genius training camp soon, so I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Bai Wan couldn't help but laugh. What's there to look forward to in the genius training camp? With your personality, you'll probably come out crying in just a few days. And you don't even have the qualifications to get in. Unlike me and Nian Chen, we've already been selected by the training camp. Xia Yameng was immediately furious, wishing she could scratch Bai Wan's face a couple of times. Sister Bai, you don't have to talk if you don't know how to. Nian Chen couldn't help but laugh and pointed to the side. Wan, wait for me here, I'll go buy 2 sausages. Bai Wan nodded, I don't want it spicy. Xia Yameng said, brother-in-law Nian Chen, extra spicy, extra spicy. Nian Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, Yameng, why are you so heavy-handed with your taste buds, just like Mangzi? Xia Yameng proudly puffed out her chest, saying, eating spicy food is also a skill, it's just a pity that Sister Bai doesn't know how. Since talent can't compare, and fighting can't be avoided, you have to find a field you're good at to make up for it. Nian Chen walked towards the vendor, and along the way, many people actively greeted him, some he had seen before, some he had never seen. When they saw Nian Chen buying sausages, some young masters from prestigious families even followed him and bought sausages from the roadside together. He had seen such a scene before, but that was when he was 13 years old. Because of his outstanding talent, many people surrounded him. However, after his downfall, the number of people around him kept decreasing until there was none left. Nietzsche didn't blame them for being utilitarian. After all, it was human nature. "Boss, 3 skewers of sausages, please," Nietzsche called out. "Sure thing." The middle-aged woman at the stall nodded, smiling as she prepared the sausages. Not far away, a figure stood still in the distance, just watching Nietzsche from afar. When he glanced back, the person just smiled at him but didn't approach. This person was Chi Wuxuan, who had waited outside the Bai family's gate for 4 days and nights. A battle involving 100 schools had completely changed her character, leaving Nietzsche somewhat puzzled. But no matter how much she changed, Nietzsche could no longer have any involvement with her because the harm they brought was irreparable. "Boss, how much?" a girl beside him hurriedly asked. She was Zhang Jun's cousin, and her father was Zhang's main brother. Both were geniuses, but she didn't have Zhang Jun's arrogance. "Total is 120 yuan, the boss lady replied with a smile. "Turn around," she said. "Payment received. I've transferred 600 yuan in total. Get a few skewers for them too," the girl said as she swiftly completed the payment on her phone. Along with her payment, over a dozen young masters from prominent families nearby suddenly felt extremely disappointed. Although the amount wasn't much, it was an opportunity to chat with Nietzsche. "Alright, just wait a moment," the boss lady nodded. "Zheng Yingying, I'll add you on contacts and transfer the money to you," Nietzsche said, not wanting to owe her any favors. "Sure, but I won't accept the money. If I did, my dad would scold me," Zheng Yingying said, bringing up her father to avoid taking Nietzsche's money. After a brief exchange, she left after adding Nietzsche's contact, not sticking around to be a third wheel. "Stinky Bai, what's the deal with that beauty just now?" Bai Wan pinched Nietzsche's waist, full of jealousy. "Ouch. That hurts. The girl just now is Uncle Zheng's niece, Zheng Yingying. She's also here for the college entrance exam." Nietzsche pretended to be in pain, although Bai Wan didn't use much force. "Oh, what did you talk about? You seemed quite close," Bai Wan teased. "I was just buying sausages, and she paid for me first. I added her contact to return the money, but she refused." Nietzsche explained helplessly. "You didn't develop feelings for her, did you?" Bai Wan chuckled. "How could I? Ah Wan, you look like a fairy. I see you every day, so I'm aesthetically tired of other girls," Nietzsche hurriedly clarified. "Oomph, you know your place. I won't check your phone, but don't chat with other girls randomly. Be responsible." Bai Wan pouted. "Sister Bai, stop showing off. I barely had breakfast, and I'm already full of dog food," Xia Yumeng protested. "Blah blah blah. If you're so capable, go find someone yourself," Bai Wan retorted. "Why should I find someone? Being carefree alone is good, right? Happy every day, with no one bothering me," Xia Yumeng asserted confidently. "Then you'll be single forever," Bai Wan chuckled. "Ha, being single is being single. Who's afraid of who?" Xia Yumeng made a funny face. Amid their laughter, Lu Pingping arrived at the scene and found them. The exam venue of No. 15 High School was still at the West Gate, but Lu Pingping came specifically for Nianchen. Xia Lei and Wu Long had already arrived at the North Gate, preparing various matters at the exam monitoring point, so they didn't come over to greet Nianchen and the others. Besides, greetings were not necessary for now. What mattered most was for Nianchen and the others to achieve good results. Lu Pingping approached, smiling, and said, "Nianchen, today I came alone. The other teachers went to the West Gate. I represent No. 15 High School to celebrate your stepping into the exam hall. I also hope you will shine and achieve an excellent result." Nianchen nodded and promised, "Principal Lu, rest assured, I will definitely work hard. And since I've already reached the Jadeite rank, my performance naturally cannot be lacking." Lu Pingping chuckled, patting Nianchen's shoulder. "Great. Getting stronger is great. With this news, we can boast about it. Because you are the only genius in our school who can reach the Jadeite realm before the college entrance examination." Those who could reach the Jadeite realm before the college entrance examination were considered geniuses in major high schools. The Jadeite realm could block many people, especially those with weak talents, as the 9th rank marshal general was their peak. Moreover, Nianchen's growth rate was extremely astonishing. From the battle of 100 schools until now, it had only been a short time, and Nianchen had already become a strong Jadeite warrior. "Principal Lu, the Jadeite realm is just the beginning for me. Believe me, I will definitely become even stronger in the future." Nianchen smiled and said, "Ha, I believe in you too." Lu Pingping laughed heartily. It was only during the battle of 100 schools that he truly understood Nianchen's strength. Fortunately, his godfather had preserved his memories, allowing him to know the truth. It was precisely because he knew the truth that he was even more convinced of Nian Shen's future. Principal Lu, we should go report now, Nian Shen said to him. Go ahead, I'll wait for you to return triumphantly at the exam monitoring point. Lu Pingping nodded with a smile. Nian Shen waved at him, took Bai Wan and Xia Yameng, and walked towards the crowded area ahead. Before the college entrance examination, it was still the first mock exam process. The invigilators on the stage read out the exam hall's instructions and emphasized them repeatedly. Nian Shen was the only student from No. 15 high school taking the exam at the North Gate. After completing all the pre-departure procedures, he followed the convoy from No. 1 high school. Not far from the crowd, Qi Yue was with Qi Shengtian. As the crowd dispersed and prepared to board the vehicles, their eyes met. Even if Qi Shengtian was unhappy, he suppressed his anger and nodded at Nian Shen. However, Nian Shen seemed to completely ignore him, walking with Bai Wan towards the convoy from No. 1 high school, preparing to go to the exam hall. Elder sister, wait for me at the exam hall, I'll go find my big brother on the bus. Qi Shengtian said proactively, feeling angry at being ignored by Nian Shen, but he maintained a smile on his face. Shengtian, you better not walk with the convoy. Do you remember the danger that occurred during the first mock exam? Walk with me. If there's another beast tied, I can protect you immediately. Qi Yue refused. How could Qi Shengtian and Nian Shen be in the same car? Even if the school agreed, Qi Yue would not agree. During this period of seclusion, Qi Shengtian had already shown signs of breaking through the Jadeite realm. Although he was no longer a threat to Nian Shen, he was still annoying. Even if he wanted to annoy Nian Shen, Qi Yue would not allow it. Sister. Qi Shengtian wanted to say something more, but was taken away by Qi Yue onto the car, heading towards the examination site. Before leaving, Qi Shengtian cast a final glance at the convoy where Nian Shen was, his eyes filled with immense unwillingness and anger. This college entrance examination was his best chance to kill Nian Shen. Once they went to the genius training camp, opportunities would surely diminish. Moreover, after Nian Shen graduated from the genius training camp, he would follow the old ancestor of the incomplete family to the extraterritorial battlefield for training. When he returned, no one knew what heights he would reach. However, even if he wanted to kill Nian Shen, would it be that easy? Not to mention Nian Shen's supreme bone and Bai Wan's heavily bone, he simply couldn't win. Even the people behind him were not willing to find an assassin for him. Damn it! Absolutely damn it! Boom! A convoy left through the North Gate. To prevent a repeat of the incident during the first simulated exam, the convoy from the capital city war zone took the lead in clearing the way ahead, vigilant of all dangers on the road. During the previous incident, numerous longworms emerged from underground, causing massive destruction on the road, but it had already been repaired. The students who died in that incident were a great loss, but that was the cruelty of this world. As long as the alien beasts were not eradicated, humans would not live in peace. The convoy safely arrived outside the examination site, where the invigilating teachers once again reminded them and provided some instructions about the examination site. The Ministry of Education hoped that they would become stronger in the battle against alien beasts but also wished for them to stay alive. For this exam, the Ministry of Education had arranged the examination site in advance. Many alien beasts without territorial characteristics had a wide range of movement. The Ministry of Education had trapped them in a specific area in advance to prevent a recurrence of the previous situation. The Ministry of Education had deployed many personnel and various surveillance devices around the area. If a powerful alien beast moved to another area, someone would deal with it immediately. General, Nian Shen and the others have arrived. A Titan ape walked up to Qi Bafang respectfully. Qi Bafang was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "All right, seal off the examination site. Make sure they are careful and don't hurt my brother." The Titan ape nodded. "What about Qi Shengtian's side?" Qi Bafang smirked and said, "Send some alien beasts of matching strength over to fight him for 3 days. But remember not to disable him, or it will affect my plans." The Titan ape worriedly asked, "But he has your former sister, Qi Yue, by his side." Qi Bafang waved his hand and said, "As long as we don't send powerful alien beasts, Qi Yue won't make a move." "How far should we go?" the Titan ape curiously asked. "Go until he cries." Qi Bafang thought for a moment and said, "Yes." The Titan ape turned and left to make arrangements. Although all in the examination site were from the Dragon Country, there were strong individuals from the Ministry of Education, the capital city war zone, and some strong individuals recalled from the extraterritorial battlefield. The communication between the alien beasts could happen without their detection. Some communicated through sound, others through brainwaves. As soon as Qi Bafang's command was given, it would quickly spread throughout the entire forest. Nian Chen and the others received their examination bracelets outside the examination site, inputted their information, and formed teams by touching their bracelets. As Nian Chen entered the forest, a white caterpillar fell from the leaves onto his hand. It was entirely milky white, with a body only as long as a joint of a finger. On each side of its body were pairs of protrusions resembling jointed feet, and on its back was embedded a diamond-like object. Before it fell, it concealed its presence, not even catching the attention of Xia Yimeng beside it. In terms of strength, it turned out to be a unique beast of the unparalleled realm. It had two purposes for appearing: first, to protect Nian Chen, and second, to guide Nian Chen. After landing on Nian Chen's hand, it clung to his back. The diamond on its back shimmered, rendering its body completely invisible. Bai Wan's mental power was formidable. She had already noticed it as it descended, but with the advanced notice from all directions, she pretended not to know. Surrounding them for protection were over 10 human powerhouses. Without affecting their exams, these individuals would not intervene, but if a dangerous beast approached, they would act immediately. Nian Chen and Bai Wan were too important. Even Xia Yimeng, the owner of the Swift Feather Saint Bone, was not worth mentioning. Therefore, in case of any trouble, even if it meant sacrificing anyone, their safety must be ensured. Sister Bai, brother-in-law Nian Chen, what do you see over there? Looks like a hasso melon. Xia Yimeng pointed excitedly to a nearby treetop. Saying this, she hurried over, agile like a cheetah, lightly stepping on the tree trunk and plucking the melon. However, at that moment, the melon on the treetop seemed to sense danger and fluttered its leaves. Where do you think you're going? Xia Yimeng, unfazed, leaped onto the treetop, grabbing the vine and landing lightly on the ground. It was a honey-yellow melon with textures similar to a hami melon. The vine twisted wildly, causing the fruits below to sway continuously. This thing was very precious. Not only delicious but also a resource for martial artists. Although it was a type of plant, it did not have a fixed growth location. After depleting the nutrients of a plant, it would fly away to find the next one to parasitize. Wow, a 20-year-old hasso melon? It's been ages since I've seen one. If we take it back to the capital to sell, we could easily get 2 million. Xia Yimeng exclaimed excitedly. Amid her excitement, she took out a spoon from her storage ring. Despite her cute smile, there was a hint of mischief that suddenly made people feel a bit scared. Xia Yimeng found it very strange that this thing was in the North Gate examination site. Normally, it should have been picked in this forest long ago, considering its high value and rarity. And they had just arrived, unexpectedly encountering it. Moreover, it was the even rarer 20-year-old hasso melon. Sister Bai, brother-in-law Nian Chen, want a taste? Xia Yimeng waved the spoon excitedly, cutely asking. Nian Chen and Bai Wan looked at her, unsure of what to say. The three exchanged glances and all smiled, leaving only the trembling honey-yellow hasso melon in Xia Yimeng's arms. With Nian Chen guiding the way, their journey inside was like a vacation. Whether picking a hasso melon here or a snake-eye plum there, they encountered a variety of exotic and rare fruits. Xia Yimeng had started the day with a bun and a sausage, but along the way, she had eaten her fill of fruits. The fruits that went into her stomach that morning were worth millions, a value that others couldn't even imagine. The examiners around were also baffled, unable to understand the situation. How did these delicacies end up in the examination site without them noticing during their site survey? At noon, when it was time for lunch, a third-grade emerald-scented pig ran out again and was killed by Nian Chen and 2 others. This kind of small exotic beast had the ability to seek rare treasures, making it unique. The ingredients that could become part of its diet were all top-grade spiritual herbs. Because it had been fed spiritual herbs since it was young, its meat was not only delicious but also highly nutritious. Just a third-grade emerald-scented pig was worth 7 million. The 3 of them slaughtered the pig on the spot, made soup with the bones, stewed the meat with medicinal herbs, and after eating and drinking their fill, they even took a nap contentedly. This scene puzzled the examiners watching. They couldn't fathom what was going on. On the other side, since Kashengshan entered the forest, it seemed like he had violated some unwritten rule. While others encountered evenly matched exotic beasts occasionally and gained points by killing them, as soon as he entered, all the powerful exotic beasts in the area started converging towards him. He had been fighting non-stop since he entered, and by the time Nian Chen and the others woke up from their nap, he was almost fainting from exhaustion after killing so many exotic beasts. Qiyu, acting as his invigilator, couldn't intervene during his exam. Bang! A first-grade emerald iron-horned rhinoceros charged towards him. While Kashengshan was entangled with other exotic beasts, the rhinoceros slammed its head heavily into Kashengshan's chest, catching him off guard and sending him flying out. In that instant, his supreme bone activated, protecting him, but even so, he crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. Damn it! Why were these exotic beasts targeting him instead of others? He wanted to kill more exotic beasts, earn more points, but not in this endless battle. Who could endure this? Shang Tian, how are you holding up? Can you make it? Qiyu asked, feigning concern. I can make it. Kishangshan gritted his teeth. This was not a simulation exam. As long as he could hold on, he had to persevere. If there were any mishaps during the exam, he would have to repeat a year. According to the rules of Manhwa, he wouldn't be able to enter a top-tier academy after repeating a year. He felt that this situation was not a coincidence but intentional. It must be Kibafang manipulating things behind the scenes, how else could it be explained? Kishangshan, you are allowed to take a temporary break in the exam hall. Do you want to rest? A proctor approached from the side, landing not far behind Kishangshan, and asked in a deep voice. Under normal circumstances, there was no such provision in the exam hall, but since Kishangshan had been fighting non-stop since he entered the exam hall, facing a large number of exotic beasts, it was unbearable for anyone except Nianshan. The examiners had noticed that something was amiss, but seeing that these exotic beasts didn't have murderous intentions, they didn't intervene. Everyone could see that Kishangshan was reaching his limit. If he continued to fight, he might actually die here. A temporary break? Will it affect my results? Kishangshan asked, forcing himself to speak. No, this is a decision made by the higher-ups of the Ministry of Education. As long as you want to rest, we will pause your point accumulation and take you somewhere else, the proctor explained. Then that's the best option. Kishangshan agreed. He couldn't continue even if he didn't agree. Even though the supreme bone transplanted in his body was much stronger than ordinary sacred bones, it was still not enough to withstand this. He was eager to know how Nianshan's supreme bone came about. From the current situation, it was highly likely that it was related to the removal of the supreme bone, but how much exactly? What conditions were needed to grow a supreme bone? He had no idea. Before Nianshan had any contact with the Bai family, there was no sign of his supreme bone recovering, so he didn't dare to gamble with his own life. The invigilator called over a dozen strong individuals to temporarily stabilize the situation with the strange beasts in front of them and prepare to take Qi Shengtian away. However, as soon as these strong individuals intervened, the strange beasts scattered. This attitude clearly indicated that Qi Bafang was behind all this. Yet, there was nothing they could do to her because the strange beasts in the forest only obeyed her commands. Upon learning of this, Xiao Lei and the others furrowed their brows and dispatched people to strictly guard the forest, aiming to find Qi Bafang. At the same time, they speculated about Qi Bafang's intentions. The route taken by Nianshan was also suspicious, with many strange beasts present, but only benefits to gain. Qi Shengtian's situation was even more perilous, with an attitude that seemed to want to toy with Qi Shengtian to death. Considering the matters concerning the Qi family and Qi Bafang's attitude of going as far as dismantling the Qi family for Nianshan's sake, Xiao Lei suspected that this whole act by Qi Bafang was meant for Nianshan's eyes only. She wanted Nianshan to see her attitude, to make Nianshan waver and eventually turn against them. Setting aside Qi Bafang and Nianshan's relationship, just Nianshan's formidable talent alone was enough for Qi Bafang to resort to any means. Currently, Nianshan leaned more towards the Nianlong kingdom, but he could also be turned. To keep such a genius for humanity, they needed to consider the Nianlong kingdom's stance. If it were any other genius, they would never allow such a dangerous element to exist. To put it bluntly, they would rather bury this genius than allow even the slightest risk of betrayal to humanity, using it as leverage against the Nianlong kingdom. But Nianshan was different. Nianshan was not alone, he had Bai Wan with him. When they were so crucial that they could determine the future of the Nianlong kingdom, even if there was a risk of over 90% on their part, the Nianlong kingdom had to nurture them. Qi Bafang did not want to hide her kindness towards Nianshan because it was too tiring and prone to problems. She openly supported them all, making the Nianlong kingdom nervous but also preventing suspicions due to Nianshan's rapid growth. Nianshan and Bai Wan could make the Nianlong kingdom believe in their position for two reasons: their attitude and the Bai family's balance with the Nianlong kingdom. If she were to hide herself in the background and not interact with Nianshan, how would that be possible? With this premise, what significance would her actions in the Qi family and the 100 Schools battle hold? The more open she was, the more advantageous it was for Nianshan. Whether in the 100 Schools battle, the old not complete ancestor, or even the foreign battlefield, she had paved the way for Nianshan. They were just waiting for the moment when humanity would welcome the new king. After resting for a few hours, when Qi Shengtian resumed the exam, a large number of strange beasts once again surged towards him, surrounding him. This scene left the invigilator extremely helpless and nearly drove Qi Shengtian to explode in anger. It was like a farce. If he didn't take the exam, the strange beasts would surround him. If he tried to kill them, they would run away. If he participated in the exam, the strange beasts would perfectly exploit the exam rules, making it impossible for him to succeed. However, thanks to being surrounded by these strange beasts, Qi Xingtian's exam results ranked second on the leaderboard. Yes, despite fighting from start to finish, he only managed to secure the second position. The strange beasts on Nian Chen's side were either above the Emerald Realm or came in waves of small-scale beast tides. While Qi Xingtian fought the strange beasts alone for half a day, the three of them could handle it in just a few minutes, leaving the rest of the time to slack off. Although they were in a team, their average scores were still higher than Qi Xingtian's. The key point was that the strange beasts on Nian Chen's side had not yet unleashed their full power. Isn't that frustrating? Teacher, I request a pause in the exam. Qi Xingtian, who had just recovered, once again fell into decline, frustrated and almost shouting out. All right, the invigilator nodded. They were just about to subdue these alien beasts when the beasts seemed to understand human speech and instantly stopped. Seeing this, Qi Xingtian almost spat out blood, but he could only hasten his recovery. Qi Bafang was clearly trying to prevent him from passing the college entrance examination smoothly, so he would show Qi Bafang. He not only wanted to pass but also to break the national record and become a dazzling new star at the national level. However, when he checked the rankings, his pupils constricted, his chest felt tight, and his heart almost shattered. He was miles ahead of the third place, but Nian Chen's score was a whopping 40% higher than his. 40%! Could he catch up with that? At this rate, Nian Chen, Baiwan, and Xia Yimeng would have to take the top 3 spots in the National Martial Arts Entrance Examination. People would only remember the top 3, and even if he tried his best, he could only settle for 4th place. Then, what was the point of his efforts? Qi Xingtian went crazy for a moment, really wanting to stop the exam right there. But the Ministry of Education only allowed him a maximum of 3 hours to stop temporarily. Regular exam stops were for the safety of the candidates, either for meals or rest, but his situation was different. As long as there were alien beasts around, he could only rest for a maximum of 3 hours. Even if he wanted to sleep, he could only sleep for 3 hours before being woken up. Was this for an exam? It was clearly a form of torture. Nian Chen, we're going to take a bath. You absolutely can't peek. As night fell, the pleasant chirping of insects echoed in the woods. The moonlight fell on Baiwan, enhancing her shy and beautiful face, making her look like a fairy. You guys be careful, I'll sneak over in a bit to peek. Nian Chen laughed and said, Fool! If you dare to peek, I'll call the police. Baiwan lightly hit Nian Chen on the head with her hand, laughing sweetly. Xia Yimeng adjusted her clothes, looking scared, and said, Nian Chen, when you're about to peek, give me a heads up. It's okay for you to look at Sister Bai, but I'm still a young lady. Nian Chen laughed, if I tell you in advance, won't one find out? Xia Yimeng thought about it and realized it made sense. Turning her head, she looked eagerly at Baiwan and said, Sister Bai, why don't you and Nian Chen go wash up first, and I'll wait for you to finish. Baiwan grabbed Xia Yimeng's shoulders, pushing her away shyly. Alright, hurry up. After killing alien beasts all day, we all smell bad. And Xia Yimeng, for better or worse, said, Nian Chen, when you come to peek, please don't look at me. I'm flat-chested, there's nothing to see. Sister Bai is bigger, look at her. Nian Chen almost choked on his saliva, waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and bathe. Everyone knew Nian Chen wouldn't peek, but when things were said to that extent, it was easy for people to think otherwise. Ring ring ring, Zhou Mang's call came in. Zhou Mang and his classmates had formed a team and were currently taking a break. Nian Chen, you and your wife are really amazing. Just the team points from your small team are equivalent to the total of the top 20 in the rankings. I entered the exam room around the same time as my classmates, but until now, we're just a fraction of your score. Zhou Mang couldn't help but envy. They had been busy until now, but they had only scored a little over 200 points, while Nian Chen and the other two were close to 2,000 points, not even counting the fractions. I didn't do much. It was mainly one who killed the most, Nian Chen said, playing with the campfire in front of him, laughing. If he were alone in the forest, he would never dare to light a fire, but in this woods, he felt safer than in the capital. Alright, you can be all Versailles, Zhou Mang said impatiently. When I find a girlfriend, I'll show off to you every day. Between the conversation, the playful sounds of Baiwan and Xia Yimeng splashing in the water could be heard not far away, making one feel both wistful and amused. Most examinees taking the college entrance examination were racing against time, every minute and second mattered. They had to time everything precisely, not even for bathing, let alone sleeping, because there were so many monsters in the exam room. The more you kill, the fewer others can obtain. The whole exam room was as leisurely as Nian Chen and his friends. However, between Nian Chen and Zhou Mang's casual phone conversation, Nian Chen faintly felt something was amiss around him. Not far away, Baiwan released her spiritual power, and as she sensed a figure approaching quietly, her brows furrowed in an instant. Her temporarily unmasked, beautiful eyes opened for a moment, emitting a cold glint. The chilling killing intent locked onto the approaching figure in an instant. "Sister Bai, what's wrong?" Xia Yimeng saw her immediately leaping out of the water, putting on her clothes, feeling a sense of panic, as if something was wrong. "A warrior in the God of War realm is approaching Bai," Baiwan said, disregarding the water on her body, putting on her clothes. She took out the legendary weapon of the Bai family from her storage ring, transforming from a cane into a sharp spear in an instant. Xia Yimeng also hurried out of the water, taking out a cloak from her storage ring to cover her figure. A dark arrow was aimed at Nianchen in the darkness. At the moment the arrow was shot, the arrowhead cut through the air, creating an extremely terrifying impact, even causing ripples in the air. Under this impact, many leaves around were shattered. Nianchen's breath was completely locked, and at the same time, an immense spiritual power condensed into a physical form. Swish, bang! The dark arrow cut through the air and was blocked by the condensed spiritual power just 3 meters away from Nianchen. Although Nianchen's breath was locked, the caterpillar on his left hand gave him a moment of support, allowing him to react and dodge in an instant. A spear shot from a distance, shattering several trees and heading towards the figure. As the person dodged, the spear, under the control of spiritual power, turned and flew towards him. The person was shocked and immediately swept his bow over the spear, knocking it away. Boom! The spear hit a nearby rock, shattering it and embedding into the ground. Are the experts from the extraterritorial battlefield playing these assassination games? Have they no shame? Baiwan's voice echoed coldly in the forest. With a gesture of her right hand, the spear embedded in the ground flew back into her hand, crossing over hundreds of meters. The person who attempted to assassinate Nianchen was wearing a uniform distributed by the Ministry of Education, turned out to be a powerful individual brought back from the extraterritorial battlefield by the Ministry of Education, and his intentions were still unknown. Although Qi Bafan was in charge of the Alien Beast Legion and was implementing Nianchen's training plan, there was not just one faction within the Alien Beast Legion. There were conflicts and information gaps between different factions. Behind this expert, there might be other alien beast forces, other countries, or even some families in the Dragon Kingdom. The reason why the Dragon Kingdom kept some of Nianchen's secrets sealed was to ensure his smooth growth, not to have more enemies as he grew up. Humans are like this, even when faced with great difficulties, they cannot unite and cooperate. Many people hold on to the idea of sharing glory and shame. As long as I am not doing well, you shouldn't either. As long as I don't have something, you shouldn't have it either. What strength do you have, girl? A figure emerged from the darkness, exchanging the long bow in hand for a half-meter-long dagger. His scarred face exuded coldness. Based on her display just now, he was certain that Baiwan was definitely not at the level of the Jade Realm. Especially her spiritual power was terrifying. Even as a 5th-grade war god, he couldn't match 1/10 of her spiritual power. Most warriors' spiritual power is not used for combat, and spiritual power and internal energy are not on the same level. Baiwan inherited the Bai family's legacy from the Tianyin bone, solely her spiritual power could contend with a war god. The extent of her spiritual power's terror can be imagined. What strength do I have? You are not worthy to know. You have violated the national law, surrender now. Baiwan walked over coldly. In the examination hall, targeting any examinee is a serious violation of the Dragon Kingdom's laws and is unforgivable. The strong man knew he didn't have much time left, and he had 2 people on his list, Baiwan and Nianchen. Killing Baiwan would not be easy, so he could only launch a suicidal attack on Nianchen. Before taking action, he knew he wouldn't survive. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had set up a tight net in the examination hall, and he couldn't escape. Surrender? In my dictionary, there is no such thing as surrender. The man brandished his dagger and lunged towards Nianchen in an instant. Even though he was a war god, given Nianchen's importance, as long as he could exchange blow for blow with Nianchen, he would profit. Boom! 3 beams of light burst in the dark forest. 2 of the beams illuminated half the sky. Xia Yimeng wanted to drag Nianchen away, but due to the nourishment from the unique beast, Nianchen temporarily broke through to the war god realm in an instant. It's extremely difficult for others to temporarily enhance their strength, either through special family techniques or special drugs, both of which have powerful side effects. Apart from the supreme bone, no method can break through the current realm. But the unique beast on Nianchen's back could help him achieve it without any harm. What? The war god realm expert was instantly stunned, full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Nianchen could break through to the war god realm in an instant. A Jade Realm expert like Baiwan could contend with a war god, while Nianchen, a Jade Realm expert, could instantly break through to the war god realm. Who are these two people? What kind of monsters are they? Don't just stand there, act quickly. The war god expert was about to make a move, but quickly retreated and shouted loudly to the surrounding area. The invigilators protecting Nianchen and Baiwan had been quietly knocked out earlier. They weren't killed because of the examination hall's bracelets. If the invigilators died, the examination hall would be alerted immediately, and reinforcements would be sent. Some of the teachers protecting Nianchen and the others were their own people. If all went well, the remaining few would not appear, but the situation had become uncontrollable, and he had to call for backup. Whoosh! Several figures dashed out from the darkness, heading towards the direction of Nianchen and Baiwan. Xia Yemong was anxious and panicked, never expecting this scene to unfold. Despite the unprecedented resources invested by the Ministry of Education in the examination hall, there were still loopholes. Abai, protect Yemong. Baiwan raised her long spear and thrust it towards the nearest person, her spiritual power spreading throughout the field, maintaining absolute control of the battlefield. Got it. Nianchen nodded. He ignited his own blood and skipped the first stage of the Supreme Bone, directly activating the second stage of Frenzy. The unparalleled exotic beast on his hand spat out half a drop of blood, pushing him to the third stage in an instant. The great battle was about to begin. Facing a group of War God Realm powerhouses, Xia Yemeng had no way to resist and could only rely on Nianchen and Baiwan for protection. Boom! A silver thread-like long worm, several tens of meters long and as thick as a few people hugging, suddenly burrowed out from the ground. Its terrifying appearance, bloodthirsty fangs, and ferocious mouth under the silver moonlight were daunting. Its body shimmered with a silver sheen. Following closely, another silver longworm emerged from the ground. Just the presence of these two was enough to make one's scalp tingle, losing any thought of resistance in an instant, as they were both unparalleled realm existences. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the body of one of the silver longworms, overlooking from a height of tens of meters as if looking down on ants. Touch my little brother, are you seeking death? Shi Baifeng personally arrived at the examination hall, one to guard and two to wait for the appearance of these people. She didn't need any insider information to know that something like this would happen. After all, the talent of Nianchen had already been recognized by the world. If such a thing didn't happen, it would be strange. The powerhouses below were momentarily horrified, all looking towards Chi Baifeng in fear. Don't accuse me of bullying you. If each of you fights my little brother one by one and can defeat him, I will let you leave alive, Chi Baifeng yawned, clearly not intending to take action. After all, as long as she made a move, she could kill these people in the blink of an eye. Are you sure? They looked at Chi Baifeng in disbelief. Yes, I'm sure. Chi Baifeng nodded. She could take action, but it was unnecessary. Since the unparalleled exotic beast on Nianchen's hand had already made a move, regardless of whether Nianchen fought or not, he had already lost half his life. This was the price of enhancing his strength. Instead of resolving the conflict this way, it was better to let Nianchen take action and accumulate experience in fighting beyond his level. Moreover, with Baiwan's spiritual power in the air and Chi Baifeng above, there was no possibility of any danger occurring, not even a bit. I'll go first. The powerhouse who had previously attacked Nianchen stepped forward, his expression extremely serious, and swung a knife towards Nianchen. Outside the examination hall, at the monitoring point of the North Gate examination hall, a voice came urgently through the intercom. Chief, something big is happening. Shi Baifeng is here again, and she brought a group of assassins. There are also two unparalleled realm exotic beasts in the examination hall. Xia Lei broke out in a cold sweat, too preoccupied to respond, immediately calling for reinforcements to rush into the examination hall. He knew that Chi Baifeng might go to any lengths to instigate Nianchen's betrayal, but he never expected her to deploy such a force. Upon careful consideration, if Chi Baifeng had set up in the examination hall beforehand, she could suddenly rise up and take people away. But bringing assassins, what did that mean? Moreover, with two unparalleled realm exotic beasts and the presence of assassins, the situation naturally lost its meaning. Xia Lei couldn't figure out the logic behind it for the time being, but he had to ensure the safety of Nianchen and Baiwan. Damn it! Why does Chi Baifeng have so many unparalleled exotic beasts in his hands? Wu Long couldn't help but curse. This time, it wasn't that they didn't want to send back unparalleled experts to protect Nianchen, but they simply couldn't do it. Any human unparalleled expert is a crucial figure in guarding a territory. Without them, it could lead to trouble on the battlefield. They could only dispatch more than 20 war god experts around Nianchen, but in the end, trouble still arose. The gap between humans and exotic beasts is actually much greater than we imagine, we just haven't been aware of it, Xia Lei said solemnly. Exotic beasts have always hidden their true strength, deceiving humans. 300 years ago, almost all humans banded together to become stronger. However, in the last 300 years, the situation has changed drastically. The impression exotic beasts give is always one of being evenly matched, not posing an urgent threat. In this scenario, humans are also getting stronger, but most people lack the strong will to become stronger as they did 300 years ago. One is becoming stronger under the threat of death, the other just wants to become stronger. These are two completely different motivations. With the commotion caused by Qi Bafang in the Battle of the 100 Schools, an extremely dangerous signal has been released. Although they have realized it, it's already too late, just like now. Manhwa has always had a strong sense of crisis and has been tirelessly nurturing human experts. The higher-ups have never relaxed, but due to the lack of talent in most people, they cannot produce more unparalleled experts. At this moment, the situation in the examination area is just like the first simulated exam, with numerous experts converging towards Nian Chen's location. The experts closest to Nian Chen's area looked at the two immensely huge silver-threaded longworms with deep fear. With these two unparalleled realm exotic beasts present, along with Qi Bafang who is already an unparalleled expert, they stand no chance. Even if all the experts in the examination area join forces, they still wouldn't stand a chance. A sense of despair and powerlessness once again invaded their hearts. The last time they felt this way was during the Battle of the 100 Schools. All bystanders, stay away. Let your head and deputy head come over. Qi Bafang watched the battle below with interest and warned those around him. The approaching experts dared not get too close because the situation was clearly out of their control. If they angered Qi Bafang, it would be even more dangerous. They could only remain vigilant and tense, notifying Xia Lei and Wu Long to hurry over. The sounds of battle coming from inside the circle made them extremely nervous. They couldn't get close to the outside of the circle, so they couldn't see the specific situation inside, and they were worried about Nian Chen and Bai Wan's safety. Xia Lei and Wu Long rushed over at the fastest speed, accompanied by many other experts. Qi Bafang, what are you trying to do? Xia Lei frowned at her, his voice filled with immense anger and hostility. Head Xia, if you can't handle it, then don't. If you can't protect my brother, just hand him over to me, so he won't be in danger following you. Is it meaningful to gather so many people at the examination site? In the end, it's these people who are trying to assassinate my brother. Qi Bafang was speechless. What? Xia Lei's pupils contracted involuntarily, her expression serious. The experts they sent to protect Nian Chen were all trustworthy, personally selected by them. How could there be a problem? These people are constantly fighting outside the domain, rarely returning home, and enjoy high status in Manhwa. It's not easy to turn them against their own people. Brother, have you seen it? These people from Manhwa are just pretending to cherish you. In reality, they have infiltrated unknown assassins among their ranks. If you follow them, you will only increase the danger. Why bother? Qi Bafang pretended to persuade. In fact, these words were all for Xia Lei to hear. The main purpose of this incident was to let Xia Lei inform the higher-ups and carry out a major reshuffle in Manhwa. Although it was impossible to completely eliminate those hidden in the dark, most of them could be removed, as long as it caused less trouble for Nian Chen in his daily life. Qi Bafang, do you have any evidence to prove that this is not staged by you? Xia Lei angrily questioned. Staged by me? Is it necessary? Just a few trash at the level of war gods, what can they do? If it weren't for Nian Chen's unwillingness, who could stop me? Qi Bafang said disdainfully. If Qi Bafang really made a move, even the combined top strongmen of Manhwa would not be able to defeat her. Next, Nian Chen was about to participate in the genius training camp. Even if there were people from Qi Bafang in the camp, accidents were still possible. Forcing Longwei to investigate internal traitors could also bring back some of the old instructors in the camp, and these people were not easy to deal with. In terms of martial arts teaching, they might not be as good as the imperial teacher or the top teachers of various academies, but what they could impart was beyond what those teachers could offer, because they had brushed shoulders with death countless times. With them guiding Nian Chen, they could push Nian Chen's limits as much as possible before not Zhou Laozu took over. The higher Nian Chen's limits, the more he could gain when facing the foreign battlefield with not Zhou Laozu. Bringing this old guy out cost Qi Bafang a lot, but the old guy's intervention was also out of respect for the Supreme Bone. Chief Xia, I find it too tiring to deal with people like you. You are just like those from the Qi family, clearly having issues of your own, yet always quick to shift blame onto others. What I hate the most is this kind of attitude. Qi Bafang sneered. She knew that this matter couldn't really be blamed on Xia Lei and the others, but with different positions, she could scold them however she pleased. And the harsher she scolded now, the more beneficial it was for Nian Chen. In fact, the problem with Longwa was not just the lack of unparalleled realm strongmen in the foreign battlefield, but a bigger issue lay within the country itself. Firstly, there were many high-level officials in Longwa who had been corrupted over the past few decades or even recent years. The corruption came from two sources, namely the alien beasts and foreign influences. Some deep-rooted corruption was hard to detect, just like the war god strongmen arranged by the Ministry of Education around Nianchen. The other aspect was the geniuses and strongmen nurtured within Longwa through special means. According to the clues Chi Bafang had, in Longwa's annual exams, there were over 10,000 problematic candidates, and with the continuous accumulation, how terrifying would that number be? At the same time, there were no less than 300 unparalleled strongmen hidden within Longwa's borders. These people were unknown even to Longwa itself and were not cultivated by Longwa. Before joining the Alien Beast Legion, Chi Bafang only knew that humans struggled to deal with alien beasts, but she didn't realize the situation was so serious. If the holy war of the past were to reignite, she didn't know how many people around her could be trusted, whether it was the imperial teacher, Lan Shao, or the various academies of Longwa, the foreign hunting groups, or the Longwa war zone. Anyone could turn against you at any time and deal you a fatal blow. This was also why the Alien Beast Legion was not in a hurry to attack humans. In a sense, humans had long been domesticated, they just didn't realize it themselves. Chief Xia, Deputy Chief Wu, come see for yourselves, so you can't accuse me of framing you. Oh, and those who were knocked out are also nearby. Chi Bafang waved at them and said, Xia Lei and Wu Long, come over here. As they entered the circle, they were all stunned because they could feel a war god level power emanating from Nian Chen's body. But how was this possible? Chi Bafang, what's going on with Nian Chen? What did you do to him? Xia Lei tensed up in an instant. Nian Chen was only at the Jade rank, and being suddenly elevated to the war god realm could lead to trouble. If Nian Chen's talent was affected, the loss would not only be his but also the entire dragon country. So Xia Lei, upon seeing this, felt anger rising within him. Minister Xia, I know what you're thinking, but Nian Chen is my brother. I would never do something so reckless. When he entered the examination room, I had my men stationed on him to protect him because I could anticipate something like this happening. Chi Bafang snapped his fingers, and the white caterpillar on Nian Chen's hand appeared before them. In that instant, their pupils contracted. This creature was not only extremely rare but also had an extravagant name, Heaven's Gate. It was a creature with limited combat power but impossible to ignore. The species was classified based on the number of diamonds on its back. 1 diamond was Heaven 1, 2 diamonds were Heaven Emperor, 3 diamonds were Divine Heaven, and they were further categorized based on their individual strengths. They could enhance the strength of humans and other creatures. When enhancing an exotic creature, they could influence the entire group through the Beast King. A Divine Heaven with 3 diamonds was born as a war god realm and naturally possessed a terrifying domain. Chi Bafang, you managed to get your hands on this thing too. Xia Lei's mouth twitched, and his body trembled slightly. Come on, I am a high-ranking officer in the Exotic Beast Legion. There's nothing I can't get my hands on if I want to. But because of the temporary power boost I gave my brother, he lost half his life. It will take a long time for him to recover, and you will be held responsible for that, Chi Bafang teased. What do you want? Xia Lei frowned. Since Nian Chen had this support, he temporarily felt relieved. However, the situation was entirely in Chi Bafang's hands at the moment, and they had to negotiate with him, otherwise, Nian Chen might not be able to leave with them. I want the diamond heart from your national treasury. Give it to my brother, and secondly, besides the strong ones you can trust 100%, let fewer people come into contact with my brother. Next, I have many things to attend to and can't be by his side 24/7, and he doesn't want to leave with me, so I must prevent such incidents from happening again today. Understand? Chi Bafang said sternly. The diamond heart was a treasure excavated from a meteorite from outer space 300 years ago. Not many people knew about it because its effects were too terrifying. When fully charged, it could withstand the attacks of an unparalleled realm expert until the energy was depleted. However, it wouldn't be easy to deplete it on Nian Chen because the Supreme Bone could continuously replenish it. It was said that in extreme cases, it could even withstand attacks from saints above the unparalleled level, but how many times it could withstand was unclear. As long as this thing could be obtained for Nian Chen, Chi Bafang could temporarily stop worrying about him. How do you know there's a diamond heart in the national treasury? Xia Lei asked with a furrowed brow. What's it to you? Just say whether you'll give it or not. If you don't, I'll take my brother away right now, Chi Bafang said cunningly. There were still many treasures in the dragon country's national treasury, and she planned to gradually bring them over to help Nian Chen. He. In the Dragon Kingdom's treasury, many treasures had been gathering dust for a long time. Since the emergence of the genius Niken in the Dragon Kingdom, it was only natural to bring them out for use. For Xiao Lei, he was willing to help Niken obtain the heart of the Diamond King. However, even if they were to strive for it, they couldn't make it too easy for Qi Bafang to think, or else their situation would only become more passive. Wait for me a moment, I will contact Elder Dong, Xiao Lei said solemnly. Alright. Qi Bafang nodded, not worried that Xiao Lei would refuse, only looking towards Niken. The battle between Niken and these powerful warriors of the war god realm below was intense. With the help of the unparalleled exotic beast, even these strong warriors couldn't gain an advantage in Niken's hands. Qi Bafang and Xiao Lei's arrival made them feel the situation was tricky. What made it even more challenging for them was Niken and Baiwan, these two Dragon Kingdom geniuses, must die. But how could they make them die? Boom! The terrifying force burst forth from the SSS-grade Tianlong sword in Niken's hand, sending the second-grade war god in front of him flying. When he landed on the ground, his figure was visibly disheveled. He immediately tried to stand up to counterattack, but in an instant, Niken had his sword at his neck. If it were on the battlefield, Niken would decisively strike without hesitation, as in the battlefield, it was either you die or I perish. Leaving them alive would only leave trouble behind. But this was in the Dragon Kingdom. The matter would be handled by the Ministry of Education and the capital war zone. Niken really wanted to know who was behind them and who had the authority to manipulate these core powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, making them betray. Next one, Qi Bafang smiled, feeling that these people were too weak. Clearly, they were all people who had fought their way back on the battlefield, yet they were beaten by Niken like this. But this also precisely proved Niken's strength. I'll go. A strong warrior of the 5th rank stepped forward, almost gritting his teeth. He knew he wouldn't survive, whether Niken could defeat him or not. His fate was already sealed. Instead of passively being held accountable by the Dragon Kingdom, he might as well give it his all. In the battle, he might still have a glimmer of hope to severely injure Niken. Even if he couldn't kill Niken, as long as he could severely wound him, it would be a fitting end. This kind of genius really couldn't be allowed to grow any further. Before he made his move, he thought Qi Bafang or Xiao Lei would stop him. After all, the gap in strength was absolute. However, when he stood in front of Niken, no one stopped him. He sneered in his heart, feeling that Qi Bafang and the others were too confident. Even if Niken forcibly elevated himself to the 1st rank of the war god, so what? A 1st rank war god could never be a match for a 5th rank war god. He tightened the claw knives in his hands, let out a roar, and pounced towards Niken. He was confident that he could end Niken's life in an instant and, at the very least, severely wound him in a blink of an eye. But Baiwan's spiritual power spread around, not only suppressing Niken's 3rd realm of consciousness collapse but also making Niken aware of his movements. Baiwan's spiritual power was extremely terrifying in battle, but it was even more unimaginably powerful when used for assistance. Not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but even in the entire extraterritorial battlefield, there were only a few who could match her in spiritual power. Swish! Niken dodged the attack of the strong warrior in front of him, his 2 knives coming from different directions, locking the space he could evade. The interval between the 1st and 2nd strikes was only a split second, as the warrior barely avoided the attacks. In that moment, Niken used a martial technique and kicked him in the stomach. Bang! With a move called Fierce Wind Kick, he managed to push him back half a step, even feeling a surge in his stomach, extremely uncomfortable. Logically speaking, a full-force strike from a war god 1st rank should not have caused this kind of injury to him. Even if he stood still and took the hit, the war god 1st rank would have been helpless. But Nie Chen managed to do it. Not only did he achieve it, but his eruption even rivaled that of a war god 3rd rank. Damn it! The strong man in front couldn't help but curse. Since he couldn't survive, he decided to burn his own life and cultivation base, unleashing a more powerful strength. He refused to believe that he couldn't kill Nie Chen today. But the next second, a horrifying scene unfolded. Baiwan's body completely erupted with the Tianin bone, a purple light column shot up from her body, and a vast spiritual force surged towards him like a tide, instantly suppressing his attempt to burn his life and cultivation base. He couldn't even burn his life as he wanted to? How could such a terrifying thing happen? Nie Chen swept his long knife horizontally, a move called Autumn Wind Slash, striking him painfully head-on. After the Autumn Wind Slash, he followed up with the 14 consecutive slashes, each slash more terrifying than the last. The strong man in front, already weakened by the suppression of his burning, suffered a backlash, almost spitting blood. Nie Chen took advantage of his weakness and went for the kill. Nie Chen completely dominated the fight, a scene that left everyone horrified. Even with Baiwan's help, it was mostly Nie Chen's own doing. If this genius were to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, the heights he could reach would be so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Swish, swish, swish. Niechan pushed him to his limits and then proceeded to sever his tendons and ligaments, accompanied by screams of agony. The strong man fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. Next, Chi Bafan greeted with a smile. She was increasingly satisfied watching from above. With only a temporary boost in strength, Niechan had come this far. When Niechan truly stepped into the realm of the war god, he would be even more powerful. Although Niechan won, he didn't feel any pride or complacency because he knew he still had many issues to address. Without Baiwan's help, the SSS grade Tianlong blade in his hand, and the Heaven's Gate sent by Sister 8, even if he had rebuilt the Supreme Bone in the true sense, he would still not be able to compete with these people. Pride only leads to downfall, only humility can lead to continuous improvement. Forget it. You guys are no match for me one by one. Even if you come at me in a round-robin fight, you still can't beat my brother. Let's all attack together. Let me see what you're really capable of. Chi Bafan teased. If it were someone else, Chi Bafan would have been condescending in such a situation, watching the ants struggle and die helplessly, especially the passive side in a round-robin fight, which was the most pathetic. But with Niechan in the encirclement, all Chi Bafan wanted was to hone him. As the saying goes, a jade requires polishing to become a gem. If Niechan couldn't do it himself, no matter how much Chi Bafan helped him, it would be useless. Chi Bafan, are you crazy? Xia Lei was startled and hurriedly spoke. Minister Xia, rest assured. Niechan is my brother. Even if I have to slaughter the entire world, I will not let him die. Chi Bafan's smile became more playful, exuding a powerful aura that looked down on all living beings. With Chi Bafan's words, the remaining strong men all rushed towards Niechan. In a situation where so many people were attacking him, if they still couldn't kill Niechan, they would be finished. Moreover, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With so many people attacking simultaneously, they had no fear of being unable to suppress Niechan. In this life and death crisis, as long as Niechan shows the slightest flaw, someone will immediately end Niechan's life. After all, they are all powerful beings who have returned from the extraterritorial battlefield, with formidable combat experience honed between life and death. However, when the battle began, they realized how serious the situation was. In the previous cross-level confrontation, Niechan was still suppressing because his speed became even more terrifying in the face of their attacks coming from different directions, managing to respond to both simultaneously. Bang! Amidst the intermingling sparks, Niechan's true trump card began to reveal itself. At that moment, with the help of Baiwan, Niechan entered the 4th stage. Normally, without sufficient beast blood absorption, Niechan would not be able to reach the 4th stage. However, the powerful essence of the Tianmen blood in his hands was terrifying. Absorbing beast blood essentially meant drawing energy from it, and a drop of Tianmen blood was equivalent to countless exotic beast blood for nourishment. Damn it! The experts in the realm of war gods were completely flustered. Despite their rich combat experience, they couldn't gain even the slightest advantage against Niechan. Niechan's recovery ability was exaggerated to the point where he could allow some controllable attacks to land on him, withstand other attacks, and in the midst of group attacks, the most difficult thing to achieve was to fight and defend simultaneously. Yet Niechan replaced defense with offense, enduring unavoidable attacks, then recovering in the blink of an eye. Under equal strength conditions, no one would stand a chance against him, and in the fierce battle, he would only grow stronger. Under the gaze of Xia Lei and Wu Long, sparks flickered around Niechan. Baiwan's spiritual power was continuously guiding Niechan. Even if Niechan closed his eyes, he could still fight with all his might. The Tianyin bone is truly terrifying. Xia Lei couldn't help but feel amazed. Indeed, Wu Long was also moved. The Tianyin bone recorded in the secret history of the Dragon Nation was extremely powerful, ranking first among numerous spiritual bones. Combat experience was gained through battles on the battlefield, but the effects that the Tianyin bone could bring could almost infinitely bridge the gap between the two. Bang! As they saw their comrades being eliminated one by one, they became increasingly anxious. Niechan's attack strategy was simple, sacrificing some defense between attacks, using each person as a breakthrough point. As long as they continued to lose members, the pressure Niechan could withstand would decrease, bringing the battle closer to its end. The experts exchanged glances, all intending to burn their lives. In the previous one-on-one battles, Baiwan had suppressed one person, but now, with all of them burning their lives together, they didn't believe Baiwan could still suppress them. But in the next moment, a despairing scene unfolded before them. Just as the signs were emerging on their bodies, they were instantly suppressed by Baiwan. It's over. This won't work? What secrets are hidden in the Tianyin bone? Why is it so terrifying? Bang! Bang! Nian Shen swung 2 swords horizontally, but in an instant, he struck 4 times because 2 strikes were hidden in the illusion. When they were preparing to burn their lives, they were already like sitting ducks, not worth fearing. Because Nian Shen wanted to find out who was behind them, he spared many lives but disabled their tendons and ligaments. Take them all away, Xiaolei called for assistance, immediately shattering their meridians. Accompanied by muffled sounds, the unpleasant noise reverberated as their shattered meridians caused these experts to each spew blood. Burning their lives and detonating their cultivation was the best way for a warrior to commit suicide, but after their meridians were shattered, they couldn't even do that. The consequences of shattered meridians were even more terrifying than being disabled. The disabled are only unable to move for now, but after their meridians are shattered, they will eventually feel the constant torment of pain throughout their lives. Once everything was settled, officials from the Ministry of Education bound them all up. Whoosh! Chi Bafang made the 2 silver-threaded long worms return underground in all directions, their bodies lightly floating down to the ground, emitting a faint sound. Director Xia, can we confirm my brother's diamond heart now? Chi Bafang looked at Nian Shen, smiled lightly, and then spoke to Xiaolei indifferently. His attitude clearly showed that he didn't regard Xiaolei highly. It has been confirmed. And now that the danger has been averted, you can leave as well, right? Xiaolei said in a deep voice. Director Xia, I hope this is the first and last time. If anything happens to my brother, I will bury the entire capital city with him. Chi Bafang said, and suddenly a cold aura burst out from him, making Xiaolei and Wulong feel horrified. They were truly afraid of Chi Bafang's forceful nature because even if they fought to the death, they couldn't stop him, and there were still 2 unparalleled exotic beasts underground. Before leaving, Chi Bafang told Nian Shen the method to restore the Tianmen state. Even though it had already cost him half his life, it could still be restored. It was like a temporary boost in strength, not so easy to die. And as long as it wasn't raised to the level of a war god, the damage wouldn't be so severe. Restoring it was actually quite simple, even simpler for Nian Shen. Its recovery required spiritual medicine or the essence of exotic beast materials, which could be provided to it as Nian Shen opened up the 4 major realms for body tempering. With the Tianmen and the diamond heart that the Dragon Nation would give to Nian Shen next, everything would be foolproof. Moreover, there was a connection between Chi Bafang and Tianmen. If there was a major crisis, Tianmen would notify her immediately. Brother, I'm going back to the extraterritorial battlefield first. There are still many things waiting for me to handle. See you later. Chi Bafang waved his hand, his figure flashed, disappearing on the spot. At the same time, the 2 silver-threaded long worms underground vanished, and no one knew how Chi Bafang did it. Fuse Xiaolei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Chi Bafang had made preparations in advance, otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous. Old Wu, immediately have people thoroughly investigate everyone in the examination hall. We can't allow such incidents to happen again. Also, investigate these extraterritorial powerhouses. Xiaolei's expression was solemn and grave. After this incident, there were probably many people in the country who would be implicated. Moreover, even in what they thought was a secure situation, there were still insiders acting as assassins. The extent of their infiltration was unimaginable.